The path to immortality is fraught with challenges, and the pursuit of eternal life is a lengthy endeavor. A young lad unexpectedly finds himself in the realm of immortals, becoming a cultivator of modest talent, yet possessing an unwavering heart for the Tao. I have come from the mortal realm seeking longevity. Chapter 1. The Village by the Mountain. Nestled at the foot of Black Cloud Mountain lies a small village, home to around 30 households. The villagers, for the most part, sought refuge here to escape the ravages of war and famine, naming their settlement Peach Tree Village, after a century-old peach tree at its entrance. Beneath this venerable tree, an elderly man and a young boy recline, resting in its shade. The boy, named Shen Luo, is intently listening to the old man weave tales of extraordinary adventures. Old man, do celestial beings truly exist? Shen Luo inquires, his eyes wide with curiosity. This old man is not a native of the village. He arrived approximately a decade prior. At 87, he possesses an ethereal demeanor, with white hair and a youthful visage. Though he appears kind and approachable, he is, in fact, a rather lecherous old man. He frequently entices Shen Luo into mischief, sometimes dragging him along to surreptitiously observe a widow bathing at the eastern edge of the village. Each time they attempt to spy, they are inevitably caught. When discovered, the old man uses Shen Luo as a shield, knowing that as a mere child, he would not face much reproach. Conversely, the old man concocts excuses, claiming he caught Shen Luo in the act of wrongdoing. Though Shen Luo is but a child, he is not naive and often finds ways to trouble the old man, resulting in their playful yet contentious relationship. Child, what do you believe constitutes a celestial being? The old man asks, leaning against the tree with his eyes slightly squinted and a gentle smile gracing his lips. The old man's words prompt Shen Luo to ponder. He has never encountered an immortal, but has often descended the mountain to listen to the storytellers, gathering tales of the wondrous and the bizarre. After a moment's reflection, he responds, to live forever and never die is to be an immortal. Upon hearing Shen Luo's declaration, the old man does not respond immediately. Instead, he strokes his beard thoughtfully and slowly articulates, eternal life is too elusive, even celestial beings seldom attain true immortality. And how would you know? You've never seen one. Shen Luo pouts, playfully challenging the old man. The elder bursts into hearty laughter, unfazed by the boy's retort. As Shen Luo observes the old man's sudden bout of laughter, he mutters under his breath, has this old fellow lost his mind? At that moment, a dark-skinned middle-aged man approaches, wielding a hoe, and calls out, Little Luo. Upon hearing his name, Shen Luo looks up to see his father and asks, Father, what brings you here? Have you finished your work? What work? Your mother just came looking for me, saying that a relative has arrived at our home. Come along with me, his father urges. All right, Shen Luo replies. And so, he bids farewell to the old man and returns home with his father. From their conversation, Shen Luo learns that he has an uncle who had been separated from them during a time of famine many years ago, and now he has come to visit. Upon returning home, Shen Luo is greeted by a tall, robust man clad in fine silk garments. The man, sensing the commotion outside, turns and beams with excitement upon seeing the father and son. Elder brother, he exclaims. At the sound of being called elder brother, Shen Luo's father trembles involuntarily, his hoe falling from his grasp. Tears of joy well in his eyes as he embraces the man before him, trembling as he speaks. Brother, is it truly you? It is wonderful. We are reunited at last. The two men weep as they embrace, and after a moment, Shen Luo's father releases his brother, wiping the tears from his cheeks. The middle-aged man then notices Shen Luo, and pleasantly surprised, says, Brother, is this your son? Shen Luo, feeling shy, glances at his unfamiliar uncle and obediently greets, Hello, uncle. Ah, indeed. I did not realize your child had grown so much, the uncle replies with a smile, taking a moment to observe Shen Luo. He then turns back to converse with Shen Luo's father, while the boy stands quietly by, knowing that children should not interrupt adult discussions. Through their exchange, Shen Luo discovers that his uncle arrived here 3 years ago and, after some time, caught the eye of a wealthy lady from the town below, leading to their marriage. After settling down, he learned of a relative living in the mountains. Seeing the 15-year-old Shen Luo, his uncle contemplates sending him to a martial arts sect for training. Coincidentally, the sect associated with his father-in-law is currently seeking disciples, and he intends to take Shen Luo there. Becoming a disciple would ensure Shen Luo's sustenance, along with the opportunity to learn martial arts and earn some pocket money monthly. Moreover, his uncle's father-in-law seemingly holds a significant position as an elder in a prestigious sect known as Black Jade Gate. With such connections, Shen Luo could bypass the usual trials for entry. As Shen Luo's uncle speaks of the illustrious Black Jade Gate, Shen Luo's father hesitates, reluctant to send his young son away. However, the thought of securing a prosperous future for his child begins to sway him. After all, this is his own brother, and he trusts he would not lead him astray. Upon receiving his brother's consent, Shen Luo's uncle feels elated. Hearing he may join the sect fills Shen Luo with excitement, for every child harbors dreams of becoming a hero. Thus, Shen Luo's uncle instructs him to rest well that evening, promising to return the following day after lunch to take him away. After spending some time together, he departs. Anticipating his imminent journey to the sect to hone his martial skills fills Shen Luo with exhilaration, rendering him sleepless throughout the night. The next morning, he rises early and hastily makes his way to the old man's dwelling to share the news of his departure. Upon hearing of Shen Luo's impending departure, the old man affectionately ruffles his hair and smiles. Venturing out into the world can be quite beneficial. Old fellow, make sure to stay alive and await my return. When I come back, he'll treat you to longevity noodles. Shen Luo earnestly promises the old man. Despite the old man's frequent mischief, he has always treated Shen Luo well. The old man is taken aback by the boy's concern, feeling a warmth in his heart. You'd best keep that promise. Don't blame me if I eat too much and leave you without funds to pay for it, he quips. Fear not. By then we shall be wealthy. Shen Luo confidently proclaims, patting his chest. Well then, in honor of your promise to treat me to noodles, I shall bestow upon you this gift. Make sure to study it when you have the time, the old man says, producing a weathered tome from his robe and presenting it to Shen Luo. Gazing at the yellowed and tattered cover before her, Shen Luo delicately grasped the book, her eyes alighting upon the 3 prominent characters inscribed upon it. Changxing Jing. What kind of book is this, old man? Why does it bear the term Changxing? Shen Luo inquired with great curiosity, directing her gaze towards the elder. I cannot say, the elder replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. I found it discarded at a Taoist temple. Ah, so it is a tome for Taoists, Shen Luo remarked with a hint of disdain. I have no interest in such things, yet considering it as a gift from you, I shall reluctantly accept it. Shen Luo mimicked the elder's earlier tone, delivering her words with a semblance of theatricality. Chapter 2. Musu Town. The elderly man playfully tapped the young boy on his head, bemusedly remarking. Shen Luo spent some time playing with the old man. And soon it was noon. After bidding farewell to the elder, he returned home. After a hearty meal, it wasn't long before his second uncle arrived in a horse-drawn carriage at their doorstep. Observing the carriage parked outside, Shen Luo recalled his father's repeated admonitions to be honest and obedient, and to heed his uncle's words. His mother, too, urged him to take care of his health and return home whenever he could. As Shen Luo sat in the carriage, watching his parents gradually fade into the distance, a profound sadness gripped his heart. This journey was not a simple descent from the mountain. It was a venture to a town hundreds of miles away. Shen Luo never anticipated that this trip to the Hachiong sect would lead him down a path unlike that of ordinary mortals, the path of cultivation. This town, known as Musu Town, appeared quite prosperous. Its roads were well connected, bustling with pedestrians. At the western end of the main street stood the largest inn in the town. At that moment, a carriage raced in from the east, speeding toward the westernmost part of the town, finally halting before the Qiongxue Inn. The Qiongxue Inn was an establishment under the Hachiong sect. The first floor served meals while the second floor provided lodging. As evening approached, the first floor was filled with patrons, nearly every table occupied. Suddenly, a tall, robust man stepped down from the carriage, followed by a fair-skinned boy of about 10, who was handsome and well-proportioned. The man strode confidently into the inn, where an attendant quickly set aside his tasks, beaming with a welcoming smile. Oh, isn't this Lord Shen? A rare guest indeed, the attendant remarked with a grin. These two were none other than Shen Luo and his second uncle, who had traveled all afternoon to reach this town. After a brief conversation, Shen Luo's uncle requested 2 premium rooms and led Shen Luo inside, instructing him to rest and not wander about, assuring him that meals would be brought shortly. After delivering these instructions, he departed. Once alone, Shen Luo entered the room. After a long day of travel, the bumpy ride had left him somewhat fatigued, so he lay down on the bed for a short nap. About an hour later, a young attendant brought in the meals. Shen Luo awoke and devoured the food voraciously. Not long after he finished, the attendant returned to collect the empty bowls. Soon after, Shen Luo's uncle pushed open the door and entered. How was the meal? Did it suit your palate? Get a good night's sleep. Someone will come to pick you up tomorrow. To alleviate Shen Luo's fears and unease about being alone in an unfamiliar place, his uncle began recounting tales from when he had lost track of Shen Luo's father and shared his recent experiences and observations. Gradually, Shen Luo engaged in cheerful conversation, and the two enjoyed a harmonious rapport. Thus, the night passed. The following morning, the sun had just begun to rise in the east. Shortly after Shen Luo finished breakfast, a carriage came to a stop in front of the inn. This carriage was clearly constructed from fine wood, adorned with a striking black and white snowflake pattern on its frame. Anyone familiar with the local underworld would recognize this emblem as belonging to the Haiqiong sect, one of the two major powers in the region. The Haiqiong sect, also known as the Qiongxue sect, was founded a century ago by the illustrious Qiongxue immortal. It once dominated Guangzhou for decades, even extending its influence across neighboring continents. Renowned throughout the Wu Kingdom, it was a formidable force. However, after the passing of the Qiongxue immortal, the sect's power waned significantly, with few experts remaining. Its influence diminished, forcing it to relocate to the most remote part of Guangzhou, Musu Town, where it established its new roots, becoming a minor faction. A saying goes, in the northwest, the clouds gather, and the crows find themselves among phoenixes. As a once prominent sect, upon arriving in Musu Town, it swiftly seized control of half the territory, boasting around 1,000 disciples, thus solidifying its status as one of the two dominant powers in the area. The only rival capable of challenging the Haiqiong sect was the Black Hand Gang, a faction comprised of thieves, robbers, and bandits. The members of the Black Hand Gang were ruthless and fearless, operating under the motto that 1,000 men would face death without hesitation. The strength of the two factions was nearly equal. While the Black Hand Gang controlled half the town, they lacked effective management. The more affluent areas of Musu Town were firmly in the grasp of the Haiqiong sect. The Black Hand Gang, envious of the wealth held by the Haiqiong sect, frequently sought to provoke conflict between the two factions. A robust man in his 30s leaped down from the carriage, displaying agility that suggested considerable skill. He appeared well acquainted with the area and strode purposefully toward Shen Luo and his uncle. Upon seeing Shen Luo's uncle, he immediately approached with respect and bowed. "Sir, why have you come personally?" "Huh. This child is my nephew, and my father is aware of it. Just take him to where he needs to go." Shen Luo's uncle instructed the man. "Understood, sir," the man replied respectfully, then turned to Shen Luo and said, "Please, follow me." Shen Luo glanced at his uncle, who nodded in encouragement. Receiving his uncle's approval, Shen Luo followed the man to the waiting carriage. Inside, he found several children of similar age and took a seat in the corner, discreetly observing the others. The carriage departed Musu Town, galloping westward. It wasn't until late afternoon that they finally arrived at the Haiqiong sect's location. Upon disembarking, the children were captivated by the radiant glow of the setting sun over the mountains. The headquarters of the Haiqiong sect was nestled within Phoenix Mountain, named for the legend of a phoenix that once rested there. This mountain spanned a vast area, with its peaks and ridges extending for miles. There were over a dozen formidable peaks, all perilously steep, each occupied by different branches of the Haiqiong sect. The main peak, Chiefing Peak, was particularly treacherous, with only a single path leading from the base to the summit. Upon establishing their headquarters there, the Haiqiong sect set up multiple checkpoints along this precarious route. Chapter 3. Haiqiong sect. As Shen Luo surveyed his surroundings while following the group, the procession suddenly halted. A hearty voice echoed ahead. "Brother, what is going on today? You seem a bit slower than yesterday." "Brother Zhang, I was delayed on the road, which is why I arrived later," the robust man replied apologetically with a smile. "I suppose this must be the last batch of disciples." "Zhang, my dear brother." Among them was a robust man who revealed the events concerning Shen Luo. After listening to the words of the sturdy man, Zhang cast a few meaningful glances at Shen Luo and subsequently stated, "First, escort them to Fengxia Courtyard, allowing them a restful night. Tomorrow morning, you shall conduct the assessments to select disciples. Furthermore, those who do not pass must descend the mountain immediately to avoid breaching the mountain's rules." The sturdy man nodded solemnly in compliance. As the children ascended the stone steps of the mountain, excitement radiated from each of them. Some curiously gazed at the surrounding scenery, whispering softly to one another. Though their voices were not loud, snippets of conversation could be overheard. They were of a similar age to Shen Luo, yet they all understood that this was the place that could alter their fates. The sturdy man led the way, occasionally greeted by passers-by. Most individuals they encountered were armed with swords or knives, indicating that they possessed some martial skill. Before long, Shen Luo and the others were brought to a shorter peak, where several stone houses stood atop. The sturdy man instructed Shen Luo and the others to stay there for the night. After a night had passed, the sturdy man returned in the morning, bringing them breakfast. After a while, once everyone had finished eating, he led them to a spot at the base of another peak, where they found Brother Zhang waiting. He addressed the children loudly. "Listen well, In the distance stands a peak that you are to climb. You will have 3 hours. Those who fail to reach the summit must depart, while those who do shall remain here. Shen Luo followed the direction indicated, gazing ahead to see a moderately steep hill that appeared not too difficult to ascend. After finishing his instructions, Brother Zhang glanced up at the sun and remarked, "The time is upon you. You may now commence your ascent. My brother Wang and I will await you at the summit." With that, the children exchanged glances before dashing off. Just as Shen Luo was about to embark, he was halted by someone. The one who stopped him was Brother Zhang, who smiled and said, "You need not worry. You have been pre-admitted and may accompany us to the summit." Shen Luo was taken aback, his eyes widening as he pondered whether this was the advantage of taking a shortcut. He then followed the two men along a different path, discovering a shortcut that led directly to the trial's summit. After about an hour, the three arrived at the top. Shen Luo stood at the summit, looking down to see the struggling figures of the children climbing. As time passed, only 4 managed to reach the top. Those who failed were escorted down by disciples of the Jade Sect. The children who reached the summit were astonished to find Shen Luo already there, as they had not seen anyone else during their climb. Their incredulity grew. Clearly, he had taken a shortcut. Brother Zhang regarded the children who had completed the trial with a glimmer of approval in his eyes and said, "Well done, you have all passed the test. Henceforth, you shall be formal disciples of the Jade Sect." The children expressed their joy at his words. Soon after the assessment, the selection of disciples commenced, with the 4 being assigned to different locations, leaving Shen Luo unassigned. As he felt a pang of anxiety, a hand clapped gently on his shoulder. He looked up to see the sturdy man beside him. The man reassured him, "Do not fret, follow me. After all, you are a designated individual by Master Shen. You cannot be treated like the others." After bidding farewell to Brother Zhang, the sturdy man led Shen Luo in a different direction. They arrived at a small valley, and upon entering, they beheld a waterfall cascading down the southern cliff. Not far from the waterfall stood a stone house, flanked by a plethora of blooming flowers. Beneath a large willow tree beside the house, an elderly man reclined in a grand chair, engrossed in a book. The sturdy man guided Shen Luo to a spot near the stone house, then called out to the elderly man, "Old Zhao." The elder, upon hearing the call, set down his book and, recognizing the sturdy man, smiled warmly and said, "Ah, it's you again. Have you come seeking my assistance in another brawl?" The sturdy man, slightly embarrassed by the jest, replied, "Oh, you jest, my dear elder. Do I appear to be that sort of person?" He then turned to Shen Luo and continued, "By the way, this child is from our sect, and I have brought him here as instructed. Is that so?" The elder inquired, rising to approach Shen Luo. He scrutinized the youth and, grasping his arm, startled Shen Luo. "Fear not, young one. I merely wish to take your pulse and ascertain your health, for a practitioner of our medicinal craft must possess sound physical quality." Shen Luo nodded obediently, allowing the elder to examine him. After a thorough check, the elder released his grip and remarked, "Very well, you shall remain here to assist me. This is Wuhui Valley. Outsiders rarely visit unless they are ill or injured. You may call me Old Zhao from now on. Rest in that house for now, and come find me in the evening, but remember, do not eat anything." After giving these instructions, the elder returned to his seat beneath the willow tree, resuming his reading. The sturdy man, seeing Old Zhao depart, turned to Shen Luo and said, "Young lad, settle in and do well. This is indeed a fortunate position." He then glanced at the elder beneath the tree and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, his temper can be rather irritable, so be cautious. Several disciples before you have arrived, only to sneak away due to his temperament." "What?" Shen Luo exclaimed in surprise. The sturdy man chuckled softly at the boy's expression, patted his shoulder encouragingly, and then departed. Left standing there, Shen Luo felt somewhat lost. However, having come this far, he resolved to take things step by step. He bowed respectfully to the elder and proceeded toward the house previously indicated. The stone house was modest, merely a few dozen square feet in size, furnished with the most basic of amenities, a table, a chair, and a bed. Thankfully, there was also a wardrobe for storing clothes. Shortly after Shen Luo entered the room, a knock sounded at the door. He opened it to find a youth clad in white, who presented him with the sect's attire and a token. Chapter 4. Old Zhao. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Luo accepted the items brought by the visitor. After donning the attire of the Black Qiangman, he settled into his room, awaiting the arrival of night. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon slipped away in the blink of an eye, and soon darkness enveloped the land. With the moon rising high in the sky, he felt it was time to seek out Elder Zhao. Previously, Elder Zhao had instructed him not to partake in dinner, and he had complied. However, he could not fathom the reasoning behind this directive. With a heart full of questions, He exited his room and made his way to Elder Zhao's quarters. Elder Zhao's room was quite close, and upon noticing the door ajar, Shen Luo strode in without hesitation. His gaze swept across the room, where rows of bookshelves lined the walls, filled to the brim with densely packed tomes. Upon entering, Shen Luo found Elder Zhao reclining in a grand armchair, much like he had during the day. Approaching the elder's side, he paused and respectfully called out, "Elder Zhao." The elder, with his back against the chair and a book in hand, was engrossed in his reading, seemingly oblivious to Shen Luo's presence. Noticing the elder's lack of response, Shen Luo hesitated to speak further, feeling somewhat lost, and simply waited by the side. Time passed, and the elder's eyes remained fixed on the page, not once glancing in Shen Luo's direction. As he continued to wait, the pangs of hunger intensified within him, for he had not eaten dinner. A growl emanated from his stomach, and it appeared that Elder Zhao heard the sound. With a slight furrow of his brow, he finally closed his book and turned his gaze toward Shen Luo. "You have arrived. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart to you some knowledge on herb gathering and potion crafting. Once you grasp these fundamentals, I will teach you some rudimentary medical skills, but martial arts will remain beyond your tutelage. Do you still wish to stay here?" Elder Zhao scrutinized Shen Luo, his expression impassive. "I willingly accept," Shen Luo replied. In his heart, the matter of learning martial arts was of little consequence. What mattered was gaining respect and recognition, much like his uncle. "Are you hungry? There is a bowl of soup over there. Drink it," Elder Zhao indicated with a gesture. Following his direction, Shen Luo spotted a bowl of soup nestled behind a stack of books. Gazing at the bowl before him, he thought, "How can this old man expect me to fill my belly with soup? Shouldn't I be eating porridge or a proper meal?" Noticing Shen Luo's hesitant demeanor as he held the bowl, Elder Zhao urged him, "Drink up. This soup is meticulously brewed by me. It will not only satiate your hunger, but also strengthen your body. Go on." With the elder's insistence, Shen Luo thought little of it. After all, it was merely a bowl of soup. He lifted the bowl and drank heartily, feeling a wave of fullness wash over him as he finished. Throughout this process, Elder Zhao had been watching Shen Luo with narrowed eyes. Once Shen Luo rubbed his stomach, the elder inquired, "How do you feel? I did not deceive you, did I?" In response to Elder Zhao's question, Shen Luo answered earnestly, "This soup is truly remarkable." "Ah, I am pleased you recognize its value," Elder Zhao responded with satisfaction before continuing. "From now on, you shall forego dinner each evening and come here for soup instead." "Really?" Shen Luo's face brightened with joy. The soup was delicious, and he craved more. So he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Seeing this, the elder nodded approvingly. "Of course, I cannot teach you martial arts. But if you truly desire to learn, you may seek out Wang for a few techniques." After imparting this information, Elder Zhao waved him off, indicating he could leave, and resumed his reading. Having received the elder's permission, Shen Luo turned to exit, sneaking a glance at the book in Elder Zhao's hands, only to find the characters unfamiliar to him. Having read little in his life, his recognition of characters was scant, limited to what the village's old man had taught him. Thus began a new chapter in Shen Luo's life, where every morning, Elder Zhao imparted wisdom regarding medicinal knowledge, while afternoons were spent in the nearby stone house, awaiting the arrival of disciples to learn reading and writing, along with foundational martial arts principles, practicing stances and striking dummies to hone his skills. 3 months passed in this manner, and one day, as Shen Luo drank the soup concocted by Elder Zhao, he felt an unusual coolness swirling through his lower abdomen. "What is the matter?" Elder Zhao inquired, noticing Shen Luo's strange reaction. Shen Luo recounted his feelings about the soup, and upon hearing this, Elder Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. He swiftly approached and grasped Shen Luo's arm, his frail fingers probing his pulse. The elder's body trembled slightly, revealing a palpable excitement. Shen Luo, taken aback by the fervor in Elder Zhao's gaze, felt a twinge of apprehension. After a thorough examination, Elder Zhao burst into laughter, his grip on Shen Luo's wrist tightening. His wide eyes regarded Shen Luo as if he were an extraordinary treasure. However, the intensity of the elder's gaze caused Shen Luo to feel a hint of pain, and the wild expression on his face instilled fear within him. Sensing Shen Luo's trepidation, Elder Zhao quickly sought to clarify. "You must be wondering why I insisted you drink the soup. It is because the martial arts I practice focus on absorbing the inner strength of others. This method is exceptionally rigorous, requiring the continuous consumption of medicinal soups. Only upon experiencing such sensations can one begin the arduous journey of cultivation." Shen Luo listened to Elder Zhao's explanation, his mind swirling with disbelief. The elder, noticing Shen Luo's skepticism, stroked his beard and continued speaking to dispel his doubts. Once he saw that Shen Luo was fully convinced, he allowed him to depart. As Shen Luo exited Elder Zhao's quarters, he cast a glance back at the room, reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired. He remained in a state of uncertainty regarding the elder's words, for the elder's behavior had been exceedingly strange. His constant explanations only added to Shen Luo's suspicions, leading him to conclude that there was more to this enigmatic figure than met the eye. Determined to uncover the truth about this mysterious elder, he resolved to investigate further. He recalled the imposing man who had brought him here, who had previously warned him of Elder Zhao's eccentricities, believing that he must possess some insight. Upon returning to his own room, Shen Luo lay on his bed, unable to sleep through the night, tossing and turning as visions of Elder Zhao's terrifying gaze haunted him. How could two old men be so vastly different? Chapter 5. The Longevity Scripture reflecting on the elder. Shen Luo recalled the book the old man had given him. He opened his wardrobe, retrieving the clothes he had worn previously. From within, he extracted a yellowed tome that had been tucked away, and he sat on his bed, beginning to peruse its contents. In the dim light of the room, he glanced at the first page of the book, where a phrase was inscribed: "Heaven gives birth to water. The essence of life is nurtured by the spirit, nourishing the body and enabling one to live for eternity." Upon reading this opening line, he was struck with disbelief. Turning to the second page, he discovered a series of incantations and methods for cultivation. A cursory examination revealed a total of 10 levels of mantras. It appeared that this tome was intended to instruct individuals in the art of cultivating qi for health and longevity. Was the old man hoping he would live for thousands of years like a turtle in the river? However, it seemed improbable. The elder had claimed to have found the book. Besides, who in the world could escape death? Even the mightiest rulers, who command vast empires, cannot attain immortality. It was absurd to think that one could achieve eternal life merely by practicing the techniques within this book. Immortals? Such beings exist only in legends. Shen Luo speculated that this might be a method of internal martial arts cultivation. If he were to master these techniques, practice a few martial arts forms, and combine them with the medical knowledge he had acquired from Elder Zhao, he could undoubtedly become a revered hero in the realm. Lost in these aspirations, Shen Luo momentarily forgot the events he had encountered in Elder Zhao's chamber. With an exhilarated heart, he meticulously studied the book, following the first level's recorded incantations and methods. Sitting cross-legged, he silently recited the mantras and began his cultivation. Approximately half an hour later, he sensed an invisible essence enveloping him, akin to being immersed in a warm spring, which was exceedingly pleasant. He breathed slowly, drawing in the ethereal air around him through his nostrils and mouth, allowing it to enter his body. Suddenly, that refreshing sensation returned, and an unfamiliar energy seemed to emerge within him. Unsure of its nature, Shen Luo followed the instructions in the book, gradually guiding this energy to his dantian. As he continued to circulate the seventh great cycle, an intense pain surged through his body, compelling him to halt. This discomfort did not stem from his physical form, but from his meridians. Fortunately, he ceased his practice in time. Had he persisted, he might have ruptured his meridians. He opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gazed out the window. The hour was now the early morning, and soon, dawn would break. To his astonishment, he had practiced throughout the night, yet he felt strangely invigorated. He had not experienced even a hint of fatigue, which was remarkable given that he had not slept at all. Normally, one would feel drained after a sleepless night. But Shen Luo felt vibrant and full of energy. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. Who could be visiting so early? Was it Elder Zhao? Considering this, he hastily tucked the longevity scripture beneath his pillow and feigned a sleepy demeanor as he approached the door. Standing before him was Elder Zhao, donning a straw hat and carrying a small cloth bag. "Good morning, Shen Luo," Elder Zhao greeted him. It turned out that Elder Zhao was preparing to depart for several months, and he had come to instruct Shen Luo to remain here and refrain from wandering. After providing these directives, Elder Zhao turned and left. Watching the elder's departure, Shen Luo felt a tinge of confusion. This old man was truly enigmatic, arriving and leaving at will. With some time to spare, he decided to take a brief nap, as he had tasks to attend to later that day. Returning to his room, Shen Luo lay down and soon drifted into a deep sleep. As the sun rose high in the sky, he awoke and stepped out of the stone house. He had spent over 3 months in the valley, and today marked his first venture outside. During his previous studies, others from the sect had come to read with him, but now he found himself alone on this familiar yet strange mountain path. Having joined the sect for over 3 months, he wondered if his fellow disciples still remembered him. Unfamiliar with the layout of the sect, he wandered aimlessly like a headless fly. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds reached his ears, accompanied by cheers. Could it be that a fight was taking place? Shen Luo thought, intrigued by the commotion. If it was indeed a fight, he felt compelled to witness it, having never seen how skilled martial artists engaged in combat. He made his way toward the source of the noise, and what he beheld left him momentarily stunned. To his astonishment, a large crowd had gathered, blocking the area. Shen Luo struggled to push through the throng until he reached the front. In the clearing, two young men were engaged in a martial arts contest, unarmed. Among them was a familiar face, Jiang Fugui, a boy of roughly the same age, around 15. Jiang Fugui, slender and fair, seemed like someone who could barely lift a feather. Yet, contrary to appearances, he exhibited remarkable stability and strength in his movements, delivering punches and kicks with formidable force. Each strike he made whistled through the air like a tempest. The other contender was a portly individual, slow and cumbersome, with ample flesh. He absorbed Jiang Fugui's blows without flinching. Seeing his friend engaged in combat, Shen Luo naturally hoped for Jiang Fugui's victory. Aware of the opponent's physical advantage, Jiang Fugui aimed for the portly boy's lower body. After delivering a punch, he swiftly crouched and executed a sweeping kick that struck the fat boy's legs. Unbalanced, the boy fell to the ground. Well done. Shen Luo couldn't contain his excitement and shouted. His sudden outburst drew the attention of the entire crowd. Upon hearing the cheers from the audience, Jiang Fugui turned and immediately spotted Shen Luo among the onlookers. Shen Luo, how did you end up here? Jiang Fugui exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. They had briefly met during their journey on the carriage and were aware of each other's names. Jiang Fugui approached Shen Luo, while the surrounding spectators were filled with curiosity, pondering who this unfamiliar Shen Luo might be. Shen Shixiang, may I inquire under which esteemed master you have trained? Jiang Fugui asked, addressing Shen Luo. Initially entering the sect together, Jiang Fugui had not participated in the selection process, suggesting that he had influential connections. Thus, he intentionally referred to Shen Luo as Shixiang to place himself in a subordinate position. I must admit, I am a disciple of Elder Zhao from Wuhui Valley. Shen Luo replied candidly to Jiang Fugui's inquiry. He understood that Jiang Fugui referred to him as senior brother merely to flatter him and garner some goodwill. What? This person actually became a disciple under old Zhao? This lad seems to be in quite a predicament. The surrounding individuals, upon hearing Shen Luo's words, began to murmur softly among themselves, their gazes towards him filled with pity. Not just them, even Jiang Fugui shared the sentiment. Is there something amiss with junior brother Jiang? Observing this, Shen Luo's mind was flooded with confusion as he turned to Jiang Fugui, seeking clarity. There is nothing wrong. It is merely that old Zhao does not possess a favorable reputation among us disciples, known for his eccentric temperament. There have been previous disciples who spent time there, only to mysteriously disappear later on. Some say they could no longer endure the old man's temperament, and slipped away unnoticed. Is that true? Shen Luo asked, his brow furrowing deeply as he pressed on. Recalling the words of the burly man earlier, coupled with Jiang Fugui's comments, he wondered if there was indeed something troubling about the old man. I don't know all the details, but I believe the hall masters or elders would have some insights. Jiang Fugui replied, scratching his head. Do you know where Hall Master Wang, who brought us here, is? Just as Jiang Fugui was about to respond, a man wielding a long knife approached. With a blade of grass clamped between his teeth and an expression of anger etched on his face, he bellowed at Jiang Fugui. You, the one who struck my brother, dare to spar with me? Turning to face the man, Jiang Fugui regarded him with disdain and replied confidently, why would I hesitate? Senior brother Shen, wait for me to take him down first. I know where he is, and I'll take you there afterward. Jiang Fugui said casually to Shen Luo before stepping into the fray. Which senior brother could lend me a sword? As soon as he spoke, a disciple tossed his long sword towards him. Thank you, Jiang Fugui said as he picked up the discarded sword, and without further ado, both combatants brandished their weapons, the clashing sounds of metal ringing out as they fought fiercely. The two engaged in a dazzling display of skill, their weapons colliding with intensity, neither able to gain the upper hand. Shen Luo watched for a while, unable to discern the outcome. Both seemed evenly matched, each blow exchanged revealing their prowess. He was astonished that Jiang Fugui, having only entered the sect for a little over 3 months, had already attained such skill. Looking at himself, he realized that aside from a basic understanding of herbs and some stances, he possessed no martial arts skills whatsoever. What remarkable swordsmanship! This newcomer has only been initiated for 3 months and already displays such talent. Indeed, if he could secure a position under a hall master or elder, his future would undoubtedly be bright, the onlookers remarked, captivated by the duel. Suddenly, Jiang Fugui shouted, his sword moving swiftly, creating arcs of light. In an instant, he disarmed his opponent, the tip of his sword resting against the man's neck. The defeated one, stunned by the speed of his defeat, could hardly react. Such impressive swordplay. May I inquire as to your identity, senior brother? The man asked, his face pale with fear. Jiang Fugui, he replied, turning away without a glance back. With one hand gripping the sword and resting it behind him, he casually tossed the weapon back to its owner before leading Shen Luo away, leaving the spectators in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom how the evenly matched duel had concluded so abruptly. Meanwhile, Shen Luo learned from Jiang Fugui that old Zhao had not originally been a disciple of the Black Jade Sect. Before joining the sect, he had roamed the martial world as a healer. By a twist of fate, he encountered the former sect master, who, impressed by Zhao's medical skills, invited him to join the sect. A small valley was specially crafted for him in the mountains, allowing old Zhao to settle comfortably within the Black Jade Sect, where he had served as an elder for over a decade, saving many disciples' lives with his remarkable medical expertise. Though eccentric, he was respected among the disciples. Before long, Jiang Fugui brought Shen Luo to the exterior of a rather lavish courtyard. Senior brother Shen, this is Hall Master Wang's residence, Jiang Fugui announced. Thank you very much. Junior brother Jiang. Should you ever require medical assistance for any ailments or injuries, do not hesitate to seek me out, Shen Luo said, patting his shoulder before stepping towards the courtyard. As he reached the entrance, a disciple blocked his path. Shen Luo, observing the individual, produced a token from his robe, stating, I am a disciple of old Zhao, here to report an important matter to Hall Master Wang. After scrutinizing the token and confirming its authenticity, the disciple allowed him entry. Walking along the marble pathway, Shen Luo admired the vibrant flowers and intricate rock formations adorning the courtyard. Truly, the residence of a hall master was exceptional. As he strolled further, he encountered a burly man exiting from a door. Ah, what brings you here? The man exclaimed, surprised to see Shen Luo. Disciple pays respects to Hall Master Wang, Shen Luo greeted, clasping his hands in reverence. The man, slightly taken aback by the formal gesture, replied, Oh, no need for such formalities. I am close friends with your Uncle Shen. Just call me Uncle Wang. Yes, Uncle Wang, Shen Luo responded, adjusting his address. Pleased. The man felt a sense of camaraderie, as he was accustomed to being referred to as Uncle by Shen Luo's family. By the way, why are you not with old Zhao in the valley? What brings you here? He continued, returning to the previous topic. Uncle, old Zhao left the valley this morning, saying he would return after some time, Shen Luo explained. Oh, I see, the man nodded. And what became of those disciples who followed old Zhao? Shen Luo inquired directly. Ah, regarding that, the man said, stroking his chin in thought. I remember mentioning that a few disciples had come to help him, but they all mysteriously disappeared after about a year. It was publicly stated they fled due to old Zhao's temperament. But our discreet investigations revealed no trace of them ever leaving the mountains. That valley is vast. Perhaps they discovered some hidden passage and slipped away unnoticed, the man speculated. Adopting a thoughtful expression, he was inclined to believe that they had indeed fled due to old Zhao's temperament. If they had died, their bodies would have been found by the sect. Seeing the wisdom in the man's reasoning, Shen Luo considered the possibility that the valley might indeed harbor some undiscovered paths. He noticed that the burly man harbored no doubts regarding old Zhao's intentions, and thus he proceeded to inquire, Uncle, have you ever tasted old Zhao's medicinal soup? Upon hearing the mention of the soup, the man's eyes lit up, and with a thump of his thigh, he exclaimed, Old Zhao's soup is simply unparalleled. It's so delightful that one cannot help but crave more. Alas, he only allowed us to partake for a brief period, and then we were deprived of it. Sigh. How I long for those days. The man's demeanor dimmed instantly, and he sighed wistfully. Little did he know that the old man had shared his concoction with others as well. What was he truly scheming? Shen Luo pondered. Unconvinced that old Zhao merely wished to ascertain whether others' physiques were compatible with his martial arts. Observing the man's despondence, Shen Luo continued, Uncle, did you experience any peculiar sensations while consuming the soup? Peculiar sensations? The burly man scratched his chin, recalling the experience with a sidelong glance. Aside from satisfying my hunger, not much else. He spread his hands in a gesture of dismissal. What is the matter? Is there a problem? The man looked at Shen Luo with a puzzled expression. Oh, nothing at all. I found the soup quite palatable, haha. Shen Luo scratched his head, attempting to conceal his misgivings. He could not directly express his suspicion that the old man was up to no good. From the burly man's words, he had gleaned that many had partaken of the soup. It was possible that the concoction could awaken some latent ability within a person, though he was unaware of the specifics. Yet, whatever that ability might be, it was precisely what old Zhao required. But for what purpose? Shen Luo remained rooted in thought. The burly man, noticing Shen Luo's stillness, inquired curiously, What's on your mind? The sound of his voice jolted Shen Luo from his reverie. Gazing at the man before him, he felt an urge to practice martial arts with him. After all, old Zhao had once mentioned possessing a technique capable of neutralizing another's internal energy. Whether that was true or not, it was prudent to exercise caution. The burly man readily agreed to Shen Luo's request to practice martial arts, leading him to a stone table and chairs in the courtyard. They took their seats, and the burly man began to boast about the prowess of his martial arts, as if he were the unrivaled master of the Black Jade Sect, speaking with great enthusiasm. After finishing his tale, he cast a knowing glance at Shen Luo, as if urging him to praise his skills. Understanding the unspoken cue, Shen Luo offered compliments, which delighted the burly man to no end. Their conversation meandered, and before they knew it, an hour had slipped away. Shen Luo found it hard to endure the incessant chatter of the burly man, who seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of words. It felt as though he had uttered every thought he would ever have in that single conversation. Unable to bear it any longer, he sought an excuse to leave. Before departing, the burly man insisted that Shen Luo return the following day to continue their training. After leaving the burly man's residence, Shen Luo made his way toward the Valley of No Return. Upon returning to his room, he settled into meditation, diligently practicing the incantations from the Longevity Sutra. He was now convinced that this text was indeed a method for cultivating true energy, with the foundation provided by the Longevity Sutra. Along with the martial arts he had acquired from the burly man, he felt prepared to confront any schemes old Zhao might have against him. The next morning, after awakening from a refreshing sleep and completing a brief morning routine, Shen Luo enjoyed a modest breakfast before heading to the burly man's home. There, he found the burly man patiently seated on a stone chair in the courtyard. Shen Luo joined him on a nearby stone seat. After a moment of contemplation, the burly man slowly began. Before we commence your martial training, it is imperative that you grasp some fundamental principles of martial arts. The essence of martial arts lies in mastering control over one's own body, with the utmost exertion of one's physical strength and blood flow. Combined with profound inner energy, one can deliver a blow capable of slaying a bull. Shen Luo listened intently, and when he heard the claim of being able to strike down a bull with a single punch, he was utterly astonished. Satisfied with Shen Luo's reaction, the burly man continued, "The first technique I shall teach you is my renowned skill, the Seven Secrets Fist. This technique emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity." With that, the burly man rose from his stone chair, moved to an open area, and demonstrated the entire sequence of the fist technique. The burly man's movements flowed seamlessly, each punch generating a gust of wind. Although the name Seven Secrets Fist might seem simplistic, Shen Luo had memorized the moves and incantations after just 3 demonstrations. However, when it came time for him to execute the technique, he discovered that there was much more to it than met the eye. Though his punches appeared identical to the burly man's, his execution was riddled with mistakes. Thus began the burly man's guidance in correcting Shen Luo's form and energy. Focus. Pay attention to your stance. Is there such a thing as a soft and flabby fist? He admonished. The technique is merely a fade. The true essence lies in the energy behind it. Despite his affable demeanor, the burly man showed no mercy in his instruction. And so, Shen Luo began training diligently with the burly man, practicing martial arts during the day and meditating on the Longevity Sutra at night. After a month of rigorous training, he finally mastered the fist technique. As for his progress with the Longevity Sutra, he had entered the preliminary stage. He could now generate faint streams of energy within his body. However, these energy flows were so subtle that they were nearly imperceptible without introspection. Could this be the internal energy referred to as true qi? Shen Luo mused. Yet, as the burly man had explained, the true qi they generated felt like a warm, palpable flow, while his own felt cool and lacked the same vigor. The disparity in their effects was stark. The burly man, utilizing his true qi, could shatter a small tree trunk with a single punch and leap over a meter high. In contrast, Shen Luo's own unique energy seemed nearly ineffective. The sole difference he noted was that his mental acuity felt significantly heightened, and his appetite had improved since ascending the mountain. But what good was that? Chapter 8. Procuring medicinal herbs. Could it be that true qi had a duality of yin and yang, with warmth representing the yang and his own embodying the yin? Shen Luo pondered whimsically. Initially, he had trained with the burly man for a month, but as time went on, he found it increasingly difficult to continue. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather a pressing lack of time, as the Black Hand Gang had recently clashed with the Black Jade Sect. The disciples of both factions had engaged in conflict, resulting in significant casualties and numerous wounded. With old Zhao away, it fell upon him to tend to the injured. Fortunately, Most injuries were superficial, easily treated with salves. However, the sheer number of casualties rapidly depleted the herbs in the valley. Consequently, he reported the situation to the sect, seeking funds to procure additional medicinal herbs. The higher-ups, upon receiving his report, provided him with some funds and permitted him to descend the mountain for the purchase. However, upon contemplating the multitude of items he needed to procure, he realized it would be impractical to manage alone, prompting him to seek companionship for the journey. After some deliberation, he concluded that Jiang Fugue would be the most suitable companion, as their acquaintance had grown during his tenure in the sect. Fortuitously, Jiang Fugue had previously shared his residence, making it convenient for him to seek him out. When Shen Luo found Jiang Fugue, the latter was initially taken aback by the unexpected visit. But after Shen Luo elucidated his purpose, Jiang Fugue readily agreed to descend the mountain alongside him. As the two traversed the path down the mountain, engaging in conversation, Shen Luo expressed his concern. Junior brother Jiang, be wary of the escalating conflict between the Haiqiong sect and the Haish gang. The rivalry between the two factions was far more perilous than mere contests of skill. It was a matter of life and death. Jiang Fugue, however, appeared somewhat dismissive, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he replied, while the situation is dire, it presents a splendid opportunity to gain renown in the martial world. If I excel in my encounters with the Haish gang, I may catch the eye of the elders and be accepted as a disciple, allowing me to cultivate more profound martial techniques. Since joining the sect, Jiang Fugue had diligently trained, yearning for a chance to make a name for himself in the martial realm. Upon hearing Jiang Fugue's words, Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a strong desire for fame and fortune from his companion. Was this the essence of Jiang Fugue's pursuit of wealth through peril? Reflecting on Jiang Fugue's aspirations, Shen Luo recognized that he, too, harbored ambitions of greatness. After all, who would not wish to achieve prominence and widespread acclaim? The Haiqiong sect was a mere 4 or 5 li from Musu town, and they arrived swiftly after a short while. Upon entering Musu town, they were greeted by a bustling street filled with a myriad of people, farmers with their produce, woodcutters with their loads, merchants on the move, and incessant horse-drawn carts coming and going. It seemed the ongoing conflict between the Haiqiong sect and the Haish gang had little impact on the town's vibrant atmosphere. Shen Luo distinctly felt that the townsfolk regarded them with a different gaze, one tinged with awe and a subconscious desire to keep their distance. After all, they were clad in the conspicuous attire of Haiqiong sect disciples, as the Haiqiong sect held significant sway over half of Musu town. Even the lowest-ranked outer disciples were not figures to be trifled with by ordinary commoners. As they meandered through Musu town, perhaps due to their prolonged absence from the marketplace, they found amusement in the fresh sights and sounds around them. This was Shen Luo's first genuine experience of shopping in Musu town. Having previously remained confined within an inn during his visits with his uncle, being a youth with a playful spirit, Shen Luo delayed his purchase of herbs, opting instead to explore. The western section of the town was lined with shops, most of which belonged to affluent local families. The inn his uncle had previously taken him to was in that direction, surrounded by warehouses, grain, cloth, tea, and salt merchants, as well as taverns and tea houses, creating a vibrant tapestry of commerce. The western side of the town was the most prosperous, thanks to a large river facilitating the transport of goods. Conversely, the southern part of the town was a residential area for the common folk, housing tens of thousands in cramped earthen and wooden homes, with narrow streets crowded and reeking of foul sewage. Despite being a small town, the cost of owning a house in Musu was exorbitantly high, a luxury beyond the reach of most impoverished citizens. To the north lay the domain of the wealthy, where a well-known brothel was situated at the street's entrance. Alive with song and dance, its alluring atmosphere beckoning passers-by. As they wandered to another corner of the street, a large crowd gathered, captivated by a troupe performing acrobatics and fire-breathing. Shen Luo and Jiang Fugue paused to marvel at the intricate tricks, their astonishment evident. After a while, Shen Luo felt a pang of hunger. By chance, he spotted a tofu vendor selling tofu pudding. This delicacy was a fond memory from his village, where he would indulge in a bowl each time he descended the mountain. Vendor, 2 bowls of tofu pudding with a spoonful of sugar, along with 2 youtiao and 2 tea eggs, please, Shen Luo called out as he took a seat at a table. Naturally, as Jiang Fugue's senior, he ordered a portion for him as well. Having acquired a modest sum of silver in the sect, Shen Luo considered himself somewhat affluent, although he had entrusted most of his earnings to his uncle to be sent back home as support for his family. In a short while, 2 bowls of freshly prepared tofu pudding were placed before them. As Shen Luo took a bite of the youtiao and savored the pudding, he exclaimed, "Delicious!" Just then, He caught a glimpse of something in the distance that piqued his interest. He raised his gaze and, upon closer inspection, was astonished to see Zhao Mian, a fellow disciple who had joined the sect with him and Jiang Fugui. What was he doing here? At that moment, Jiang Fugui, engrossed in his bowl of tofu pudding, noticed Shen Luo's sudden stillness as he stared in a particular direction. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Fugui turned to look as well. Zhao Mian, Jiang Fugui exclaimed. On the roadside, a short, dark-skinned man with a face full of freckles ambled by, glancing about. This individual was none other than Zhao Mian, the same person Shen Luo and Jiang Fugui had referred to. Upon hearing his name called, Zhao Mian turned towards the source of the voice and spotted Shen Luo and Jiang Fugui seated at the tofu stall. Jiang Fugui, Shen Luo, what brings you here? Zhao Mian exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise at the sight of his friends. He quickly approached and joined them, ordering his own bowl of tofu pudding. Chapter 9. The Haishgang Zhao Mian. How did you happen to be here? Shen Luo inquired as Zhao Mian settled in. It's a long story. I was assigned to the Shinfeng Hall. This hall is responsible for gathering intelligence and carrying out assassinations within the Haishgang sect. There are many halls within the sect, each with distinct responsibilities. Recently, our Haishgang sect has been embroiled in conflict with the Haishgang, although both sides have suffered losses. Reports have surfaced that there may be a spy infiltrating our sect. Zhao Mian glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice to continue. How could there possibly be a spy? Is that true? Shen Luo pressed, astonished that the Haishgang could extend its reach so far into the Haishgang sect. As for the truth of the matter, I cannot be certain. It is precisely because of this uncertainty that I was dispatched. But how did you two end up together? After sharing his situation, Zhao Mian turned to inquire about their companionship. I, Jiang Fugui, was drawn out by him to purchase herbal medicine, scooping up a piece of tofu pudding with a spoon as I spoke. Herbal medicine? Why are we buying herbal medicine? Upon hearing my words, Zhao Mian turned his gaze towards Shen Luo. It's all because of the clash. Shen Luo recounted the purpose of his descent from the mountains in detail. Just then, Zhao Mian's tofu pudding was served. After only a few bites, his complexion suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Both Shen Luo and Jiang Fugui inquired simultaneously. It's nothing. Perhaps I just ate something bad before coming out. You two wait for me here, Zhao Mian replied, his face pale, clutching his stomach as he rushed out. The two watched Zhao Mian's comical retreat with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Shortly after, he returned. The three resumed their idle chatter, sensing it was time to procure the necessary items. Thus, Zhao Mian and Jiang Fugui followed Shen Luo to a pharmacy, purchasing all the medicinal supplies for healing. As the trio journeyed back to their sect, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the dense underbrush, 6 individuals suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Each of them bore a black claw embroidered on their chests. This is bad. They are from the Black Hand Gang. Zhao Mian recognized the insignia instantly, feeling ominous dread as he shouted. One of the Black Hand Gang members, noticing he had been identified, displayed a dismissive smirk and replied, "Well, it's good that you know." Shen Luo furrowed his brow, pondering how members of the Black Hand Gang could appear here. Jiang Fugui, excited at the sudden confrontation, brandished a 3-foot sword, positioning himself protectively before the others, and declared, "You've come at the right time. I was just looking to practice my skills on a few lackeys from the Black Hand Gang. Is that so? You're quite the braggart. Just don't trip over your own tongue," the earlier speaker retorted skeptically. Observing Jiang Fugui's confident demeanor, he found it curious that the boy showed no fear, but rather excitement. Could he be a master? No, that seemed implausible. He appeared no older than 15 or 16, far too young to have cultivated true energy. Perhaps he was merely posturing. Is that so? You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Fugui's lips curled into a slight smile as he swung his sword forward. The Black Hand Gang member did not anticipate such decisiveness. He refrained from attacking directly and instructed his subordinates to engage the youth first to gauge his strength. Should he truly possess formidable skills, they would retreat immediately. In no time, Jiang Fugui was entangled in combat with 5 adversaries. He adeptly maneuvered between offense and defense, seemingly unfazed by their coordinated assaults. How can this be? Is he truly a master? The Black Hand Gang member mused, astonished by Jiang Fugui's effortless prowess against 5 opponents. Suddenly, a clang resonated as Jiang Fugui's sword clashed with one of the attacker's weapons. Seizing the moment, he utilized the force from his arm to swing his sword, executing a horizontal slash. The man wielding a large knife attempted to parry the blow, but just as he believed he had blocked it, Jiang Fugui altered his stance, transitioning from a slash to a thrust, piercing the attacker's lower abdomen. The man let out a shrill cry of agony as crimson blood gushed from the wound, splattering onto the ground. Jiang Fugui swiftly withdrew his sword, and the man collapsed, lifeless. This shocking turn left everyone in stunned silence. No one expected a death to occur so swiftly. Jiang Fugui stared at the fallen figure, an exhilaration coursing through him. Shen Luo was frozen in disbelief. Jiang Fugui had actually killed someone. The sight of the corpse stirred a tumult of nausea within him, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of fear and anxiety. It was his first encounter with death, and it unfolded right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Mian trembled, realizing the gravity of the act. The leader of the Black Hand Gang, witnessing the death of one of his subordinates, felt a surge of indignation. Damn it! What are you waiting for? Kill him! He barked at the remaining four. They exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to advance, fearing they might be next. After all, they were merely ordinary disciples of the Black Hand Gang, having only practiced rudimentary martial arts. It was painfully clear that their skills were vastly inferior. Frustrated by his subordinates' cowardice, the leader cursed, "You worthless fools. Let me handle this." He shoved past the others, advancing toward Jiang Fugui. "Humph, no matter how skilled you are, you'll meet your end today," he proclaimed, brandishing his large knife. Jiang Fugui, eyeing the approaching adversary, scoffed, "You're moving like a sluggish woman. You little brat." 17. The leader erupted in anger, his temper flaring at the taunt from a mere youth. Unable to contain himself, he charged forward with his blade. The clash of sword and knife rang out as Jiang Fugui grew bolder with each encounter. The thrill of combat invigorated him, especially after taking a life. In mere moments, the two exchanged dozens of blows. Shen Luo observed the battle between Jiang Fugui and 17 in astonishment. He could hardly believe that in just over a month, Jiang Fugui's martial prowess had improved so significantly. Was he a martial genius? A thought flickered in his mind. 17, perplexed, realized that even without employing true energy, the boy was nearly his equal in martial skill. He had trained for many years, while Jiang Fugui was merely a youth. What gave him such ability? Enraged by this realization, 17 bellowed, "You ignorant fool, perish." With a fierce laugh, he infused his large knife with true energy, the broad blade shimmering ominously. Confident in his technique, he charged at Jiang Fugui, leaving a trail of blade shadow in his wake. He was certain that the boy would be unable to withstand this attack. Jiang Fugui, however, remained composed. As the knife hurtled toward him, he deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with ease. That's the wind-walking step. Shen Luo marveled at Jiang Fugui's agility, deeply impressed. The wind walk is an advanced martial technique of the Black Hand Sect, demanding exceptional reflexes from its practitioner. Hence, this technique, swift and unpredictable as the wind, is aptly named wind walk. Shen Luo became acquainted with this technique because the former leader, Wang, had demonstrated it once. Such a martial art can only be mastered by those of leader rank, yet Jiang Fugui is merely an ordinary disciple. Shen Luo was once again astonished by Jiang Fugui, who, lacking a sect background, could still learn such an advanced skill. This could only imply one possibility: he had stolen the technique. At that moment, Jiang Fugui moved like a shadow in the wind, effortlessly evading his opponent's attacks. Suddenly, 17 let out a cold snort, a sharp pain striking him. He looked down to find a sword wound etched across his chest. Upon raising his gaze, he saw Jiang Fugui, sword in hand, standing several paces away, smiling at him. "How dare you harm me? I will end you." 17 spat defiantly, undeterred by his injuries, as he swung his blade at Jiang Fugui. The air shimmered with a chilling blade light, fueled by his fury, striking with ferocity. This attack, born of his true energy, was formidable enough to make Jiang Fugui cautious. He swiftly executed the wind walk to evade. Seeing this, Shen Luo recognized that this could not continue. He had to assist Jiang Fugui. The adage to catch the thief, "One must first seize the leader," echoed in his mind. Gritting his teeth, Shen Luo charged towards 17, who was relentlessly unleashing blade lights. "You dare!" 17's subordinates shouted as they saw Shen Luo approach. Armed with their blades, they aimed to intercept him, intimidated by Jiang Fugui and Shen Luo's prowess. However, the brash youth before them appeared easy to dispatch. One of the Black Hand Sect disciples, closest to Shen Luo, swung his long blade, aiming to strike. Shen Luo, sensing the incoming attack, deftly sidestepped. The man, undeterred by his failure, attempted again, only to miss once more. "What the hell?" he cursed in disbelief. Shen Luo felt an uncanny perception of time, making his opponent's movements appear sluggish, allowing him to evade with ease. As the remaining few advanced, Shen Luo moved like a specter, swiftly closing the distance to one of them. In close quarters, he unleashed a powerful punch, catching the man completely off guard. The impact rendered the man dumbstruck, his expression one of utter disbelief before he collapsed, motionless. Shen Luo stared incredulously at his own fist, astonished by his own strength. Achieving a decisive victory. In that moment, a faint, mysterious energy within him had been awakened, augmenting his power. Meanwhile, 17 continued to unleash his blade light, dismissing the shouts of his subordinates. He believed they could easily handle the two young men. But upon hearing the sound of a body hitting the ground, he glanced with alarm, realizing another of his men had fallen. What the hell? Are you trying to play tricks on me? Come out and face me. 17 bellowed, pivoting and swinging his blade, channeling his true energy into a deadly arc towards Shen Luo. Watch out, Jiang Fugue warned. However, by the time Shen Luo registered the warning, it was too late. The blade light was upon him, leaving no time for reaction. Lacking Jiang Fugue's elusive agility, he braced for a grim fate. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as a small stone materialized before him, intercepting the blade light. The impact shattered the stone into fragments. How dare you bully my disciple? A seasoned voice echoed, resonating with authority. Who dares? 17 shouted, scanning his surroundings warily, finding no one in sight. To his dismay, Shen Luo recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to the venerable Zhao Lao. Jiang Fugue and Zhao Mian, unfamiliar with Zhao Lao, remained oblivious to his presence. 17, noticing the emptiness around him, frowned in annoyance. What trickery is this? Show yourself, or I will cut you down. Zhao Lao's voice resounded once more. Suddenly, another stone flew from the depths of the forest. 17, reacting swiftly, sliced the stone in half with his blade. At that moment, an elderly man, wearing a straw hat and carrying a cloth bag, emerged from behind Shen Luo. Shen Luo's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed Zhao Lao, returning after a month away from the valley. Here I stand before you. What will you do? Zhao Lao said coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. You seek death. 17 retorted, gathering his true energy to strike. Yet, as he prepared to swing his blade, he suddenly halted, bewildered to find he could not summon his inner power. What is happening? He exclaimed, astonished. Look at your chest. One of his subordinates shouted in surprise. 17 glanced down, discovering countless silver needles embedded in his chest, needles not of weaponry, but of acupuncture. After removing them, he found himself still unable to harness any internal energy. Zhao Lao observed 17's growing anxiety with amusement, stroking his beard and relishing the unfolding drama. What is happening, Zhao Lao? Shen Luo queried, perplexed by the elder's appearance. The elder, looking more haggard and aged than before, replied nonchalantly, Oh, it's nothing much. I merely sealed his acupoints with needles. For half an hour, he will be unable to channel any true energy. Zhao Lao's words, though spoken softly, struck the ears of all present like a thunderclap. Shen Luo, taken aback by Zhao Lao's revelation, began to question his earlier assumptions, realizing he may have overthought the situation. Meanwhile, 17's expression shifted between anger and disbelief. His plans to eliminate the three had gone awry, and now, with his internal power sealed, remaining here could spell his demise. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. 17 glared at Shen Luo and Jiang Fugue with a ferocious gaze, exuding an expression reminiscent of a vicious dog, declaring, You lot, just wait for me. I shall return. He then produced a small black orb and hurled it to the ground, which immediately erupted in a cloud of black smoke. Without a glance at the corpse of his subordinate, 17 chose to turn and flee with the remaining followers. Shen Luo and the others remained rooted in place, mindful of the old adage that one should not pursue a desperate foe, wary of potential ambushes. Now that the assailants had departed, posing no immediate threat, Elder Zhao led Shen Luo and the others deeper into the sect. Along the way, Elder Zhao inquired about the events of the past few days and how Shen Luo had ended up at the foot of the mountain. In response to Elder Zhao's questioning, Shen Luo recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting only his practice sessions with Master Wang and the incident that had just transpired. Although Elder Zhao had previously mentioned his ability to neutralize others' internal energy, and Shen Luo had witnessed a remarkable scene, he was reluctant to divulge the details. Recalling the piercing gaze Elder Zhao had cast upon his arm, he attributed the actions against the Black Hand Gang to Jiang Fugue, perhaps hoping to leave a favorable impression before the elders. Jiang Fugue, understanding Shen Luo's intent, felt gratitude but also apprehension that the truth might eventually surface. Zhao Mian, aware of the subtlety of the situation, remained silent. After hearing Shen Luo's account, Elder Zhao cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Fugue, lost in thought. Upon returning to the sect, Shen Luo bid farewell to Jiang Fugue and his companions and followed Elder Zhao back to Wuhui Valley. Glancing at the stone house in the distance, he felt a sense of relief at being home again. After a long day, he intended to rest, but was stopped by Elder Zhao, who looked at him with a bemused expression. Elder Zhao handed Shen Luo a small cloth bag, indicating he should open it. Inside, Shen Luo discovered an assortment of seeds in various colors and shapes. Young man, Elder Zhao stated, I previously mentioned teaching you martial arts. Now the time has come. He produced a piece of paper and handed it to Shen Luo. Examining the text on the paper, Shen Luo recognized it as a set of breathing formulas related to qi cultivation, noting that some characters bore resemblance to those in his own manual, the Longevity Classic. As he pondered the implications of this seemingly ordinary cultivation technique, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, questioning the connection between this and the ability to neutralize internal energy. Elder Zhao, mistaking Shen Luo's distraction for excitement, assumed the youth was overwhelmed by the prospect of learning. Suddenly, Elder Zhao coughed, appearing unwell. He instructed Shen Luo to clear a patch of land nearby for planting. Thus, Shen Luo resumed his agricultural labors, sowing the seeds until exhaustion overwhelmed him. After securing the door to his dwelling, he refrained from collapsing into bed, instead choosing to compare the Longevity Classic with the newly acquired paper. Upon closer inspection, he realized that while the two texts differed in their teachings, they both pertained to qi cultivation. At that moment, Shen Luo remained ignorant of the fact that the Longevity Classic was a celestial technique, mistakenly believing it to be an ordinary method of qi refinement. He recalled hearing that abandoning one cultivation method midway to pursue another could lead to dire consequences, including catastrophic backlash. At just 15 years of age, he was determined not to meet an untimely end. He resolved to continue cultivating the Longevity Classic, setting aside Elder Zhao's teachings for the time being, unaware that this decision would later save his life. Days turned into weeks, and the seeds Shen Luo had sown began to blossom. One day, after finishing his work in the fields but before entering his room, he was summoned by Elder Zhao. Upon entering the Elder's chamber, he received a vial of elixir named Qi Gathering Powder. According to Elder Zhao, consuming it while practicing the technique would accelerate his cultivation. But caution was advised due to its potency. One pill at a time was sufficient. He also received another piece of paper detailing additional formulas following the previous notes, with Elder Zhao urging him to practice diligently and not to disappoint his expectations. Nodding in affirmation, Shen Luo assured Elder Zhao of his commitment to rigorous training. With the vial and the papers in hand, he returned to his room. Once inside, he compared the new notes with the Longevity Classic again. Noticing similarities in the initial three formulas while the remainder diverged significantly, he reflected on the origins of the Longevity Classic, which had been salvaged from a temple by an elder in his village. He remained skeptical about the authenticity of Elder Zhao's teachings, questioning whether they too had been procured from a temple. After pondering for a while, he resolved not to pursue Elder Zhao's formulas. Turning his attention to the elixir, he recalled Elder Zhao's assertion that it would aid his cultivation. Since both methods involved qi refinement, he thought it logical to consume the qi gathering powder. At that moment, Shen Luo naively believed that the powder had been concocted by Elder Zhao. In truth, the qi gathering powder was a spiritual remedy crafted by cultivators to enhance their abilities. To elevate their cultivation speed, practitioners not only relied on exceptional spiritual roots, but also required access to a rich spiritual vein. Such veins, characterized by a high density of spiritual energy, were not evenly distributed across the world, often concentrated in perilous locales, forming various grades of spiritual veins based on their energy density. Naturally, the most abundant spiritual veins were claimed by powerful sections. Even lesser veins were typically divided among smaller factions. The geographical position of the Wu Kingdom rendered it largely barren of cultivators. Beyond spiritual veins, the remaining resource was elixirs. These elixirs are crafted from rare and aged herbs and spiritual woods, extracted and refined through intricate methods. The materials are extraordinarily precious, and the success rate of concocting them is exceedingly low. Take the Qi Consolidation Elixir, for instance. It requires 3 types of spiritual herbs, each over 10 years old, to be distilled repeatedly over the course of a day and a night. It remains a mystery to Shen Luo how Elder Zhao procured these pills, of which he was unaware. He uncorked the wooden stopper of a small vial and inverted it in his palm. A round, semi-transparent pill, approximately half an inch in diameter and exhibiting hues of green and yellow, fell into his hand. Instantly, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted up, invigorating Shen Luo's senses. He swallowed one pill, mindful of Elder Zhao's instruction not to consume too many. Moments later, he felt a powerful reaction in his lower abdomen, reminiscent of the energy he had previously experienced when absorbing qi. Recognizing that the elixir was taking effect, he promptly began to cultivate using the Longevity Sutra, circulating the mysterious energy through his body in successive cycles. Unbeknownst to him, 6 months slipped by since gifting him the elixirs and teachings. Elder Zhao had sealed the entire valley to allow Shen Luo to focus on his cultivation. During his training, he received a letter from Jiang Fugui informing him that, on Elder Zhao's recommendation, he had become a disciple of an elder. Overjoyed to learn that his friend had finally found a mentor, Shen Luo wished to congratulate him. However, Elder Zhao forbade him from leaving the valley, insisting he concentrate on his training without distractions. One day, after concluding his practice, Shen Luo was summoned to Elder Zhao's chamber. Upon entering, he bowed respectfully. The elder sat in a grand chair behind his desk, engrossed in a book and not acknowledging Shen Luo's presence. While reading, he spoke. Little Luo, you have been cultivating for over half a year now. To what level have you progressed? Half a year? Shen Luo was taken aback, realizing that almost a year had passed since he joined the Heichong sect. Contemplating Elder Zhao's words, he replied respectfully, Elder Zhao, I have successfully completed the first level of the sutra during this half year. What? Only the first level? Elder Zhao exclaimed, rising and slamming the book on the table with a sharp reprimand. I have provided you with elixirs and exempted you from labor to expedite your cultivation, and yet you have only reached the first level? Is this the result you offer in return for my expectations? Shen Luo trembled at Elder Zhao's harsh demeanor, lowering his gaze in fear. Throughout the past 6 months, he had devoted himself earnestly to his training without a hint of laxity. In truth, he had already progressed to the second level of the Longevity Sutra, but he refrained from disclosing his true cultivation status, uncertain of Elder Zhao's intentions. The elder's expression fluctuated as he observed Shen Luo's silence. He opted not to press further, fully aware that this cultivation method was derived from an immortal's teachings. While he could ascertain that Shen Luo could sense the presence of spiritual energy, he remained puzzled as to why his progress was so slow. Perhaps the methods of immortals were inherently arduous? Come here, Elder Zhao instructed, extending his hand. Let me see. Shen Luo recalled the first time he had his pulse checked and murmured, Is Elder Zhao once again assessing physical condition? Unfortunately, the elder did not respond, instead grasping Shen Luo's right hand. So cold, he remarked, sensing the chill that contrasted sharply with the previous time. What had Elder Zhao experienced during his time outside the valley? Anxiety crept into Shen Luo's heart as he feared his true cultivation level might be revealed. After a moment, Elder Zhao released his hand, his expression shifting from stern to a warm smile. It seems you have indeed only reached the first level. Very well. I do not blame you. After all, this technique is indeed difficult to master. With that, he produced another vial of Qi consolidation elixir for Shen Luo, signaling that he could return. Shen Luo stared in disbelief at the elder and then at the elixir in his hand. Earlier, he had worried about being discovered, but it seemed he had overthought the matter. Clearly, the elder could only sense the existence of energy within him, but was unaware of the specific level he had achieved. As Shen Luo departed, Elder Zhao's gaze revealed a hint of greed. One elixir was too slow, perhaps he should try two. Sitting on his bed, Shen Luo muttered to himself, contemplating the elixir he held. With determination, he swallowed it and resumed his cultivation. As the sun dipped beyond the mountains and the moon ascended high into the sky, Shen Luo opened his eyes, a joyful expression lighting his face. Just moments ago, he had broken through to the second level of the Longevity Sutra, officially stepping into the third level. That night, the valley was silent, enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through, causing the wild grasses to rustle. While this sound was commonplace, Shen Luo was astonished to discern, upon closer listening, the faint sounds of grasshoppers hopping amidst the rustling. Intrigued, he stepped outside his room to explore. To his amazement, his vision had sharpened in the darkness, even at night. He could see as clearly as in daylight. Chapter 13. The cave abode. Shen Luo was astounded to discover that his senses, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, seemed to have awakened from a state of ignorance, amplifying everything he perceived tenfold in clarity. This transformation was attributed to his cultivation reaching the third level of the Longevity Sutra. To verify the authenticity of his progress, he decided to venture into a nearby dense forest to test his abilities. Under the dark moonlit night, he sought to determine if he could still perceive his surroundings after sealing his 6 senses. Closing his eyes and blocking his ears, he wandered through the forest. To his astonishment, he discovered that even with his eyes shut and ears blocked, he could still sense the surrounding objects purely by an uncanny intuition. He could feel the presence of a branch as thick as an arm ahead of him without needing to touch it, and he sensed several small stones on the ground nearby. It was as if he possessed an additional pair of eyes, perceiving without sight or sound. However, he could only detect objects within approximately 3 meters of his body. Beyond that range, his awareness faltered. As Shen Luo strolled through the darkened woods, he recognized the roots of plants hidden 3 meters underground and the presence of tiny insects amidst the grass. He could perceive the scene of ants crawling on the grass and leaves at his feet without even glancing down, as if it were vividly painted in his mind. This extraordinary sensation was akin to seeing through the very fabric of the universe. When Shen Luo opened his eyes, he was profoundly astonished by this incredible perceptive ability. If he were to cultivate the techniques imparted by Elder Zhao, he believed he could attain such extraordinary awareness as well. At that moment, Shen Luo had ventured deep into the forest, stopping before a tree as thick as his arm, gazing up at the towering giant. Channeling the mysterious energy within him, he delivered a powerful punch that cleaved the tree in two, the fractured branches teetering precariously above. With swift reflexes, he caught the falling limb, surprised to find it remarkably light in his grasp. His intention in catching the branch was to avoid making noise that might alert others. Gently, he set the broken limb down and marveled at his own strength, realizing he could now break tree stumps with a single blow, much like the former Chief Wang. Then, he leaped into the air, soaring to a height of nearly 10 feet, surpassing even Chief Wang's previous feats achieved through the use of genuine energy. I must now be akin to a martial arts master, Shen Luo mused excitedly, the possibility growing ever more enticing. To test the limits of his strength, he sought out another sturdy tree, roughly the size of 2 people standing side by side. Taking a deep breath, he prepared his technique, ready to pounce like a coiled tiger ready to strike its prey. After a moment of contemplation, he unleashed a punch that appeared soft and lacking force. Yet, it was his full power behind it. The sound of impact echoed as his fist struck the tree, causing its leaves to cascade down. A fist-sized indentation appeared in the bark, deep enough to measure half a finger's length. Although he did not break the tree, the sheer force of his punch was terrifying. Paired with a weapon, it would be even more formidable. He firmly believed that a single strike could fell a cow. Satisfied with his progress, he retraced his steps contentedly. The following morning, Shen Luo awoke to find Elder Zhao ready to take him away. After leaving the house, they headed toward a waterfall. In response to Shen Luo's unspoken doubts, Elder Zhao said nothing but urged him to follow. They arrived at a hidden path near the waterfall, climbing up one after the other. Upon reaching the top, Shen Luo was astonished to discover a hidden realm behind the waterfall. A protruding rock concealed an unexpected sanctuary. He had spent over a year in the valley and had no idea such a place existed behind the waterfall. Noticing Shen Luo's astonishment, Elder Zhao's aged voice explained that when the former master of the Black Jade Sect invited him to join, he discovered this mystical haven and had a cave excavated, which was now before them. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo surveyed his surroundings, only to find a dark stone with no sign of the cave. Just as he was puzzled, Elder Zhao placed his palm upon the stone. To Shen Luo's amazement, the stone pressed down effortlessly. A rustling sound echoed around them, and suddenly, a stone door appeared in the wall beside the rock. Elder Zhao stepped boldly through the open door, and Shen Luo followed suit. Upon entering, he was struck by the brightness within. It was illuminated as though it were daytime. Strange stones adorned the walls, emitting a light more brilliant than a candle's flame. Shen Luo assumed they were akin to candles and reached out to touch one, only to find it was not hot to the touch. He glanced around, observing that the room was entirely hollowed out from solid granite, with the entrance fashioned from a single massive slab of stone. It would take an enormous axe a considerable amount of time to breach such an entrance. He wondered why Elder Zhao had constructed such a room. As few ventured into the valley, Elder Zhao instructed Shen Luo to remain there for his training, a decision that left Shen Luo somewhat bewildered. Yet, with no other options, he made an excuse to return and gather his belongings, particularly the longevity scripture hidden beneath his bed. Thus, Shen Luo moved from the valley to the cave behind the waterfall. In order to facilitate his training, Elder Zhao provided him daily with a mysterious concoction brewed from unknown herbs. However, these external aids had little effect on Shen Luo's cultivation. During this time, Elder Zhao's cough appeared to worsen, becoming more frequent and prolonged. It was unclear what trials he had faced upon leaving the valley, as he had been suffering from this illness for quite some time without improvement. As Chapter 14 unfolds amidst a thickening fog, Elder Zhao's deteriorating health seemed to heighten his concern for Shen Luo's progress. His repeated reminders and insistence revealed a deep-seated anxiety. During this period, Zhao's gaze towards Shen Luo occasionally resembled that of a collector beholding a rare treasure. Though he concealed it well, Shen Luo's extraordinary perceptive abilities allowed him to notice these fleeting expressions, leaving him puzzled about what he could possess that would warrant such attention. With nothing of value to offer, he felt an underlying wariness towards Elder Zhao, despite the latter's kindness. A significant dilemma now confronted Shen Luo. He had encountered a plateau in his training. To make matters worse, Elder Zhao's supply of qi gathering powder had been exhausted. It became clear that Shen Luo was not a prodigy. Without the aid of the powder, his progress had come to a complete standstill. Elder Zhao had only provided him with 2 bottles of the substance. Although he had recently reached the 3rd level of the longevity scripture, he now found himself stymied. Elder Zhao had poured his heart and resources into creating optimal conditions for Shen Luo's training, yet he was unable to meet the expectations set before him. This left Shen Luo grappling with the weight of his perceived inadequacy. Outside the valley, Elder Zhao had previously cultivated 3 herb gardens, each spanning an acre. In contemporary times, within the 3 herb gardens, one has been entirely depleted of its medicinal plants. This particular garden has been cultivated the longest, with even the least robust herbs surpassing 5 years of age. Conversely, the garden in the valley consists solely of newly planted herbs, which have only been growing for a little over a year, having been sown just last year. Without the aid of the qi gathering powder, Shen Luo found his cultivation stagnating and confided in Elder Zhao about his predicament. He expressed that he was stuck at the 2nd layer of the mysterious mantra, unable to break through the bottleneck without the assistance of the qi gathering powder. Upon hearing that Shen Luo had not made any progress in the mantra for an extended period, Elder Zhao's sunken complexion turned notably pale, and his previously expressionless face grew increasingly grim. Instead of reprimanding him, Elder Zhao informed Shen Luo that he would be descending the mountain for a while to gather some medicinal materials, urging him to diligently practice his skills and not to become complacent. The following day, armed with his belongings and herbal gathering tools, Elder Zhao departed from the Heiqiong sect once more. With Elder Zhao's absence, Shen Luo found himself alone in the valley. This period, dominated by relentless cultivation, had been tedious, and now that Elder Zhao was gone, he could finally afford himself a moment of respite. He decided to venture out for a breath of fresh air and to observe the martial prowess of Jiang Fugui, who had previously written to him, stating that he had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Qiyu of Fengyu Peak. Aside from the sect leader, the Heiqiong sect had a vice leader, who happened to be the father-in-law of Shen Luo's uncle, a figure of significant authority, positioned just below the sect leader. Below the elders of the Heiqiong sect were the stewards, followed by the hall masters. Each steward had 10 hall masters under their command, with the hall masters divided into inner and outer halls. Additionally, the head of the scripture repository held a status equivalent to that of the elders. The Heiqiong sect boasted 5 core elders, each a master of unparalleled martial skill. The elders also took on disciples, known as core disciples, who represented the most elite members of the sect, while other inner disciples were numerous. Some of these disciples served as miscellaneous hall masters at the main headquarters. Others acted as guards on the outer mountain peaks, and still others managed the taverns, gambling houses, and inns established by the Heiqiong sect in Musu town. Shen Luo, in a sense, could be considered one of the elite disciples among the true inheritors. Leaving the valley, Shen Luo traversed the mountain path towards Fengyu Peak. Today, the peaks were shrouded in thick fog, casting a dim pall over the entire range. The narrow path was flanked by dense coniferous forests, which rustled ominously in the breeze, causing the branches to sway and twist like claws. As Shen Luo walked along this somewhat eerie trail, it was his first visit to Fengyu Peak. He wondered whether the fog was a common occurrence or merely a sporadic phenomenon. However, he did know a little about Elder Qiyu. The only elder of the Heiqiong sect who had mastered the wind and cloud steppe to perfection, rising to become one of the 5 elders of the sect. It seemed that the Shenshan Hall, where Zhaomian resided, also fell under his jurisdiction. Navigating through the fog-laden, low-visibility thicket, Shen Luo heightened his senses. What appeared murky and indistinct to ordinary eyes was crystal clear to him. His caution stemmed not from fear of wild beasts lurking in the woods, but from an instinctive response. Ever since the Heiqiong sect relocated to the Phoenix Mountain Range, the wildlife that once inhabited the area had been gradually eradicated. Not only had fierce beasts been hunted down, but various venomous snakes had also become meals for many disciples. In such precarious circumstances, it was wise to maintain vigilance to avoid a careless misstep that could lead to a fatal fall. The mountain wind seemed to intensify, howling eerily, reminiscent of sorrowful wailing, sending a chill down his spine. A hint of trepidation crept into Shen Luo's heart. Could there be ghosts in these mountains? He quickly dismissed the thought. Surely, such notions were mere fabrications. Yet, despite his rationality, he quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this realm of uncertainty. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept towards him, compelling Shen Luo to halt abruptly. He sensed something amiss. furrowing his brow as he stood still and strained his ears. Moments later, his expression grew solemn. He discerned faint footsteps approaching. Though the steps were light and distant, it was unmistakably the presence of two individuals making their way towards him. Drawing ever closer. With a nimble leap, Shen Luo ascended to a tree beside the path, moving with the grace and silence of a cat. He concealed himself behind the trunk, utilizing the fog to obscure his form from view. With a hiding place secured, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was not that he was overly sensitive. Rather, in such a foggy and treacherous environment, the presence of others was decidedly anomalous, likely indicative of clandestine activities. It was well known that the disciples of Fengyu Peak refrained from descending the mountain, dedicating themselves to focused cultivation, especially after the previous skirmish with the Black Hand Gang, which had resulted in significant losses among their ranks. Most casualties were due to insufficient skill, leading to untimely deaths. In response, Elder Chiyu had issued a strict prohibition against descending the mountain, urging the disciples to devote themselves to their training. With Elder Chiyu's decree in place, none dared to defy it, resigning themselves to rigorous practice in seclusion. For Shen Luo, his caution was coupled with curiosity. In this weather, if someone dared to venture out, they were either on a mission or engaged in nefarious dealings. He hoped that if it were the latter, he would not inadvertently stumble upon their secrets and provoke a deadly confrontation. However, if he could safely eavesdrop on others' clandestine discussions without risking his safety, he would gladly seize the opportunity. He was not a rigid moralist. Such fortuitous encounters were too tempting to decline. From the distance, low voices drifted through the wind, fragmented and sporadic. The gusts of wind scattered most of the words, but snippets reached his ears. Shen Luo was taken aback, realizing he had indeed stumbled upon a significant secret. In this vast expanse, the only figure referred to as gang leader was none other than the notorious Yin Qi, the leader of the Black Hand Gang, a formidable enemy of the Haiqiong sect. The mere thought of this notorious figure being overheard was intriguing. Yin Qi, in the eyes of the Haiqiong sect's disciples, was a bloodthirsty demon, known for his brutal nature and described in tales as a man who seemed to have emerged from the depths of the underworld. However, according to Elder Zhao, the reality was not so simple. Yin Jiao, a man of slender yet striking appearance, was still quite young, barely in his 30s, and adorned in the attire akin to that of a scholar. Shen Luo recollected his memories of Yin Qi, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him, prompting him to huddle even closer, his breath becoming measured and subdued. At that moment, a series of hushed whispers wafted through the air, clearer than before, indicating that the two individuals had drawn nearer to Shen Luo. He dared not make a sound, acutely aware that discovery would mean his demise. They were undoubtedly spies planted by the Black Hand Gang within his sect. Should they realize he was eavesdropping, they would not hesitate to eliminate him. Gradually, their conversation lowered in volume, suggesting they were delving into the crux of their discussion. After a brief interval, their voices rose slightly again, but soon became indistinguishable, leaving only the sound of the wind whispering past. They had traversed the stretch of mountain path before him, their figures receding into the distance. For a time, Shen Luo remained crouched behind the tree, reluctant to move. It wasn't until a considerable while later, employing the extraordinary perceptive abilities granted by the third layer of the longevity scripture, that he confirmed there were no other individuals within several dozen paces before he cautiously descended from the tree. In that instance, he had indeed salvaged his life. Fortuitously, he had detected the movements of the two spies beforehand. Otherwise, he would have encountered them face to face. Given their identities, it would have been a certain death for him. Although, in terms of his current martial prowess, he could have subdued them effortlessly. Such an act would have exposed his skills. Remaining still, Shen Luo gently rubbed his chin, gazing pensively in the direction the two had vanished. Judging from their fragmented conversation, it appeared they were planning some significant action detrimental to the Black Jade Sect in the near future. To avoid being discovered, Shen Luo had refrained from stealing a glance, fearing that their exceptional agility could sense his scrutiny and lead to his exposure, a risk not worth taking. As for the spies, he could not report them to the sect's higher-ups, but he could confide in Jiang Fuqi. Although he held no profound affection for the Black Jade Sect, he was, after all, a half-elite disciple. He could not turn a blind eye to the threats looming beneath his very nose. Moreover, he had already identified Jiang Fuqi as the most suitable person to handle this matter. Jiang Fuqi possessed a greater ambition than most, his eyes gleaming with a desire for fame and power. He had long dreamed of ascending to the higher echelons of the Black Jade Sect, mastering advanced martial arts to become the center of attention. Following this incident, Shen Luo's path became much smoother. He ascended to the peak and was relieved to find Jiang Fuqi still practicing within the sect, not having descended the mountain. Upon seeing Jiang Fuqi emerge, Shen Luo swiftly pulled him aside. They retreated to a secluded spot, where Shen Luo recounted the details of what he had overheard. Jiang Fuqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a golden opportunity for merit. He looked at Shen Luo, eager to inquire why he had apprehended the spies. But Shen Luo's words made no mention of such actions. Understanding the unspoken, Jiang Fuqi refrained from pressing further. After sharing this information, the two engaged in light conversation. Shen Luo contemplated inviting Jiang Fuqi to leave the mountain for a stroll, but his invitation was gently declined. Jiang Fuqi explained that he was engrossed in mastering a particularly formidable sword technique and needed to concentrate. With no recourse, Shen Luo left, feeling somewhat disheartened as he retraced his steps. After departing from Fengyu Peak, he did not head directly to Wuhui Valley, but instead made his way to the training ground of the Black Jade Sect. This was a place where the inner disciples practiced their skills. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to observe how the inner disciples trained in swordsmanship. Upon entering the training ground, he spotted a robust young man with a fierce scar across his face, demonstrating sword techniques. The disciples practiced in unison, mirroring the moves of their instructor. As they noticed Shen Luo's arrival, they paused their training, many raising their swords in salute, approaching him with beaming smiles. Among these inner disciples, several were familiar faces. After all, during the previous clash between the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang, many disciples had suffered injuries and had been sent to him for treatment. Thus, he recognized quite a few. Shen Luo scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. While he appreciated their gratitude, he had merely fulfilled his duty. Greetings, Brother Shen. Brother Shen, thank you for saving my arm last time. What brings you to the training ground today? The inner disciples greeted him warmly and respectfully. What sword technique are you all practicing? Do not let your guard down. Shen Luo replied with a smile, touched by their respectful demeanor. However, in the training ground, not everyone shared in the camaraderie. The man instructing the disciples wore a stern expression, clearly displeased. I say, Brother Shen, why are you here instead of assisting Elder Zhao as a medicine boy? The burly man with the scar remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Brother Wang, that is not fair, protested the young man who had previously expressed gratitude for Shen Luo's help. Brother Shen has been cooped up in the valley for too long. What's wrong with him wanting to step out for some fresh air? Are you still brooding over the last incident? The young man who defended Shen Luo was none other than Lu Ergu, the one who had been injured by a blade. He vividly recalled the day he was brought in, crying in agony, relieved that his injury had not damaged the meridians in his arm. Accompanying him at that time was Brother Wang, who had sustained lesser injuries, allowing Shen Luo to prioritize Lu Ergu's treatment. Now, Lu Ergu's survival meant that he bore a grudge against Shen Luo. Had he been the first to be treated, he would not have been left with the scar that marred his face. Upon hearing Lu Ergu's words, Brother Wang glared at him with venomous resentment, his fists clenching ominously. He then turned his gaze to Shen Luo, a malevolent thought crossing his mind. The scar on his face twitched, and he fixed a terrifying stare on Shen Luo. Since you have mastered Elder Zhao's esteemed medical skills, I presume your martial prowess is not lacking either. This is the training ground, a place for our sect's disciples to hone their skills. I trust you won't decline my generous invitation. Shen Luo understood all too well the implication behind his words. It was an invitation to settle the score. The disciples surrounding them, drawn by the commotion, gathered around to witness the unfolding scene. Before Shen Luo could utter a word, Lu Ergu interjected, defending him. Wang Zhe, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to bully others simply because you are adept at a particular swordsmanship? What grounds do you have to act so arrogantly? It's merely your proficiency in swordplay that has led the Hall Master to assign you to teach us, Lu Ergu exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Wang Zhe. Observing Lu Ergu standing up for him, Shen Luo thought to himself that this person was commendable and could be relied upon in times of need. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in engaging with you, Shen Luo replied, shaking his head dismissively as he glanced at the crowd. He had only stepped out for a leisurely stroll to alleviate his boredom, never intending to engage in a confrontation. Huh, are you backing down? Is this all you've got? I expected more ferocity from you, Wang Zhe taunted, a mocking smirk plastered across his face as he directed his derision at Shen Luo. Wang Zhe, are you out of your mind? How could senior brother Shen, a scholar of medicine, possibly possess martial skills? If you have the audacity, why not challenge him in the art of healing? Lu Ergu retorted, unable to tolerate Wang Zhe's arrogance. The onlookers exchanged glances, initially perplexed, before erupting in loud jeers as they speculated about the trio. They were curious to discern whether Shen Luo indeed possessed martial prowess. although they were unaware of his true background. All they knew was that he was a disciple of Elder Zhao, who held a prestigious position within their sect. With Shen Luo having taken Zhao as his master, he could be considered an elite disciple, albeit a reluctant one. Unperturbed by Wang Zhe's ridicule, Shen Luo maintained a serene smile as he calmly declared, I had intended to engage with you as fellow brothers, but I shall not feign any longer. You are aware of Hall Master Wang, correct? He is my uncle, and the Deputy Hall Master? He happens to be my second uncle's father-in-law. Given my lineage, what gives you the right to challenge me? Do you think you are worthy? Shen Luo's revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples. They were astounded to learn of his significant connections. The mere mention of Hall Master Wang, not to mention the Deputy Hall Master's relationship with him, left them reeling. Who would dare to harbor ill intentions towards him, knowing he was the nephew of the Deputy Hall Master? It would be akin to courting death. Wang Zhe's expression darkened upon hearing Shen Luo's familial claims. Uncertain of their veracity, he found himself caught in a precarious situation. If Shen Luo spoke the truth, he was indeed playing with fire. The gravity of the situation left him speechless. Lu Ergu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shen Luo. Realizing that if his assertions were accurate, he had inadvertently aligned himself with someone of considerable influence. The atmosphere grew tense as Wang Zhe struggled to find his voice. Just then, a familiar, boisterous voice broke the silence. Xiao Luo, why are you here? You should have informed your uncle of your presence. The arrival of Hall Master Wang disrupted the charged atmosphere, drawing the attention of all present. Wang Zhe, wearing a pained smile, turned to the approaching Hall Master. Astounded to discover Shen Luo's claims were indeed substantiated. The Hall Master had referred to Shen Luo as his nephew, and it seemed the connection to the Deputy Hall Master was genuine as well. The onlookers regarded Wang Zhe with pity, fully aware that he had provoked a formidable adversary. Greetings, Uncle Wang, Shen Luo said, smiling at the approaching Hall Master. You should have let me know you were coming out too. Why are you all gathered here instead of practicing swordplay? The Hall Master inquired, his voice booming as he surveyed the group. Wang Zhe remained silent in the face of the Hall Master's question, his gaze fixed on Shen Luo. His fate now rested in Shen Luo's hands. As someone of the Hall Master's stature wielded considerable authority over the ordinary disciples, the fate of these disciples hinged on a mere word from him. It's nothing, uncle. I was just a bit bored and decided to take a stroll, Shen Luo replied with a smile. Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback by Shen Luo's choice, not to mention their earlier confrontation. He had anticipated being assigned to menial tasks or even expelled from the sect. Yet Shen Luo's silence left him bewildered, his gaze shifting from malice to gratitude. Is everything all right? That's good to hear. Come, let us go have a drink, the Hall Master said, clapping Shen Luo on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. As they departed the training grounds and made their way to the Hall Master's residence, Shen Luo and Hall Master Wang engaged in light-hearted banter while indulging in a lavish feast. During their conversation, Shen Luo learned that the sect's leader was preparing to emerge from seclusion. This moment would mark a decisive battle between the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang. From the Hall Master's brief remarks, Shen Luo gleaned that the sect leader, the esteemed Master Piaoxue, practiced a martial technique known as Heavenly Snowfall, a signature skill of the sect's founder, Shui. This technique required an immense amount of true energy to execute, compressing it to create a snow-like appearance. However, the beauty of this snow was deceptive. If one were to touch it, the compressed energy would release explosively, capable of obliterating any martial artist without protective true energy. However, mastering this technique was no easy feat. Even the legendary Shui had only reached the 4th layer of its cultivation. The technique was not originally created by Shui, but rather discovered serendipitously. It was through this technique that he made a name for himself in the martial world. And now Master Piaoxue was nearing the completion of the 3rd layer. Although he fell short of Shui, he was more than equipped to handle the Black Hand Gang. No wonder the gang sought to infiltrate the Black Jade Sect. They aimed to thwart Master Piaoxue's advancement to the 3rd layer. Shen Luo took a sip of the strong liquor, feeling the fiery burn as it coursed down his throat. He had never been fond of alcohol, but he found himself unable to refuse the company of his uncle. As the hours slipped away, the two men shared stories, blissfully unaware of the passage of time until the sun dipped below the horizon. Shen Luo, feeling quite inebriated, stumbled back, foregoing his usual meditation in favor of retreating to the familiar stone hut, where he instinctively laid down and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, he awoke with a parched throat, quickly rising to drink some warm water to alleviate his discomfort. After stretching and having a light meal, he returned to the cave behind the waterfall to resume his training. Yet, as the days unfolded, he found that his progress had stagnated. Nevertheless, Shen Luo remained undeterred. opting instead for leisurely strolls to clear his mind. Upon leaving the cave, he glanced up at the blazing sun before turning back to the cool sanctuary of his cave. Realizing just how sweltering the outside world could be, he passed by the stone hut and was suddenly struck by the sound of anguished cries emanating from within. Curiosity piqued. He followed the sounds, only to find, not far behind the stone hut, an elite disciple lying face down on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Luo focused his gaze and recognized the person before him, Jiang Fugui. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. He rushed over in a single bound. Lying on the ground, Jiang Fugui appeared pale, his lips tinged with purple, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What had happened? Shen Luo felt a surge of urgency upon seeing Jiang Fugui in such a state. He looked as though he had been poisoned, and they had only been apart for a few days. How could this have happened? Who was responsible? Shen Luo quickly checked Jiang Fugui's pulse. Relieved to find that the poison did not seem too deep, there was still hope. He hastily retrieved a sandalwood box from his pocket and opened it. Inside lay a set of gleaming silver needles, which he swiftly used to align Jiang Fugui's body. With precision, he inserted the needles into the acupoints on the front of Jiang Fugui's body, completing that side in no time. He then adjusted Jiang Fugui's posture, ensuring he was seated upright before proceeding to the acupoints on his back. The silver needles danced fluidly over Jiang Fugui's body as he punctured dozens of points without pause. Finally, after inserting the last needle, Shen Luo let out a sigh of relief. This method of using silver needles for emergency treatment was not without its toll on him. While it could not expel the toxins from Jiang Fugui's body, it effectively sealed the acupoints to prevent the poison from spreading further. Thankfully, he had learned this technique from Elder Zhao. Otherwise, he would have had to watch helplessly as Jiang Fugui succumbed to the poison. As the silver needles adorned Jiang Fugui's body, he slowly regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open to see Shen Luo beside him. Struggling to speak, he asked, "What happened? How did you get poisoned?" Shen Luo furrowed his brow in inquiry. "I captured a spy," Jiang Fugui replied, his expression growing anxious as his lips trembled. "Are you saying you caught the spy?" Shen Luo surmised from Jiang Fugui's words. Jiang Fugui nodded weakly in affirmation. Noticing that Jiang Fugui seemed about to elaborate, Shen Luo urged him to refrain from speaking further. Any unnecessary movement could allow the poison to circulate through his veins and spread throughout his body. Although he was unsure of the specific poison, he vaguely remembered Elder Zhao mentioning that he had previously concocted antidotes for common toxins in the martial world. However, with Elder Zhao absent from the valley, Shen Luo decided to carry Jiang Fugui to his former stone house while he headed towards Elder Zhao's quarters. Elder Zhao had previously instructed that no one should enter his room without summons, and as a man of integrity, Shen Luo had always adhered to this rule. Now, however, he had no choice but to breach that boundary in search of the antidote to save Jiang Fugui. Upon arriving at Elder Zhao's room, he found the familiar grand chair where they used to meet. He began to search through the entire hall, but found no antidote. If it wasn't here, could it be in the bedroom? He glanced towards the back of the hall, contemplating the possibility. After careful consideration, he decided to venture inside, reasoning that with Elder Zhao gone, he would likely go unnoticed if he acted discreetly. He strode confidently toward the door, which was secured with a silver lock. Lacking a key, he felt undeterred. A mere lock would not pose a challenge for him. Back in the village, a blacksmith named Sun had once taught him the principles of locks, explaining how to open one without a key. All he needed was a tool to manipulate the lock's mechanism. Shen Luo soon found a piece of wire and deftly inserted it into the lock. Moments later, with a satisfying click, the lock sprang open, and he removed it from the door. Pushing the door ajar, he was met with a wave of medicinal fragrance. Surveying the room, he noted the shelves lined with herbs, explaining the strong scent. However, this did not pique his interest. He hastily glanced around and spotted several wooden puppets of varying heights along the east wall. The puppets were intricately carved, adorned with numerous patterns that represented various acupoints on the human body. At a cursory glance, one might mistake them for real individuals. He resumed his search through the herb cabinets, but found only rare ingredients, no antidote. Doubts crept in. Perhaps Elder Zhao had been deceiving him. The absence of the antidote ignited a sense of urgency within him. If he couldn't find it, he might have to descend the mountain in search of a doctor. Just then, his gaze fell upon a table. In the center of the table was a large drawer, flanked by smaller ones on either side. Could the antidote be within? Shen Luo approached the table and opened the drawer, discovering several vials of pills and a thick book. He picked up one of the vials, inspecting it closely. The label read Wugui, a name he had never encountered before. Unsure of its purpose, he set it aside, continuing to examine the remaining vials. After inspecting 3 more, He finally found what he needed, the antidote. Shaking the small vial, he was relieved to hear the contents rattle within. Jiang Fugui would be saved. Just as he prepared to leave, curiosity piqued his interest in the thick book. He removed it from the drawer and flipped through a few pages, quickly realizing it was a diary chronicling Elder Zhao's past experiences. Shen Luo perused the first few pages before losing interest. What was there to glean from a diary? He returned everything to its place, extracted 2 antidote pills from the vial, one for Jiang Fugui and one for himself, and exited the room, locking the door behind him. Outside, he placed the antidote into Jiang Fugui's mouth, watching as he swallowed it down. Finally, he gently removed the silver needles from his body. As the effects of the antidote began to take hold, the pallor of Jiang Fugui's face shifted to a faint flush, gradually returning to a healthier hue. Jiang Fugui slowly sat upright, crossing his legs and closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, Shen Luo found a clean spot nearby and settled down, observing as Jiang Fugui cultivated his energy to restore his vitality. After a considerable time, Jiang Fugui ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. "Thank you, Shen Luo," he expressed gratefully. "Oh, there's no need for such formalities. It was my duty," Jiang Fugui replied casually. "By the way, how did you end up poisoned?" Jiang Fugui nodded and recounted, "It's a long story. A few days ago, you informed me about those 2 spies. This morning, I ventured down the mountain to capture them. During our scuffle, they unexpectedly released hidden weapons, and I was accidentally grazed. Little did I know, those weapons were laced with poison. Fortunately, I managed to subdue them before the toxin took effect, but on my way back, the poison began to manifest, which is why I sought your assistance." "Ah, I see. Thankfully, I possess a detoxification pill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you," Shen Luo chuckled. "Did you concoct this antidote yourself? If you have any spare, might I trouble you for one?" Jiang Fugui inquired again. "Certainly not. This is an elixir from Old Zhao. Luckily, I have an extra one. Here you go," Shen Luo responded, retrieving a milky white pill from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Fugui. "Thank you," he said as he accepted the pill. "By the way, where is Old Zhao? Is he not in the valley?" Jiang Fugui asked promptly. "Old Zhao? He left the valley many days ago. Why do you ask?" Shen Luo looked at Jiang Fugui with slight confusion. "Nothing serious. I heard some people from Fenyu Peak mention him. Apparently, his reputation among the disciples is not particularly favorable. Some even suggested that the disciples who previously worked under him might not have gone missing but were rather killed by him." "What? Killed? Surely not," Shen Luo gasped, his eyes widening in shock. "I'm not entirely sure of the details, but it's wise for you to be cautious," Jiang Fugui advised solemnly. "I will be careful," Shen Luo affirmed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The two continued their conversation for a while before Jiang Fugui took his leave. As Shen Luo watched Jiang Fugui's departing figure, his mind was preoccupied with the latter's earlier words. If those disciples had indeed fallen victim to Old Zhao, his own current situation could be perilously precarious, considering he was working here. Suddenly, a thought struck Shen Luo. Of course, the diary in Old Zhao's room, since he records his daily activities. It stands to reason that details regarding the mysterious incantation would be documented as well. With this realization, he promptly turned and headed towards Old Zhao's quarters. After prying open the lock, he stepped inside and retrieved the diary from the desk. Settling into a chair, he became engrossed in the reading, blissfully unaware of the time slipping away outside. After an indeterminate period, Shen Luo abruptly slammed the book shut and set it aside. He closed his eyes, vigorously rubbing his face, and then slowly massaged his weary eyes, his expression clouded with dismay. The revelations he had encountered were startling. It turned out this old man was indeed a figure of madness. One could hardly call him anything less than a fiend. The earlier sections of the diary chronicled Old Zhao's youth as a physician who once aspired to traverse the world, earning respect as a renowned healer. His early life adhered to this noble pursuit, but the latter part took a dark turn. At the age of 50, he encountered a mysterious individual in Wugua Xiongzhou, who enlightened him about the existence of immortals, revealing that such beings referred to themselves as cultivators, endowed with lifespans far surpassing that of mere mortals. Moreover, these cultivators possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of defying gravity, moving mountains, and filling seas with ease. When Old Zhao first heard this, he was utterly astonished, his worldview shattered, realizing that his reputation and the power of worldly elites were mere trifles in the eyes of these cultivators. Regardless of one's might, in the face of time, all would ultimately become nothing more than dust in the grave. Their so-called martial prowess was trivial in the eyes of cultivators, akin to child's play. Any cultivator with a modicum of skill could easily dispatch even the most formidable masters of the martial world. Upon learning of the cultivator's might, old Zhao was immediately consumed with the desire to cultivate himself. However, he was informed that he lacked spiritual roots essential for cultivation. Though he was unaware of what spiritual roots entailed, such roots were exceedingly rare, appearing in only 1 out of every 10,000 individuals. Those possessing them could perceive the existence of spiritual energy in the world. When the mysterious figure conveyed that he was unworthy due to his lack of spiritual roots, old Zhao merely felt a twinge of regret. However, the stranger later mentioned a method known as soul transference, which involved abandoning one's physical form, allowing the soul to exit and inhabit another's body, thereby achieving a form of resurrection. While the individual might have intended this lightly, old Zhao took it to heart. Upon discovering the existence of an alternative path to cultivation, he became determined. He fervently pleaded for the method of soul transference. Alongside another technique, a method that would later become the incantation Shen Luo was instructed to practice. Following the acquisition of this knowledge, he began to seek individuals with spiritual roots throughout the martial world. Unfortunately, despite the vastness of the martial realm, he found not a single person with such roots. Just as he was about to give up, the former leader of the Haiqiong sect approached him, inviting him to join the sect. Considering the influx of new disciples each year, he agreed, hoping it would facilitate his search. Over the years, he encountered numerous disciples, yet none possessed spiritual roots. To safeguard his secrets from being exposed, he resolved to eliminate them all, concealing their bodies and proclaiming that they had secretly fled from his wrath. He continued his search until Shen Luo's arrival finally provided him with hope. His previous descent from the mountain was to seek out that individual for some gathering powder, albeit at a cost. The nature of this price remained undisclosed in the diary, but once Shen Luo reached the 3rd level of cultivation, he could begin employing the soul transference technique. Little did old Zhao realize that Shen Luo had already attained the 3rd level through the gathering powder. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was already under suspicion, Shen Luo, conversely, had never anticipated old Zhao's obsessive madness concerning the illusory path of immortality. Simultaneously, he realized that the so-called immortals did indeed exist, prompting him to reflect upon their earlier discourse beneath the tree, where old Zhao had remarked that even immortals might not achieve eternal life. Could it be that he himself was a cultivator? If so, the technique that old Zhao had bestowed upon him, the Longevity Sutra, might not be a mere martial cultivation method, but rather an immortal practice. As for old Zhao's earlier assertion that even immortals might not attain eternal life, Shen Luo could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Why would a cultivator, engaged in the pursuit of immortality, fail to achieve it? Now, he understood that old Zhao's benevolence was merely a guise for manipulation. Fortuitously, he had not disclosed that he had reached the 3rd level of cultivation. Otherwise, he might have already fallen victim to old Zhao's treachery. Before him lay 2 choices. One was to leave the Black Jade Sect before his return, and the other was to take his life. A killer must be killed. Shen Luo resolved to test whether he could escape the Black Jade Sect. As long as he could distance himself from Elder Zhao, he could evade danger and ensure his safety, free from worry. With this thought, he placed his diary into the desk, and, just as he was about to depart, he recalled Elder Zhao and the secret chamber. A complex expression crossed his face as he glanced at the floor in the southern corner of the bedroom, where the entrance to the secret chamber lay. He opened the floor and descended inside, where he discovered a chamber illuminated by a stone reminiscent of those found in waterfall caves. Upon entering the secret chamber beneath the floor, he was met by the sight of a desiccated corpse. Beside the corpse lay some white powder. Strangely, a yellow talisman was affixed to the corpse's forehead. After all these years, why was a yellow talisman still attached to a corpse? Was there something amiss? The most striking aspect was the corpse's attire, which remained pristine and unblemished. What was the story behind this corpse? Shen Luo gazed at it in astonishment, realizing that Elder Zhao's journal held no account of this body. Approaching the corpse, he attempted to remove the yellow talisman for a closer examination. However, as soon as his hand made contact with the corpse, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through him. A sudden, excruciating pain enveloped his mind, and Shen Luo instinctively sensed danger, wishing to retreat. Yet, the agony was unbearable, and soon darkness consumed him, causing him to collapse. In the endless abyss of darkness, Shen Luo experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, he was a small purple orb of light, freely traversing a strange world. Suddenly, a gray orb invaded his realm, slightly smaller than him, yet exuding an aggressive aura. Upon spotting Shen Luo, it charged at him with malevolence, opening its wide maw to bite. Shen Luo, undaunted, retaliated with a mouth of his own, and they began to tear at one another. Despite his larger size, Shen Luo found himself at a disadvantage against the gray orb. Just as he felt on the verge of being consumed, a flash of golden light appeared, vanquishing the gray sphere. Elated by the sudden emergence of the golden light, Shen Luo recognized the figure within it as the old man from the village. "Old man," Shen Luo exclaimed, brimming with questions for him. The old man in the golden light smiled gently and pointed at him. At that moment, a warm sensation began to rise from the depths of Shen Luo's heart, spreading throughout his entire being, rousing him from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Shen Luo felt an overwhelming heaviness in his head and a dull ache, his body weak and languid, akin to the aftermath of a severe illness. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, rendering him immobile. In his dazed state, Shen Luo recalled the events that had transpired. His mind sharpened, and he quickly assessed his condition, relieved to find no significant issues. Indeed, as he suspected, the old man was a practitioner of immortality. Grateful for his timely intervention, Shen Luo realized he would have been devoured by the gray orb had it not been for the old man's assistance. Yet, why had he appeared in that moment? The memory of touching the corpse sent a shiver down Shen Luo's spine. As for the white powder, it was likely the result of a body dissolving away. Chapter 20. The revelation. Gazing at the powder on the ground, Shen Luo's expression turned one of nausea and discomfort. He exited the secret chamber and made his way outside. Heading directly for the cave behind the waterfall, he intended to gather his belongings and make his escape before Elder Zhao returned. Just as he arrived back at the cave, the stone door swung open. A familiar figure stood at the entrance, causing Shen Luo to freeze momentarily. He had not anticipated such a swift return. It was Elder Zhao. Staring at Elder Zhao, Shen Luo was taken aback. The man appeared as he always did, yet his complexion was pale and devoid of vitality, resembling someone on the brink of death. Elder Zhao, who had previously exhibited a persistent cough, now looked utterly exhausted. With an expressionless face, he regarded Shen Luo and coldly inquired, "How goes your practice of the technique I imparted?" Shen Luo realized that revealing the truth about his progress would likely turn Elder Zhao against him. Given his apprehension towards Elder Zhao, he was unprepared to resist him, making it premature to confront him. He cautiously feigned concern and replied, "It is quite difficult. I remain stuck at the second level's bottleneck." "Is that so? Then demonstrate your progress," Elder Zhao commanded, seizing Shen Luo's hand and pressing against the pulse in his arm. Complying, Shen Luo dutifully activated the first level of the longevity scripture, allowing the energy to circulate within him, halting at the second level. Elder Zhao squinted, seemingly attuned to the changes within Shen Luo. However, he had not cultivated the energy flow himself. He could only infer Shen Luo's progress from the rhythm of his pulse. After a considerable pause, Elder Zhao released Shen Luo's arm, adopting a benevolent demeanor. "Excellent. Continue your cultivation here," he said, offering a few additional instructions before closing the stone door and departing. As Elder Zhao exited, a peculiar smile graced his lips. Shen Luo exhaled in relief. It appeared that Elder Zhao still held trust in him without harboring suspicions. This time, Elder Zhao returned empty-handed, bringing no gathering essence powder. In the following days, he seldom visited Shen Luo, who longed to venture out and discern the old man's true intentions. The next morning, Shen Luo lay soundly asleep on the stone bed, unaware that the stone door had been opened. Elder Zhao entered, carrying a cloth bag and wearing a sly smile. He approached Shen Luo's bedside and, observing him sleeping peacefully, abruptly called out, "Shen Luo, wake up." His thunderous voice jolted Shen Luo from his slumber. Startled, he opened his eyes, appearing groggy. "Elder Zhao? What is it?" Upon recognizing Elder Zhao, he leapt upright in alarm. "Nothing much. I merely came to summon you. Come to my chamber shortly," Elder Zhao said, patting Shen Luo on the shoulder before turning to leave. Shen Luo was left puzzled, wondering what purpose there could be for him to visit Elder Zhao's room. With a heart full of questions, Shen Luo donned his attire and stepped out of his cave dwelling, making his way towards the stone house situated in the heart of the valley. The sun had already risen high in the sky, casting its warm glow upon the summer landscape. However, within the confines of Zhao Lao's chamber, an icy chill reminiscent of winter enveloped the air. Reclining upon a grand armchair, he awaited Shen Luo's arrival. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, gradually approaching the dwelling. Upon hearing the footsteps, Zhao Lao rose from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Soon, a figure emerged. It was Shen Luo, who had come at Zhao Lao's behest. Observing Zhao Lao standing in the center of the hall, he cautiously activated his extraordinary senses and entered with utmost vigilance. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a wave of coldness washed over him. He could not fathom why the temperature within the room was so drastically low. It had not been this way during his previous visits. Could there be an ambush in store? Shen Luo proceeded with deliberate slowness, keenly attuned to his surroundings. While Zhao Lao watched his approach with a suppressed excitement, forcing a smile as he remarked, "I never anticipated that a young lad like you would possess such clever thoughts. Do you dare to show off your little wits before me?" With a swift flick of his sleeve, Zhao Lao sent forth a white beam of light towards Shen Luo. Startled, Shen Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively sought to evade the impending attack. However, the white light moved with astonishing speed, striking him squarely in the chest. A sinister smile crept across Zhao Lao's face as he swiftly closed the distance, resembling a ghost as he loomed beside Shen Luo, grinning menacingly. Shen Luo, confronted by Zhao Lao, attempted to strike with his fist, yet an inexplicable numbness rendered him immobile. It dawned on him that Zhao Lao had used silver needles to seal his acupoints, leaving him utterly powerless. "Zhao Lao, what are you planning? If I have erred in any way, please, speak your mind. Why must you resort to this binding?" Shen Luo stammered, feigning a smile in the face of rising panic. Zhao Lao remained silent, merely tapping his back a few times before clearing his throat with an exaggerated cough, feigning frailty. "There is no need for you to act in front of me any longer," he declared. Shen Luo furrowed his brow, genuinely perplexed. "What do you mean? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You have already progressed to the 3rd level of cultivation. Did you believe that by withholding this truth, I would remain oblivious to your true capabilities? Utterly foolish," Zhao Lao scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. "And what do you intend to do with me?" Shen Luo asked, his tone resolute. "What shall I do with you? Naturally, I shall extinguish your spirit and seize your body." "Ha! You are perhaps unaware that you are the only one I have sought after for years, the sole individual capable of mastering that celestial incantation. Do you know what that mysterious energy within you truly is? It is the spiritual energy that countless individuals have yearned for throughout their lives. Spiritual energy, do you comprehend? It is the essence that only immortals can possess." Zhao Lao's eyes gleamed with madness as he laughed maniacally. "I am Zhao Ritian, who began my journey in medicine and martial arts at a tender age. My skills in both disciplines have reached an extraordinary level. Yet, despite such prowess, I remain but an ant in comparison to true cultivators. Had I not encountered that individual, I would have likely lived my life as an ordinary man, enduring the pains of aging and mortality. You, my young friend, are fortunate to possess spiritual roots and celestial bones, granting you the opportunity to pursue the path of immortality. Alas, you have crossed paths with me, and soon your body shall belong to me." As he spoke with pride, Zhao Lao's laughter echoed through the chamber. Perhaps having held his secrets for too long, Zhao Lao revealed the deepest, most guarded truths to Shen Luo, as if he believed the latter was destined for death. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Luo had anticipated such a plan, while Zhao Lao remained blissfully ignorant of Shen Luo's awareness. Noticing the maniacal expression and fervent words of Zhao Lao, Shen Luo sensed a malevolence brewing against him. Panicking, his eyes darted around, desperately attempting to escape his immobilizing state. However, the silver needles had effectively sealed his acupoints, rendering him powerless. In his frantic struggle, the mysterious energy within him surged unexpectedly. The spiritual energy coursed rapidly through his meridians, causing the silver needles embedded in his chest to be forcefully expelled. Startled by this unforeseen turn of events, Zhao Lao hastily retrieved a yellow talisman from his garments and cast it towards Shen Luo. The moment the talisman was released, it emitted a radiant yellow light that enveloped Shen Luo, forming a square barrier to imprison him. Just as Shen Luo had freed himself from the silver needles, he launched a punch towards Zhao Lao, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of the barrier. He struck the yellow light with force, followed by several more punches in an attempt to shatter the confinement. "Do not waste your energy, boy. This talisman was procured at great cost. No matter your cultivation level, any cultivator in the initial stage of qi refinement trapped by this talisman shall remain confined for 1 hour," Zhao Lao remarked coldly, observing Shen Luo's futile efforts. "What is this? Who is that person you keep mentioning?" Shen Luo inquired, gazing at the barrier with confusion. "Very well, considering our acquaintance, I shall divulge this to you. As you won't survive beyond an hour," Zhao Lao replied, reclining back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the entrapped Shen Luo. "This talisman is known as the Golden Light Talisman, capable of confining individuals or serving as a defense. The person I mentioned is a genuine cultivator. Years ago, during my travels, I saved a man from beneath a cliff. His name is Haiku Dao Run, a cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement. In exchange for this talisman, I sacrificed more than 10 of my disciples. By the way, The chi-gathering powder I previously gave you is also a pill used by cultivators to enhance their abilities. Haiku Dao Run, the Golden Light Talisman? Shen Luo exclaimed in surprise, realizing that he had previously believed cultivators solely relied on chi refinement for advancement, unaware of the existence of enhancement pills and talismans. After sharing this, Zhao Lao rose from his chair, closed the door, and headed towards his bedroom. Shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a burlap sack. As he approached Shen Luo, he retrieved several indentations from the sack, followed by 6 oddly shaped azure stones, each the size of a fist. He placed the stones into the indentations and then produced a vial and a brush. Upon opening the vial, a foul odor permeated the air. He dipped the brush into the liquid and proceeded to inscribe peculiar symbols around the 6 protruding stones. Soon after he completed the intricate runes, he began to weave strange hand gestures while chanting incantations. Shen Luo observed every movement of old Zhao, realizing that he might be preparing to seize his body. Trapped within, he found himself unable to escape and could only await his demise. Desperate, Shen Luo called out, "Old man, where are you? Please come and save me." Previously, in the underground chamber, the old man had appeared to rescue him, but now he wondered if he would manifest once more. As old Zhao continued his incantation, the floor suddenly emanated a dim, bluish-green glow. This ethereal light merged with the runes etched into the ground, spreading into the 6 stones embedded in the recesses. 6 beams of azure light shot forth, activated by the stones. Delighted by the emergence of these 6 azure rays, old Zhao retrieved a small object resembling a stone. He bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto the stone. Watching the blood-soaked stone, he cast it into the radiance of the 6 beams, whereupon it transformed into a swirling mass of crimson mist. As the smoke dissipated, 9 ghostly red visages appeared, stimulated by the azure light. These 9 apparitions ravenously consumed the beams of blue energy. In a fleeting moment, the crimson glow intensified, as if the 9 ghostly heads had come to life. The room was bathed in this sanguine radiance. Seeing the 9 apparitions stir, old Zhao's eyes sparkled with elation. He settled cross-legged at the center of the diagram, gazing upward at the 9 blood-red heads. The azure beams, due to the peculiar formation on the ground, perpetually emitted blue energy. After absorbing a substantial amount of this energy, the 9 ghostly heads, as the 6 beams began to fade, successfully transformed from mere apparitions into solid, blood-red entities. The 9 ghastly heads circled menacingly, lunging towards Shen Luo and old Zhao below. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Shen Luo was momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgetting the existence of the golden talisman. Conversely, old Zhao, witnessing the transformation of the ghost heads from ethereal to corporeal, displayed a frenzied excitement. He directed his previously wounded finger towards the 9 fearsome apparitions, releasing 9 drops of his vital blood. The ghost heads, upon perceiving the incoming droplets, opened their ghastly mouths and devoured them. Moments later, the pallid face of old Zhao seemed to sense something. He erupted into raucous laughter. With a wave of his hand, the 9 ghost heads surged downward to protect the seated figure of old Zhao. He cast a triumphant glance at Shen Luo, gesturing towards his head. Swiftly, the 9 ghost heads charged towards Shen Luo's cranium. These blood-red apparitions, radiating a ghastly light, disregarded the golden talisman, piercing through it directly. In a blink, they vanished into his 7 orifices, leaving Shen Luo's face ashen and his body convulsing as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 22. The malevolent spirits feast. Watching Shen Luo fall, old Zhao retrieved a vial from his robe. He poured out a milky white pill and swallowed it whole. Next, he affixed a yellow talisman to his forehead and closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. After a brief moment, a peculiar blood fissure opened in the center of his brow, from which a sphere of white light surged forth. It paused momentarily, then darted towards the fallen Shen Luo, penetrating his brow and entering his mind. In that instant, old Zhao's vitality seemed to drain away, his body withering as if all life had ebbed, resembling the lifeless corpse Shen Luo had encountered earlier in the secret chamber. At that moment, Shen Luo felt himself transform once more into a fist-sized purple orb of light, reappearing in that enigmatic realm. Although astonished, he was no longer caught off guard as he had been during his first experience, having previously endured the events of the underground chamber. He now understood what was about to transpire. Suddenly, 9 crimson orbs invaded his realm. Though each was smaller than his purple orb, together they appeared far larger. As they drew near, Shen Luo, now in the form of a purple orb, recognized them as the 9 fearsome ghostly heads conjured by old Zhao's strange rituals. The ghost heads, upon seeing Shen Luo's purple orb, were ecstatic, encircling him with an eager intent to pounce and tear him apart. Just as the 9 ghost heads were about to launch their assault, a white orb of light rushed in. A beam of light shot forth from the white orb, intertwining with the strands of the 9 ghost heads. From within the white orb, old Zhao's triumphant laughter echoed. As the white light trembled, it seemed to convey some command to the 9 ghost heads, which then lunged ferociously towards Shen Luo's purple orb, ravenously biting and consuming it. Though Shen Luo anticipated the impending chaos and had prepared himself, the overwhelming odds of 1 against 9 proved detrimental. In a moment of carelessness, one of his smaller purple orbs was torn away by the ghost heads. Shen Luo felt a wave of weakness wash over his soul, and in a fit of rage, he retaliated against the 9 ghost heads with every mouth upon his orb. Yet, despite being adorned with numerous mouths, he remained outmatched by the 9 ghostly entities. He evaded their vicious bites while seeking an escape from their relentless siege. Meanwhile, old Zhao reveled in the sight of the 9 heads gaining the upper hand in this soul-devouring endeavor, laughing maniacally while urging the apparitions to hasten their consumption of Shen Luo's light. Shen Luo, desperate as he witnessed his soul nearing annihilation, could only plead, "Old man, where are you? Please come and save me." In a moment of sheer urgency, faced with the encroaching ghost heads, he made a bold decision to charge at one of them. To his astonishment, he effortlessly carved a path through the chaos. Although he had managed to create an opening for escape, the remaining 8 ghost heads savagely assailed his purple orb, weakening it further, reducing its size by a tenth. Now, Shen Luo disregarded his previous astonishment and fury, focusing solely on fleeing from the relentless pursuit. He realized that old Zhao was but a mere mortal, and any attempt to seize the body of a cultivator would surely come at a cost. He speculated that the secret method employed by old Zhao had a time constraint. If he could endure this onslaught, he firmly believed the 9 ghost heads would dissipate. When they eventually vanished, that would be his moment to strike back. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind: to capture the leader before the followers. After all, he was a cultivator, while old Zhao was merely an ordinary man. His luminous orb certainly did not possess the strength of his own, and he was convinced that old Zhao was no match for him. Upon witnessing Shen Luo's unexpected ability to extricate himself from the clutches of the 9-headed evil ghosts, old Zhao was filled with astonishment and anger, urgently urging the 9 ghostly heads to pursue Shen Luo with great speed. Just as Shen Luo had anticipated, old Zhao merely employed a secret technique that harnessed the power of stones. The summoned 9 soul-devouring evil spirits were bound by a time limit that was, indeed, quite brief. In truth, this insidious and bizarre possession technique was originally a dark path cultivation method. Typically, if a regular cultivator were to attempt possession, they would have a single evil ghost aiding them, sustained by the essence of the cultivator. The combat prowess of the evil ghost would be formidable enough to assist in the possession. Moreover, if it were merely one evil ghost, the summoned entity could remain in existence for an extended period. However, for old Zhao, he seemed excessively concerned about the number of evil ghosts, desiring to rely on a greater multitude to swiftly consume Shen Luo's soul. Yet, what he did not anticipate was Shen Luo's cunning. When faced with defeat, he fled instead. Old Zhao was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was not a young cultivator, and his essence had inherently diminished with age. The evil ghosts he nurtured with his feeble essence were, therefore, limited in their power, especially with 9 heads. As for the time constraint, he was well aware of it. He could only sustain their existence for a single hour, beyond which he would be unable to endure. At this moment, old Zhao's spirit commanded the 9 soul-devouring evil ghosts to desperately chase after Shen Luo. As Shen Luo fled from the pursuit of the ghostly heads, he sought an opportunity to gradually close in on old Zhao. If he could devour old Zhao's luminous orb, the 9 ghostly heads would collapse without resistance. Old Zhao's spirit, being weak, could not pursue personally and could only watch helplessly as he was on the verge of being caught. He shouted, "Quickly consume him." Shen Luo, sensing the imminent threat of the approaching 9 soul-devouring evil ghosts, fled with all his might, acutely feeling his own growing weakness as the radiance of his orb began to dim. "Old man, if you don't show yourself soon, I will truly perish." Shen Luo shouted with all his strength. "Ha ha ha, call all you want. In this realm, no one will come to your aid, even if you scream until your throat is raw." Old Zhao chuckled at Shen Luo's anxious demeanor. After all, this was the world of Shen Luo's spirit, and he was certain that no one else existed here. "Is that so?" A sudden ancient voice echoed. "Who?" Old Zhao was momentarily taken aback, never expecting a response to come so swiftly. This was Shen Luo's spiritual realm. How could there truly be someone else present? Upon hearing the voice, He swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to find no one else except Shen Luo and the 9 ghostly heads. Chapter 23. The Battle of Souls. Just as old Zhao thought he was imagining things, a golden spiritual light unexpectedly surged forth, striking the 9 evil ghosts. The 9 evil ghosts shrieked in agony upon being struck by the golden light. Originally blood red, the 9 evil ghosts now flickered erratically, their colors shifting between red and green. As their hues fluctuated, they bore expressions of profound suffering, as if enduring some torment. Why is this happening? What on earth is going on? Old Zhao's spirit cried out in alarm. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo suddenly realized that this was the old man's intervention on his behalf. Now was the perfect moment to obliterate old Zhao's spirit. If he could extinguish it, the 9 evil ghosts might vanish along with him. Without hesitation, Shen Luo's purple orb surged forward, racing toward old Zhao's white orb with lightning speed. Old Zhao, witnessing the inexplicable change in his 9 evil ghosts, was horrified. Desperately, he attempted to summon them to fend off Shen Luo, but the 9 evil ghosts seemed to be oblivious to his commands, floating aimlessly as if bound. Shen Luo, undeterred by this development, approached old Zhao. Seeing Shen Luo's purple orb advancing, old Zhao abandoned his attempts to summon the ghosts and began fleeing in a panic. The hunter had now become the hunted, as Shen Luo transformed into both cat and hunter, while old Zhao found himself reduced to a mere mouse. All of this was due to that accursed golden light, which had rendered him incapable of controlling the evil ghosts any longer. Old Zhao, now resembling Shen Luo from earlier, desperately attempted to escape. His spirit was already frail, and having previously nurtured the evil ghost's essence, he could not outrun Shen Luo. At last, his speed began to falter. Sensing old Zhao's diminishing pace, Shen Luo realized that his opponent had reached a point of desperation. With a sudden counterattack, the purple orb opened wide as if to devour. Old Zhao, witnessing the gaping maw rushing toward him, ceased to evade and resigned himself to the inevitable approach of death. It is not that you have won, but rather that I no longer wish to play. Old Zhao closed his eyes and smiled serenely. As old Zhao no longer dodged, Shen Luo successfully consumed his spirit. In an instant, the radiance of his purple orb flared brightly, even more resplendent than before. Poor old Zhao, his spirit devoured by Shen Luo, had lost even the chance of reincarnation. With old Zhao defeated, Shen Luo turned his attention to the 9 evil ghosts that had been bound. Now that old Zhao was dead, no one could control them any longer, and the outcome was uncertain. Suddenly, the 9 ghostly heads emitted a piercing cry of despair, flickering strangely before vanishing into thin air. Shen Luo's orb was taken aback by this transformation, confirming his suspicions. Once old Zhao perished, the 9 evil ghosts would also dissipate. His spiritual realm returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Shen Luo, unable to restrain a sigh of relief, was then met with a multitude of golden light particles before him. Observing these golden orbs, he sensed the gentle power they emanated. The particles drew closer, gradually merging into a singular form. Young man, your constitution is exceedingly susceptible to possession. I have saved you twice now, the amalgamated figure remarked, somewhat exasperated. Old man, are you an immortal? Shen Luo inquired eagerly, recognizing the figure formed from the golden light to be the old man. Alas, yes and no, the elder sighed, shaking his head. Then, glancing at the youth, he continued, the path of immortality is fraught with peril, and the journey to longevity is long. I am not an immortal, but rather a cultivator. What is a cultivator? Why be a cultivator instead of an immortal? Aren't cultivators immortals? Shen Luo, transformed into a purple orb, widened his eyes in confusion. The so-called cultivators are individuals who, through various means, train themselves to uncover their hidden potential. They continuously transcend their limitations, enhancing their cultivation to achieve the state of unity with the universe, thereby attaining immortality. This exalted state is referred to as that of an immortal who resides in the realm of immortality. In the world, everything experiences cycles of flourishing and decline, life and death, governed by nature. Thus, cultivating oneself is an act of defiance against the heavens, transcending the mortal realm to attain eternal life. Indeed, a rebellion against fate. In a moment of confusion, Shen Luo gleaned a wealth of information from the old man's words. It became clear that cultivators are classified into various realms, ranked from low to high: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. Each realm consists of 10 levels, with every 3 levels constituting a major tier, culminating in the 10th level, which signifies completion. Only by reaching this state of perfection can one break through to the next stage. Shen Luo exists in the mortal realm, above which lies the spiritual realm. Upon reaching the God transformation stage, one may ascend to the spiritual realm, and within that realm, upon reaching the great ascension stage and overcoming the tribulation of 99 thunderbolts, one can soar to immortality. So that is how it is. Shen Luo nodded repeatedly, filled with wonder at the old man's revelations. Before he could inquire further about other aspects of cultivation, the old man's figure suddenly disintegrated into motes of light and vanished. He comes quickly and departs just as swiftly. Shen Luo mused, gazing at the empty world before him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Thus, he floated quietly in this mysterious realm and gradually succumbed to slumber. After an indeterminate time, Shen Luo, lying on the cold ground, was suddenly overcome by a chill that surged through him, gradually restoring his awareness. He found himself in excruciating pain, his head throbbing, utterly devoid of strength. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, startled by what lay before him, and instinctively recoiled several steps. To his astonishment, he realized he was no longer trapped. It seemed that more than an hour had passed. The old man had mentioned that the barrier formed by the talisman could only confine him for 1 hour. Now that he had escaped, it was evident that the hour had long since elapsed. The old man's soul had been devoured by him, yet his corpse remained seated in the same position as before. However, the appearance of that corpse was quite terrifying. In the interim, it had transformed to resemble the desiccated body he had seen in the secret chamber. A yellow talisman was affixed to the corpse's forehead. Could it be a corpse-restraining talisman? He pondered. Chapter 24. Demon Path Techniques. The 6 stones that had previously been arranged by the old man in a groove had now shattered into countless tiny fragments. Observing the corpse of the old man seated in meditation, Shen Luo prodded it gently. The body fell forward onto the ground, confirming that the old man was indeed dead. Shen Luo gazed at the desiccated corpse, contemplating for a moment before striding boldly toward it, searching through the clothing. He discovered a book that the old man had often perused, the Fiery Demon Technique. As he opened the book to the first page, he read the inscriptions aloud. It appeared to be a form of demonic cultivation technique, evident from the presence of the character for demon. Consequently, he reclined in the old man's grand chair, savoring the contents as he flipped through the pages. The book contained several cultivation mantras, which were the very ones the old man had taught him. To his astonishment, these mantras originated from this text. The initial sections detailed the mantras, while the latter part described various spells. Upon seeing these incantations, Shen Luo felt as if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, an indescribable sensation of elation washing over him. He had not anticipated that cultivators could also practice spells. Overjoyed, he scrutinized each word. However, the meanings of these incantations were obscure, and he found himself momentarily perplexed. Yet, without the old man's looming threat, he had ample time ahead. Patience was necessary. After all, haste makes waste. After a while, he suddenly closed the book and reclined in the grand chair, deep in thought. Since he had learned about cultivators from the old man, a world he had never dared to imagine unfolded before him. A path he had never hoped to tread now lay at his feet. Knowing he, too, could become a cultivator ignited a fervent desire within him. Remaining in the mundane world, living the life of a commoner, enduring the pains of birth, aging, illness, and death, had become increasingly unrealistic. He was acutely aware that all of this was merely ephemeral, a fleeting illusion. Regardless of who one is, after decades of mundane existence, they ultimately return to dust. The passage of time is merciless. Given the opportunity to cultivate and pursue the path of immortality, one would likely choose it. The splendor of worldly wealth and success pales in comparison to the pursuit of immortality. Shen Luo gazed at the beams of the ceiling, lost in contemplation. It became increasingly clear what he truly desired. His previously bewildered expression transformed into one of determination as he rose from the grand chair. He retrieved a key from the old man's corpse, the key to his bedroom door. He was certain that the old man had meticulously planned his cultivation after taking over his body. Currently, Shen Luo found himself stuck at the 3rd layer of cultivation, unable to advance without the qi-gathering elixir. After unlocking the door, he rummaged through the room. Moments later, he uncovered a trove of items on the table within the old man's chamber. These were spoils of war: 2 vials of qi-gathering elixir, an unnamed sword, a cloth pouch, a pharmacopoeia, and a vial of corpse-dissolving powder. As he held the cloth pouch in his hand, he noted its surprising weight. It was filled with gold and silver, explaining its heaviness. After all, gold is a rare commodity. A single piece could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. The sight of these treasures caused Shen Luo to salivate. After a while, he He shook his head, rousing himself from the temptation of wealth. Although he had little need for riches, they could be beneficial for his parents. Then, he exited the room, casting one last glance at the old man's corpse, and a plan began to form in his mind. He moved the old man's body into the secret chamber and sprinkled the corpse-dissolving powder over it. Upon contact, the powder reacted with the body, visibly dissolving it at an alarming rate. A foul stench permeated the air, making Shen Luo feel nauseous. He exited the secret chamber and sealed the door behind him. In the following time, Shen Luo diligently tidied the entire room to ensure everything was in order. The grooves and shattered stones were buried deep within the valley's forest. After a grueling day of labor, he was unaware that evening had arrived. As he watched the sun set behind the mountains, its crimson rays bathed the valley. Standing within the old man's dwelling, Shen Luo surveyed his surroundings. Satisfied that nothing was overlooked, he finally departed. He did not return to the secret chamber behind the waterfall, but instead went to his stone cottage, where he threw himself onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the following days, Shen Luo remained in his room, diligently contemplating and attempting to emulate the notes of old Zhao. To maintain a facade, he intended to forge a letter to the upper echelons of his sect in old Zhao's handwriting, feigning that he, due to his advanced age, wished to return to his hometown for retirement and would not be returning. In the letter, he unreservedly borrowed old Zhao's tone, claiming to have inherited all of his medical knowledge and was now capable of treating others. After submitting the letter, several elder officials displayed no signs of suspicion. After all, he had been brought back by the former sect leader and merely held the title of an elder within the sect. Moreover, the notion of returning home for retirement was commonplace, and why should it be disallowed? However, the claim that Shen Luo had inherited all of old Zhao's medical skills was met with some belief, as he had previously healed many disciples injured during the conflict between the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang with his medical expertise. Consequently, the sect leaders expressed their willingness to let Shen Luo take over old Zhao's responsibilities, along with enjoying all the benefits that came with them. Naturally, the title of elder could not be bestowed upon him yet, for he was simply too young. Although he was merely 16 or 17 years of age, the other elders found it difficult to accept, as the time had not yet come. Nevertheless, his monthly stipend was allocated according to the elders' standards. They also indicated that should he have any grievances, he was welcome to voice them in person, and they would address them accordingly. Thus, Shen Luo transformed from a mere disciple into the leader of the No-Return Valley. Although this valley contained only himself, akin to a solitary commander, it nonetheless conferred upon him a semblance of a title. The most delighted among them was the Hall Master Wang, who, as his nominal uncle, beamed with pride. Since Shen Luo assumed the leadership of the No-Return Valley, Hall Master Wang would exuberantly announce to anyone he encountered, "Do you know Shen Valley Master, Shen Physician? He is my nephew, you know. He is only 17. Impressive, isn't he?" This left Shen Luo somewhat speechless, as he found it impossible to maintain a low profile. Chapter 25. Alchemy. One day, within a stone cottage in the No-Return Valley, a massive alchemical furnace was situated. Beside it stood a young man, Shen Luo, intently engrossed in a book. It had been over a month since the day old Zhao took over. The book in his hands was the Compendium of Medicinal Knowledge authored by old Zhao himself. This tome contained numerous medical techniques, among which a particularly notable one was the True Qi pill, designed to assist martial artists in cultivating their true energy. This pill was conceived by old Zhao, utilizing materials that were both exceedingly rare and expensive. However, despite its creation, old Zhao seldom attempted to refine it, having lost interest in martial arts upon discovering the existence of immortal practitioners. Shen Luo's intention in refining this pill was to ascertain whether it could aid him in overcoming his cultivation bottleneck. Old Zhao had left behind 2 bottles of qi gathering powder, and having already consumed half a bottle, Shen Luo remained stuck at the 3rd layer. Reluctant to use more of the precious medicine, he decided to experiment instead, hoping to find a remedy to break through his limitations. Carefully scrutinizing the book in his hands, he perused it several times before setting it aside. He then poured the prepared cool water into the alchemical furnace, having drawn it from a nearby lake. Next, he gathered some firewood, arranged it beneath the furnace, and ignited it. Watching the flames flicker to life, Shen Luo stood by, believing that refining alchemical pills was akin to boiling soup. Once the water reached a simmer, he could add the herbs. After a brief half-hour, during which he continuously added more firewood, the lid of the furnace suddenly popped open with a resounding bang due to the steam. Observing this unexpected reaction, he hastily added the prepared materials. Being a novice in alchemy, he was uncertain how to proceed and could only mimic what he had seen. tossing the materials inside and waiting patiently. After a while, the flames beneath the furnace gradually diminished. Shen Luo, filled with anticipation, opened the furnace, only to be dumbfounded by the sight before him. The alchemical process had turned out much like boiling soup, with a multitude of overcooked herbs floating within the furnace. Shen Luo had assumed that refining pills was akin to cooking soup, but in reality, the process for mortal alchemists involved preheating the furnace, chopping the herbs into a paste, and pressing them into shape using a mold before placing them in the furnace to dry and turn into pills. In contrast, immortal practitioners primarily used water for alchemy, first dissolving the herb's essence into the water, then condensing the liquid into pills with the aid of certain incantations. The pills produced this way differed vastly from those refined with fire. Seeing the remnants of herbs floating atop the liquid, Shen Luo gathered them all, convinced that he had added too much water, leading to the failure of his alchemical attempt. He emptied the furnace of its contents, including the water and herb remnants. Although his initial attempt at alchemy had been a disaster, he felt no regret, as the herbs were not his but belonged to old Zhao. After clearing the furnace and allowing it to cool, he prepared for a second attempt, this time mindful of his previous error and using less water. An hour later, the outcome was still the same. Perplexed, he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Why is it still like this? Where could I have gone wrong?" Undeterred, Shen Luo picked up the medicinal tome again and began to review it. This time, instead of skipping straight to the section on true qi pills, he started from the beginning. To his astonishment, he discovered that the alchemical process did not require water. It was sufficient to crush the herbs and press them into shape using a mold. I should have realized that sooner. How could I have thought to boil it? Shen Luo chastised himself. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that he caught his mistake before it was too late. After all, he had only just begun. He ventured into old Zhao's room to retrieve a mold, crush the herbs, and place them within the mold to be pressed. Alchemy demanded a precise control of heat. Knowing when to increase or decrease the intensity was crucial. However, Shen Luo paid no heed to such nuances. He placed the molded herbs into the furnace and stoked the fire vigorously, cranking it up to full intensity, believing that a hotter flame would result in faster alchemical progress. After continuously adding firewood, Shen Luo found himself with nothing to do but wait. Soon, after a short while, a fragrant aroma wafted through the alchemical room, enveloping him in an invigorating scent that was both refreshing and delightful. Could it be? A flicker of joy crossed Shen Luo's face as he opened the furnace. Instantly, the aroma intensified, and he eagerly reached in to retrieve the pills. The pills were a vibrant mix of green and red, and he picked one up and placed it in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the substance was expelled once more. The elixir in his hand appeared to be satisfactory at first glance. However, upon turning it over, he discovered it was a complete mess. What on earth? Is this how you choose to toy with me? He never anticipated that alchemy would prove to be so arduous. The alchemical text provided no guidance on the nuances of the crafting process, only listing the required materials and the properties of the elixirs. Was this not a form of deception? Despite facing 3 consecutive setbacks, Shen Luo remained undeterred. Instead, he adjusted his mindset. Since the texts offered no instructions on the alchemical process, he would embark on his own journey of discovery. Thus began Shen Luo's protracted pursuit of alchemy. And before he realized it, 7 days had slipped by. During this period, aside from sleeping and eating, he devoted himself entirely to the art of alchemy. Each failure only fueled his resolve, prompting him to introspect and identify his own shortcomings. Consequently, his mentality transformed. The restlessness that had plagued him during his training, as he grappled with a bottleneck, gradually subsided into tranquility. As half a month elapsed, a sudden burst of youthful laughter resonated from the alchemy chamber. After a full half-month, I have finally succeeded in crafting an elixir, Shen Luo exclaimed joyfully within the confines of his room. After enduring countless failures over these weeks, he had finally achieved success. Hard work does indeed bear fruit. Holding the elixir, which was of remarkable quality, he promptly ingested a pill, seated himself cross-legged, and began to circulate his cultivation techniques. However, after completing several full cycles, he discerned no change in his internal spiritual energy. How could this be? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Luo opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in frustration. Could it be that the elixir he had painstakingly crafted over the past 15 days held no efficacy for him? Or was it possible that this elixir was only beneficial for those cultivating true qi? Reflecting on his previous training, he recalled that he was practicing a celestial technique associated with refining qi, rather than the true qi methods employed by martial artists. To test his hypothesis, he considered using a person as a test subject, none other than Jiang Fuguei. Chapter 26. the dispute after sealing the true qi elixir in a vial. Shen Luo pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber and stepped outside. A blinding ray of sunlight enveloped him as he glanced up at the sun hanging in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon had already arrived, with the midday sun casting its glow over most of the Wuhui Valley, explaining its dazzling brightness. As Shen Luo reached the valley's edge, he spotted a well-dressed elite disciple hurrying towards him. With an air of urgency, the man approached Shen Luo, his expression brightening upon seeing him. "Dr. Shen, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek you out." As the approaching disciple drew near, Shen Luo realized he did not recognize him. Yet, the attire he wore was clearly reserved for elite disciples, suggesting he was likely a true disciple among the numerous elders of their sect. "What brings you to me?" Shen Luo inquired, regarding the man with curiosity. "My master has been poisoned," he replied, urgency evident in his voice. "It appears dire. Please, can you assist in resolving this affliction?" "Poison, you say?" "Indeed. My master was engaged in a confrontation with a master of the Black Hand gang while descending the mountain when he inadvertently fell victim to a hidden weapon. Although he managed to eliminate his assailant, he was struck by the poison projectile, initially deemed a minor injury. He returned to the mountain only to succumb to the toxin and fall into unconsciousness." Shen Luo listened attentively, his expression unchanging, merely responding with a noncommittal hum. He instructed the man to wait for a moment while he prepared his medical supplies and detoxification elixirs. Before long, Shen Luo returned, and the two set off in haste. However, as Shen Luo observed the man, he found himself grappling with doubts. To be candid, he was not particularly adept at detoxification. When it came to treating internal or external injuries, he had confidence in his superior medicines. Yet, if faced with a rare and potent poison, he felt rather uncertain. The detoxification elixirs he possessed were only effective against common poisons. What would he do if confronted with something more exotic? As Shen Luo pondered his predicament, the young disciple, noticing Shen Luo's pace had slowed, tugged at his sleeve, urging him to quicken his step toward his master's residence. This impulsive behavior elicited discontent from those around them. It was a fortuitous opportunity to forge a connection with both the esteemed Wang Hall Master and Dr. Shen, now jeopardized by the disciple's actions. Wang Hall Master remained rooted in place, watching Shen Luo being led away, while sensing the disapproval from the onlookers. He attempted to lighten the atmosphere with conversation. Shen Luo was ushered into the modest living quarters of Elder Hao, known for his kindness among the higher echelons of the Black Jade Sect. In contrast to the opulence of Wang Hall Master's residence, Elder Hao's home was unpretentious, consisting of a simple stone house surrounded by a modest courtyard, enclosed by a brick wall with an arched door facing the approach. Through the ajar wooden door, Shen Luo could see a throng of concerned onlookers gathered within. Upon entering the courtyard, Shen Luo observed that the actual number of visitors far exceeded what he had initially perceived from the outside. They huddled together, murmuring anxiously about Elder Hao's condition. As soon as Shen Luo and the disciple stepped inside, they were recognized by the crowd, who greeted them in unison. "Greetings, Dr. Shen." The chorus of salutations echoed in his ears. His burgeoning fame was largely attributed to Wang Hall Master's exuberant proclamations about his medical prowess, claiming he had inherited the entirety of Master Zhao's skills and was a miraculous healer capable of resurrecting the deceased. While the first part of that statement held some truth, the latter was a gross exaggeration, largely a fabrication. As he absorbed the warm, respectful gazes directed towards him, Shen Luo felt a swell of vanity. Realizing how gratifying it was to be revered, he reciprocated their admiration with a radiant smile, embodying the utmost politeness. Just then, a robust and hearty voice broke through the chatter. "Xiao Luo, you have finally arrived." The voice belonged to none other than Wang Hall Master himself. Shen Luo was taken aback to see him present in light of Elder Hao's grave condition. "Ah, everyone, this is my nephew, Dr. Shen, whom I have spoken of to you all," Wang Hall Master declared with exuberance, draping an arm over Shen Luo's shoulders. "Truly remarkable, a hero among the youth." The onlookers responded with enthusiastic congratulations, acknowledging Wang Hall Master's good fortune in having such a miraculous nephew. Meanwhile, the anxious disciple beside Shen Luo, eager to hasten the proceedings, seized his arm and began to pull him toward the inner chambers, much to the dismay of those present. This was a splendid opportunity to cultivate connections with both Wang Hall Master and Dr. Shen, now at risk of being squandered. Wang Hall Master stood momentarily stunned, observing Shen Luo being led away, while he engaged the crowd in light-hearted conversation. Shen Luo was pulled into the living room, where the number of people present was rather limited. Aside from the family members and the senior leaders of the sect, nearly everyone was present here. However, To Shen Luo's surprise, Jiang Fugui was also among them, standing behind Master Qiyu. At this moment, he was no longer dressed in the attire of an inner disciple, but rather in the garb of an elite disciple. It is worth noting that only the disciples of elders in the Heiqiong sect are entitled to wear such clothing. It seems that Jiang Fugui has taken Master Qiyu as his mentor, which is rather commendable. Greetings, esteemed elders. Shen Luo respectfully bowed to the individuals before him. Oh, Dr. Shen has arrived. Master Qiyu, Jiang Fugui's mentor, looked at Shen Luo with a warm smile. He appeared approachable and did not hold himself in high regard in Shen Luo's presence. Elders Chao and El nodded in acknowledgement, while the tall and slender Elder Ma merely grunted nonchalantly. Child, I must inquire if you possess the ability to save him, Elder Ma stated, his expression impassive as he fixed his gaze on Shen Luo. Dr. Shen is young, yet has inherited Elder Zhao's medical skills. I believe he should have no trouble treating old Hao. Master Qiyu interjected before Shen Luo could speak. Humph, merely a youth with little experience. Do you truly hold him in such high esteem? Elder Ma retorted, somewhat displeased. He was not pleased with the praise given before any diagnosis had even commenced. As their words echoed, all eyes turned towards the two of them. The discord between Master Qiyu and Elder Ma was well known among the disciples of the Heiqiong sect. Yet, it was unexpected that they would bicker even in the residence of Elder Hao. Observing their quarrel, the family members nearby were at a loss, unable to articulate their support for Elder Ma while still hoping for this young doctor to save a life. Indeed, it is understandable that Elder Ma is unaware of the current circumstances after being in seclusion for so long. Dr. Shen is the favored disciple of Elder Zhao, whose medical prowess has reached unparalleled heights, far surpassing that of Elder Zhao, Master Qiyu jovially remarked. Spare me your nonsense. What can a boy of merely a dozen years possess in terms of medical expertise? You are overestimating him. Elder Ma shook his head dismissively. Shen Luo felt a twinge of frustration as he found himself caught in the crossfire of their argument. If you wish to know about my skills, you may ask me directly. I am right here, he thought. He recognized that the two were not of the same faction. Master Qiyu belonged to the faction of the deputy sect master, who was Shen Luo's uncle's father-in-law, thus naturally supporting him. Conversely, Elder Ma was aligned with the sect master's faction. The adage, every generation produces talents, rings true, and Elder Ma should not underestimate others, lest he appear short-sighted. Haha. Elder Ma did not respond, but merely chuckled dryly. He was no stranger to Master Qiyu's provocations. Shen Luo observed their sharp exchanges, maintaining an impassive demeanor and feigning ignorance. He understood that Master Qiyu's defense of him was an implicit message. You, Shen Luo, belong to our faction, and thus I shall assist you. Yet, they failed to realize that Shen Luo had no interest in their power struggles. It was not pride that kept him aloof. Rather, it was the awareness of the existence of cultivators that broadened his perspective, rendering the power disputes of small sects trivial in his eyes. Dr. Shen, please attend to my husband, implored Elder Hao's wife, noticing that the two elders had ceased their bickering. Shen Luo nodded and moved towards Elder Hao's bedside. Upon seeing the figure lying on the bed, Shen Luo was taken aback. Elder Hao's face, neck, hands, and indeed his entire body were marked by alarming red toxic spots. A sight that was both shocking and distressing. What troubled Shen Luo further was the purplish hue of his lips and the faint black mist that hovered on his forehead, clear indications of severe poisoning. A late-stage condition that would make rescue an immensely arduous task. Furrowing his brow, Shen Luo wore a grave expression. He had already taken the pulse and examined the pupils and tongue, drawing a definitive conclusion. It was evident that the individual had hastily circulated the poison through his body, causing it to spread rapidly into the bloodstream, which explained the profusion of red spots he had observed earlier. Seeing Shen Luo lost in thought, Elder Ma could not contain himself any longer. You lad, are you capable or not? Can you save him or not? Speak. Elder Ma, you are being overly hasty. Cannot you see that Dr. Shen is contemplating how to address this? Interjected Master Qiyu, expressing irritation. Elder Ma glared, ready to retort, but Shen Luo preemptively cleared his throat, interrupting him. This cough caught the attention of everyone in the room, and it suddenly occurred to Shen Luo that adopting the cough of an elder at his tender age seemed rather comical. Nonetheless, it served its purpose. He wished to put an end to their quarrel. This poison is quite troublesome to resolve. I cannot guarantee absolute success in neutralizing it, but I am willing to attempt it. The process may entail certain risks that could endanger Elder Hao's life. I must know if you are willing for me to proceed. Shen Luo feigned a look of difficulty as he articulated these words. With the toxin already permeating Elder Hao's bloodstream, the prospect of treatment was daunting. and Shen Luo could not assure that the antidote would entirely eliminate the poison. His statement caused the family members present to exchange glances, each hesitant to agree to immediate action, yet there were no other physicians available besides Shen Luo. After a moment of silence, Elder Hao's wife finally spoke. "May I ask, Dr. Shen, what is your confidence level in treating my husband?" "4 out of 10, Shen Luo replied, his voice laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Elder Hao's wife fell silent, recognizing that 4 out of 10 was hardly a guarantee for success. After a brief pause, she steeled herself, determination etching her features. "Very well. Dr. Shen, please proceed. Should any misfortune befall him, I will not hold you accountable." "Wait, sister-in-law, have you considered this thoroughly? This boy is still so young. It seems rather dubious. Should we not seek another physician?" Elder Ma quickly interjected, alarmed by her impulsiveness. "I have thought it through carefully. If we do not allow Dr. Shen to attempt to neutralize the poison, my husband may not survive the night. Furthermore, at this point, seeking another physician would be futile. It is better to let Dr. Shen take a risk. There is still a chance for salvation," Elder Hao's wife said softly, her head bowed in sadness. "Very well." Elder Ma conceded, rendered speechless. "We shall give it a try. A dead horse is better than a live one." Shen Luo glanced at the others, noting that no one opposed Elder Hao's wife's decision. He then retrieved a green porcelain vial from his medical kit, pouring out a single pill. "Someone fetch a bowl of warm water. We need to dissolve this medicine and administer it to Elder Hao." "I'll go," came a clear reply. Jiang Fugui, who had remained silent behind Master Qiyu, stepped forward and exited the room. After a short while, Jiang Fugui entered, carrying a bowl of clear water, which he placed before Shen Luo. Shen Luo cast a glance at the bowl, then dropped the pill into the water. As the pill dissolved completely, he addressed Elder Hao's wife, instructing her to administer it to Elder Hao. Extending his hand, he offered the bowl to her. Nodding in acknowledgement, she accepted the bowl and approached the bed, administering the concoction. "What sort of medicine is this?" Elder Ma inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he watched Elder Hao's wife administer the liquid. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. "This is a detoxifying pill of my own creation, capable of neutralizing some common poisons from the martial world," Shen Luo replied nonchalantly. In truth, this was not a concoction of his own, but rather a detoxifying pill crafted by Elder Zhao, who seldom used it to save others, hence their ignorance. After the potion was consumed, a brief moment passed. The dark energy on Elder Hao's forehead ceased to manifest, yet the red spots on his body remained. "Dr. Shen, what does this mean? Is the medicine ineffective?" Elder Hao's wife queried, her expression a mixture of confusion and anxiety as she observed the persistent red marks. "Not at all. The purpose of this pill was merely to test whether it could eliminate the toxins within Elder Hao's body." Shen Luo had anticipated her concerns. "Humph, how pretentious. It seems you are merely a novice spouting nonsense. What a load of rubbish, detoxifying pill." Elder Ma scoffed, glaring at Shen Luo. "Did you not hear Dr. Shen state that this pill can only counteract common poisons from the martial world? You are simply too hasty. Dr. Shen has claimed to possess a 40% assurance and surely must have other means at his disposal." Red Feather, the true immortal, interjected on Shen Luo's behalf. "Indeed, I have another method," Shen Luo affirmed, nodding in agreement with Red Feather's words. "Is that so? Pray tell, Dr. Shen, what other method do you possess?" Elder Ma mocked, not believing that a mere child could have any viable solutions. "I require a basin of clean water." Shen Luo turned to Elder Hao's wife, speaking with an air of authority. "Earlier it was a bowl of water, now it is a basin. What trickery is this?" Elder Ma remarked cynically. "Dr. Shen's requests are undoubtedly for a reason. We shall observe the developments," Red Feather stated once more. Shortly thereafter, a basin of cool water was brought forth and placed before Shen Luo. He surveyed the water and, in a commanding tone, declared, "I shall now commence acupuncture to drive the toxins into several meridians, attempting to extract the poison from the blood. The detoxification process should not be witnessed by others. An absolute tranquility is required for the healing, so I must ask you all to step outside." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. And Elder Ma was about to protest when Elder Hao's wife quickly grasped the situation. She respectfully bowed to Shen Luo, her expression grave, and said, "Thank you, Dr. Shen." She then discreetly exited the room, leading the others to follow suit, whether willingly or not. Elder Ma glanced at the figure lying on the bed, sighed, and shook his head as he left. Red Feather patted Elder Ma's shoulder, reassuring him, "Success lies in human effort, but the outcome rests with fate. Do your best." After encouraging Jiang Fugui, he too departed. Soon, Shen Luo was left alone in the room. He secured the door tightly, ensuring that no one outside could perceive the happenings within. Approaching Elder Hao's bedside, he was well aware of how to treat him. The method involved bloodletting, but the poison had now infiltrated his entire system. Excessive bloodletting could lead to death, yet insufficient would leave the toxins unpurged. The safest approach was, as he had previously mentioned, to use acupuncture to seal several critical acupuncture points, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy into Elder Hao's body to expel the toxins. This way, he could avoid excessive blood loss while still achieving a healing effect. Shen Luo retrieved silver needles from his medical kit and proceeded to puncture the vital points on Elder Hao's body. Before long, his chest was adorned with numerous silver needles. Next, he began the bloodletting, making a small incision on Elder Hao's wrist. Curiously, not a single drop of blood flowed from the cut. This was due to Shen Luo sealing the acupuncture points with the silver needles, preventing any blood from escaping. He grasped the wrist with the incision, closed his eyes, and activated the Longevity Sutra, channeling his spiritual energy into Elder Hao's body. Soon, the energy surged through the wound into Elder Hao's meridians, gradually spreading to his limbs and organs. Shen Luo meticulously guided the energy as it flowed through Elder Hao's blood. Under the force of this energy, the toxins within Elder Hao were relentlessly driven towards the incision. A drop of black liquid emerged from the wound, falling into the prepared basin. Outside, the onlookers exchanged glances, the minutes dragging on slowly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the silence from within the room heightened their anxiety. A shadow of unease crept into their hearts, even affecting the normally composed Red Feather, who began to exhibit signs of restlessness. Elder Ma, known for his short temper, had already paced the courtyard countless times. Just as the gathered crowd was on the verge of losing patience, the door creaked open. Instinctively, their gazes snapped to the entrance, the atmosphere thick with tension. Shen Luo emerged, weariness etched on his face from the sustained exertion of his spiritual energy. Noticing the grave expressions of those waiting, he offered a faint smile. "It is done. The toxins have been completely expelled. Elder Hao will need to rest this evening, but he shall awaken on his own by tomorrow." Shen Luo's words were delivered with unwavering confidence. Even he was surprised by the smoothness of the detox process, devoid of complications. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into joyous expressions, their previous gloom dissipating entirely. A few impatient individuals were eager to rush inside, but Shen Luo raised a hand to stop them. "Elder Hao's condition is fragile. He requires a tranquil environment, and we must avoid any loud disturbances," Shen Luo stated earnestly. Elder Hao's wife, upon receiving this good news, nodded in agreement, her gratitude momentarily forgotten as she hurried inside. The remaining individuals promised to maintain silence and, with care, followed her into the room. Upon entering, Elder Hao's wife was met with a foul stench. In the center of the room lay a basin filled with blood, dark as ink, from which the repugnant odor emanated. She gracefully approached the bedside and gazed at the figure lying there. The Elder Hao was sweetly asleep, his complexion still somewhat pale, yet the red spots had completely vanished, indicating that the toxicity had indeed been entirely eradicated. Overcome with joy, she couldn't help but shed tears. The onlookers who had followed the elder's wife into the room were astonished to see that the red marks on the elder's body had entirely disappeared. Their expressions were filled with disbelief, as it seemed that what Dr. Shun had said was indeed true. "Truly a miraculous person," someone in the crowd remarked, overwhelmed by the spectacle. After a while, the elder's wife finally wiped away the tears from her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered that she should return to express her profound gratitude to Shen Luo and gently made her way to the door. However, she found no trace of Shen Luo in the courtyard. She learned from others that he had departed after prescribing a regimen for health. Chapter 29. Fireball technique. By the side of a secluded path, beneath a densely foliaged tree, Shen Luo, who had just emerged from Elder Hao's residence, lay on the grass with his head resting on his hands, idly observing the green leaves on a branch. As he counted nearly 1,000, a shadow descended from the horizon and lightly landed beside him. This shadow was none other than Jiang Fuguei, who had hurriedly followed. "Shen Luo, did you summon me here for something?" Jiang Fuguei inquired, gazing at the youth sprawled on the ground. Hearing Jiang Fuguei's voice, Shen Luo stretched lazily before rising. "You've done well, my friend. You've become an elite disciple. Quite impressive." Shen Luo teased with a smile. "Hee, it's not too bad," Jiang Fuguei replied, somewhat bashful, scratching his head. "Ah, splendid. Keep up the good work," he encouraged, giving Jiang Fuguei a thumbs up. "I have a newly developed elixir here. Consuming it can enhance a martial artist's internal energy. What do you say? Care to give it a try? Is this for real? Such a fortunate opportunity?" Jiang Fuguei stared at Shen Luo, astonished. "Of course, it's genuine. Why would I lie? With that, Shen Luo produced a small white porcelain vial from his sleeve and tossed it to Jiang Fugui. Jiang Fugui examined the pill he had caught, took out a small, vibrant green pellet, and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his body, it transformed into a cool medicinal liquid that spread throughout him. Suddenly, Jiang Fugui felt a surge of warmth within and promptly sat cross-legged to cultivate. Shen Luo observed silently from the side. After an indeterminate amount of time, Jiang Fugui opened his eyes, his expression radiating joy. Just moments ago, he had nearly achieved the internal energy he sought, and now, he had successfully broken through to become a bona fide third-tier martial artist. The elevation of a martial artist's rank depended entirely on their internal energy. One must first cultivate their dantian to store this energy. Noticing Jiang Fugui's delighted expression, Shen Luo couldn't restrain his curiosity. What is the outcome? It's truly marvelous. Your words ring true. Thank you, senior brother, Jiang Fugui exclaimed, rising abruptly to bow deeply to Shen Luo. Oh, it's nothing, Shen Luo waved his hand dismissively. From Jiang Fugui's reaction, he confirmed that the elixir was only beneficial to martial artists and held no value for him. Thus, he bestowed upon Jiang Fugui all the elixirs he had previously concocted. The two chatted leisurely for a while before parting ways. As Shen Luo pondered the origins of old Zhao's qi gathering powder and the identity of the person he spoke of, he made his way back to the Valley of No Return. A considerable amount of time passed, and Shen Luo had now reached the age of 18. Throughout this period, following the incident with Elder Hao, he had firmly established his reputation as a miraculous healer. During this time, his uncle's father-in-law, the Deputy Lord, had also sought him out, praising him as a prodigy and a youthful hero, elevating his status considerably. Moreover, a sign was erected at the entrance of his stone house, inscribed with the words "Saving Lives, Healing the Wounded." One day, within a stone house in the Valley of No Return, a young man named Shen Luo unfolded his palm. After a period of diligent training, he had finally reached the 4th level of the longevity scripture. Regrettably, he had exhausted all his qi gathering powder to achieve this breakthrough. At that moment, he was testing a newly comprehended spell, the fireball technique. As he opened his hand, a fireball, about the size of a palm, suddenly appeared. Although small, it radiated an intense heat that filled the room. The fireball crackled with a sizzling sound, echoing throughout the space. Shen Luo watched intently, curious to see how long his current spiritual energy could sustain this fireball. As time passed, the fireball retained its vigorous vitality, showing no signs of extinguishing. However, Shen Luo began to feel the strain. His wrist, arm, and even his entire body began to tremble. He fixed his gaze on the fireball, his face flushed with effort. Beads of sweat began to form on his exposed skin, as if he had just engaged in strenuous exercise. After a moment, the fireball began to wobble in his palm, its flames alternately expanding and contracting. Before long, it shrank down to a spark, vanishing into thin air. The instant the fireball disappeared, Shen Luo felt utterly drained, as if all energy had been siphoned from him. Truly, it is a divine ability reserved for celestial beings. I wonder what the power of this fireball truly is, he murmured to himself, exhausted as he lay back on his bed. Unbeknownst to him, he soon succumbed to slumber due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. In the following days, he fervently practiced the fireball technique and ultimately confirmed its formidable power. Despite its modest size, the terrifying heat contained within was capable of consuming nearly everything. Even weapons forged from fine steel would melt into liquid upon contact with the fireball. Witnessing such inhuman might, Shen Luo even tossed a fireball onto the surface of water to test its efficacy. As expected, the water ignited instantly, showing no signs of being extinguished by the liquid. Having thoroughly grasped the fireball technique's power, Shen Luo finally understood why old Zhao was so determined to become an immortal cultivator. Just imagine. A cultivator with even a modest command of spells could easily dispatch so-called masters in the martial world with techniques like the fireball. If a more advanced cultivator wielded such power, they could sweep across the entire realm, rendering themselves invincible. The disparity in strength was so vast that it was no wonder everyone aspired to be a cultivator. However, the fireball technique belonged to the fire attribute, and only those with a fire affinity could cultivate it. As for Shen Luo, he remained unaware of his own spiritual root. Currently, it is understood that one must cultivate spells that correspond to their innate spiritual root. Should one choose a cultivation method that does not align with their root, the consequences may range from madness to a catastrophic demise. Upon learning this, Shen Luo was gripped by a cold sweat, astonished that such taboos existed among cultivators. Chapter 30. The Black Withered Taoist. Unaware of the nature of his own spiritual root, he dared not practice recklessly. In his frustration, he focused his energy on a small, attribute-less spell known as the Spirit Eye technique, which serves merely to observe whether one possesses magical power and the depth of that power, functioning purely as an auxiliary spell. After witnessing the extraordinary fireball technique, he held high hopes for it. However, upon actual casting, he realized that the spell was merely a simple technique for channeling energy into his eyes, devoid of any complexity. Thus, Shen Luo employed the Spirit Eye technique on his own eyes and observed his physical condition. He discovered a faint, white light enveloping him, intensifying as it neared his dantian. This, it seemed, was the so-called magical power, akin to true qi, both formless and intangible, discernible only through the Spirit Eye technique. Yet, after a single use, he lost all interest in it, for he was the only one in the entire Black Jade Sect who could be considered a half-cultivator. Who else could he observe with this technique? Everyone else was merely a martial artist. Now, aside from continuing with the fireball technique, he dared not practice any other spells indiscriminately. How he longed to know what kind of spiritual root he possessed. Shen Luo sighed, lamenting the frustration of having spells laid before him, yet being unable to cultivate them. His longevity scripture contained only cultivation mantras, devoid of any spells or divine abilities. The fiery demon art, acquired from Old Zhao, was a fire attribute cultivation method. It not only documented the method of cultivation but also included various minor spells of different attributes, such as Earth Spike Technique, Water Arrow Technique, and Diamond Technique, covering the 5 elemental attributes. He had contemplated commencing the fiery demon art, but given that it belonged to the demonic path, it would not bode well for him to practice it, especially since he was still considered a righteous individual. During Shen Luo's concentrated practice of the fireball technique, tensions escalated into open conflict between the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang. Numerous clashes erupted in the borders of Musu town, where these two factions intersected. Many of the disciples Shen Luo had previously treated met their demise in this turmoil, leaving him deeply contemplative. During this period, the No-Return Valley saw a constant influx of wounded, and the increase in patients significantly improved Shen Luo's medical skills. Yet, despite his remarkable medical prowess, many mid- to high-ranking individuals still fell. They either perished on the battlefield or succumbed to their injuries en route. In the face of such circumstances, heroes often emerged. Many young experts from both sides began to rise to prominence, assuming the positions of those who had fallen. Jiang Fuguei, during this conflict, slew numerous members of the Black Hand Gang and was exceptionally promoted to a leader, quickly gaining fame and becoming a revered figure among the new generation of disciples. During this time, as he treated the injured, Shen Luo was struck by the fragility of life. Witnessing young individuals succumb to knife wounds or poison and depart from this world, gradually, thoughts of departure began to form in his mind. He sought to pursue the path of immortality. The lives of mortals were ultimately too fragile and insignificant. He was not of this world and would eventually have to leave. He resolved that when the conflict between the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang subsided, it would be the moment of his departure. One day, after treating the last patient, Shen Luo, exhausted, entered his dwelling. All he wished was to lay on his bed and enjoy a sound sleep. For a full day of unceasing labor had worn him thin. Though he was a cultivator, he too had his limits. Upon entering the stone house, he suddenly sensed something amiss, instantly becoming alert. Cautiously, he scrutinized the room, having detected, through his extraordinary senses, the presence of another being aside from himself. "It is rather impolite to intrude upon my room without my permission," Shen Luo remarked, frowning as he gazed at the empty space. After a moment of silence, noticing no response, he continued, "If you prefer to remain hidden, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, he spread his hand, conjuring a fireball the size of his palm. As the small fireball manifested, a wave of intense heat surged forth, enveloping the entire room. "Very well. If you choose not to reveal yourself, do not blame me for my actions." Just as Shen Luo prepared to launch the fireball to incinerate the room, a shadow swiftly materialized before him. "You have quite the audacity, young one. Do not act hastily. I shall reveal myself," the figure said with a grin. Upon closer inspection, Shen Luo saw a tall, thin elder, approximately 78 years of age, dressed in a gray robe, smiling at him. The black withered Taoist, for some reason, reminded Shen Luo of the elder Zhao had mentioned, prompting him to exclaim, "Ah, you are the black withered Taoist. Interesting, young one, that you are aware of my existence. No wonder Zhao Ritian met his demise at your hands," the gray-robed elder responded, somewhat surprised. At this revelation, Shen Luo was taken aback. Indeed, it was the black withered Taoist, the guide of old Zhao. This individual was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, while Shen Luo himself had only reached the mid-stage. The elder's cultivation was not only superior, but likely his spells and abilities far surpassed Shen Luo's. Should a confrontation ensue, Shen Luo would stand no chance whatsoever. Maintaining a stoic expression, Shen Luo spoke nonchalantly. What do you intend to do? Seek vengeance for him. Though he appeared calm outwardly, inwardly he was a bundle of nerves. After all, this was the Black Withered Taoist, and to claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. The Black Withered Taoist, however, did not respond to Shen Luo's inquiry, but instead fixed his gaze upon him intently. Being scrutinized by the elder made Shen Luo uneasy, as if the elder sought to peer into his very soul. I did not expect you to remain so composed in the presence of one such as me. Quite impressive, the Black Withered Taoist suddenly spoke, his tone laced with admiration. But rest assured, I come not to kill you, nor to seize your body. Rather, I am here to present you with an opportunity. What? You mean you will not kill me or take over my body? You wish to bestow upon me an opportunity? Shen Luo was utterly perplexed, questioning the elder's intentions. Having slain old Zhao, it seemed strange that the elder would approach him, not for revenge, but to offer him a boon. Chapter 31. The Oath of the Heavenly Path. Indeed, my lifespan is nearing its end, and the act of seizing another's body has become futile for me. The Black Withered Taoist nodded, his gaze shifting to the grand armchair beside him, where he reclined and continued. I have already seized a body once before. Should I attempt it again, my spirit would not withstand the strain and would dissipate. Why can one only seize a body once? The youth, perplexed by the Black Withered Taoist's words, could not comprehend them fully. Observing the boy's confusion, the Black Withered Taoist patiently explained. Soon, Shen Luo learned from the Black Withered Taoist that there exist 3 unbreakable laws regarding body seizing among cultivators. Firstly, cultivators are forbidden from seizing the bodies of mortals. Otherwise, the seized body would collapse under the strain of the act. Secondly, only those with superior magical power can successfully seize the bodies of those with lesser power. The greater the disparity, the safer the act. Thirdly, regardless of one's magical level, a cultivator may only seize a body once in their lifetime. Attempting it a second time would result in the inexplicable demise of their primordial spirit. These 3 laws have stood the test of time, having never been broken despite countless attempts. Their existence has curtailed the ambitions of many who sought to exploit body seizing for nefarious purposes. However, I do not foresee Zhao Ritian meeting his end at your hands. In response to the Black Withered Taoist statement, Shen Luo feigned nonchalance and replied, merely a stroke of luck. Little did the Black Withered Taoist know that Shen Luo's ability to escape from Elder Zhao was entirely due to that old man as prior assistance. Had it not been for him, Shen Luo might have already become a mere vessel for another's consciousness. Observing Shen Luo's bewildered expression, the Black Withered Taoist added, You must be perplexed as to why your cultivation has been progressing so slowly, with no room for improvement. Indeed, since reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, I have scarcely sensed the presence of spiritual energy. Why is that? Shen Luo pondered, stroking his chin. It is because this place is a barren wasteland, devoid of spiritual energy, which is why you cannot perceive it. Understand that as cultivators grow stronger, their demand for spiritual energy increases. Then, if this is a barren wasteland, why are you here? Shen Luo countered. Sigh, that is a long story. The Black Withered Taoist's gaze flickered with reminiscence, a complex expression gracing his features as he recounted. I was once a cultivator in Haoyuan City of the eastern region. In my youth, brimming with arrogance due to my profound abilities, I provoked many. Eventually, after a failed foundation establishment that led to backlash, I found my foundation damaged, and those I had offended sought my life for revenge. Realizing I was no longer the formidable cultivator I once was, they came to kill me and seize my treasures. To survive, I had to abandon my physical body, seizing the body of another and fleeing, ultimately finding refuge here. Thanks to Zhao Ritian, Shen Luo grasped the gist of the story, understanding that the desiccated corpse in Elder Zhao's hidden chamber belonged to one of his enemies, whom he had slain in retaliation. The two had formed a partnership, with Elder Zhao providing mortals for the Black Withered Taoist to mend his damaged foundation, while he taught Zhao Ritian the cultivation methods of cultivators, along with a demonic technique that allowed mortals to seize bodies. Now, however, the situation was dire. His foundation remained unrepaired and was further eroded by malevolent energy, leaving him with little time left. In desperation, he sought to ascertain whether Zhao Ritian had succeeded in seizing a body, only to find he had failed, thus turning to Shen Luo. Oh, so that is how it is, Shen Luo acknowledged, nodding as he comprehended the unfolding events. He turned to the elder and inquired, And what is this opportunity you mentioned earlier? Sigh, I have little time remaining. I need you to deliver this item to a certain individual. Rest assured, it is but a trivial task for you, with no danger involved. With that, he retrieved a package and a letter, placing them on the table beside him. Shen Luo, eyeing the items, smiled at the elder and remarked, as the saying goes, no reward without effort. Surely, you cannot expect me to run this errand for free? Ha ha ha, you clever lad, already seeking compensation before the task has even begun. My reward to you is guidance into the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, everything within this storage bag is yours, including a talisman that holds my full power in a single strike, albeit usable only once. How does that sound? Are you satisfied? Shen Luo was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly, astonished by the richness of the proposal. How could he not be tempted? Initially intending to depart, he reconsidered and decided to acquiesce, given the treasures being offered. Very well. I agree to run this errand for you, Shen Luo stated decisively after a feigned moment of contemplation. Excellent. Now, you must first establish an oath to the heavenly path. What is the oath of the heavenly path? Shen Luo felt a bit awkward, scratching his head in confusion. The Black Withered Taoist explained. The oath of the heavenly path is a promise made by a cultivator to the heavens. Should one violate this oath, they will be subjected to divine retribution. Oh, I see. I, Shen Luo, swear an oath to the heavenly path. Should I fail to fulfill the Black Withered Taoist's request, I shall perish by lightning. As he uttered these words, an unusual aura manifested in the void, enveloping him. In an unseen manner, Shen Luo felt as if an invisible shackle had been placed upon him. This must be the oath of the heavenly path, he mused. Understanding that he could no longer make oaths lightly, the Black Withered Taoist, satisfied with Shen Luo's oath, produced a small cloth bag from his waist and tossed it to him. This is a storage bag, containing a space for storing items. I have lifted the soul imprint upon it. Simply drop your blood to recognize it as your own. As Shen Luo examined the bag, the Black Withered Taoist explained further. Nodding in understanding, Shen Luo pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the bag. The blood seeped into the fabric and vanished without a trace. At that moment, he sensed a new presence within his spiritual awareness. With matters settled, the Black Withered Taoist prepared to take his leave. Wait, senior, Shen Luo called out, as the Black Withered Taoist turned to depart. Is there something else? The elder, puzzled, paused. I wish to know what type of spiritual root I possess. Test it yourself. There is a crystal ball in the storage bag. Infuse it with your magical energy and observe the color it displays to determine your spiritual root, the Black Withered Taoist replied impatiently. With that, he vanished as if he had never existed. A storage bag? Shen Luo gazed down at the cloth bag in his hand, gently pulling it open. He tilted the bag downward, preparing to empty its contents, thinking it would only hold a small item. To his astonishment, a multitude of items poured forth from the tiny bag, leaving him utterly shocked. Chapter 32. The matter of spiritual roots regaining his composure. Shen Luo spotted a crystal orb among the heap of items, smooth and translucent, about the size of a palm. Beneath the crystal orb lay a small booklet. He first lifted the orb, holding it in his hand, examining it with a sense of awe, unable to fathom that this seemingly trivial object was employed by cultivators to discern the attributes of their spiritual roots. After scrutinizing the crystal orb for a while, Shen Luo discerned that it possessed no exceptional qualities. He then picked up the booklet that had been pressed beneath the orb and began to leaf through its pages. This tome documented the intricacies of spiritual roots, detailing the classifications recognized by cultivators. The concept of a spiritual root remains elusive to most cultivators. However, they all understand that without a spiritual root, one's aspirations of cultivation are futile. Devoid of a spiritual root, one cannot perceive the existence of spiritual energy, let alone cultivate spiritual power. Spiritual roots are not universally bestowed. Statistically, among 10,000 individuals, only 7 or 8 may possess such roots, rendering them a rare phenomenon. Yet, even among those fortunate enough to have a spiritual root, few can embark on the path of cultivation. Merely possessing a spiritual root does not guarantee compliance with the stringent requirements set forth by various cultivation sections. Generally speaking, spiritual roots are categorized into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The majority of individuals possess roots that embody a blend of these 5 or 4 elemental attributes. While these individuals can sense the spiritual energy of the world, their cultivation results are often disheartening. Typically, they can only advance their foundational techniques in the qi refining stage to the intermediate level before stagnating, with little hope of progressing to the foundation establishment stage throughout their lives. Consequently, Those with 5 or even 4 attributes are often derisively referred to as pseudo-spiritual roots by cultivators. In contrast, a singular attribute root is revered in the cultivation realm as a heavenly root, denoting a favored child of the heavens. Individuals endowed with such a root, regardless of its specific attribute, can cultivate at a pace 2 to 3 times that of ordinary root bearers, and upon reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, they encounter no bottlenecks when transitioning into the core formation stage, effortlessly beginning their journey towards it. To put it into perspective, among 100 chi refining cultivators, only 7 or 8 will reach the foundation establishment stage, and from those, merely 1 or 2 may succeed in entering the core formation stage. Such a stark disparity in the core formation ratio inevitably incites envy among other cultivators. Thus, when a heavenly root individual emerges, various cultivation sects invariably vie for their allegiance, as they essentially secure a future core formation expert for their sect. Beyond the 5 elemental roots, there exists the phenomenon of mutated roots. A mutated root is defined as a root that is a hybrid of 2 or 3 elemental attributes that has undergone transformation and enhancement. For instance, a blend of earth and water roots may give rise to a lightning root, while a fusion of metal and water roots may produce an ice root. Additionally, there are dark roots, wind roots, and other such mutated roots. Although practitioners of mutated roots lack the innate ability to bypass the core formation bottleneck, their cultivation speed is comparable to that of those with heavenly roots. Furthermore, should they discover compatible techniques for their attributes, these individuals often become formidable experts, capable of matching 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators of equivalent strength. Therefore, those possessing mutated roots are highly sought after by various cultivation sections. Cultivation sects not only recruit ordinary individuals with spiritual roots, but also seek children from families of cultivators who possess such roots. After all, as a sect dedicated to cultivation, it is impractical to test every child from the mundane world. It is understood that among 10,000 individuals, only one may possess a spiritual root, and from 6 or 7 root bearers, only one can be a genuine root. Subsequently, researchers in the cultivation realm discovered that spiritual roots are often found within individuals who share similar bloodlines. For example, if one parent possesses a spiritual root, their offspring have a 1 in 4 chance of inheriting one as well. Naturally, if both parents are root bearers, the likelihood of their progeny possessing a root increases significantly, sometimes resulting in all offspring being endowed with roots. This revelation thrilled those with vested interests. Propelled by this discovery, many young disciples of various sects were dispatched by their elders to establish families in the mundane world. Once they had children, they were expected to return to their sects to continue their cultivation. Thus, when these sects faced a shortage of disciples, they would select children with spiritual roots directly from the families of their disciples. Although the probability of ordinary individuals giving rise to spiritual roots remains relatively low, the overarching premise is that as long as one possesses a root, the spiritual lineage can be perpetuated. Over time, this gradual branching out led to the formation of cultivation families. Having gleaned comprehensive insights into the attributes of spiritual roots, Shen Luo closed the book and resumed his examination of the crystal orb. He was now ready to conduct a test to ascertain his own spiritual root. Gently channeling his spiritual energy into the orb, he watched as it erupted in a dazzling display of colors, first white, then green, followed by blue, and culminating in red and yellow. Gazing at the 5 distinct hues radiating from the orb, he came to the disheartening realization that he possessed a pseudo-spiritual root. To his dismay, he found himself burdened with the least desirable type of root, and a chill swept through him as he recalled the earlier passage stating that individuals with pseudo-spiritual roots had little hope of ever achieving foundation establishment. Did this mean he must abandon his pursuit of the path to immortality and resign himself to a mundane existence, waiting for the inevitable end of his fleeting mortal life? For cultivators, the lifespan of a mortal is exceedingly brief. Mere decades pass in the blink of an eye. Now that he had caught a glimpse of the possibility of pursuing the path of immortality, he was unwilling to return to a life as an ordinary mortal with a mere few decades to live. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. He resolved, even if the opportunity seemed faint, he would endeavor to seize it. The path of immortality is fraught with challenges, yet he would not falter. With renewed determination, Shen Luo swiftly transformed his previous despondence into unwavering resolve. He gathered the scattered items on the ground, obtaining a map, a talisman, several assorted elixirs, and some small stones of uncertain purpose. The talisman should be as the black dry Taoist described, containing his full power sealed within. As for the elixirs before him, He only recognized the chi gathering powder, while the others were names unknown to him, their effects a mystery. There were 3 vials of chi gathering powder. And apart from these, he stowed all the remaining items, including the package entrusted to him by the Black Dry Taoist, into his storage bag. Gazing at the storage bag in his hand, he contemplated that once the conflict between the 2 factions subsided, he would return home briefly before delivering the package. Chapter 33, The Immortal Master. After all, the Black Dry Taoist had merely instructed him to deliver the package without stipulating a deadline, so he could afford to take his time. He returned to his chamber and reclined on the bed, retrieving the fiery demon technique to peruse. Now that he was aware of his spiritual root attribute, encompassing all 5 elements, he could cultivate the other elemental spells contained within. The Earth Spike technique is a minor earth-based spell that allows the caster to summon spikes from the ground within a radius of 10 zhang, making it an excellent tool for surprise attacks, as it is difficult for opponents to defend against. As for the diamond technique, it resembles the concept of an indestructible body found in the martial world, employing metal attribute spiritual energy to fortify the body. He possesses the ability to become immune to the injuries caused by mortal weapons such as swords and hidden weapons, leading him to decide to first cultivate these 2 spells. In the days that followed, he dedicated his days to healing injured fellow disciples and spent his nights practicing magic, thus time passed swiftly. The conflict between the Haiqiong sect and the Black Hand Gang initially saw the former gaining the upper hand, but as time progressed, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the elders in the sect promptly led elite disciples into battle, swiftly annihilating the adversaries, forcing the Black Hand Gang to retreat to their headquarters. Just as Shen Luo believed the strife between the 2 factions was nearing its end, the leader of the Black Hand Gang unexpectedly emerged from seclusion. With a speed that was almost blinding, he repelled the attacks from the mid-level experts of the Haiqiong sect. In response to the counterattack from the Black Hand Gang, the leader of the Haiqiong sect also emerged from seclusion, resulting in a fierce clash between the 2 formidable figures that ended in a stalemate. Shortly thereafter, the Black Hand Gang released news of their intention to negotiate a truce with the Haiqiong sect. This announcement sent shockwaves through the Haiqiong sect, as the recent conflicts had seen the Black Hand Gang consistently dominating and suppressing them. Although the high-level disputes between the 2 factions had concluded in a draw, no one anticipated that the enemy would suddenly seek peace. Consequently, a critical meeting was convened within the Haiqiong sect to deliberate whether to continue fighting or to negotiate. Various leaders expressed differing opinions, with the elders aligned with the deputy leader favoring negotiation, recognizing that opening hostilities would inevitably lead to significant losses among their disciples. They surmised that the opposition was likely considering the same. Conversely, the faction led by Elder Ma advocated for resuming hostilities, asserting that the enemy's sudden plea for peace indicated they had suffered severe losses, and it would be prudent to capitalize on this opportunity to annihilate the Black Hand Gang. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of the Black Hand Gang's headquarters, a slender man dressed in white, resembling a scholarly figure, stood respectfully beside a bald man seated on the leader's throne. This scholarly figure was the leader of the Black Hand Gang, In Chi, who, despite his high status and authority over the sect's fate, now appeared as a mere servant, silently observing. In Chi gazed at the bald man occupying his seat, suppressing any hint of dissatisfaction on his countenance. The man was not merely a renowned martial artist, but rather an immortal beyond their comprehension. An immortal possesses immense powers, including longevity, and such an entity is not someone a small faction like the Black Hand Gang could afford to offend. The bald man before him, whom he had encountered by chance, referred to himself as the young lord of the Red Blossom. In Chi had witnessed him effortlessly shatter a small hill with a mere sword. After witnessing his formidable prowess, he was deeply impressed, and, upon realizing the man was a legendary immortal, felt a desire to befriend him. However, the immortal showed little interest in power or wealth. As the saying goes, heroes love beauty, and In Chi did not believe the immortal would remain indifferent in the presence of a beautiful woman. His intuition proved correct, as the immortal's eyes gleamed upon sighting a beautiful woman. Knowing this, In Chi promised that if the immortal would assist him in annihilating the Haiqiong sect, he would present all the women in the town for the immortal's choosing. The immortal, intrigued by this offer, agreed to accompany him to the Black Hand Gang. At that moment, standing aside, In Chi observed the bald man teasing a woman in his arms. After a moment of contemplation, he respectfully addressed the immortal, inquiring when he intended to act to help him destroy the Haiqiong sect. Haha, but mere mortals are nothing to worry about. Rest assured, since this immortal has promised you, I shall not go back on my word. The day of negotiation between your 2 factions will also be the day I intervene to eliminate the Haiqiong sect, the young lord of the Red Blossom replied casually. In his eyes, mortals were akin to ants, easily crushed beneath a single foot. In Qi, elated by the immortal's unwavering promise, promptly expressed his gratitude, stating, "Then I shall trouble the immortal." Following this, he clapped his hands, and the doors of the hall swung open, revealing two exceptionally beautiful women who entered, bowed to Qi, and stood by awaiting orders. To demonstrate his sincerity, Qi promptly presented the two women to the immortal, saying with a smile, "Please enjoy these two lovely ladies, esteemed immortal." The bald man seated on the leader's throne regarded the two women pushed forward by Qi, a smile creeping onto his face. He nodded in apparent satisfaction with Qi's gesture. "You have truly put in some effort," he laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force enveloped the two standing women, transporting them effortlessly to his side. "Ha ha, esteemed immortal, your praise is too generous. This is but my duty. Please enjoy at your leisure. I shall take my leave now," Qi said respectfully, bowing before slowly withdrawing from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, after prolonged discussions, the Heiqiong sect ultimately reached a consensus to agree to negotiate with the Black Hand Gang. Shortly after Qi exited the Grand Hall, he encountered an envoy from the Heiqiong sect arriving for a visit. After an exchange of pleasantries, both parties finalized the time and location for the negotiation, which would take place at the Heiqiong sect's headquarters in 2 days. As a show of sincerity, Qi personally escorted the immortal to the entrance of the headquarters, watching him depart with a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Before long, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qi led his disciples to the Heiqiong sect's headquarters, due to the overwhelming number of people surging towards the mountain peak. Qi and his subordinates exerted considerable effort to reach the stone hall. Upon arrival, Qi was struck by the magnificence of the Heiqiong Hall. Atop the Phoenix Peak, a grand stone hall constructed from fine marble rose majestically, towering above the surrounding landscape. Qi gazed at the impressive structure, silently contemplating, indeed, this once great sect still retains its past glory. Despite their decline, the foundation remains. Their financial resources far exceed that of my small gang. Truly a display of extravagance. However, he mused, yet what does that matter? After today, the Heiqiong sect will cease to exist, and this place shall belong to me. After surveying the magnificent edifice, Qi strode confidently towards the entrance of the hall, which stood wide open, revealing several high-ranking members of the Heiqiong sect already present, awaiting the negotiation with the Black Hand Gang. Among them stood Shen Luo, who was not initially supposed to be there, as he was merely stepping in to succeed Elder Zhao as the leader of the Wuhui Valley, though he had not yet received the title of Elder. Nevertheless, he enjoyed Elder privileges, thus naturally finding himself in attendance. "Masterly, it has been a few days. I trust you are well." Qi greeted a man clad in black as he reached the entrance of the hall. "Haha," Masterly of the Heiqiong sect replied with an awkward chuckle. "It seems this is the first time we, as leaders of our respective factions, can speak so amicably." Shen Luo scrutinized the man conversing with Masterly, noting his scholarly appearance. However, the appearance of his guards left much to be desired. Not only were they unattractive, but they also lacked hair. Shen Luo pondered curiously about the level of martial arts mastery the leader of the Black Hand Gang had attained. He secretly activated his spiritual eye technique and discovered that the opponent's dantian was filled with a rich flow of true qi, indicating that he had already ascended to the realm of a first-rate master. Next, his gaze shifted to the bald man beside Qi, whereupon he observed a faint layer of white light enveloping him. This was spiritual energy. He had not anticipated that what was revealed within the opponent's body was identical to what he had seen earlier with his spiritual eye technique. This unique white light was exclusive to cultivators. He was astonished to realize that the opponent was indeed a cultivator. How could the leader of the Black Hand Gang, a mere martial artist, be mingling with a cultivator? Was it possible that the opponent intended to leverage the cultivator's powers to deal with the Black Jade Sect? With a stoic expression, he watched the conversation between the leaders of the Black Jade Sect and the Black Hand Gang, while inwardly, he was deep in thought, recalling the events that had transpired. The previous conflicts between the two factions had been relatively evenly matched, until the Black Hand Gang suddenly proposed a ceasefire. When many heard this request for peace, the first thought was that the Black Hand Gang had suffered significant losses and sought to halt the fighting. He had shared this belief. However, now that he saw the leader of the Black Hand Gang in the company of a cultivator, it raised suspicions. Could it be that the proposed peace was merely a facade? A tactic employed by the Black Hand Gang to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack on the Black Jade Sect's main stronghold when its high-ranking members gathered? If this were indeed the case, it would spell disaster. As he pondered this, he discreetly scrutinized the bald man, confirming that the white light surrounding him was more vibrant than his own, suggesting that the opponent's cultivation level was likely far superior, possibly at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement. It was even plausible that he had reached the later stages of the qi refinement realm, akin to the previous Black Ku Daoist. May I inquire what conditions your esteemed gang has for this negotiation? Master Li, feeling somewhat exasperated by the incessant chatter without any substantive discussion, directly broached the topic. Negotiation? That's agreeable. But does Master Li not find it a tad inappropriate for us to engage in talks at the entrance? In Chi remarked, glancing around with a smirk. It seems I have overlooked that. My apologies. Please, Master Li. He gestured to clear the way. Haha, I believe that is unnecessary now. You won't survive today regardless. In Chi declared with a sinister laugh. What do you mean by that? Master Li frowned at the sudden, ominous declaration. Do you not understand? It means your demise. In Chi replied, and as his words fell, the disciples of the Black Hand Gang, who had accompanied him, brandished their weapons and charged at the stunned disciples of the Black Jade Sect. The sudden turn of events caught the Black Jade disciples off guard. They had fallen into a trap. Unbeknownst to the Black Jade Sect, the Black Hand Gang had exploited the opportunity for peace to launch a surprise attack on their main stronghold. Faced with the oncoming assault from the Black Hand disciples, the Black Jade disciples, after a moment of shock, hastily drew their weapons and rushed forward, engaging in a fierce melee. You despicable scoundrel, scheming in such a manner. I will kill you. Master Li roared, realizing he had been deceived, his fury boiling over as he confronted In Chi. A throbbing sound of air bursting erupted from him. True Chi projection? That is a technique only master-level warriors can perform. How is it possible that you have broken through to the master level? In Chi exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of shock and fear. Previously, the opponent had only been a first-rate martial artist, yet in the blink of an eye, he had advanced to the master level. Master Li, unperturbed by In Chi's inquiry, unsheathed his soft sword and lunged at him. The disciples of the Black Hand Gang quickly rushed to shield In Chi from the impending attack. Meanwhile, Shen Luo, seizing the chaos, had already slipped away to observe from a hidden vantage point. Master Li regarded the Black Hand disciples before him. Now that he had ascended to the master level, dispatching them would be as effortless as slaughtering chickens. The disciples fell before him without even managing to retaliate. Moments later, as In Chi saw Master Li approaching with lethal intent, he urgently called out to the bald man, Master Xian, please intervene and eliminate this man. Huh, he is but a mere mortal. Why do you fear him so? Watch how I dispatch him, the bald man scoffed dismissively. Shortly after, Master Li, having eliminated several of the disciples, closed in on In Chi. The latter, unperturbed, calmly advised, Master Li, I suggest you lay down your weapon and surrender while there is still time. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. After all, he had the backing of a celestial master, and what did he have to fear? Even if the opponent had attained the master level, what could it matter? He had witnessed the celestial master's capabilities firsthand. Seeking death, Master Li bellowed, incensed by In Chi's mockery, raising his soft sword to strike. At that moment, a golden spiritual light suddenly erupted from behind In Chi, hurtling towards Master Li. Master Li, startled by the unexpected golden flash, quickly crossed his soft sword before him in an attempt to block it. However, the golden spiritual light effortlessly severed the soft sword and, in a single stroke, also claimed Master Li's head. Master look! Elder Ma, witnessing the abrupt downfall of Master Li, cried out in alarm. The appearance of that golden light had captured the attention of everyone present. As they turned to see what had occurred, they were met with the shocking sight of Master Li's decapitated body. All were left in stunned silence, while In Chi erupted into laughter at the sight of the severed head. The golden spiritual light, after dispatching Master Li, did not vanish but instead hovered above the bald man's head. Flying sword? Someone in the crowd blurted out. Upon hearing the term flying sword, many recalled the legendary tales of sword immortals. It was said that in the celestial realm, there existed individuals who specialized in the art of flying swords, capable of striking down enemies from miles away, rendering them defenseless. With a single sword strike, the world trembled. The golden light hovering above the bald man resembled the flying swords wielded by these legendary sword immortals, hovering in the air to slay foes. Chapter 35. The fox borrowing the tigers. Might everyone turn their gaze towards the bald man, wondering if he was indeed the legendary sword immortal. The majority regarded him with awe, for the title of sword immortal was enough to instill fear in many mortals. The bald man stood tall and proud, manipulating the golden light as it danced above him, drawing gasps of admiration from the Black Hand Gang, while the Black Jade Sect fell into a hushed silence. Shrouded in despair, While the Black Hand Gang's morale soared with the presence of the Sword Immortal, the Black Jade Sect, in the wake of their leader's death, sank into confusion and hopelessness. Just as the bald man reveled in his triumph, a figure leaped from the ranks of the Black Jade Sect. Without uttering a word, he dashed towards the bald man with the swiftness of a gale. It was Elder Ma, his face a mask of grief, filled with unrelenting sorrow over the leader's demise, as he harbored a burning desire for vengeance against the bald man. Ignoring the fact that he was a supposed sword immortal, he was solely focused on avenging his master. As the bald man noticed Elder Ma charging towards him, he pointed a finger at him. The golden light hovering above his head instantly transformed into a radiant arc, darting towards the opponent. Observing the approaching brilliance, Elder Ma recognized its formidable nature. He dared not confront it head-on and swiftly sidestepped. Just as he believed he had evaded the attack, the bald man gestured towards the golden light, twisting his hand back. The golden beam, responding to the motion, aimed for Elder Ma's back. Caught off guard, Elder Ma could scarcely fathom that the light would curve. Witnessing the demise of Elder Ma, Shen Luo was overwhelmed with emotion. Despite the Elder's previous disdain towards him, and his own lack of fondness for the man, he couldn't help but admire Elder Ma's audacity to confront a cultivator as a mere mortal. After slaying Elder Ma, the bald man summoned the golden light into his hand. As the light settled, it vanished instantly, revealing a small silver sword. Indeed, a sword immortal. The onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of the sword in the bald man's grasp. Shen Luo, envious of the small sword, harbored thoughts of claiming it for himself. He estimated the bald man's cultivation level to be around mid-chi refinement, likely 2 minor realms above his own. Confronting a cultivator of the 6th level of chi refinement was beyond his capabilities. However, he possessed a talisman containing a powerful strike from the late chi refinement stage. He contemplated whether to reveal himself to seize the treasure. Master Immortal, your might is unparalleled. With a single blow, you have vanquished 2 top experts from the Black Jade Sect. I implore you to continue your assault and eliminate the remaining high-ranking members, In Chi said, bowing respectfully beside the bald man. The remaining disciples of the Black Jade Sect, upon hearing In Chi's words, wore ashen faces, bracing for their impending doom. Very well, since I am here, I shall assist you in eradicating them. One must remove the root to prevent regrowth, the bald man replied with a nod. He then hurled the small sword into the air. As it soared, he swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling spiritual light into the sword. The small sword, infused with the bald man's energy, erupted in golden radiance. He directed the golden light towards the disciples of the Black Jade Sect, who panicked and scrambled for cover as the light surged towards them. At that moment, a youth clad in a flowing white robe and possessing a strikingly handsome visage leaped into the fray. He opened his palm, conjuring a small fireball from thin air. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the fireball hurtling towards the bald man. The latter, controlling the flying sword, was taken aback by the sudden projectile and hastily avoided it. In that fleeting moment, the sword slipped from his command and the golden light dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo sprang forth and snatched the silver sword. When the bald man regained his composure, he discovered his magical artifact had been taken, now clutched in the hands of the young boy before him. The bald man's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "You too are a cultivator?" The disciples of the Black Jade Sect, stunned by the bald man's words, stared in disbelief. Even Chi Yu, who had previously defended Shen Luo, wore an astonished expression. He had not anticipated that the physician was also a cultivator. All eyes were now upon Shen Luo, who was filled with delight at the small sword he held. The bald man, realizing his artifact had been seized, demanded, "Who are you, friend? I have not wronged you. Why take my artifact?" In response to the bald man's inquiry, Shen Luo donned the guise of the Black Kuru's authority, asserting, "I am a disciple of the Black Kuru from Haoyuan City. As a cultivator, you dare to harm mortals. Do you not know your transgressions?" Upon hearing the name of the Black Kuru, the bald man's face paled, his fear palpable. He had spent time in Haoyuan City and was aware of the Black Kuru's notorious reputation. As a fledgling cultivator, he had revered the Black Kuru. But after being overlooked by the sects, he had lost hope and wandered to the kingdom of Wu. Seeing Shen Luo invoke the name of the Black Kuru, the bald man swallowed hard and pleaded, "I am merely following orders. I bear no intent to harm mortals. Please do not be angered." Shen Luo, inwardly triumphant, recognized that he had successfully intimidated the man. He continued, "Well, considering your sincere demeanor, I shall spare you this time, but the sword is mine now. Do you have any objections?" The bald man, taken aback, realized that the small sword was indeed his artifact. He hesitated, wanting to retort and reclaim it. but then recalled the formidable reputation of the Black Kuru. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Thank you, friend. I have no objections." "Very well, you may leave." Shen Luo gestured dismissively. "Yes." The bald man bowed respectfully before turning to depart under the gaze of the onlookers. After taking a few steps, he sensed something amiss. The Black Kuru had vanished years ago after a failed foundation establishment and was rumored to have many enemies. How could he possibly have disciples? Realizing he had been deceived, he halted and turned back, shouting angrily, "How dare you play me for a fool?" Chapter 36. The fire serpent destroys the enemy. The bald man spun around, enraged. Seeing Shen Luo toying with the small sword, seemingly intrigued by its design. Frowning, he feared that Shen Luo might erase the magical seals. He hastily formed a hand sign to regain control over the sword, but at that moment, the small sword shuddered violently in Shen Luo's grip, attempting to escape. With a whoosh, the sword emitted a golden spiritual light, breaking free from Shen Luo's grasp and soaring into the air. The bald man, regaining control of the artifact, was elated. He pointed the glowing sword towards Shen Luo, sending it hurtling at him. Faced with the incoming attack, Shen Luo immediately activated the Vajra technique, emanating a faint golden glow. As he completed this, a fireball materialized in his palm, which he hurled at the bald man. The fireball soared through the air, incinerating the grass and flowers beneath it in a blaze. The bald man, seeing the fireball approach, deftly maneuvered the flying sword to cleave it in two. Shen Luo, witnessing his fireball being effortlessly severed, furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face. He had not anticipated the bald man's artifact to be this potent. Perhaps his own cultivation was too low to fully harness the fireball's power. With no other option left, he decided to unleash his trump card, slapping the small pouch hanging from his waist. In an instant, a white light flashed, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Gazing at the talisman, he infused his magical energy into the yellow charm before tossing it into the air. The yellow talisman hovered above, emanating a fiery crimson glow. A fire serpent, as thick as a man's arm, erupted from the talisman, charging fiercely towards the bald man. The bald man, startled by the sudden appearance of the fiery serpent, felt a surge of dread as he hastily maneuvered his flying sword. The sword, enveloped in golden light, sliced toward the flame-imbued serpent with great speed. To his astonishment, the snake moved with the swiftness of lightning, rendering him unable to intercept it in time. Paralyzed with fear, he could only watch helplessly as the fire serpent lunged at him, engulfing him in a sea of flames. Moments later, his agonized cries ceased, leaving him a mere pile of ashes amidst the inferno. Seeing that the bald man was undeniably dead, he let out a long sigh of relief. He silently rejoiced in having that talisman at hand. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to the might of the flying sword. With the bald man's control over it severed, the sword plummeted to the ground. He glanced at the small sword that had fallen not far away and strolled over to retrieve it. Throughout this ordeal, everyone remained frozen, too stunned to make a move. At that moment, In-Chi felt as though he were trapped in a dream, having just witnessed his grand ambitions on the verge of fulfillment only to be thwarted by the sudden emergence of a young upstart. The situation spiraled out of control, culminating in the fiery demise of even the esteemed master he had summoned. Now elated by the bald man's demise, he regarded the small sword as a forsaken treasure, one he could claim without reproach. After inspecting the sword, he stowed it in his storage pouch, planning to study it further when time permitted. For now, addressing the Black Hand Gang was his priority. With a smirk that bordered on mockery, he turned to In-Chi and the others. "Will you surrender and beg for mercy? Or shall I, as a master of the celestial arts, send you on your way?" His disdainful gaze conveyed an air of superiority. In-Chi, upon hearing these words, felt an icy chill envelop him, rendering his face numb. He repeatedly urged himself to remain calm, convinced there had to be a way to counter this adversary. Yet, the realization that this opponent was not merely a martial artist, but a celestial master filled him with dread. The talisman that had annihilated the master he had summoned was a testament to the youth's strength. He was well aware of the bald man's abilities. If even he fell short against this boy, what chance did he stand? A wave of helplessness washed over him as he turned his head to survey the crowd. The disciples of the Black Hand Gang wore pale expressions, their faces etched with fear and panic. In his despair, In-Chi glanced toward the Black Jade Sect, only to find them staring at him with eyes that seemed to look upon a corpse. A sense of desolation gripped him. No, he could not perish here. He must survive to fulfill his ambitions. Frustrated and unwilling to accept defeat, he steeled himself, a wild glint igniting in his eyes. Disciples of the Black Hand Gang, today we may not survive, but we shall fight to the end. Prepare the crossbows. Others, ready the thunderous bombs. he bellowed, channeling his inner strength. Surprised, he realized the desperation had driven his opponent to fight back. The fury in Yin Shi's voice invigorated the previously bewildered onlookers, awakening them from their stupor. The Black Hand Gang's disciples were ignited by his rallying cry, their spirits soaring as they prepared for a final stand. However, the members of the Black Jade Sect exchanged worried glances, concerned whether even a celestial master could withstand the onslaught of arrows and explosive projectiles. Unfazed by their resolve, he regarded them as mere mortals devoid of magical prowess. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Release the arrows, Yin Shi commanded, eyeing the stationary figure of his adversary, licking his parched lips. In an instant, hundreds of crossbow bolts rained down upon him like a torrential storm. As the deluge of projectiles approached, a radiant golden light enveloped him, shielding him entirely. Witnessing the arrows harmlessly bounce off the shimmering aura, Yin Shi's face turned a sickly shade of gray, realizing death awaited him. Prepare the thunderous bombs. Throw them now, blow him to smithereens, he shouted, panic creeping into his voice. The explosive sounds reverberated throughout the battlefield. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a massive spike erupted from the ground, catching several disciples off guard and impaling them. As the smoke from the explosions began to clear, all eyes turned to the source of the havoc. There stood him, unscathed, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the chaos. The spike that had emerged was a result of his earlier earth spike technique. Yin Shi, staring blankly at the smiling figure before him, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could hardly comprehend that the arrows and bombs had failed to inflict any harm. The realization struck him like a thunderbolt, draining the color from his face as he braced himself for the inevitable end. Chapter 37. The Departure with an Icy Demeanor. He held a small fireball in the palm of his hand. He hurled it into the midst of the Black Hand Gang's ranks. In that fleeting moment, the gang members scattered in terror, but it was futile. The fireball struck the ground, igniting rapidly and spreading flames in all directions. Yin Shi, transfixed by the searing heat, did not flinch. He stood there, numb, resigned to his fate. Moments later, he unleashed his final fireball, landing squarely upon Yin Shi, sending him on his way. Observing the ashes that now blanketed the ground, he murmured to himself, "You squandered your chance, compelling me to take lives. The taste of fire is not one to savor." With that, he lifted his gaze toward the members of the Black Jade Sect, who regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation. Wherever his eyes fell, people bowed their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. A chill gripped his heart. He had anticipated cheers and accolades for resolving the crisis, yet instead, he was met with fear. His actions, dispatching the flying sword to slay the bald man and incinerating the entirety of the Black Hand Gang, illustrated not merely his prowess as a celestial master, but also his ruthless, merciless nature. Thus, wherever he looked, heads bowed in submission, none daring to meet his gaze. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of fear itself. At this moment, Qi Yuzhenren was both astonished and delighted, never having anticipated that the crisis facing his sect would be resolved so effortlessly. Not only that, but the formidable Yin Shi had also been decisively eliminated. This left him in a state of euphoric joy, albeit tinged with a hint of unease. He understood that, given the ease with which the other party had assisted the Jade Sect in overcoming this calamity, it would also be trivial for them to obliterate the sect if they so desired. However, the thought of the other party being the nephew of the deputy sect master raised questions. Could it be that the deputy sect master's son-in-law was also a celestial master? No, that seemed implausible. He quickly dismissed the notion, as the deputy sect master he had encountered did not resemble such a figure at all. As for the deputy sect master himself, he had retired from the sect a month prior. Now, with both the sect leader and elder Ma deceased, Qi Yuzhenren was the most powerful figure within the sect, and he mused that this could be his opportunity to ascend to the position of sect leader. It should be noted that the formidable members of the Black Hand Gang had largely been eradicated by Shen Luo, leaving only a few insignificant remnants to guard the territory. If he were to become the sect leader, he could seize the territory of the Black Hand Gang and become the undisputed ruler of Musu Town, subsequently expanding his influence outward. In such a scenario, he could resurrect the glory of the Jade Sect and once again dominate Guangzhou. With the assistance of Shen Luo, a celestial master, his ambitions could be realized with minimal effort, for he had just witnessed the extent of the other party's capabilities. As these thoughts filled his mind, Qi Yuzhenren felt a surge of delight, and his gaze instinctively turned to the center of the arena, yearning to forge a connection with Shen Luo. Yet, upon looking, he discovered that the impressive Shen Luo had already vanished from sight. Has anyone seen Dr. Shen? Qi Yuzhenren urgently inquired of those nearby. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention, was the response, as nearly everyone shook their heads in ignorance. It was hardly surprising, as they had all been awestruck by Shen Luo's prowess. Who would dare to keep their eyes fixed on such a celestial figure? I think I saw him leave the mountain, a timid voice piped up from the crowd. Leave the mountain? Qi Yuzhenren murmured, his expression a mix of emotions. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him, and he turned to the crowd, solemnly declaring, I hereby declare that Dr. Shen's former residence shall be designated a forbidden area, and that the events of today shall not be spoken of outside these walls. Anyone who dares to divulge these matters shall face dire consequences. Furthermore, the actions of sect leader Li and Elder Ma, who bravely sacrificed themselves to protect our sect, are commendable and deserving of a grand burial. After pausing to survey the crowd, he continued, as the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. Our sect is no exception. I wish to know who among you possesses the ability to assume the role of sect leader. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd exchanged glances, each uncertain how to respond. They could discern that his tone was commanding, and it was clear he was subtly suggesting that they endorse him for the position of sect leader. After making his statement, Qi Yuzhenren lapsed into silence, observing the reactions of those around him. Elder Chao, with a glint of understanding, quickly grasped the intent behind Qi Yuzhenren's words. He realized that should he advocate for Qi Yuzhenren's ascension to sect leader, the latter would undoubtedly be grateful. And such gratitude could yield considerable benefits if Qi Yuzhenren were to rise to power. With this in mind, Elder Chao was the first to speak up, saying, I believe Elder Qi has handled the subsequent affairs of our sect admirably. I propose that we elect Qi Yuzhenren as our sect leader. His argument was sound. As Qi Yuzhenren had been groomed for the role of deputy sect master, and given the absence of both the sect leader and deputy, it was fitting that he take on this responsibility. I support Elder Chao as proposal, chimed in Elder L, now fully aware of the situation. With one elder after another aligning themselves with Qi Yuzhenren, it became apparent that the once 5-member council was now down to 4. With 2 elders firmly in support of Qi Yuzhenren. Elder Hao, known for his disinterest in power struggles, remained silent, merely observing the proceedings. Seeing the elders' unanimous support, the disciples felt compelled to follow suit, and one by one, they echoed their endorsement of Qi Yuzhenren as the new sect leader. Qi Yuzhenren maintained an impassive expression, though inwardly he was quite pleased with their responses. He feigned a reluctant demeanor, stating, well, if everyone agrees to my leadership, I shall reluctantly accept. Upon his acceptance, the crowd bowed deeply, exclaiming, we salute our new sect leader. Meanwhile, Shen Luo was making his way down the mountain. His task accomplished, and remaining there held no further significance. He intended to return home to visit his long-absent parents and fulfill the duties assigned to him by the Black Withered Taoist, after which he would pursue the elusive path of immortality. I come from the mortal realm, seeking eternal life. The following day, on a broad, ancient road, a horse-drawn carriage was making its way eastward. Shen Luo was seated within this carriage, which he had rented for a few silver coins, having also hired a driver for his journey home. The wooden carriage was crafted from high-quality materials, spacious and clean inside, and the 2 horses pulling it were in their prime, galloping swiftly along the road. Shen Luo had chosen this carriage for its speed, having paid a handsome sum for it. Chapter 38. Returned to the village at this moment, he was filled with a longing for home, having been away for 3 years. The thought of soon reuniting with his parents stirred a sense of excitement within him. What child does not yearn for home? He pondered how his parents had fared during his absence. He had sent back his earnings from the Heiqiong sect, and surely that money had improved their circumstances. Reflecting on the day he left home, he marveled at how 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, the innocent child he once was had matured into an adult, and inexplicably, he had become a cultivator. After half a day's travel, Shen Luo's carriage finally reached the foot of Heiyun Mountain. Stepping down, he gazed upon the mountain that was so familiar to him. Unable to contain his excitement, he eagerly walked along the mountain path toward the village, finding that the scenery remained unchanged from his memories. The mountain was still the same, yet he was no longer the carefree boy who once laughed and played without a care in the world. After walking a short distance, still several miles from the village, Shen Luo spotted the once familiar small village in the distance. The peach blossom tree at the village entrance, the low earthen walls, and the uneven little paths, all of these scenes, once vivid in his mind, now appeared before him in reality. As he approached the village, his heart raced with anticipation. He entered the village and stood beneath the peach tree where he had once conversed with the old man about immortals. He still recalled the words spoken back then. Even immortals may not achieve eternal life. At the time, he had not understood, but now he grasped the meaning. To attain immortality, one must ascend to the celestial realm. He lingered beneath the tree for a moment before making his way home. Arriving at his family's earthen house, he discovered the door tightly shut and locked. It is strange that the door is locked. Could it be that no one is home? To confirm his suspicion, he focused his spirit and sent it out, only to discover that indeed, the house was empty. Perhaps they had gone to work in the fields? Shen Luo mused to himself as he gazed at the tightly shut door. Just as he was about to leave for the fields, he noticed a child, around 7 or 8 years old, hiding nearby, biting his finger and curiously observing him. Upon seeing the child's inquisitive gaze, Shen Luo returned the look. After a moment, he realized the child seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. It dawned on him. Wasn't he the child from Aunt Wang's house next door? 3 years had passed, and he had grown so much. Shen Luo sighed, recalling how, during their days of playing in the mud, this child had once trailed behind him. Dog Dan, may I ask where my parents are? Shen Luo inquired as he approached the child. The boy was taken aback that someone knew his name. His eyes widened as he looked up at Shen Luo, filled with confusion, and asked in a childish voice, "Big brother, how do you know my name? Where did you come from? I've never seen you before." Dog Dan, what nonsense are you talking? I'm your elder brother, Luo, Shen Luo exclaimed, tapping the child lightly on the head. Ouch, that hurt. Dog Dan complained, rubbing his head. Stop messing around. Quickly tell me where my parents have gone. And why I can't see anyone else in the village. Where has everyone gone? Shen Luo asked, his heart filled with anxiety. He had waited too long for this moment and was eager to see his parents again. Are you really Luo Ge? Dog Dan scrutinized Shen Luo, seeking confirmation. Is that even a question? I was the one who changed your pants when you wet them. Shen Luo retorted, slightly annoyed. It's really you, Luo Ge. How did you come back? Dog Dan's face turned incredulous as he stared at Shen Luo. He indeed remembered wetting his pants. And it had been Shen Luo who helped him change. Yes, it's true. I've returned after 3 years, Shen Luo replied, his face lighting up with excitement. Wonderful. That means we can play together again. Dog Dan exclaimed joyfully, dancing around in delight. Just as he celebrated Shen Luo's return, he received another playful tap on the head. Luo Ge, why did you hit me again? Dog Dan pouted, touching his head in discontent. You talk too much. Now tell me where my parents have gone. Shen Luo pressed on. Well, they haven't lived in the village for a long time. Don't you know, Luo Ge? What? Shen Luo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He genuinely had not known. The letters from home had never mentioned moving. It was just a few months ago. Didn't they tell you? Dog Dan seemed puzzled as well. How could Shen Luo not know about such a significant event? By the way, Luo Ge, congratulations. You now have a younger brother. Today is actually his 2nd birthday. And it seems your parents have invited everyone from the village to the town below the mountain for a feast. Upon hearing Dog Dan's words, Shen Luo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Why had his parents never mentioned any of this? A chill ran down his spine. Had they abandoned him? Reflecting on the letters he had received, they had been polite but lacked warmth. As time passed, the correspondence had become scarce, and he realized that he had unknowingly been replaced. From Dog Dan's words, he learned his parents' current address. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He could not believe his parents had truly forsaken him. He needed to see them with his own eyes to confirm the truth. But first, he needed to find the old man who had given him the longevity scripture. Thus, Shen Luo bid farewell to Dog Dan and made his way to the old man's courtyard. Seeing the gate ajar, he stepped inside. Upon entering the old man's room, he found it empty. Strange, where could he be? Just as Shen Luo pondered this, a spectral figure appeared before him. The old man stood there, unchanged after 3 years. Ah, you've arrived. I know you must have many questions, but all I can say is that everything is a matter of fate. The old man said with a faint smile. Fate? What do you mean? I said nothing, yet you speak of destiny, Shen Luo replied, slightly irritated. Where did you find this longevity scripture? Is there a continuation? The old man was taken aback by Shen Luo's direct question. He had anticipated a plethora of inquiries. Yet the first was about the continuation of the scripture. Of course, there is. This method was acquired by me in a secret realm on the human plane. It may be celestial magic or perhaps a technique from the spirit realm. Why do I say this? Because it disregards spiritual root attributes. As long as one possesses a spiritual root, they can cultivate it. Unfortunately, it is incomplete and can only be cultivated to the level of transforming the spirit. The old man lamented, stroking his long white beard. Hearing that the method was incomplete saddened Shen Luo, yet he felt fortunate to have it at all. He harbored thoughts of continuing his practice and said, then please give it to me. My current version only contains the techniques for the chi-refining stage. Ah, very well. The old man nodded. With a wave of his hand, an ancient book flew out from somewhere in the room, hovering before Shen Luo. He grasped the floating tome and quickly skimmed through it before placing it into his storage bag. Where did he go? As soon as Shen Luo stored the ancient book, he looked up to find the old man had vanished. Truly a peculiar old man. Shaking his head, he exited the house, now determined to find his parents in Heiyun Town. Heiyun Town, nestled beside the Heishui River, was a small, remote settlement backed by the Heiyun mountain range. Today, a family of the Shen surname was hosting a banquet in their courtyard, filled with guests and lively chatter. At that moment, a man in white stood at the entrance of the Shen family's large courtyard, staring at the open gate, unsure whether to enter. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from within. For reasons unknown, he leaped to hide among the trees, fixated on the courtyard entrance. To his astonishment, a middle-aged couple emerged, the very parents he had yearned to see. His body trembled, a strong urge to rush down and greet them surged within him. But then he recalled Dogdan's earlier words and hesitated. If his parents had indeed abandoned him, what would his appearance signify? While Shen Luo remained hidden in the trees, lost in thought, the sound of a carriage rolling nearby broke his reverie. They're coming, Shen's father exclaimed, eyes bright with anticipation as he gazed at the approaching carriage. Mother Shen gazed at the approaching carriage, reminiscent of the day her son Shen Luo had departed in a similar vehicle. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she sorrowfully inquired, "Oh, your father, do you think our little Luo will return this year? It has been 3 long years since he left, and I cannot help but wonder how he has fared." Upon hearing his mother's words of longing, Shen Luo felt a tremor in his heart. It dawned on him that his parents had not abandoned him. They still held him in their memories. Yet, this raised the question of why the letters he received from them were so cold and distant. As Shen Luo pondered this perplexity, his father, noticing his wife's sorrowful countenance and red-rimmed eyes, quickly offered words of comfort. "Do not worry, my dear. Little Luo is under the watchful care of the Black Sect. Besides, did he not mention in his letter a few months ago that he was doing well and advised us not to worry? He must be preoccupied with matters at the sect and simply lacks the time to write. Do not overthink it." "What? My letters?" Shen Luo recalled his life at the Black Sect and realized that it had been quite some time since he last penned a letter. Ever since Elder Zhao returned to the valley, he had ceased correspondence altogether, and he had not received any letters from home either. Before long, the carriage sped along the road, halting before the gates of the Shen family estate. Shen Luo's father, observing a middle-aged man disembarking from the carriage, called out. Following his father's gaze, Shen Luo recognized the man as his long-unseen uncle. "Brother, I visited the Black Sect earlier, and they informed me that little Luo has left the sect," his uncle said, an apologetic tone in his voice. "What? How could this be? Why would the child leave the sect so abruptly?" Shen Luo's father, upon hearing this news, turned pale with concern, his demeanor frantic. "I am unsure. I have only seen him a few times over the years. However, a certain elder Zhao informed me that little Luo intended to enter seclusion for cultivation, during which he would sever ties with the outside world for a period ranging from several months to a year and requested not to be disturbed. Consequently, I refrained from visiting him, fearing I might interrupt his training. Yet, each month, I did receive letters from little Luo, which I brought to you." Elder Zhao? The mention of this name enlightened Shen Luo, as he quickly deduced what had transpired. It was plausible that Elder Zhao had tampered with his letters. Ever since Zhao had learned of his spiritual roots, he had kept Shen Luo confined within the valley for training. Perhaps Zhao had altered the content of his letters to prevent him from harboring thoughts of his family or attempting to escape. Understanding the full context of the situation, Shen Luo found himself in a state of realization. However, instead of descending to reunite with his parents, he remained hidden among the trees, contemplating his decision. He was acutely aware that since embarking on the path of cultivation and discovering the existence of immortals, he was destined to traverse a path entirely divergent from that of ordinary people. Given this, he deemed a reunion with his family unnecessary. After all, he had seen them. Remaining in their presence would likely burden him with reluctance to depart. Perhaps it was best that they believed him lost, for this would allow for a gentler separation. With this thought lingering in his mind, Shen Luo silently observed his parents, imprinting their faces deeply in his heart. Suddenly, a resolute expression crossed his features as he vanished from the tree, landing in a neighboring courtyard. He then swiftly exited the yard and made his way to another street. Heading out of the town, he understood that once he left this small town, his connection with these individuals would likely come to an end, possibly marking a final farewell. Yuzhou is the smallest prefecture within the territory of the Zhao Kingdom, located in the northern region and characterized by an intricate network of waterways, alongside an ancient canal. Lanzhou City, positioned in the heart of Yuzhou, serves as a vital hub for commerce and trade due to its north-south flowing rivers. Each year, Countless merchants and travelers traverse this city, significantly stimulating local economic activity. Similar to the previous Musu town, Lanzhou City is under the control of two major factions, the Tiger Gang and the Wolf Gang. The Zhouqiao Dock, a modest facility within the Tiger Gang's territory, was currently the gathering place for several men who appeared to be awaiting something. At that moment, a diminutive, wiry man of rather unseemly appearance ambled toward the dock, hands clasped behind his back. This man, known as Zhang Defa, had gained a position managing the small dock due to his adeptness in flattery and keen observation. Upon Zhang Defa's arrival, his subordinates hurriedly approached, greeting him with deference. "Good day, Master Zhang." "Master Zhang, you've arrived," they chorused. Hearing their addresses filled him with a sense of pride. After all, being called master indicated that he was a figure of some importance in this locale. Thus, he maintained an air of superiority, responding to their salutations with a dismissive snort. "Do you know when the young master will arrive?" one of his subordinates inquired. "Indeed. Why would the young master come to our humble dock without reason?" Another added. Faced with their questions, he could only shake his head. His purpose for being there was to escort the young master of the Tiger Gang back. The truth was, he found it puzzling why the young master would choose to dock at such a small facility instead of a larger one. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and viewed this as an excellent opportunity to impress the young master. If he could win the young master's favor, perhaps he would be rewarded with a promotion within the gang, a prospect too enticing to resist. As Zhang Defa reveled in his daydreams, one of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed, "A boat is approaching." Hearing the shout, Zhang Defa turned to gaze at the river, spotting a small, flat-bottomed boat. A few individuals occupied it, and at the bow stood a striking young man clad in azure robes, holding a folding fan and adorned with a jade pendant crafted from exquisite stone. He looked toward the dock with an air of confidence. This was Qin Changsheng, the young master of the Tiger Gang. At the boat's stern, another man dressed as a physician sat, curiously surveying the surroundings. This physician was none other than Shen Luo, who had traveled from the Wu Kingdom to Zhao. After a month-long journey from his homeland, he had finally arrived at this place. Upon entering Lanzhou City, Shen Luo was taken aback by the extensive network of waterways. His previous home was predominantly characterized by rugged mountains and hills, with only the Blackwater River familiar to him. Unlike the rivers of Lanzhou, which were interconnected and bustling with activity, his hometown's waters were far less navigable. Upon his arrival, Shen Luo found himself captivated by the various vessels traversing the waterways. Driven by curiosity, he boarded the small boat to experience the pleasures of water travel. Soon, the boat reached its destination, docking at a modest pier. Upon viewing the dock, Shen Luo noted its simplicity and smallness, constructed merely from piles of stones stacked together. Then, a layer of sand and gravel was poured over it, and a bamboo shed was constructed on the dock. Inside the bamboo shed stood several men, their gazes fierce as they observed the small boat that had just docked. Shen Luo followed the crowd from the boat to the dock. As he arrived, the men in the bamboo shed approached and blocked their path. Were they here to pick a fight? Shen Luo furrowed his brow, pondering this, and slowly retreated behind the others to quietly observe the unfolding situation. Zhang Defa led his subordinates to the young man in green attire, bowing respectfully as he said, "I am Zhang Defa of the Tiger Gang. It is an honor to meet the young master." The subordinates echoed, "Young master." "Young master?" Shen Luo, standing at the back of the crowd, heard them address the green-clad man. He had boarded the small boat with him, and he was astonished to learn that this individual was the young master of the formidable Tiger Gang. No need for such formalities. The young man in green waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you, young master," Zhang Defa replied, still bowing deeply. He then added, "By the way, young master, may I inquire why you have come to our humble dock?" Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened, a hint of annoyance evident as he replied, "Zhang Defa, your words are rather excessive. I beg your pardon. I meant no offense. Please do not take it to heart." Zhang Defa quickly smiled, fearful of leaving a bad impression. The young man's anger dissipated upon hearing this. Zhang Defa, relieved, thought to himself how peculiar the young master's temperament was. After a cold huff, the young man in green ceased speaking and walked towards the Tiger Gang headquarters, with Zhang Defa and the others trailing behind. With the obstruction removed, the people from the boat dispersed in various directions. Shen Luo retrieved a map from his pack, which meticulously detailed the main locations of Lanzhou City. He scrutinized the map, seeking the location of the Yi family, which was left to him by the black-robed Taoist. In addition, he had received a letter from the Taoist, the contents of which he had perused long ago. The letter chronicled the Taoist's past deeds prior to becoming a cultivator and instructed Shen Luo to fulfill certain tasks. The black-robed Taoist, originally named Yi Bufan, hailed from Lanzhou in the Zhao Kingdom. Before ascending to the path of cultivation, he was the leader of the Golden Lion Gang, a faction commanding over 10,000 disciples and dominating Lanzhou City. After encountering an immortal teacher, he abandoned his worldly life in search of transcendence. He had a younger brother named Yi Tian, to whom he entrusted the gang before departing, never to return. The task entrusted to Shen Luo was to deliver the contents of his pack to his brother and to ascertain if the Yi family was facing any troubles, resolving them if necessary. After diligently examining the map, he finally located the Yi family's residence, which was not far from the dock. It would take him a few hours to reach it on foot. In the bustling south city of Lanzhou, on the prosperous Songlong Street, there lay a mansion spanning several acres. A black lacquered door bore a plaque inscribed with the words Yi family. Flanking the door stood two tall and robust men, their postures upright and vigilant, exuding an air of disciplined authority that commanded respect. Not far from there, alongside the street, stood a renowned tavern, one of the largest in Lanzhou City. As evening approached, the tavern was teeming with patrons, with every table from the first to the second floor occupied by diners. At a window-side table on the second floor, a young man was voraciously consuming the dishes laid before him. This young man was none other than Shen Luo, who had walked here after leaving the dock. Arriving just as dusk fell, his hunger compelled him to enter the tavern for a meal. As he savored his food, he overheard a conversation from the adjacent table. "Hey, have you heard? The Yi family is to marry off their daughter. Is that true? To whom? I don't know. It could be the young master of the Tiger Gang, or perhaps someone from the Wolf Gang. What is the situation?" While the diners spoke in hushed tones, Shen Luo, with his superior senses as a cultivator, picked up every word clearly. Listening intently, he cast a sideways glance out the window towards the direction of the Yi family. He noted the mansion's silhouette before returning his gaze to his meal, maintaining an expression of indifference. From their conversation, he gathered that the Yi family had once been the rulers of Lanzhou City, basking in glory. However, the sudden departure of Yi Bufan, the founder of the Golden Lion Gang, left his brother Yi Tian to manage the gang. Initially, Yi Tian managed well, but for unknown reasons, violent internal strife erupted within the gang. Tragically, Yi Tian succumbed to injuries sustained in the conflict, leaving the Golden Lion Gang leaderless. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Fei led his followers to break away and establish the Wolf Gang. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, the deputy leader of the Golden Lion Gang, usurped power under the guise of leadership, renaming the gang the Tiger Gang and expelling all Yi family members. Perhaps out of a guilty conscience, Qin Shou decreed that no harm should come to the Yi family. The reasons behind the Yi family's current decision to marry off their daughter remained unclear to the two men. Shen Luo sighed deeply, realizing the complexities surrounding the Yi family's plight and acknowledging that he had much to do. After settling his bill, he left the tavern and sought a nearby inn for the night. The following morning, he departed the inn and made his way towards the Yi family residence. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by two burly guards stationed at the door. "Halt! Who are you, and what business do you have here?" One of the guards barked. Shen Luo, clasping his hands in respect, replied, "Gentlemen, I am Shen Luo, here to see the head of the Yi family on urgent matters. I'm afraid our master has instructed that he wishes to see no one at this time." "You may leave," the guard retorted. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the guard's displeased expressions and refrained from speaking further. With no other choice, he turned back toward the inn. Back in his room, Shen Luo leaned against the window, gazing at the Yi family's grand entrance. He contemplated that if he was barred from entering during the day, he would need to quietly scale the wall at night. While he pondered this, a young woman emerged from the Yi family gate, capturing his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was a girl of about 16 or 17 years. She had delicate brows akin to distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars, possessing a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, evoking the imagery of a moon concealed in clouds and flowers shyly retreating. However, her countenance was marred by an icy demeanor that created an impression of someone to be kept at a distance. Surely, this must be Yi Qinxue, the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, thought Shen Luo, marveling at her exquisite appearance. After she stepped out of her residence, she proceeded towards the west. Observing her from the inn's window, Shen Luo perceived this as an opportune moment to engage with a member of the Yi family, prompting him to leave the inn and pursue her. Not far from there, in a narrow alley, a youth was gathered with a group of burly men. At that moment, a slender man hurried into the alley and, panting, addressed the youth. "Young master, Yi Qinxue has left her home and is heading this way. What should we do now?" The youth, nodding with a smile, replied, "Excellent. Have you all heard the plan I mentioned earlier? As soon as Yi Qinxue appears, you must charge at her with weapons drawn, feigning an attack. I will then step in and command you to stop, at which point you will feign defeat and retreat. Do you understand? The men nodded in agreement. It was evident that the youth intended to enact a hero saving the damsel scenario to win her affection. This so-called young master was none other than Zhu Sensi, the descendant of the Hungry Wolf Gang's Zhu Fei. Upon encountering Yi Qinxue, he was utterly captivated and vowed to make her his bride. He sought his father's influence to apply pressure on the Yi family, assuming they would acquiesce, given their current decline and lack of backing. However, the Yi family curtly responded that they could not dictate matters of marriage. Frustrated, he contemplated forcibly taking Yi Qinxue, but the Yi family was under the protection of the Fierce Tiger Gang. The rivalry between the Hungry Wolf Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang was palpable, as both aspired to dominate Launching City. Though they appeared to coexist peacefully, they were secretly engaged in a constant struggle for supremacy. After receiving the youth's instructions, the men lay in ambush, concealing themselves where Yi Qinxue was to pass, unaware of the impending confrontation that awaited her. Spotting a narrow alley ahead, she aimed to traverse it to reach the other side of the street. As she ventured deeper into the alley, a group of men suddenly emerged, wielding various weapons and approaching her with malicious intent. Unfazed, Yi Qinxue maintained her composure and coldly inquired, "Who are you? And why do you block my path?" One of the men leered, "We intend to do as we please, perhaps to indulge in some unsavory activities." Another added, "Indeed, your beauty would certainly add to the thrill." Upon hearing their vile words, Yi Qinxue's expression darkened. She declared, "I am the daughter of the Yi family. Do you not fear the consequences of provoking me?" The men merely laughed, unfazed, with one scoffing, "The Yi family? What do they amount to? Do you think this is still the era of the Yi family? If it weren't for the Fierce Tiger Gang's protection, your family would have been obliterated long ago." In a shadowy corner of the alley, a youth observed the unfolding events with satisfaction, eagerly awaiting his moment to shine and rescue the damsel. He envisioned her falling for him, allowing him to claim her as his own. Lost in his fantasies, he remained oblivious to Shen Luo, who had followed the direction of the girl and arrived at the alley just in time. Chapter 42, a display of skill as he reached the alley's entrance. Shen Luo spotted the group of men brandishing weapons, blocking the girl's path. The slender man among them, fixated on Yi Qinxue, leered and said, "Why waste words on this girl? I can hardly wait to savor her." With that, he lunged forward, weapon in hand. Seeing the imminent threat to the girl, Shen Luo would not allow this assault to transpire. If she were to perish, how could he ever approach the Yi family? Resolving to intervene, he swiftly moved and stood before her. In a flash, he unleashed a punch, swift as lightning, striking the slender man squarely. The latter, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Shen Luo, was left stunned and reeling in pain, crashing against the stone wall, blood trickling from his mouth as he slumped down. Incapacitated, the sight left the onlookers gasping in shock. The men exchanged wary glances, their bravado faltering in the presence of this unexpected youth. Yi Qinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to process the sudden turn of events, a stranger had appeared and dispatched her assailant in an instant. Meanwhile, Zhu Sensi, hidden in the alley's shadows, wore a grim expression, realizing his plan was unraveling due to the emergence of this formidable figure. He recognized the might behind that punch. It was swift and lethal. His subordinates found themselves in a dilemma, uncertain of how to proceed against this new threat. One tall man glanced back, seeking the young master's counsel. Noting Zhu Sensi's dark countenance and nod of approval, he steeled himself, determined to carry out their plan by eliminating this youth first. The tall man, however, felt a sinking sensation. He could see that the newcomer was no ordinary opponent and doubted his own ability to prevail. Shen Luo, noticing the men hesitating, reassured the girl beside him, "Do not fear. While I am here, they cannot harm you." Yi Qinxue gazed at this unexpected savior, feeling an unexplainable trust, and nodded in acknowledgement. The tall man, witnessing Shen Luo's confidence and recalling the young master's earlier directive, grit his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, let us attack together and kill him." Yet as his words fell, the men exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to be the first to charge. Just then, a deep voice resonated from behind them. "If you kill him, each of you shall receive 20 taels of silver." At the sound of this voice, their faces lit up with delight. It was indeed their young master's voice. The promise of reward dispelled their fears, transforming their trepidation into eagerness. With the lure of wealth, they gripped their weapons and charged forward. As they drew near, like hungry wolves, Shen Luo shifted slightly, seamlessly appearing behind them. A few of the quicker ones swung their weapons at him, but he deftly evaded their strikes. With a resounding thud, two of the men were struck down, sent reeling backward. With a sudden surge of power, he struck with his feet like a sickle, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent his adversaries crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. One particularly large man fell under a single blow, hurtling into the vicinity of Zhu Sanxi. Cowering in the corner, Zhu Sanxi shuddered at the sight of the fallen figure beside him. He had not anticipated that his subordinates would be so easily defeated, dispatched in mere moments. Now, not only had the plan failed, but he found himself trapped in this narrow alley with no means of escape. If Yi Qingxue were to discover that he was the mastermind behind it all, his fate would be sealed. He could only hope that the other party remained unaware of his presence. After dispatching his foes, Shen Luo directed his gaze towards an empty corner of the alley. Among those he had just defeated, one had cast a furtive glance towards a specific spot, indicating that someone was likely concealed there. The adversary had mistakenly believed that Shen Luo would not notice such subtle movements. However, he was no ordinary individual, and he effortlessly sensed the nuance. With light footsteps, he approached that direction, while Zhu Sanxi, concealed within, heard no sounds from outside. Had the intruder departed? Cautiously, he peered out, only to be caught by Shen Luo in the act. Realizing the peril, he swiftly turned to flee. Shen Luo, observing the retreat, made no effort to pursue, allowing him to escape. Yi Qingxue, watching the figure depart, felt a chill run down her spine. She had not anticipated Zhu Sanxi's presence here. With her keen intellect, she quickly deduced that he intended to resort to force and seize what he desired. Understanding his motives, her eyes filled with disdain. As Shen Luo observed Zhu Sanxi's departure, he clapped his hands and approached Yi Qingxue with a smile, reassuring her. It is all taken care of. Yi Qingxue gazed at the young man before her, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude as she said, I am Yi Qingxue. I deeply appreciate your assistance. It was nothing extraordinary, merely a small favor. Furthermore, I have some ties to your esteemed Yi family, so aiding you is only fitting. Shen Luo replied with a chuckle. Indeed, how could he not have ties? With the heavenly Tao oath binding him, he had no desire to face the wrath of divine retribution for failing to fulfill his promise. Yi Qingxue, surprised by the young man's claim of a connection to her family, inquired, Oh, is that so? May I ask in what regard you are acquainted with my family? This is the first time I have encountered you. In the main hall of the Yi family, a man in his 30s observed Shen Luo with curiosity as he entered alongside Yi Qingxue. Casting a glance at the family patriarch, Shen Luo spoke. I have been entrusted by the esteemed ancestor Yi Bufan to deliver this item to the Yi family. He then removed a package from his back, placing a small box and a letter upon the nearby table. Upon hearing the name Yi Bufan, Yi Yan, seated at the table, was momentarily stunned. Yi Bufan was his father Yi Tian's elder brother, a legendary cultivator rather than an ordinary mortal. It had been decades since Yi Bufan had left the Yi family, and the fact that he had now reappeared, sending a letter, was astonishing. Overwhelmed, he eagerly opened the letter that lay before him. Suddenly, the middle-aged man reading the letter sprang to his feet, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he turned to Shen Luo, bowing deeply and respectfully stating, I was unaware of your exalted identity, and I beg your forgiveness for any disrespect. There is no need for such formalities. I have completed the task assigned by the ancestor of the Yi family. Now, I must take my leave, Shen Luo replied, waving his sleeve as he prepared to depart. Seeing the esteemed figure about to leave, Yi Yan, sensing the urgency of his situation, called out, Wait, esteemed sir. Shen Luo paused and turned back, his expression one of curiosity. Is there something more you require? The ancestor's letter mentioned that if the Yi family faced peril, we could seek your assistance. I dare to ask if you would come to our aid in times of trouble? Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had nearly forgotten his previous promise to the Black Hollow Taoist. He had pledged to assist if any issues arose, and thus he replied, Indeed, I have an oath with that esteemed ancestor, and I would not turn a blind eye to your plight. Yi Yan's face brightened at this affirmation. Realizing that his uncle had indeed made arrangements on his behalf, he approached Shen Luo, bowing respectfully. The Yi family is currently in grave danger. We humbly request your aid. Shen Luo regarded him thoughtfully, casually taking a seat at the table. What troubles does your family face that necessitates my intervention? Yi Yan's demeanor shifted, a cold aura enveloping him as he spoke with palpable intensity. I beseech you to eradicate the Rebel Tiger Gang and the Hungry Wolf Gang, those traitors, and restore the former glory of the Yi family. His disdain for these gangs was palpable. It was their actions that had led to the current dire situation of the Yi family. They were directly responsible for his father Yi Tian's demise, and the desire for vengeance burned fiercely within him. For years, he had plotted revenge, seeking to reclaim the Yi family's lost honor. However, Circumstances had thwarted his efforts until now, with a living cultivator before him to seek assistance from. As Yi Yan finished his plea, he observed Shen Luo, whose expression was one of hesitation, deep in thought. Anxiety gripped Yi Yan's heart, fearing that his request might be denied. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Luo finally spoke. "Forgive my candor, but I cannot grant your request." Yi Yan's countenance paled, confusion etched across his face as he implored, "Why, esteemed sir? With your abilities, dealing with these mere mortals should be as simple as crushing an ant." Shen Luo regarded him with a steady gaze. "While that may be true, expecting me to take on a gang of thousands is somewhat misguided. Do you truly believe that a cultivator can recklessly slaughter the innocent? Is it not so?" Yi Yan questioned, bewildered. "Not at all. If cultivators could act with impunity against ordinary people, chaos would reign in this world," Shen Luo replied solemnly. Yi Yan's expression darkened at this revelation, and as he noticed the sorrowful look on Shen Luo's face, he felt a pang of sympathy. "Alas, I am too kind-hearted," Shen Luo thought. He then took a moment to reflect before clearing his throat and declaring, "While I cannot assist you in annihilating those two gangs, I can make an exception and help eliminate their high-ranking members." With that, Shen Luo fell silent, maintaining an impassive expression as he awaited the man's response. Just when Yi Yan felt despair creeping in, he heard Shen Luo's words, and a look of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He cautiously glanced at Shen Luo, fearing that the latter's words were merely meant to comfort him. Thus, he inquired, "Is what the immortal master said true?" With Shen Luo's affirmative response, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with delight, his previous sorrow instantly dissipating, replaced by sheer joy. Although it was impossible to eradicate every member of the two factions, eliminating their mid to high-ranking figures would suffice. Once their upper echelons vanished, he could swiftly step in to reassure the remaining members, thereafter using wealth to win them over, ultimately assimilating and absorbing the two factions. In a fleeting moment, he had orchestrated the subsequent events. It is worth noting that while the Yi family had fallen from grace, the foundational wealth accumulated over the years still remained. Later, Shen Luo conferred with Yi Yan, the head of the Yi family, discussing the timing of their impending actions. Half an hour later, Shen Luo and Yi Yan emerged from the Yi family's hall, both in high spirits. Just moments prior, they had finalized their plan. They would strike 3 days hence. The mere thought of the Yi family reclaiming its former glory and once again becoming the sovereign of Lanshouse City filled Yi Yan with exuberance. Thus, Shen Luo temporarily took residence within the Yi family. The following day, on a bustling street not far from the Yi residence, a young man and woman walked side by side. The two were none other than Shen Luo and Yi Qingxue, who had invited him for a stroll after he had been practicing in his room. Faced with the invitation from the most enchanting beauty in Lanshouse, the 18-year-old Shen Luo, who was just beginning to awaken to the feelings of love, could not decline. Thus, he accompanied her to a nearby street. The street bustled with life as the two strolled together, enjoying the sights and sharing laughter. After a short while, they noticed a small stall ahead, surrounded by a throng of people. Intrigued by the commotion, Shen Luo and Yi Qingxue approached. They observed a man tossing a ring towards several items laid out on the ground. After watching for a while, Shen Luo deduced that this was a game called ring toss, where one could win a prize by successfully landing the ring on an item. Having never encountered such a game before, Shen Luo was fascinated by the novelty of it. However, the man's luck seemed abysmal, as he failed to land the ring even once. Seeing the man's lack of success, the shopkeeper, feeling a twinge of pity, offered him a copper coin as a consolation prize. "Step right up, take a look. It's the ring toss game," the shopkeeper called out. Feeling a surge of curiosity, Shen Luo asked, "How does one play this game?" The shopkeeper chuckled, replying, "For just 1 copper coin, you can toss a ring. If you land it on an item, that item is yours. If you can land 10 rings, you'll win our unique prize, a premium gourd." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper displayed a purplish-white gourd before Shen Luo. Upon closer inspection, Shen Luo noted that the gourd was 9 inches tall and devoid of any embellishments. Nonetheless, it boasted a rustic charm, making it quite appealing for practical uses like drinking. Observing Shen Luo's focused gaze on the gourd, Yi Qingxue curiously asked, "Brother Shen, are you fond of this gourd?" Shen Luo scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "Hee, you guessed it right. I find this gourd quite appealing." "Oh, I see," Yi Qingxue said, her beautiful eyes glancing at Shen Luo before she turned to the shopkeeper with a radiant smile. "Shopkeeper, we'll take this gourd. What is your price?" This unexpected turn of events caught both Shen Luo and the shopkeeper off guard. The shopkeeper hadn't anticipated that the young lady would wish to purchase his gourd outright. Meanwhile, Shen Luo was taken aback, realizing that because he had shown interest in the gourd, Yi Qingxue was now offering to buy it for him. Was this what it meant to live off a woman? I'm terribly sorry, miss, but this is our prize and is not for sale, the shopkeeper apologized. I'll give you 1 tael of silver, Yi Qingxue replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper, hearing this, felt a stir of temptation but resisted. Knowing that the gourd was a family heirloom he had never parted with. He had only brought it out as a prize to attract customers. Believing no one could possibly land 10 rings successfully. I'm sorry, miss. This truly cannot be sold, he insisted with determination. Unperturbed by the refusal, Yi Qingxue smiled slyly. Is that so? How about 50 taels? 50 taels? Shen Luo gasped, astonished at the thought of spending such an extravagant sum on a mere gourd. Previously, he would never have even considered such a purchase, but circumstances had changed. He was no longer impoverished. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the mention of 50 taels, his hand instinctively moving to his ear, fearing he had misheard. Indeed, 50 taels. What do you say? Will you sell it? Yi Qingxue pressed on, her demeanor remaining composed. The shopkeeper, realizing the gravity of the offer, was momentarily stunned. 50 taels represented a fortune, enough to alleviate his financial woes for quite some time. Sell, 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 he exclaimed, his face breaking into a wide grin as he hastened to accommodate the offer, fearing that she might change her mind. Though he had initially been reluctant to part with the gourd, the sum was simply too enticing to resist. Just as Yi Qingxue prepared to retrieve the money, Shen Luo stepped forward, presenting the 50 taels to the shopkeeper first. After all, the gourd had been his desire, and he could not let Yi Qingxue cover the expense. Furthermore, he was well aware that all of Zhao Lao's wealth was now in his possession. Yi Qingxue looked at the silver Shen Luo had produced, taken aback. Shen Luo merely smiled at her without elaborating further. With the gourd now in Shen Luo's possession, he and Yi Qingxue strolled through the market a while longer before heading back home. Before returning to his room, Shen Luo noticed Yi Qingxue casting him a curious glance. Though he could not discern its meaning, he did not dwell on it, and, upon entering his room, began to examine the gourd he had just acquired. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the gourd's color seemed to be naturally derived rather than artificially painted. Noticing that the gourd's opening was sealed, Shen Luo removed the stopper and peered inside, finding it completely empty. This was to be expected, considering it was a prize. Who would fill it with anything? After playing with it for a while and finding nothing particularly remarkable about it, he took it outside to wash and filled it with some refreshing well water to quench his thirst later. Before long, nightfall descended, and the moon hung in the sky like a mirror, casting its silvery light across the vast expanse of the earth. During the tranquil night, the city of Lanzhou resembled a serene river. In a room of the Yi family, a young lad, parched and yearning for water, reluctantly stirred from his slumber. This individual was Shen Luo, who, after overindulging in food, found himself thirsty in the middle of the night. He retrieved a storage bag from beneath his pillow and, with a gentle tap, summoned a gourd into his hand. Eagerly, he uncorked the gourd and tilted it back, taking a hearty gulp. As the water cascaded down his throat and settled in his belly, it transformed into a vapor that permeated his entire being. Was this spiritual energy? While drinking, Shen Luo suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual essence within him, prompting him to halt his actions in astonishment. He gazed at the gourd in his hand, realizing that the moment he consumed the water, spiritual energy had manifested within him. Could it be that the water from the well he had drawn from during the day was, in fact, spiritual water? Spiritual water, as the name implies, contains spiritual power. For mortals, it can enhance health and prolong life, while for cultivators, it aids in their practice, akin to gathering qi pills, but with less exaggerated effects. With this thought igniting a sense of urgency within him, he dashed out of the room towards the well he had visited earlier. Observing the seemingly ordinary water, he peered down the well and saw the moon's reflection clearly mirrored in the water. Grabbing a nearby bucket, he lowered it down and drew up a full bucket of water. Upon seeing the bucket brimming with water, he scooped out a bowlful and drank eagerly. Oddly, he felt no trace of spiritual energy. Furrowing his brows in confusion, he took another large bowl and drank again, yet still sensed no spiritual essence. How could this be? Shen Luo stood there, bewildered and at a loss. He distinctly remembered drawing water from this very spot earlier. How could it be devoid of spiritual energy now? Could it be a flaw with the gourd? He examined the gourd in his hand, determined to validate his hypothesis, and drank all the water within it in one swift motion. Instantly, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy ripple through his abdomen. Hastily, he refilled the gourd with water and hurried back to his room, commencing his cultivation practice. Shen Luo channeled the spiritual energy that had transformed from the water, cycling through a series of great circulations until, after completing 49 cycles, he finally stored the energy in his dantian. To his astonishment, The refinement of the spiritual energy from the water had significantly enhanced his internal power. Furthermore, he felt his body becoming lighter, an indescribable sensation washing over him. Suddenly, an overwhelming stench assailed his senses, reminiscent of unwashed socks. Tracking the source of the odor, he discovered numerous tiny black particles had emerged on his arms. He picked one up and sniffed it, confirming that the foul smell emanated from it, truly repugnant. Thus, Shen Luo stepped outside and doused himself with the well water he had previously collected, instantly experiencing a refreshing and invigorating sensation. After his cold rinse, he looked at his arms again, marveling at how the skin, once marred by black particles, now appeared smooth and delicate, akin to jade. Could it be that the spiritual liquid within the gourd possessed the ability to purify and refine? If so, he had indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. With this realization, Shen Luo returned to his room, grasping the gourd filled with freshly drawn water. He uncorked it and drank deeply. After consuming the liquid, he distinctly sensed only a faint trace of spiritual energy within it. This energy was considerably less potent than before, indicating the water's spiritual essence was quite diluted. Contemplating this, Shen Luo set the gourd down, resting his chin in his hand as he pondered. He recalled that he had drawn water in the afternoon and consumed it in the evening. Now, the water in the gourd had been filled several hours prior, and upon drinking, he noted a stark difference in the potency of the spiritual energy. Could it be that the intensity of spiritual energy is time-sensitive? An epiphany struck Shen Luo. The only variance between the two instances was the time elapsed. The first instance had a longer duration, while the second was shorter. To test his theory, he resolved to drink from the gourd every hour. Thus, he sat on his bed, watching the gourd before him. Each hour, he took a sip, and with every swallow, he felt the spiritual energy within the water subtly transforming from thin to rich. Unbeknownst to him, the night slipped away and morning arrived. Throughout this time, he remained in his room, and upon taking another drink from the gourd, a smile broke across his face. Finally, the moment had come, and he was glad he hadn't given up. After tirelessly dedicating the night to his studies, he had reached a conclusion. Elated, he gazed at the gourd in his hand, but just as he reveled in his discovery, a knock sounded at his door. Who could be seeking him at such an early hour? Shen Luo mused, tucking the gourd into his storage bag. Upon opening the door, he found a middle-aged man standing before him. It was Yi Tian, the head of the Yi family. Yi Tian has come so early. Is there something amiss? Shen Luo masked his earlier joy, adopting a neutral expression as he regarded the family patriarch. Esteemed immortal, I have just received word that the leader of the Hungry Wolf gang, along with his protectors, has seized control of the Yihong Lu in the southern city. I believe this presents a favorable opportunity. Shall we take action? Yi Tian stammered. The southern city, you say? Very well, there's no time like the present. Today, I shall assist you in resolving this matter, Shen Luo declared with conviction. Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief at Shen Luo's swift agreement, having merely intended to inquire. Overwhelmed with joy, he bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Then I shall wish you success. May your endeavors flourish. Yihong Lu was a brothel within the jurisdiction of the Hungry Wolf gang. At that moment, within one of its private rooms, a scar-faced man cradled a beautiful woman in his arms, his hands roving over her as he engaged in conversation with others present. The woman's heavy breaths betrayed her response to his advances. My son, there are countless women in this world. Why fixate on just one flower? Know that as my son, you could have any girl you desire, yet you choose her, the scar-faced man advised, glancing at the troubled youth before him. Zhu Sensi, hearing his father's words, shook his head and sighed. Father, you do not understand. Shui Er is the true love I seek in this life. I must have her. With a dismissive laugh, Zhu Laolu remarked, Oh, child, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I not aware of your true nature? You've frequented the Yihong building as much as I have. You are merely lusting after her body. How base. And as for your so-called true love, can it truly be considered genuine if it must be pursued? You will understand this when you reach my age. Zhu Sensi, confronted by his father's words, felt an urge to retort, yet the logic seemed irrefutable. Particularly the notion that love pursued cannot be deemed true. He had attempted to woo Yi Qingxue, but had met with failure. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, Father, you are right. I have come to realize that if gentleness does not suffice, then I shall be forceful. I will seize Yi Qingxue for myself. Upon hearing his son's newfound determination, Zhu Quan was about to nod in approval when he heard the intent to forcibly take her, which left him utterly alarmed. He was acutely aware that the Yi family resided within the territory of the Tiger Gang, which had vowed to retaliate against anyone daring to disturb the Yi family. The Tiger Gang and the Wolf Gang had coexisted peacefully since their inception, despite occasional minor frictions that amounted to little. However, if Zhu Sanxi were to forcibly take someone from the Yi family, it might provoke them to ally with the Tiger Gang against him. Just as Zhu Quan was about to voice his concern, a knock at the door interrupted him. Annoyed at the interruption, he bellowed, "Who dares to disrupt my conversation?" A young man's voice responded from outside, "I am here to deliver wine for the esteemed guests." Zhu Quan's eyes lit up at the mention of wine, and without a second thought, he exclaimed, "Then bring it in quickly. Zhu is in dire need of wine." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man dressed as a server entered, carrying a tray laden with peanuts and 2 bottles of wine. "Quickly, pour me some wine. And do fill a cup for my lovely companion as well," Zhu Quan commanded, not even glancing at the server as he embraced the woman in his arms and kissed her on the lips. The server, observing the scarred face of the man before him, couldn't help but express a fleeting look of disdain as he approached and placed the wine on the table. Zhu Quan, noticing the wine, eagerly seized one of the bottles and handed it to the woman to pour. She accepted the bottle, presenting an alluring demeanor as she poured the wine into a cup, giggling and nestling closer to Zhu Quan. Zhu Sanxi, witnessing his father's behavior, felt a wave of exasperation and inadvertently glanced at the server, only to be taken aback. He recognized him as the one who had thwarted his plans. "It's you," he exclaimed, startled by his son's outburst. Zhu Quan nearly choked on the wine he was about to drink. The server was, in fact, Shen Luo, who had infiltrated the gathering. With a bright smile revealing his pearly whites, he addressed Zhu Sanxi, "Indeed, it has been a long time." Upon seeing Shen Luo, Zhu Sanxi quickly stood, well aware of the latter's capabilities. He hurriedly pointed at him and said, "Father, it's him. He is the one who disrupted my plans. You must help me eliminate him." After a few coughs, Zhu Quan regained his composure and, intrigued by his son's words, scrutinized Shen Luo. "We have yet to settle the score for your interference with my son, and now you present yourself at our doorstep? It's no big deal. I merely wish to eliminate all of you," Shen Luo replied nonchalantly, taking a seat at the spot Zhu Sanxi had occupied moments before. A satisfied smirk on his face, Zhu Sanxi shivered at the sight, while Zhu Quan laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Shen Luo's threat as a jest. "Why do you find this amusing, father? He has declared his intent to kill us," Zhu Sanxi exclaimed, anxious. "Fear not, my son. Do you not find this situation rather humorous?" Zhu Quan responded, bemused. "What do you mean?" Zhu Sanxi asked, puzzled. "Do you not realize that we are within the territory of the Wolf Gang, and all our experts are present? Do you truly believe he alone could slay us all? It is rather comical, wouldn't you agree?" Zhu Sanxi finally comprehended his father's words, and his expression shifted from fear to disdain as he regarded Shen Luo. "Do you place such unwavering trust in your subordinates?" Shen Luo remarked lightly. "Of course, I trust my brothers. However, you dared to ruin my son's plans. And now you have the audacity to come here? You must be courting death," Zhu Quan shouted fiercely. To his surprise, the anticipated response was met with an eerie silence. "Come here," he shouted again, but still, no one responded. Perplexed, Zhu Quan shouted once more, yet the silence persisted, leaving him bewildered. Just as he prepared to call out again, Shen Luo interjected, "Stop shouting. No one will come even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Look outside." With a flick of his wrist, the door swung open, revealing a sight that left both father and son in disbelief. As Zhu Sanxi peered outside, a chill ran down his spine. The ground was littered with bodies. How is this possible? Zhu Quan was similarly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon the scene. He could hardly fathom that all his subordinates had been slain. The beautiful woman in his embrace trembled, her eyes rolling back as she fainted at the sight of the carnage. "Now do you believe?" Shen Luo glanced at the scene outside, then turned his gaze back to the two, his tone casual. "No, this cannot be. It's impossible," Zhu Quan exclaimed, incredulous. I know. You've cast an illusion. You must have used some sorcery to ensnare us in a mirage." He laughed maniacally, his demeanor frenzied. "Father!" Zhu Sanxi cried out, alarmed by his father's erratic behavior. Despite his pleas, Zhu Quan continued to repeat, I know, as if trapped in a trance. Zhu Sanxi, realizing his father had been driven to madness, felt a wave of despair wash over him and sank to the ground, devoid of strength. Shen Luo observed the unfolding events with a shake of his head. He had no desire to kill, but obligations compelled him. With the leader of the Wolf Gang driven insane, he chose to spare Zhu Sanxi's life. The masters of the Hungry Wolf Gang have been completely eradicated by him. A mere Zhu Sanxi poses no threat, so he shall be allowed to roam free. Thus, he silently departed from the scene, making his way along the street towards the Yi family's residence. With the matters concerning the Hungry Wolf Gang settled, He now sought to inform the head of the Yi family to address the aftermath. Shen Luo strolled nonchalantly down the street, feeling no remorse for having slain over a dozen formidable members of the Hungry Wolf Gang. Survival of the fittest. This is the law of the martial world. Meanwhile, within the main stronghold of the fierce Tiger Gang, the scene was equally grim, littered with lifeless bodies. Yet, these corpses bore expressions of agony, their eyes darkened, and their frames emaciated, as if their very essence had been siphoned away. In Chapter 47, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in black surveyed the cadavers with a troubled expression, muttering to herself, "Mortals are ultimately but mortals. Such vitality is insufficient for me to ascend to the 4th level of chi refinement." After a moment of discontent, she cast a casual glance at the bodies strewn around her, a spark of realization flickering in her mind, and a sly smile curled upon her lips. She then made her way to a chamber within the stronghold, where a handsome young man lay soundly asleep on the bed. As she gazed upon him, she waved her delicate hand, and a thread of black mist emerged from his mouth and nose, coiling into her grasp. This thread, composed of dark energy, vanished into her palm. "Awaken, my little lord," she teased, her laughter enticing. Before long, the young man stirred, as if he had heard her call, slowly opening his eyes. He appeared dazed, and upon focusing, he found himself captivated by the enchanting figure before him. This young man was Qin Changsheng, the heir of the fierce Tiger Gang. Before he could utter a word, she silenced him with a long finger pressed against his lips. She caressed his cheek, playfully enticing him, while Qin Changsheng gazed at her, lost in the moment. Seeing him utterly entranced, she chuckled softly, settling onto him and leaning in closer. Soon, their cheeks brushed against each other, and as he leaned in to kiss her lips, she met him halfway, their tongues entwining. However, in an instant, an unforeseen transformation occurred. His hair began to turn white at an alarming rate, and his life essence swiftly withered away. Moments later, she stood up, revealing that Qin Changsheng had been reduced to a lifeless husk. "Oh dear, what a disappointment," she lamented. "I had hoped to keep you until the end. Yet your vitality is no more substantial than that of the others. If only a true cultivator could provide me sustenance, I would surely break through to the 4th level of chi refinement." With a sigh, she regarded the desiccated remains of Qin Changsheng, the very man who had invited her to this place. Most of the men here had perished after she drained their essence, and now she sought to find her next target to elevate her own power. Meanwhile, Shen Luo, having resolved the issues with the Hungry Wolf Gang, confidently strolled towards the Yi family. As he approached the entrance, he noticed Yi Yin pacing anxiously at the gate. Yi Yin was filled with trepidation. Shen Luo had been gone for far too long, and concern gnawed at him. He recalled that Shen Luo was a celestial master, and with such prowess, he believed that mere mortals were no match for him. This belief stemmed from the fact that his uncle had built a vast gang based on his connection to a cultivator. Noticing Yi Yin's restless demeanor, Shen Luo approached with a friendly smile, calling out, "Yi family head." Startled, Yi Yin turned to see the calm figure of Shen Luo approaching. His face lit up with joy as he hurried to meet him, inquiring, "Was your journey fruitful, celestial master? What of the Hungry Wolf Gang?" "Fear not, Yi family head. My intervention was effortless and successful," Shen Luo replied nonchalantly. Overcome with excitement, Yi Yin could scarcely contain himself, dancing with joy. It had been many years since he yearned for vengeance, and now, at last, he had achieved it. All gratitude belonged to the young man before him. He realized that without Shen Luo's assistance, he might never have had the chance to exact his revenge. Filled with sincere appreciation, he bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, celestial master." Shen Luo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such reverence was unnecessary. He had merely fulfilled a duty entrusted to him by the ancestors of the Yi family. He then recounted the events that had transpired, leaving Yi Yin dumbfounded, his eyes wide and mouth agape, overwhelmed by emotion. After exchanging a few more words, Shen Luo bid farewell to the Yi family head and returned to his quarters. Once inside, he locked the door and retrieved a gourd from his storage pouch, uncorking it to take a hearty swig. Almost instantly, he felt the invigorating energy return, prompting him to tuck the gourd away and sit cross-legged on his bed to resume his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days slipped away as he remained immersed in his practice. During this time, the city of Lanzhou underwent cataclysmic changes. The leader of the Hungry Wolf Gang suddenly descended into madness, and not only were the upper echelons of the gang slaughtered, but Zhu Sensi himself had become utterly dazed. Some speculated that the gang leader, Zhu Quan, had succumbed to a fit of madness during his training, slaughtering his own men in the process. As for his son, Zhu Sensi, it was believed that the shock had rendered him mentally incapacitated. Meanwhile, In the stronghold of the fierce tiger gang, every member had met a tragic end, appearing as if they had been entirely drained of life. Rumors circulated throughout the city, with differing accounts of the events. Some believed that the transgressions of the fierce tiger gang had provoked the wrath of the Yi family's ancestors, who had returned as vengeful spirits to reclaim their due. Others speculated the emergence of a monster that feasted on human flesh and blood, with the fierce tiger gang being its unfortunate target. Yi Yan, however, surmised that both incidents were likely connected to Shen Luo and felt no fear. With decisive measures, he swiftly reclaimed the territories of both gangs. Furthermore, he issued a proclamation in the name of the Yi family, declaring that both the Hungry Wolf Gang and the Fierce Tiger Gang had been eradicated. Now, only one gang remained in Lanzhou City, the Golden Lion Gang. Chapter 48. The Woman in Black. The news caused a tremendous uproar. In a certain location not far from the Tiger Gang in Lanzhou City, a woman clad in black gazed at the announcement she had just released, a faint smile curving her lips. The Golden Lion Gang? How intriguing. She was preparing to seek out some robust men for training, and now, with the emergence of the Yi family, it seemed fate had delivered a pillow just when she felt sleepy. Thus, she resolved to pay a visit to this so-called Yi family. Meanwhile, in a room of the Yi family, Shen Luo, after 2 days of rigorous cultivation, had finally stepped into the 5th layer of qi refinement, utilizing the remaining qi gathering powder and the spiritual water from the gourd. Now, he found himself devoid of any qi gathering powder, yet fortunate enough to possess a gourd, whose spiritual essence, though inferior to the powder, was certainly better than nothing. Time to step out and explore, he murmured to himself, pushing open the door and stepping outside. Wang Xiai, a servant of the Yi family, was instructed by the family head to wait outside Shun Gongzi's door. He was to invite Shun to the hall as soon as he emerged. Wang Xiai found the family head's orders perplexing. After all, Shun was merely an 18-year-old youth. Why did the family head place such importance on him? Could it be that he was the head's illegitimate son? Just as he was lost in thought, the creaking of the door interrupted him. Following the sound, he saw Shen Luo stepping out of his room. He hurried over to Shen Luo, bowing respectfully and saying, "Shen Gongzi, you have finally emerged." Shen Luo looked at the servant before him, puzzled. What is it? Is there something amiss? Wang Xiai dared not be careless in response to Shen Luo's inquiry, for it was the family head's command. I was instructed to bring you to the hall as soon as you emerged. I see. Then let us proceed. Shen Luo nodded in agreement. Thus, Shen Luo followed the servant to the hall, where he found the spacious area empty. He chose a seat at random and settled down. The servant instructed Shen Luo to wait there while he went to notify the family head. As Shen Luo sat in the hall, boredom began to creep in. He picked up a teapot nearby and poured himself a cup of hot tea, savoring it leisurely. Not long after, the head of the Yi family hurried in, holding a small box. Spotting Shen Luo seated in the hall, he approached him. Just as Shen Luo finished his cup of tea and set the cup down, he noticed Yi Yan approaching. Yi Yan bowed before Shen Luo and, with a look of apology, said, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed immortal master. I have been overwhelmed with affairs lately. It is of no consequence. I have only just arrived myself, Shen Luo replied with a smile. Seeing that Shen Luo bore no resentment, Yi Yan continued, I am grateful for your understanding. By the way, did you summon me to inquire when we shall strike against the Tiger Gang? The Tiger Gang? Shen Luo raised an eyebrow, directly addressing the matter at hand. Did you not imply that I had already resolved the issues with them? Yi Yan looked at Shen Luo in confusion. Upon hearing Yi Yan's assertion that he had dealt with the Tiger Gang, Shen Luo was taken aback. He had no recollection of confronting the Tiger Gang. Have I made an error? It appears you are mistaken, Yi Yan. I only dealt with the Hungry Wolf Gang. I have yet to confront the Tiger Gang. What? Was it not you who intervened? Yi Yan's face reflected shock and disbelief. Indeed, I have been engrossed in cultivation these past days and have not ventured outside. What exactly has transpired with the Tiger Gang? Shen Luo asked, puzzled. Yi Yan, seeing Shen Luo's lack of knowledge, paused before recounting the recent events. After listening to Yi Yan, Shen Luo's expression changed drastically, concern etched on his face. The descriptions confirmed that individuals had perished from having their vital essence drained. Vital essence is the very foundation of life. Without it, one cannot survive. Clearly, such a method of draining a person's essence was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Only a practitioner of the demonic path could wield such power. Moreover, he was certain that the perpetrator was a practitioner of the dark arts. Faced with a demonic cultivator, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty and immediately contemplated leaving. Yi Yan noticed Shen Luo's sudden shift in demeanor and felt a surge of anxiety. Was it true that a monster had emerged within the Tiger Gang? If so, would Lanzhou City not be doomed? Observing Shen Luo's silence, he cautiously inquired, esteemed immortal master. Do you sense something amiss? Shen Luo did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before weighing his words. To be frank, Yi Yan, it appears there is another cultivator in Lanju City besides myself, and that individual may be a demonic practitioner. Surely not, Yi Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Though he did not fully comprehend what a demonic practitioner entailed, he recognized that demonic was synonymous with danger. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Yan, visibly flustered and anxious, looked at Shen Luo, stammering, "What do you intend to do about the demonic practitioner? Given my current cultivation level, I may not be able to contend with such a being, so I believe I shall take my leave," Shen Luo stated plainly. Upon hearing that Shen Luo might depart, Yi Yan's complexion turned pale. He could hardly fathom how the Yi family would confront the demonic practitioner that Shen Luo spoke of, should he truly leave. A sense of helplessness and despair washed over him. Sensing Yi Yan's distress, Shen Luo felt a twinge of sympathy and continued, "Will your Yi family accompany me in leaving? Or will you remain here?" Just then, a woman in black was making her way toward the Yi family estate from a nearby street. Her presence stirred the crowd, who froze in awe upon catching sight of her visage, their gazes fixed upon her. The woman in black, noticing their entranced stares, felt a sense of disdain. With just a subtle display of her enchanting abilities, she captivated their souls, leaving them lost in a trance. Meanwhile, within the Yi family hall, Shen Luo was still discussing the potential departure with Yi Yan, utterly unaware that danger was steadily approaching. Chapter 49. The demonic practitioner. Very well, since that is the case, I shall heed your instructions, esteemed immortal master, Yi Yan replied reluctantly. He had painstakingly dealt with the tiger and hungry wolf gangs to restore the Yi family's former glory, only to now face the threat of a demonic practitioner, forcing him to flee from this place of turmoil. Yet what could he do? This was a being even the immortal master feared, someone whom the immortal master could not guarantee to defeat. What hope did an ordinary mortal like him have? With no other choice, he agreed to leave with Shen Luo. Seeing Yi Yan's acceptance, Shen Luo nodded and confirmed their plans for departure the following day. After all, no one knows when this demonic cultivator will reappear, so it is wise to leave early to avoid prolonged worries. Outside the Yi family mansion, a woman clad in black stood, gazing at a distant crimson residence, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she strode towards it. Just as she prepared to step through the mansion's grand entrance, she was halted by two burly guards stationed on either side of the door. "This is the Yi family. No outsiders are permitted entry," one of the guards stated coldly, his expression inscrutable. Realizing her path was blocked, she resorted to an exceedingly alluring tone, addressing the two imposing men. "Oh dear, you must have misunderstood. I am no mere outsider. Please, allow me to enter, won't you?" The guards remained unyielding, their expressions as frigid as before. Noting her initial approach had failed, she decided to alter her strategy and demeanor. As the guards were about to reprimand her for her persistence, they suddenly became entranced, frozen in place. A sly smile played on the lips of the black-clad woman as she attempted to slip past them, only to sense something amiss, prompting her to swiftly dart aside. Emerging from the mansion was a young man who appeared to be no older than 18, Shen Luo, on his way to inspect the headquarters of the Tiger Gang. Unaware of the guards' unusual behavior, Shen Luo exited the mansion and made his way directly toward the Tiger Gang's stronghold. How intriguing, the concealed woman murmured to herself, and she followed him at a distance. The Tiger Gang's headquarters, situated in the northern part of Lanzhou City, had descended into chaos following the recent corpse incident, leaving its lower ranks in disarray without any leadership. It was soon taken over by the Yi family, and now the once bustling headquarters stood desolate, devoid of life. Before long, Shen Luo found himself alone outside the Tiger Gang's headquarters. He paused briefly, casting a sidelong glance behind him. He had sensed someone trailing him since he had been on the road. Initially, he thought it might be a mere coincidence. But after deliberately taking a longer route through the streets, he noticed the figure still closely following him. "Let's see what you intend to do," Shen Luo thought with a cold smirk as he strode confidently inside. Not long after he entered, the black-clad woman followed him in at a leisurely pace. "Strange. Where did that boy go? He was here just a moment ago," she mused, looking around but seeing no trace of Shen Luo. Just as she pondered his disappearance, a small fireball suddenly hurtled toward her. Alarmed, she quickly summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield herself. With a resounding bang, the fireball struck her barrier, causing it to shimmer momentarily before returning to normal. After evading the fireball, she did not immediately dispel her protective shield. Instead, she cautiously scanned her surroundings, determined to locate Shen Luo. She was convinced that the fireball had originated from the young man, and she had not anticipated that he too was a cultivator. Her initial intent in following him had been to find someone who could aid her in overcoming her cultivation bottleneck. To her dismay, he was not an ordinary person but a fellow practitioner of the mystical arts. The black-clad woman began to feel anxious as Shen Luo remained elusive. It was crucial to remember that her shield relied entirely on her magical energy. Once depleted, it would vanish instantly. The thought filled her with dread, for she knew her own abilities were limited to charming spells. The so-called powerful techniques required at least the 4th level of chi refinement. Yet she was merely at the 3rd level. A cultivator at the 3rd level was akin to a master among mortals, possessing awareness yet incapable of casting formidable spells. She understood that Shen Luo's reluctance to reveal himself was likely a tactic to wait until she was drained before striking. The more she considered this, the more anxious she became. Adopting an innocent facade, she feigned concern. "Why would you wish to harm me, good sir? I bear no ill will." "Oh, is that so? Then why have you been following me?" Shen Luo, concealed nearby, observed her coolly. "I noticed you are also a cultivator, and I thought to befriend you. I never expected you would attack me first. It truly wounds my heart." The black-clad woman lamented dramatically. Shen Luo regarded her expression with skepticism. Although she appeared harmless and delicate, she did not seem like a demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators are those who practice vile arts to enhance their power, drawing not on spiritual energy, but on demonic chi. This method can accelerate their cultivation but often leads to inner demons, resulting in ruthless and bloodthirsty behavior. Unlike righteous cultivators, demonic practitioners adhere to no rules, pursuing their enhancement without restraint. Thus, the conflict between righteous and demonic cultivators remains one of fierce opposition. After pondering the woman's words, Shen Luo stepped from his hiding place. As the black-clad woman saw him emerge from behind a rock formation, she lowered her barrier. Approaching her, he expressed his apologies, saying, "I did not grasp your intentions and nearly harmed you. I hope you will not take offense." The woman, gazing at him, discreetly employed her charm magic, smiling sweetly. "Oh, it is of no consequence. After all, you were unaware of my intentions." As Shen Luo acknowledged her apparent generosity, he was suddenly struck by a dizzying sensation. His mind clouded. Chapter 50. Mount Taibai. Noticing Shen Luo's dazed expression, the black-clad woman smirked wickedly to herself. "Just a foolish young boy. What does it matter if he has cultivated spells? He shall fall into my grasp." With that, she advanced toward him, intent on siphoning his essence. At that moment, Shen Luo stood bewildered, his mind a blank slate, when an icy sensation surged from his dantian, jolting him awake. Regaining his senses, he saw the woman approaching with malicious intent and bellowed, "You vile woman, dare you attempt to harm me? Behold my sword." With a flourish, he unleashed a golden stream of spiritual light from his sleeve, hurtling toward the black-clad woman with fierce intensity. The woman, caught off guard by Shen Luo's sudden awakening, was met with the oncoming blast of golden light without the time to react. This golden light was the flying sword he had acquired from the bald man at the Black Jade Sect. Previously, when he was by the rockery, he sensed that the woman bore some issues. He remained skeptical about the words spoken by the woman in black. Shen Luo was not the type to be mesmerized by a beautiful woman, especially one of unknown origins. Faced with the incoming flying sword, the woman was struck with terror and quickly conjured a shield of spiritual energy to protect herself. The small sword, enveloped in golden spiritual light, struck the shield summoned by the woman, producing a resounding clang as it was deflected away. Shen Luo, observing his flying sword being blocked, felt no surprise. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. He merely wished to test the sword's potency without infusing it with spiritual energy. Watching the small sword that had been repelled, he swiftly formed a hand seal and infused it with spiritual light. The sword, now imbued with Shen Luo's energy, radiated an overwhelming golden brilliance, dazzling to behold. He directed the resplendent sword, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, towards the woman in black. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief for having blocked Shen Luo's golden attack, she was taken aback to see that the small sword was approaching her once more. And this time the golden light seemed significantly more vigorous. The woman, alarmed, hastily channeled all her spiritual energy into her shield, hoping to withstand Shen Luo's assault yet again. Just when she believed she could fend it off, the golden sword pierced through her shield effortlessly, akin to a knife slicing through paper. The woman's face contorted with fear as she realized the small sword had easily breached her spiritual barrier. Forgetting about repairing her shield, she turned to flee from this perilous place. However, Shen Luo harbored no mercy for those who sought to harm him, regardless of their gender. He commanded the flying sword to strike with lightning speed, piercing through the body of the woman, who fell lifelessly to the ground, breathless. Approaching her lifeless form with an impassive expression, he felt no shred of compassion. His principle was clear: harm him, and he would retaliate with lethal force. Just as he prepared to cast a fireball to incinerate her corpse, he noticed a pouch hanging from her waist. Bending down, he removed the pouch and curiously opened it. To his surprise, it was a storage bag, much like his own, which he initially thought was merely a charm. From this storage bag, he retrieved some cosmetics used for the woman's adornment, a tome of cultivation methods, and various clothing and wealth. A cursory glance at the cultivation tome revealed it to be a nefarious technique that relied on consuming the essence of others to enhance one's cultivation. This revelation brought to mind the earlier incident with the hungry wolf gang's corpses, suggesting that the woman was likely responsible. He had not anticipated that the malevolent practitioner he feared was this very woman, now slain by his hand. Consequently, the Yi family need not depart. They could remain here. Shen Luo could now pursue his ethereal aspirations of immortality with peace of mind. Thus, he departed from the Tiger Gang, incinerating the corpse of the woman before leaving. Taizhou City, located in the eastern part of the Zhao Kingdom, is a modest metropolis with a population of merely several tens of thousands, a mere one-fifth the size of the largest city, Lanzhou. Nonetheless, it is surrounded on three sides by mountains and bordered by a lake, boasting a beautiful environment, making it an ideal retreat for the affluent. Additionally, the region is home to several rare fruit specialties, unattainable elsewhere, which lends the small city a certain reputation. Taibai Mountain, situated not far west of the capital city, rises over 3,000 meters, perpetually shrouded in mist, ranking as the 9th tallest mountain in Zhao. Atop this mountain lies a modest temple, renowned for its highly accurate divination and oracle readings. Consequently, each year, a throng of visitors embarks on a long journey to this site to burn incense and seek guidance. At the foot of Taibai Mountain, in a grove, a youth clad in white ambled slowly. This youth was none other than Shen Luo, who had journeyed from Lanzhou City. His purpose for being here was the proximity of a city inhabited by cultivators. Initially, he intended to travel to Haoyuan City, but its distance proved too great, compelling him to settle for Taibai Mountain. Little did he know that upon arrival, he would become lost, for the Blackwood Taoist had only informed him that this was a gathering place for cultivators in the Zhao Kingdom, without specifying its exact location. Thus, Shen Luo had no choice but to inquire with nearby villagers about Taibai Mountain. To his fortune, he gleaned some insights. The villagers spoke of a mysterious place located to the north of Taibai Mountain, perpetually enveloped in thick white mist, where visibility was virtually non-existent. Although some fog is typical for Taibai Mountain, the consistency of such dense mist year-round was quite extraordinary. As a result, some bolder villagers had ventured within, seeking to uncover its secrets, only to become disoriented and emerge bewildered. Due to the strangeness of this location, the villagers regarded it with trepidation, designating it as a forbidden area, prohibiting children and the elderly from entering. Upon learning of these peculiarities, Shen Luo felt elated. Convinced that this enigmatic place was likely what he sought, he bid farewell to the villagers and made his way toward the extraordinary sight. Soon, he arrived at a location shrouded in thick mist. He surmised that this so-called fog was likely a manifestation created by cultivators through a unique technique. After observing for a moment, he strode boldly into the mist-laden hills, where visibility was limited to the ground beneath his feet. Fortunately, his spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive his surroundings, enabling him to navigate without issue. Moments later, he emerged from the mist without encountering the disorientation described by the villagers. Upon stepping out, he found himself in a valley-like area, surrounded by verdant mountains and trees, filled with the gentle fragrance of blossoms that rejuvenated his spirit. Indeed, it was a fitting abode for cultivators. As Shen Luo ambled through the lush valley, he realized that to reach the city of cultivators, he must traverse this expanse. Just as he was about to navigate through the dense woods of the valley, an unexpected disturbance caught his attention. A shadow darted through the nearby thicket. Intrigued, he cautiously peered towards the bushes, pondering whether a supernatural creature lurked nearby. As he prepared to approach and investigate, a sudden whoosh echoed, and a dark figure lunged toward him like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, Shen Luo swiftly summoned his internal energy, forming a protective shield before him. With a resounding thud, the entity collided violently with his shield of spiritual energy, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Shen Luo stared at the object that had fallen to the ground due to the collision, utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that the dark shadow was, in fact, a gray rabbit. How could this be? A rabbit with such astonishing speed? Astonishment etched across his face. He gazed in disbelief. As he observed the dazed rabbit, he retracted his spiritual energy shield and approached it, seizing its ears to examine it closely. The rabbit appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Yet, this seemingly mundane creature possessed remarkable speed. Had it not been for Shen Luo's quick reflexes, he would have been struck by it. While he pondered over this peculiar rabbit, rustling sounds emanated from the nearby thicket, prompting him to wonder if there were more rabbits. Could there be another rabbit? He muttered to himself, beginning to doubt whether he had unwittingly stumbled into a rabbit's den. Just then, a young maiden, seemingly around 17 years of age, emerged from the bushes. Upon seeing her spirit beast captured in Shen Luo's grasp, she exclaimed indignantly, "Friend, why do you seize my spirit beast?" "Your spirit beast?" Shen Luo glanced at the rabbit in his hand. "Indeed, that is my rabbit. Release it at once, or I shall not be so courteous." With that, the girl brandished a silver-long sword, ready for confrontation. Shen Luo, taken aback by the girl's unprovoked reprimand and her threatening demeanor, felt his expression darken. He retorted sternly, "You are aware that it is your spirit beast, yet why did you fail to keep it in check? It nearly collided with me, do you understand?" The girl was momentarily speechless, realizing that the chaos had originated from her. Earlier, she had been cradling her spirit beast as they traversed the valley, when it suddenly wriggled free and dashed away, leading her to chase after it until she found it in Shen Luo's grasp. "Oh, don't be so fierce. It wasn't intentional. And how was I to know it would run into you? I made a mistake. Is that not enough?" She replied, her tone somewhat petulant. Shen Luo chose not to respond, casting her a sidelong glance before tossing the rabbit back to her. The girl caught it in her arms, and the spirit beast soon awoke from its slumber. "Thank you, friend," she expressed gratefully upon realizing her spirit beast was unharmed. "There is no need for thanks. Simply ensure you take proper care of your spirit beast," Shen Luo replied coldly, turning to leave. As he made to depart, the girl called out, "Are you headed to Taibai Immortal City?" Upon hearing her query, Shen Luo halted, turning back to regard her. "Indeed, are you also going there?" "Yes. I am searching for my father." "In that case, why not accompany each other?" She gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Considering her proposal, Shen Luo thought it might be beneficial to travel together, perhaps gaining insights about the Immortal City from her. With this in mind, he responded with a gentle smile. "Very well, follow me." Thus, Shen Luo and the young maiden set off together towards Taibai Immortal City. Through their conversation, he learned that the city had been established by a foundation-stage cultivator from the Zhao Kingdom. Initially, it was merely a marketplace where the cultivator sold surplus items to chi refining practitioners in exchange for spirit stones. This exchange attracted numerous chi refining cultivators eager to trade their spirit stones for treasures from the foundation stage. The cultivator had not anticipated that his simple trade would draw so many, prompting him to invite friends to sell their unused items as well. Over time, the marketplace evolved into a bustling, immortal city. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the grand entrance of the city. Shen Luo marveled at the majestic sight before him, where a golden plaque inscribed with the words Taibai Immortal City hung prominently. Flanking the entrance stood several men clad in identical attire, all at the late chi refining stage. According to the girl's earlier remarks, these guards were from the Bai family, the founders of the city. After surveying the scene, Shen Luo strode forward, only to be stopped by one of the guards. The guard coldly stated, "Friend, you must pay a spirit stone to enter." Shen Luo, bewildered by this demand, was at a loss. He had never heard of spirit stones, nor did he know what they were. Scratching his head awkwardly, he asked, "Excuse me, what is a spirit stone?" The guards were taken aback, stunned that he was unaware of such a fundamental aspect of cultivation. Spirit stones were essential for practitioners, serving as both currency and a means to absorb spiritual energy. They exchanged bewildered glances, noting that despite Shen Luo's cultivation at the 5th level of chi refining, he was oblivious to the existence of spirit stones, which struck them as absurd. In truth, it was not entirely Shen Luo's fault. His interactions with cultivators had been limited, and he had never encountered a spirit stone, nor had anyone explained its significance to him. Essentially, spirit stones were stones infused with spiritual energy. For cultivators, they served numerous purposes. Holding a spirit stone during meditation allowed for rapid absorption of its energy, vastly expediting the cultivation process. Furthermore, spirit stones were necessary for crafting magical artifacts and establishing formations, with the potency of the formations directly correlating to the quality and quantity of the spirit stones used. Consequently, virtually every cultivator relied on spirit stones, which became a standard medium of exchange in the cultivation world, akin to gold and silver in the mortal realm. Spirit stones could be categorized into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade based on their energy content. Mid-grade spirit stones contained approximately 100 times the energy of low-grade stones. Yet their price was only slightly higher than that of 100 low-grade stones, as higher-grade stones offered greater energy and versatility. Moreover, mid-grade spirit stones were more abundant in the various spirit stone veins compared to low-grade stones. High-grade spirit stones, while containing energy roughly equivalent to 100 mid-grade stones, were generally valued at over 100 times that of mid-grade stones. The individual gazed at Shen Luo, who appeared utterly flustered, and suspected that the youth might be feigning ignorance, attempting to enter the city without offering any spirit stones. Thus, he remarked, "As a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, there is no need for you to pretend to be unaware of what spirit stones are." Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's face flushed crimson, and he was at a loss for words, revealing a look of anxious desperation, for he truly did not know what spirit stones were. The young maiden standing behind Shen Luo, observing his flustered and blushing demeanor, could not help but stifle a laugh. Shen Luo, with a sidelong glance, caught sight of the girl giggling behind him. An idea struck him, and he turned to her, shyly stating, "Fairy Bai, might I borrow some spirit stones? I promise to return them once I acquire my own." The girl, still chuckling, widened her eyes in surprise at Shen Luo's request. After a brief pause, she replied with a smile, "Hee, Shen Daoist, you merely wish to enter the city, correct? It's simple, just watch me." With a playful wink, she walked past him towards several guards. Glancing disdainfully at the guards, she haughtily declared, "Do you know who I am?" The guards, tasked with keeping watch over the celestial city, scrutinized her and exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison, indicating they did not recognize her. The girl, taken aback by their unfamiliarity, felt momentarily bewildered, while Shen Luo, witnessing this, rolled his eyes as if to say, "Is this all? You are not as impressive as I thought." Her face darkened with embarrassment at being ridiculed. She swiftly produced a jade token from her storage pouch. Brandishing it before them with an indignant shout, "I am Bai Yin, the daughter of Bai Jiao, the lord of Tai Bai City. How can you not recognize me? Do you recognize this?" The appearance of the jade token created an immediate sense of pressure in the atmosphere. Just when it seemed this matter would resolve, an unexpectedly shocking occurrence unfolded. The lead guard, looking perplexed at the token, turned to his comrades, asking, "What is this? Do you know?" "I have no idea. Don't look at me. It's my first day on the job." "First day on the job? What a coincidence. So is mine." "Me too." Listening to the guard's banter, the girl stood frozen, unable to believe that they were unaware of the Bai family token. She had intended to impress Shen Luo, but instead faced repeated humiliations. "I feel like crying. This is so difficult," she lamented inwardly. She resolved that upon returning, she would demand her father dismiss these guards. It was utterly shameful for a lady of her stature to be unrecognized. It would only invite ridicule. "It seems they do not recognize you. It might be best to let it go. Just lend me some spirit stones," Shen Luo remarked, approaching her calmly. The girl, still in shock, clenched her fist tightly. Although his words appeared ordinary and unremarkable, they struck her as yet another blow. After tossing out 2 spirit stones, she disregarded the guard's reactions and strode away in silence. Witnessing her sudden departure, Shen Luo felt perplexed, observing her retreating figure without pursuing her. He muttered to himself, "What a peculiar temperament she possesses. Alas, I have come from the mundane world in search of immortality." Shen Luo decided to dismiss thoughts of the girl and boldly stepped through the city gates, where he was greeted by a vast expanse of ornate palatial structures, bustling with individuals clad in eclectic attire. In the open space before the pavilions lay a wide plaza, filled with many vendors setting up small stalls along its perimeter. Occasionally, a few patrons would approach, casting glances or quietly inquiring about the wares. Upon witnessing this scene, Shen Luo inhaled deeply. This was indeed the realm of cultivators, where all present were likely practitioners of the art. The sight of so many cultivators left him momentarily dazed, prompting him to shake his head to regain focus. He constantly reminded himself that he was stepping into a world previously unimaginable, where every individual possessed profound abilities. It was crucial to exercise caution in this unfamiliar territory. Chapter 53. The Loose Cultivator Alliance. As Shen Luo wandered the streets, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. Leisurely inspecting the various stalls, he began to grasp that the transactions among cultivators typically followed 2 methods. One was the primitive barter system, where cultivators exchanged unwanted items for those they needed. Such vendors often set up for days without a single trade, which was not uncommon. The other method involved spirit stones, a commodity he currently lacked. He deemed himself devoid of any valuable items to trade, thus indulging in a leisurely exploration. Although Shen Luo maintained a composed demeanor, many offerings at the stalls ignited his envy and desire. Notably, Each stall displayed a plethora of talisman papers, ordinary, yet among the most coveted items he needed. He had witnessed the power of talismans. The golden light talisman used by Elder Zhao had once ensnared him, and the talisman bestowed by the Black Withered Taoist contained his utmost power. Acquiring these talismans would enable him to wield another spell, significantly enhancing his prowess. In addition to the golden light talisman, he learned of various other types, such as the Thunder Serpent Talisman, Fire Dragon Talisman, and Windwalker Talisman, which captivated his interest. He even stumbled upon an inconspicuous stall featuring a golden light talisman capable of projecting a protective golden shield, priced at 9 low-grade spirit stones. While he was still unclear about the specific tiers and distinctions among talismans, his exploration had provided some insight into their pricing. Basic, blank talisman papers could be purchased for a single low-grade spirit stone, while completed low-grade talismans varied in price from 1 to 2 stones, depending on their spell type. Intermediate talismans surged in price, ranging from 6 to 10 spirit stones, with defensive ones generally commanding higher prices than offensive types. Merely observing, without the means to purchase, left him yearning. Being a penniless wanderer without a single spirit stone, he reluctantly continued to browse other stalls. After some time, he arrived at a stall that immediately captured his attention. The sign read, "Exchange elixirs for talismans. Gathering elixirs, or any cultivation-enhancing elixirs can be traded for upper-tier, low-grade offensive talismans like the Thunder Serpent Talisman." Upon seeing this sign, Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback. It was the first upper-tier, low-grade talisman he had encountered throughout his exploration. Observing closely, he noticed the talisman radiated a remarkable density of spiritual energy, far surpassing the lower and middle-tier talismans he had previously seen. "Would you be willing to exchange for 50 spirit stones?" A barefooted man with a scruffy face could no longer contain himself and spoke up. The stall owner, a frail young man, merely pointed to the sign and ignored him. 50 spirit stones for your talisman is already a generous offer. The bidder retorted, unwilling to back down. "Humph, did you not see the sign? I only accept pills in exchange, not spirit stones," the young man replied coldly, clearly annoyed. The man, feeling insulted, turned red with anger and exclaimed, "Humph, I wouldn't want your worthless item anyway." With that, he stormed off. Meanwhile, Shen Luo glanced at the sign and found himself somewhat tempted. This was a high-tier beginner's attack talisman, which would provide him with an additional means of self-preservation. Although he lacked the chi gathering powder, he possessed the spiritual liquid contained in a gourd. While it could not compare to the chi gathering powder, it was still a valuable elixir for enhancing cultivation. With this in mind, Shen Luo strode confidently to the stall, smiling as he said, "I have a type of medicine that can enhance cultivation. Would you like to take a look?" He then retrieved a gourd from his storage bag and placed it before the young man. Shen Luo was not concerned about the potential discovery of the gourd's capabilities, as it appeared quite ordinary. Who would suspect that it could generate spiritual energy with just a bit of water? The frail young man, upon seeing the gourd placed before him, wasted no time and picked it up. He removed the stopper and brought it close to his nose to sniff. Before long, his eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at Shen Luo and said, "Friend, the contents of this gourd are precisely what I need. Might I inquire if you are interested in trading?" Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback by the young man's response. He had initially intended to test the waters, not expecting it to work out. He promptly replied, "Of course." The young man, upon receiving Shen Luo's agreement, immediately pulled out a spirit talisman and placed it before him, saying, "Friend, here is the spirit talisman, please accept it." Shen Luo regarded the talisman before him and said casually, "Do you have a container for the spiritual liquid? I am not selling this gourd." "Yes, yes," the young man nodded eagerly, producing a container to transfer the liquid from Shen Luo's gourd. Thus, after completing the transaction and acquiring the talisman, Shen Luo departed from the stall and began to explore other areas. As he walked down another street, a man in green clothing approached him with a smile, saying, "Friend, this is your first visit to the Immortal City, is it not?" Maintaining a stoic expression, Shen Luo coldly replied, "Do you have business with me?" He refrained from directly admitting that it was indeed his first visit, exercising caution in the presence of a stranger. The man in green, undeterred by Shen Luo's icy demeanor, smiled and said, "Oh, please do not misunderstand. I merely noticed you standing alone here, looking quite unfamiliar with your surroundings. I surmised that you might be a new cultivator seeking to make connections. I, too, am an itinerant cultivator." Upon hearing the man's words, Shen Luo was slightly taken aback. "So you are an itinerant cultivator as well?" The man continued, "Indeed, if you are an itinerant cultivator, you must understand that we have no backing in the outside world. Why not join our Itinerant Cultivator Alliance?" "The Itinerant Cultivator Alliance?" Shen Luo inquired, perplexed. He had assumed that the Immortal City was solely under the influence of the Bai family, unaware of the existence of this so-called alliance. The man explained that the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance had only been established in recent years. Its primary purpose was to assist new cultivators in understanding the intricacies of the cultivation world, as well as to provide a social network for itinerant cultivators. Originally, itinerant cultivators were a group without roots or connections, so the formation of such an organization was met with great enthusiasm. The Bai family supported the alliance, as its establishment had led to a surge of qi refining stage cultivators, thereby propelling the development of the Immortal City. To facilitate management, they selected articulate cultivators from among the itinerants, offering them a reward to welcome newcomers into the alliance. The man in green before Shen Luo was one of these administrators. Understanding the man's intentions and the existence of the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, Shen Luo had no reason to refuse such a beneficial opportunity. After all, he indeed required a small group for support, even if only temporarily. However, he intended to ask a few more questions before feeling comfortable joining. Since you have discerned my status, I have nothing to conceal. I am indeed an itinerant cultivator. However, if you wish for me to join your alliance, could you first introduce yourself and explain what is required of me as a member? Shen Luo candidly acknowledged his identity. The man in green's expression brightened, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice as he smiled at Shen Luo, saying, I am Lu Li, a leader within the Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. As for the responsibilities of joining the alliance, there are none. You simply need to register. Oh, I see. Shen Luo nodded, somewhat surprised at the simplicity of it all. Shall we proceed to register now? Lu Li replied, follow me. With that, Lu Li turned and led the way through the Immortal City to a certain location. Shen Luo followed closely behind, and after traversing several streets, they arrived at a city gate. Lu, is the registration for our alliance outside the city? Shen Luo inquired, puzzled by the gate before him. Not at all. I must consult my supervisor to complete the registration, and he is currently outside the city, training. Lu Li replied with a faint smile. After hearing his words, Shen Luo felt no suspicion and followed Lu Li outside the city to a mountainous forest. As they walked deeper into the dense woods, the vast greenery spread out before them like an ocean. Lu, how much further until we reach our destination? Shen Luo asked after some time. Very soon, very soon. It is just ahead, Lu replied. However, as Shen Luo trailed behind Lu, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Logically, there should be places to cultivate within the city, and there was no need to venture so far. Moreover, the path they were taking was quite secluded. Could he have ulterior motives? Shen Luo's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Lu's back, contemplating. One must always be vigilant. Caution is prudent. After a moment, they arrived at a clearing where Lu Li halted. Without allowing Shen Luo to speak, he announced, Shun, this is the place. Please wait here while I summon him. With that, he produced a yellow talisman and moved his lips without making a sound. Then, he tossed the yellow talisman, which transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Shen Luo, observing Lu's actions with curiosity, inquired, Lu, what kind of talisman is that? Lu Li gazed at Shen Luo's astonished expression beside him, perplexed as he remarked, this is a sound transmission talisman. Shun, my friend, you cannot possibly have never encountered one before? When questioned about a sensitive matter, Shen Luo's face flushed slightly, and he swiftly changed the subject. Lu, you mentioned that person was cultivating here, did you not? Why then use a sound transmission talisman? I am at a loss as well. That individual was indeed here cultivating, yet today he is nowhere to be found. Is that so? I find this place rather secluded and sparsely populated. It could serve well for nefarious deeds, such as murder and burial, Shen Luo replied coolly. What do you mean by that? Do you imply that Lu is the kind of fiend who slays for treasure? Lu Li's expression darkened with indignation. Seeing his reaction, Shen Luo chose not to respond, instead silently observing him with a faint smile. Lu Li, feeling the weight of Shen Luo's gaze and his own expression fluctuating between light and dark, pondered, could it be that this fellow has discerned my intentions? After a moment, a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed Lu Li's eyes, filled with murderous intent as he declared, I did not expect Shun to possess such keen insight. Since you are aware, I shall forego the pretense. I am indeed here to eliminate weak cultivators like you. I have already dispatched several low-level practitioners like yourself. Shen Luo, taken aback by this admission, felt his expression darken. He had merely spoken offhandedly. To realize that Lu Li's ulterior motive was to lure him here for murder and plunder ignited a fire of fury within him. How unfortunate to be deceived so early in his cultivation journey. Embracing the philosophy of striking preemptively, he summoned a small fireball into existence with a swift gesture, which crackled ominously in his palm. He then propelled the fireball towards Lu Li. As the fireball approached, Lu Li, his intentions now revealed, swiftly evaded its trajectory with a nimble sidestep. With a resounding explosion, the ground where Lu Li had stood was transformed into a crater by Shen Luo's fireball. Not bad, boy. Too bad you encountered me. Perish. Lu Li bellowed from his new position. A layer of earthy light enveloped his right fist as he thrust it forward. In the next instant, a fist of yellow light surged toward Shen Luo with ferocity. Lu Li, watching his attack with cold disdain, was confident in his prowess. He had discerned that Shen Luo's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi refinement, while he himself had attained the 7th level, a significant advantage. He was certain that Shen Luo would not withstand his assault, and his expression was one of ease, akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. However, Shen Luo remained unfazed as the yellow-hued fist barreled towards him. With a flick of his sleeve, he produced a palm-sized circular talisman that burst forth with radiant light, enveloping him in a protective barrier. The Bai Yun shield was an artifact gifted to him by the head of the Yi family during discussions about their future. This little box had been entrusted to him by Heikue Daoist, and now it had returned to his possession. A resounding clang echoed as Lu Li's formidable attack clashed against the sudden light barrier. Lu Li was momentarily stunned, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "You possess a mid-grade artifact?" Shen Luo's expression darkened slightly at Lu Li's astonishment, and he refrained from engaging in lengthy discourse. Instead, he flicked his sleeve, sending forth a burst of golden spiritual light that surged towards Lu Li. Lu Li's countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing the approach of Shen Luo's golden light. Is that a flying sword artifact? How is this possible? You are merely a 5th-level qi refinement practitioner, yet you possess 2 mid-grade artifacts. His voice dripped with greed, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, "Even if you wield 2 mid-grade artifacts, what does it matter? Once I eliminate you, they will belong to me." With a triumphant grin, Lu Li joined his hands together, unleashing a torrent of yellow light as he summoned a fierce onslaught of energy, launching a fist that seemed as powerful as a descending tiger. Shen Luo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly formed a hand seal, channeling energy into his flying sword to intercept the incoming attack. Upon impact, the sensation was akin to striking solid metal, yet the sword's might prevailed, dispersing the force. Just as Shen Luo felt relief for having countered the attack, Lu Li's voice echoed ominously, "You may have blocked this one, but what of my next assault? Prepare to die?" Panic surged within Shen Luo as he looked up to see multiple fist lights descending upon him. The sheer magnitude of the assault made evasion impossible. He knew he could not escape using mere mortal techniques. Grimly, he raised the defensive artifact once more, bracing for impact. The yellow fist lights collided with his shield, creating a cacophony of sound. Lu Li, recognizing Shen Luo's reliance on the artifact, continued his relentless barrage. He had calculated that Shen Luo's 5th-level qi would soon be depleted, and once that happened, the artifact's power would wane, leaving him vulnerable to slaughter. Amidst the chaos, Shen Luo continually channeled his own spiritual energy into the artifact, aware that Lu Li aimed to exhaust his reserves. Contemplating the dire situation, he pondered whether he would need to resort to a higher-grade talisman. "Give up resistance, boy. If you surrender your artifacts, I might consider granting you a swift death," Lu Li taunted with a sinister grin. Hearing this, Shen Luo felt a surge of urgency. He clenched his jaw, resolving, "So be it. It's just a talisman," with the belief that as long as he lived, he could acquire more. He retrieved the talisman from his storage pouch, his eyes flickering with reluctance. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze steeled with determination as he tossed the talisman into the air. It erupted with purple light, transforming into a serpent of electricity, crackling and hissing ominously. "Thunder Serpent Talisman," Shen Luo commanded, directing the electric serpent towards Lu Li. Lu Li's expression turned to one of horror as he recognized the talisman Shen Luo had just summoned. This is a high-tier beginner attack talisman. Though not exceedingly rare, it is indeed exceptionally valuable. Lu Li, clad in green, witnessed the approach of a purple electric arc serpent and promptly summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself. To be on the safe side, he also enveloped himself in a layer of spiritual energy. His caution stemmed from the knowledge that the talisman wielded by his opponent was an immensely powerful offensive talisman. Although he was aware of its existence, he was uncertain of its exact potency. Thus, it was wise to err on the side of caution. In no time, the serpentine electric arc collided with the defensive artifact Lu Li had summoned. With a thunderous roar, the power unleashed by this advanced beginner spirit talisman was formidable. The purple electric light surged, dust billowed, and the air crackled with the sound of electric arcs. Under such a ferocious assault, the ground was gouged deeply, charred black. Clearly, This attack far surpassed the previous strike of the flying sword. The sheer force of its collision with the spiritual shield was astonishing. Lu Li's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power. The attack had penetrated both his defensive artifact and his spiritual shield. Fortunately, he still possessed a life-saving talisman, which he activated in that critical moment to thwart the electric serpent's strike. Kid, to force me into such a predicament. You are quite impressive, but now you can die. As the dust began to settle, Lu Li's venomous voice emerged, laced with a chilling ferocity. Shen Luo felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so resilient. However, from Lu Li's tone, it seemed he was injured, for one would not utter such vicious words otherwise. Faced with Lu Li's fierce proclamation, Shen Luo was not foolish enough to wait for a counterattack. Seizing the moment, he launched several fireballs into the dust cloud. After casting a few fireballs, he summoned the earlier flying sword, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. The sword, enveloped in golden light, emitted a resonant hum upon receiving Shen Luo's spiritual infusion. With a decisive gesture, Shen Luo directed the golden glimmering sword, propelled by a thunderous momentum, toward the figure hidden within the dust. Chapter 56. Annihilation of a powerful foe. This strike represented his utmost effort. The success of eliminating his adversary hinged on this maneuver. As the golden sword plunged into the dust, a piercing scream echoed, swiftly followed by an eerie silence. Hearing the anguished cry, Shen Luo's face lit up with joy as he recalled the golden light. The small sword returned to his grasp. Gazing at the crimson liquid staining the sword and observing the now dissipated dust, he saw Lu Li lying motionless on the ground, a gruesome wound evident on his chest. Blood oozing continuously. The gash was the result of the flying sword's piercing. Lu Li was now beyond death. With the formidable foe vanquished, Shen Luo exhaled in relief. The cost had been substantial. He had just obtained a talisman only to lose it in battle, a regrettable loss. Sighing, he shook his head and strode toward the corpse, unhesitatingly looting its possessions. From the body, he gathered several low-tier spirit stones, roughly estimating around 100. With such a bounty of spirit stones, one could say that Shen Luo had struck it rich. Previously, he had been destitute, without a single spirit stone to his name. Now, having slain a man, he had transformed from a pauper into one of means. Not only did he acquire spirit stones, but he also obtained various talismans and artifacts. After plundering his adversary's belongings, Shen Luo recalled the communication talisman used by Lu Li, fearing that others might arrive. Without even replenishing the spiritual energy expended during the battle, he hastily departed. Upon leaving the scene, he made his way to the Immortal City, paying a spirit stone to enter. Once back in the Immortal City, Shen Luo approached a stall specializing in talismans, eyeing the array of colorful talismans on display. "Friend, how are these priced?" he inquired, pointing at a stack of blank talisman paper and a book on rudimentary talisman crafting. The vendor, taken aback by the young man's inquiry, quickly replied, "Are these the items you seek? They total 5 spirit stones." Upon hearing the vendor's pricing, Shen Luo's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening as he retorted, "Are you jesting? A stack of blank talisman paper should only cost a single spirit stone, and 4 for that beginner's book is exorbitant." Flushed with embarrassment after being reprimanded, the vendor realized he had misjudged the market and awkwardly corrected himself. "You are right. My apologies. The total for both is 3 spirit stones." With a huff, Shen Luo paid the revised amount and departed, subsequently purchasing a talisman brush and cinnabar from another stall. After witnessing the power of talismans, he was struck with the desire to craft his own. He understood that crafting talismans was relatively simple. One merely needed to infuse a small amount of spiritual energy into the paper to activate the spells contained within. Moreover, properly made talismans could be sold for spirit stones. The advantage of talismans lay in their straightforward production, requiring only a brush to sketch the designs. However, their downside was their rapid consumption. Offensive talismans, such as the lightning serpent talisman, were single-use. Once expended, they turned to ash. Conversely, supportive or defensive talismans could be used multiple times. But once the sealed spiritual energy was depleted, they too would vanish into nothingness. For this reason, defensive talismans were generally more expensive than their offensive counterparts of the same tier. Practitioners typically refrained from using these consumable talismans unless in dire circumstances. Additionally, the success rate of crafting talismans was akin to that of alchemy, remarkably low. Yet, Shen Luo believed that crafting talismans would be straightforward for him, akin to painting in the mortal realm. Little did he know that novices often faced numerous failures, dozens, even hundreds, before successfully creating a single talisman. Now equipped with the necessary tools, he sought a place to begin his craftsmanship. He entered a lodging house, only to be intercepted by an elderly man. With a puzzled expression, he regarded the man, who politely inquired, "I am the proprietor here. May I ask if you require short-term or long-term accommodation? What are the rates for short-term and long-term stays?" Shen Luo responded, seeking clarification. After he received the information from the elder, Shen Luo learned that for short-term rentals, the cost was merely 2 spirit stones per month, while for long-term rentals, the fee amounted to 10 spirit stones annually. Upon digesting this revelation, Shen Luo refrained from responding immediately, opting instead to contemplate the implications. He was acutely aware of the looming threat posed by Lu Li, the man in blue, whose earlier message still haunted him. Therefore, he decided against leaving the city for the time being, firmly believing that as long as he remained, his adversary would be unable to locate him. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately chose to rent long-term. Yet, the thought of parting with 10 spirit stones was painful. Casting a glance at the elder awaiting his reply, he tentatively inquired, "Is it absolutely necessary to use spirit stones? Wouldn't gold or silver from the mortal realm suffice?" After all, he possessed a considerable amount of gold and silver that remained unused. The elder, taken aback by Shen Luo's words, chuckled in surprise and replied, "My friend, you jest. The gold and silver of mortals are but refused to us cultivators. What use could they possibly serve?" Faced with the futility of using mortal currency, Shen Luo reluctantly surrendered 10 spirit stones. After the elder accepted the stones, he produced a tome from his storage bag and made a brief record. Subsequently, he handed Shen Luo a palm-sized jade plate, explaining, "Every building and cave we offer comes with its own array of restrictions. This jade plate is the instrument to activate the restrictions associated with your rented space. The method of use is inscribed on the reverse side of the plate. However, if you wish to maintain the activation of the restrictions for an extended period, the spirit stones required for the array will need to be provided by you." Holding the palm-sized jade plate, Shen Luo examined it briefly, expressed his gratitude, and departed. He arrived at his new abode, a modest room fully furnished with a table, bed, and chairs. After surveying the space, he closed the door and retrieved the jade plate given by the elder. Following the instructions etched on the back, he activated the room's restriction array. Chapter 57. Crafting Talismans. Once the restrictions were lifted, Shen Luo seated himself at the table and began to peruse the books he had previously acquired. After an indeterminate period, he set the book aside, rummaged through his storage bag, and produced a stack of blank talisman paper along with a talisman brush and cinnabar, preparing to begin his crafting. The Fireball Talisman was a basic low-tier spirit talisman, its power rather mediocre, despite its formidable-sounding name. In truth, its efficacy was inferior to the Fireball technique he had mastered, merely surpassing the effectiveness of a Mortal-S Thunderbolt slightly. Given its simplicity and modest power, it was ideal for novices to practice their skills. Shen Luo laid out the talisman paper, dipped the brush in cinnabar, and began to replicate the designs with confidence. However, upon completing his first talisman and attempting to activate it, he was taken aback to discover that it would not respond. Stunned by his initial failure in talisman crafting, he quickly rebounded. After all, he was not one to succumb to defeat. He recalled the half-month he had devoted to perfecting alchemy. A mere low-tier talisman should pose no challenge for him. Crafting a talisman was simply about inscribing a series of symbols, and he was certain he could succeed. Thus, he immersed himself in the art of talisman crafting, oblivious to the significant event unfolding in the Immortal City, the emergence of the Foundation Establishment Pill. This miraculous elixir was designed to aid cultivators in establishing their foundation. For those in the Qi refinement stage, reaching the 10th level was a prerequisite for foundation establishment, typically achieved through a surge of magical energy. However, some cultivators faced formidable challenges in this process, leading to the creation of the Foundation Establishment Pill. The minimum requirement for consuming this pill was a cultivation level of at least the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With its aid, one could establish their foundation. Nevertheless, cultivators who established their foundation without reaching the 10th layer had a significantly weaker foundation compared to those who did, resulting in substantial disparities in both magical power and combat strength. At that moment, within a certain area of the White family's estate in the city lord's residence, a conversation transpired between a man dressed in white and a burly man clad in gray. The man in white was Bai Jiao, the founder of the Immortal City and head of the Bai family. He looked upon his longtime friend, who had traveled from afar, with evident joy. However, upon noticing the latter's golden core stage cultivation, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his face. He moved his lips, but remained silent. Shortly thereafter, his demeanor shifted to one of reverence. as he respectfully addressed, "I beg your pardon for not acknowledging your arrival earlier." The gray-clad man, Suda, paused in surprise at the title and responded with a hint of irritation, "By Go, what are you doing? Are we not brothers? Calling me senior feels a bit distant." "Not at all. In the past, I was naive, but now I cannot breach the decorum. Your cultivation level exceeds mine, and it is only fitting to address you as senior," Baizhou replied with utmost respect. Suda's expression darkened slightly, tinged with annoyance. "By Go, I would prefer you to address me as you did in the past. Calling me senior truly vexes me." After a brief silence and a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze, Baizhou's look softened as he regarded Suda. "Why are you so agitated? I was merely jesting." Seeing his brother return to his former self brought Suda great relief, and he laughed heartily. "Brother, I nearly thought an insurmountable barrier had arisen between us, obstructing our brotherly bond. Do not fret, little brother. You treat me so well. How could I ever wish to hurt your feelings?" Baizhou replied with a smile, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. He then continued, "What brings you here today?" "Brother, you must have heard that the Foundation Establishment Pill is about to be released," Suda stated, regarding his brother with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, but is this matter concerning the Foundation Establishment Pill related to you?" Baizhou asked, his expression turning curious. Suda shook his head. "Yes and no. I believe you are familiar with the Lingyun sect." "What? The Lingyun sect? Are you suggesting that this rumor about the Foundation Establishment Pill originates from them?" Baizhou exclaimed, his face paling in shock. The Lingyun sect was situated in Lingzhou, a northern region of the Zhao Kingdom, characterized by its mountainous terrain and sparse population. Who would have imagined that such a desolate place would house a sect of cultivators? The sect ranked among the 4 major sects of Zhao Kingdom and was presided over by an ancestral figure at the nascent soul stage. For Baizhou, a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator, the Lingyun sect was an imposing entity. Suda, noticing his brother's flustered demeanor, stifled a laugh, concerned that Baizhou was overthinking, and quickly reassured him, "No need to worry, dear brother. I am now an elder within the Lingyun sect. I have come to inform you that we will soon send people to recruit disciples here, likely within a few days. The reason I have come here is twofold. Firstly, to see you, and secondly, to bring your esteemed daughter to our sect. The foundational elixir we mentioned is merely a ruse, intended to stimulate the interest of those individuals. It does not genuinely exist." Upon hearing Suda's words, Baizhou's eyes brightened with understanding. The prospect of his daughter joining the prestigious Lingyun sect filled him with joy. After all, it is well known that one finds greater comfort in the shade of a large tree, especially one as formidable as Lingyun sect, one of the 4 great sections. Joining such a sect guarantees a continuous flow of cultivation resources. However, it is worth noting that admission into such a grand sect typically comes with stringent requirements. After all, who would squander valuable resources on a disciple with mediocre talent? Now, with the opportunity to join this esteemed sect laid before Baizhou, he could hardly refuse. He immediately acquiesced to Suda's proposal, consenting to his daughter's admission into Lingyun sect. Meanwhile, in the room, Shen Luo appeared haggard yet elated as he gazed at the talisman in his hand. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he had finally crafted a functional explosive fire talisman. Holding the spiritually infused paper, Shen Luo refrained from immediately activating it to test his achievement. Instead, he carefully stored it in his storage bag, preparing to indulge in a much-needed rest. For creating talismans is indeed exhausting. Chapter 58. The Ascension Conference. Awakening from his slumber, Shen Luo found his mental faculties restored to normal. If there was one shortcoming, it was a twinge of hunger, as he was still merely a Qi refinement stage cultivator and could not fully abstain from food. To completely fast, one must reach the Foundation Establishment stage. For now, he could manage 2 or 3 days without sustenance. Feeling the pangs of hunger, he rose from his bed, stretched, and quickly washed up, preparing to venture out in search of a place to satisfy his appetite, while also intending to purchase some blank talisman paper to continue practicing his explosive fire talisman. Upon leaving his residence, Shen Luo noticed a significant increase in the number of cultivators in the Immortal City compared to when he first arrived. Observing the bustling crowd, he felt perplexed. It had only been 3 days since he last emerged, yet so many people seemed to have appeared. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. The priority was to fill his stomach, so he strode purposefully towards an establishment that specialized in mundane cuisine. Given that most cultivators in the city were at the Qi refinement stage, it was not surprising to find an ordinary tavern. "Hey, have you heard? The Ascension Conference is going to be held soon in our Immortal City," exclaimed a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage to his companion. "What Ascension Conference? Is that for real?" The other responded, his eyes widening in shock. The mention of the Ascension Conference piqued Shen Luo's curiosity as he overheard their conversation and muttered to himself. The two men, not deliberately speaking softly, were close enough for Shen Luo to catch their words. He paused, turned his gaze towards them, and approached. "Did you just mention the Ascension Conference?" Shen Luo inquired as he reached the two men. The two conversing men halted, surprised by the sudden approach of the young man. The sharp-faced man scrutinized Shen Luo for a moment and then nodded. "Indeed. Are you here for the Ascension Conference as well?" Feeling slightly embarrassed by the inquiry, Shen Luo admitted, "To be honest, I just arrived here not long ago and have been in seclusion for the past few days. So I am unaware of what this Ascension Conference entails." "No way. You don't even know about the Ascension Conference? It's the best opportunity to join a major immortal sect." The sharp-faced man gazed at Shen Luo in astonishment, thinking it remarkable that someone could be so uninformed. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's interest was immediately piqued. He turned to the sharp-faced man and eagerly asked, "Oh, could you elaborate on this Ascension Conference?" "Yes, please. Share more about it." The other man chimed in, echoing Shen Luo's request for information. Seeing their eagerness, the sharp-faced man cleared his throat and explained. "The Ascension Conference is a trial held by the sects to recruit new disciples. If you pass the trial, you can join the sect, and if you excel, you might even be taken in as a disciple by one of the elders, achieving great heights swiftly." After sharing this, he continued, "And speaking of the Ascension Conference, I must mention the foundational elixir." Soon enough, Shen Luo learned from him that the foundational elixir is a medicinal pill that aids cultivators in establishing their foundations. Once one reaches the 9th or 10th layer of the Qi refinement stage, they can apply for a foundational elixir from the sect after passing the trial. Listening intently, Shen Luo felt a strong desire to participate in the Ascension Conference. He was acutely aware of his own potential. Relying solely on his innate abilities to reach foundation establishment would take an eternity. It would be far more expedient to utilize the elixir for his foundation. As long as he cultivated to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, he could establish his foundation. In addition to the foundational elixir, Shen Luo also gleaned some requirements for participating in the Ascension Conference. Applicants must be under the age of 25 and must have reached at least the 4th layer of Qi refinement to qualify. Must one really be under 25? The man who had previously spoken to the sharp-faced one asked cautiously. "Yes, the sects enforce strict regulations to prevent false age claims. They even send people to test bone age, which reveals your true age and cannot be manipulated," the sharp-faced man replied with a hint of sympathy. "Alas, it seems I am fated to miss the Ascension Conference," the man sighed, shaking his head before bowing slightly and departing. Shen Luo watched him leave, shaking his head as well, and then turned back to the sharp-faced man, still puzzled. "Do you happen to know what this trial entails?" The sharp-faced man raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "I am not entirely sure. Each sect's trial varies." "Very well," Shen Luo nodded, acknowledging the response. They chatted idly for a while longer before Shen Luo took his leave. He bid farewell to the man and went to the tavern to enjoy a hearty meal. Afterward, he visited a stall to purchase some blank talisman paper. Once he had completed his errands, he returned to his residence and began diligently crafting talismans. Now, he needed to create more talismans in preparation for the Ascension Conference. Currently, he could only draw the most basic explosive fire talisman. While its power was not particularly formidable, a handful of such talismans used in conjunction could still be quite intimidating. During this time, as the Ascension Conference drew near, an increasing number of cultivators from various regions of the Zhao Kingdom flocked to the Immortal City. The streets outside were now thronged with people, the numbers swelling exponentially, nearly bursting the city at its seams, and prices within soared dramatically. One morning, as the sun rose in the east, Shen Luo emerged from his abode and found himself in a bustling square in the Immortal City. At that moment, the square was teeming with cultivators, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Ascension Conference. Shen Luo found a relatively quiet corner to stand in, awaiting the arrival of the Ascension Conference alongside the throngs of eager attendees. Given that this was a grand sect recruiting disciples, the faces of many were alight with excitement. For this was a golden opportunity to transcend the identity of a wandering cultivator. Nestled in the crowd, Shen Luo spotted the man who had previously informed him about the Ascension Conference, yet the man seemed oblivious to his presence, absorbed in gazing at a particular direction. Intrigued by the man's intense focus, Shen Luo followed his gaze but discerned nothing of significance. As he prepared to divert his attention, he noticed someone amidst the crowd staring directly at him. Their eyes met briefly, and upon realizing Shen Luo was observing him, the individual hastily averted his gaze. Shen Luo pondered whether this was the person who had received the sound transmission from the figure in green attire, Lu Li. It was surprising that he had arrived so swiftly. While contemplating this, Shen Luo employed his spiritual eye technique to scrutinize the man, discovering that their cultivation levels were comparable, both being at the 5th layer of qi refinement. After realizing he had been seen, the man ceased to observe Shen Luo and redirected his attention forward. Shen Luo merely cast a fleeting glance at him, resolving to remain vigilant. It was prudent to be cautious, as he could not ascertain whether the man was friend or foe. As time passed, the atmosphere intensified with a mix of excitement and anxiety. For this was the first Ascension Conference hosted by a major sect in the Immortal City. A stout cultivator nearby glanced at the sun overhead and then turned to a lanky companion, stating, "Do you think this Ascension Conference will be like the previous ones? Merely assessing spiritual roots and following a set process?" The tall man shook his head and replied, "You ask me? I cannot say, but I have heard that there will be trials for selection. What kind, I do not know." Upon hearing the mention of trials, the expressions of those around them shifted to somberness. Selections by major sects were notoriously rigorous, and the so-called trials were likely to be even more challenging. Just as the crowd buzzed with hushed discussions about the trials, several streaks of colorful light suddenly appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of all qi refinement cultivators. Everyone craned their necks to behold the luminous phenomena. With the arrival of the lights, an overwhelming spiritual pressure, far beyond that of qi refinement, descended upon the plaza, stunning the gathered cultivators as they gazed at the descending figures. The onlookers noticed that the individuals were flying on various objects beneath their feet, evoking envy from all, including Shen Luo. It was well known that qi refinement cultivators lacked the ability to fly. Such a feat required one to reach the foundation establishment stage, where one could utilize magical artifacts for flight. As for those in the golden elixir stage and beyond, they could soar through the skies using only their own spiritual energy, often producing escape lights at speeds several times that of foundation establishment cultivators. Before long, the radiant figures landed gracefully in the center of the plaza. As the glowing aura dissipated, 3 men and 1 woman emerged. Upon touching the ground, they stowed away their flying apparatuses and surveyed the eager crowd. One particularly tall and robust man stepped forward, casually scanning the assembly before declaring, "I am a disciple of the Lingyun sect. We have come to host the Ascension Conference. Those who pass our trials shall be admitted into our immortal sect." His words ignited a fervor among the crowd, as the anticipation of the Ascension Conference was palpable. Observing the excitement, the towering figure continued, "Let us first conduct a simple registration. Once completed, we shall commence the trials." No sooner had he finished speaking than several tables appeared in the center of the plaza. The crowd, recognizing the queue, began to organize themselves into an orderly queue. Shen Luo followed suit, joining the line. Hours slipped away unnoticed until it was finally his turn. Approaching the man in charge, he bowed respectfully. "Greetings, senior." The registrar, a female cultivator, appraised him and inquired, "What is your name, how old are you, and what is your current cultivation level?" "My name is Shen Luo. I am 18 years old and have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement," he replied. "At such a young age, you have achieved the 5th layer? Your spiritual root must be remarkable," the female cultivator remarked with approval. "Place your hand on this crystal ball and infuse it with your spiritual energy. Let me see your spiritual root." Recognizing the crystal ball from his previous experience at the Heiqiong sect, Shen Luo approached it without hesitation, placing his hand atop the orb and channeling his spiritual energy into it. As his energy flowed into the crystal, the woman watched with anticipation, believing that someone of his age and cultivation might possess dual or tri-spiritual roots. With the infusion of his energy, the crystal ball illuminated in a sequence of colors: white, green, blue, red, and yellow, each representing the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The sight left the female cultivator momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she expressed her disappointment. "Alas, I misjudged you. I had thought you possessed dual or tri-spiritual roots, yet it appears you have a pseudo-spiritual root of all 5 elements." Her gaze filled with astonishment. She queried, "How have you managed to reach the 5th layer at such a young age? Have you encountered any fortuitous events?" Without a second thought, Shen Luo responded, "I previously consumed some qi gathering pills, and it was their potency that enabled me to reach the 5th layer." "Oh, I see." She nodded, not dwelling on the matter, for many cultivators relied on elixirs to enhance their strength. She completed a brief registration for him, then handed him a black token. Shen Luo accepted the token with gratitude, bowing once more before stepping aside to await further instructions. After about an hour, all registrants were accounted for. The registrars approached the imposing man to report their findings. After listening attentively, he nodded and turned his gaze toward the crowd waiting in the open area. Suddenly, A wave of foundation establishment-level spiritual pressure emanated from him, silencing the plaza as an invisible force rendered everyone motionless. However, it is fortunate that this surge of power appeared only momentarily before dissipating. The individual responsible harbored no malicious intent. He merely wished to restore silence, thus averting any harm. It is important to recognize that cultivators in the Qi refinement stage possess neither the magical power nor the divine abilities of those in the foundation establishment stage, rendering them as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. A mere pressure of spiritual energy could potentially be fatal. Chapter 60. The landscape ink painting. The manifestation of this spiritual pressure compelled the crowd to quiet down, their gazes fixated on the man. Satisfied by the ensuing stillness, he nodded and proclaimed that they would now commence preparations for the trial. Following his statement, he glanced at the individuals beside him, who responded with affirming nods. After receiving their acknowledgement, he clapped his hands, and a radiant five-colored spiritual light emerged from his storage bag. Observing the light in his palm, he raised his hand slightly, allowing it to soar upwards, spiraling above the heads of the Qi refinement cultivators. As the cultivators gazed in curiosity at the brilliant light hovering above them, the towering man turned to his companions and calmly declared, "Let us begin." He then formed a hand seal and began to chant incantations. Upon witnessing this, his companions followed suit, mimicking his gestures and reciting their own spells. Moments later, they simultaneously unleashed a stream of spiritual light, which merged into the five-colored luminescence suspended above the Qi refinement cultivators. The object enveloped by the five-colored light blazed with newfound brilliance upon receiving the infusion of spiritual energy, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Yet, this radiance was fleeting, soon giving way to a vast landscape ink painting that materialized before them. The unexpected transformation from dazzling light to a landscape painting led Shen Luo to wonder if the trial would involve artistic endeavors. As he remained entranced by the painting, a voice suddenly pierced the air, exclaiming, "My heavens! Could this painting be a magical artifact?" "What? You believe this is an artifact?" Another voice echoed in astonishment, eyes widening in disbelief. Hearing their words, Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this was what they referred to as a magical artifact. Such artifacts could only be wielded by golden core cultivators, who alone possessed the ability to forge them. The power of a magical artifact was extraordinary, capable of annihilating the spiritual devices utilized by foundation establishment cultivators, which in turn could easily obliterate the implements of those in the Qi refinement stage. As the crowd continued to marvel at the artifact, a clear voice resonated in Shen Luo's ears, as if someone stood directly before him. Following the sound, he beheld the man who had summoned the artifact, now standing before everyone with a serious demeanor. "The trial of our sect is about to commence. You need only activate the tokens in your possession to be transported into the formation depicted in the painting. We are unaware of the challenges that await within, but those who complete the trials will be permitted to join us. If you fail to meet the requirements, the formation will automatically expel you. Those who succeed must patiently await the conclusion of the trial, which is limited to 1 day. I hereby declare the trial officially begins." After delivering this announcement, the man fell silent, casting a cold gaze over the assembly. Following his words, an atmosphere of uncertainty enveloped the crowd as they exchanged glances, immobilized in place. Just as silence reigned, someone activated their token and entered the formation. Witnessing this, others eagerly followed suit, one by one activating their tokens to be transported inside. Seeing those around him activate their tokens and disappear, Shen Luo too infused his spiritual energy into his token. As he did so, a radiant light enveloped him, transforming into a violet orb that soared into the landscape painting. In that instant, as he became enveloped in the violet light, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Time passed, and he was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his head. As he slowly opened his eyes, he found himself lying sideways in a room. Gazing around, he was struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had been in this place before. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing rows of bookshelves laden with countless tomes. Beside the bookshelves stood a grand armchair. Shen Luo stared at the armchair, momentarily lost in thought, until suddenly a realization struck him. This is old Zhao's room in the Endless Return Valley. How did I end up here? Just then, the door creaked open, and an elderly man dressed in the attire of an apothecary emerged, carrying a burlap sack. Upon noticing Shen Luo awake, the old man expressed surprise. "Ah, young man, I did not expect you to awaken from my soul-confounding powder so swiftly. Truly, you are remarkable for having cultivated that mysterious mantra." Shen Luo, stunned by the familiar voice of old Zhao, turned his head in shock. Old Zhao, I thought you were dead. How can you be alive? Old Zhao, standing a short distance away, set down his sack and reclined in the armchair, peering at Shen Luo with half-closed eyes. Well, whether I am dead or alive is uncertain. But it seems you may soon meet your demise. What? That is impossible. I distinctly remember killing you. Shen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, recalling vividly how old Zhao had perished during their struggle for possession of his body. How could someone whose soul had been completely devoured return to life? Moreover, why was he back in the very moment when old Zhao had attempted to seize his body? Could it be a reversal of time? This thought flickered through his mind, only to be quickly dismissed. The notion of time reversal was an unfathomable power, transcending mere magical abilities and bordering on the realm of cosmic laws. Could it be the work of a formation? Suddenly, Shen Luo recalled the words of the towering man from earlier. Chapter 61. Breaking the illusion formation. The man had mentioned that those who failed the trial would be automatically expelled by the formation. If that were indeed the case, it was highly probable that he found himself ensnared within a formation, specifically an illusion formation. An illusion formation is a type of array that can deceive the mind and inflict harm, creating a realm where reality and illusion intertwine, with myriad phantoms permeating the space. Upon contemplating the situation, Shen Luo felt compelled to experiment, attempting to mobilize the spiritual energy within himself. If he could indeed summon this energy, it would imply that he was ensnared in an illusionary formation rather than experiencing a temporal regression. At the time of his entrapment by old Zhao, he was at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Now, if he could harness the power of the 5th level, it would confirm his theory. He silently recited the incantation of the Longevity Sutra, and it seemed as if his spiritual energy responded to his call, coursing through his body. As he sensed the flow of energy, a sense of triumph filled his heart. It was apparent that he was indeed trapped within a dreamlike realm. There are 2 methods to dismantle an illusionary formation. One is to locate and destroy its core, while the other relies on brute force. Clearly, he had no choice but to resort to the latter, as he was unaware of the formation's core. Old Zhao, observing Shen Luo's dazed expression, dismissed his earlier taunts, casually remarking, "Young man, have you lost your wits after a nap? You are far from being able to kill me, perhaps in your next life." Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's gaze hardened, his expression betraying no emotion as he coldly replied, "Is that so? Well, keep your eyes open. After all, if I could kill you once, I can do so again." "Huh, just you? You are trapped by me and cannot even escape, let alone kill me. You might as well wait for death obediently." Old Zhao rose from his chair, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Ignoring Zhao's words, Shen Luo flicked his sleeve, unleashing a golden beam that soared forth. It was his flying sword. The sword sliced through the golden barrier before him with ease, akin to piercing through a thin membrane. The barrier ruptured, shattering like glass, dispersing into countless golden particles. Old Zhao, still reeling from disbelief, watched as the barrier he had conjured vanished into thin air, astonished at Shen Luo's sudden display of power. "How is this possible? What have you used to break through my barrier?" Zhao stammered, frustration evident in his voice. "Humph. Even now you are still preoccupied with your barrier? You should be more concerned about your own fate," Shen Luo retorted with a cold sneer. Caught in a state of shock, old Zhao was jolted awake by Shen Luo's words. Fear gripped him as he realized that he had underestimated Shen Luo's capabilities. He had nothing left to restrain him. Old Zhao understood that with his mortal prowess, he stood no chance, especially after witnessing Shen Luo's formidable golden light. "Do you wish to slay your master?" Old Zhao demanded, forcing down his trepidation. "With you? You are unworthy to be called my master. You merely exploited me. Now, prepare to meet your end." With those words, the golden spiritual light descended upon old Zhao, swiftly ending his life. As Zhao fell, the scene around Shen Luo transformed, rippling like water disturbed by a stone. A flash of white light enveloped him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a sea of flowers. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, carrying the fragrant aroma of blossoms into his nostrils. Breathing in the scent, he felt a sense of euphoria and eventually mused aloud. "It seems I have passed the trial." He recalled that he had been told to remain still if he succeeded, and he would be automatically transported once the trial concluded. Shen Luo thought it better to stroll and explore. Perhaps the passage of time would render the wait more bearable. In a square within the Taibai Immortal City, a picturesque ink-wash painting of mountains and rivers floated serenely in midair. The overseers of the trial stood nearby, observing as individuals were periodically transported out of the painting, those who had failed the trial. "Only a few hours remain," one man remarked, gazing intently at the painting. "Indeed, but I wonder how many will succeed this time," a female cultivator replied. Meanwhile, having departed the flowery expanse, Shen Luo wandered into a grove, leisurely strolling through the trees. As he neared the edge of the forest, his pace suddenly halted, and he quickly shifted away from his previous position. As he moved, several beams of white light descended upon the spot he had just vacated. Shen Luo, witnessing the white light land, narrowed his eyes in shock. They were sharp ice spikes. His expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow, glaring in the direction from which the spikes had come. "Who are you? Why do you ambush me?" he demanded. When no answer came, he coldly continued, "If you refuse to reveal yourself, do not blame me for my actions." He tapped his storage pouch, summoning a burst of spiritual light, and with a swift motion, he brandished several low-tier explosive talismans. Flicking his wrist, the talismans flew in a straight line toward the unseen assailant. Just as the talismans were about to reach their target, a figure cloaked in yellow materialized, evading the attack with a deft movement. Boom! Several explosions echoed as the area erupted, leaving a crater in its wake. Shen Luo cast a cursory glance at the damage before fixing his gaze on the yellow-clad figure, whom he recognized from earlier in the square. "I have no enmity with you. Why do you seek to harm me?" Shen Luo inquired, his voice icy. Chapter 62, The Demon Sect. The yellow figure, eyes wide with intensity, replied, "Why? Because I intend to kill you." Shen Luo frowned at this declaration, his demeanor chilling as he retorted, "I do not recall ever offending you. Surely a reason is warranted for such an action." "Reason? You killed my elder brother. Is that not enough? Blood for blood. Debts must be repaid. This is the reason." The yellow figure shouted vehemently. "Your elder brother? You mean Luli? Humph, it's good you know. Although I am unsure how you managed to kill him, now you shall pay with your life," he declared, raising his voice. "Behold my wood vine technique." As Shen Luo stood rooted in shock, readying his flying sword, he suddenly heard the sound of earth cracking beneath him. Two thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring his legs and rendering him immobile. "You are finished. Your feet are now trapped. Let us see how you evade my attacks." The yellow figure sneered with malicious glee. He then raised his hand, conjuring a mist of water before him. He began to mutter incantations, and to his astonishment, the mist before him gradually solidified, swiftly forming sharp ice spikes that emerged into view. Shen Luo's expression changed drastically as he beheld the ice spikes crystallizing in front of him. He swiftly patted his waist, and with a flash of white light, a remarkably sharp small sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung the small sword towards the wooden vines at his feet. Just as he was about to sever those vines, he heard the voice of the man in yellow proclaim, "Now, you shall die." Startled by the voice while chopping at the vines, Shen Luo quickly looked up, only to see multiple sharp ice spikes hurtling towards him from the figure clad in yellow, enveloping him entirely with no means of evasion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shen Luo's expression grew serious, and he immediately summoned a defensive artifact to shield himself. Bang! 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 Several ice spikes struck the defensive artifact he had conjured, and seizing this fleeting moment, he swiftly infused spiritual energy into the small sword. As the sword absorbed the energy, it radiated a golden aura. With a powerful swing, Shen Luo cleaved through the wooden vines that had ensnared him. The man in yellow, taken aback that his ice spike attack had been thwarted, remarked, "I did not expect your wealth to be so considerable, possessing two mid-grade artifacts. No wonder my brother fell to you." Having freed himself from the vines, Shen Luo did not respond, but let out a cold snort, launching the flying sword towards the man in yellow. The latter, seeing the flying sword approaching, did not flinch. Instead, he stood firm and retrieved a small black soul banner from his robe. Although the banner appeared to be only palm-sized, with a mere flick of his wrist, it expanded dramatically. Grasping the now enlarged soul banner, a thick cloud of black mist erupted from it, swirling frantically around the man in yellow. As the mist coalesced, it swiftly formed a translucent shield resembling a skeletal visage. When the flying sword struck this shield, it resonated with a loud clang. Observing that his attack had been blocked, Shen Luo spread his fingers and unleashed all the explosive fire talismans he possessed. Upon contact with the skeletal shield, the talismans detonated in a series of thunderous blasts. The relentless barrage of explosions ultimately overwhelmed the black mist shield, causing it to shatter. The man in yellow was thrown back by the force of the explosion, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Clambering to his feet in a disheveled state, he exclaimed, "How could you possess so many explosive fire talismans?" Shen Luo replied nonchalantly, "Oh, these? I drew them myself." Despite the moderate power of each talisman, their collective force was indeed formidable. "You can draw talismans as well. I underestimated you. But so what? I shall see how you endure what comes next." With that, the man in yellow raised the black soul banner and began to wave it, instantly enveloping the area in black mist, conjuring terrifying ghostly figures that loomed ominously, accompanied by chilling whispers that sent shivers down the spine. As the ghostly apparitions manifested, fear crept into Shen Luo's heart, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, standing in stunned silence. After all, these were ghosts, an entity he had never encountered before, and their initial appearance was understandably intimidating. Once the man in yellow shook the soul banner, he drew back the ghostly mist and cast a spell into the banner. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with a sinister energy as several disheveled specters emerged from the banner, each bearing a grotesque and fearsome countenance, crafted from the souls of mortals. At that moment, Shen Luo remained motionless, staring as the specters approached him. Just as the phantoms were about to pounce, a blinding light enveloped him, causing his form to vanish from the thicket. Moments later, he found himself in a vast plaza, accompanied by the man in yellow and the summoned specters. The appearance of these apparitions drew the gaze of all present, and a young man overseeing the Ascension Conference bellowed, "You vile practitioners of the demonic path! How dare you brazenly infiltrate the Ascension Conference? You seek your own demise." The man in yellow, still disoriented from the sudden teleportation, had no time to respond before being struck down by a powerful artifact. Shen Luo, surprised by the swift demise of the man in yellow, felt a sense of relief as it spared him the need to act. The appearance of a demonic practitioner followed by their swift execution stirred a considerable uproar among the attendees, who began to murmur amongst themselves. No one had anticipated that a practitioner of the demonic path would dare to attend the Taoist sect's Ascension Conference. Was this not akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger? Moreover, he was merely a practitioner in the qi refining stage. The plaza erupted into a frenzy of speculation regarding the recent events. "Brother, do you think the appearance of this demonic practitioner is related to the disappearance of the demon sect a century ago?" a concerned female cultivator inquired. The man beside her shook his head, whispering, "Who can say?" Chapter 63. A sudden change. We must promptly escort them to the sect. He glanced at those who had passed the trial and called out, "Those who succeeded in the trial, gather around. I shall take you to Lingyun's sect for registration." As his voice echoed, the successful candidates flocked to his side, with Shen Luo joining them. The man nodded as the group assembled, then with a wave of his sleeve, the landscape painting of mountains and rivers descended into his hand. After securing it, he produced a palm-sized wooden boat and tossed it onto the ground. Upon landing, he infused it with spiritual light, causing the boat to expand rapidly into a grand vessel that stood proudly in the plaza. The emergence of the grand ship captivated the gaze of those who had not passed the trial, eliciting envious glances. After all, to board this vessel was to join the ranks of the esteemed sect, a far superior fate than that of a wandering cultivator. Shen Luo followed the others onto the ship, and as everyone boarded, the foundation-building cultivators summoned their artifacts to depart ahead. Once the last of his fellow disciples had left, the man who had summoned the wooden boat leaped aboard and began to navigate the vessel into the skies. The ship soared at breakneck speed, and Shen Luo cautiously approached the edge, peering down below. The rush of wind whipped past his ears, and though it was his first experience soaring through the air, fear mingled with exhilaration. He marveled at the sensation of flight. Leaning against the ship's railing, he gazed downward to behold a lush expanse, with clouds floating within reach, evoking a sense of wonder. Unlike others who engaged in conversation or sat in meditation, Shen Luo quietly leaned against the ship, absorbing the breathtaking scenery below. As the journey progressed, he discovered that the surroundings were dominated by towering mountains, with only a few mortal towns sporadically visible. Just as he pondered the absence of any signs of cultivators, the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. What he had previously witnessed was merely the mundane world, while now he beheld a true paradise for immortals. Majestic peaks and unique ridges soared into the heavens, with solitary rocks precariously balanced, and several colossal waterfalls cascading from great heights. In the distance, various pavilions and towers were nestled among the mountain peaks. The breathtaking vista drew gasps of awe from everyone aboard the vessel. It was no wonder that mortals yearned for the path of the immortals, as even the residences of cultivators were enough to leave one in admiration, not to mention their extraordinary lifespans. Before long, the flying boat came to a halt in front of a magnificent and grand hall. Shen Luo looked up to see the plaque above the entrance inscribed with the words Lingyun Hall. The man piloting the vessel disembarked, gazing at the hall without entering. Instead, he produced a sound transmission talisman and sent it forth. Shortly after, a corpulent man clad in purple, appearing to be in his 40s, emerged from the hall. His name was Chun Un, a foundational stage cultivator responsible for overseeing new disciples, serving as a steward within the sect. Upon exiting the hall, Shen approached the man outside with a smile, though his ample cheeks made his grin seem somewhat unsettling. He greeted, "Junior Brother Wu, you have finally arrived. Brother Chen, I entrust these individuals to you. I have urgent matters to attend to and shall depart first." The man instructed before stowing away the wooden boat and summoning his flying artifact to leave. After watching the man depart, Chen turned to the new disciples, saying, "I am in charge of newcomers. Please hand me your tokens, and I shall arrange for you to stay overnight in a designated location. Tomorrow, someone will come to escort you to various places within the sect." Upon hearing this, the group promptly retrieved their tokens and presented them to the stout cultivator. They followed him to the exterior of a courtyard. Once outside, he explained, "This courtyard is reserved for new disciples. Feel free to choose a room for the night. If you require meals, you may visit the sect's cafeteria at the foot of the mountain or explore the surroundings." After imparting these instructions, the stout cultivator departed, and the group respectfully watched him fly away. At that moment, a 20-year-old man at the 6th level of Qi refinement posed a question. "Which mountain peak do you think we will be assigned to?" Most of the attendees shook their heads in uncertainty, with only a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator responding. "I have heard that Lingyun sect does not differentiate between inner and outer disciples, but rather has elite disciple halls on each peak. Beyond that, I am not sure." After some casual conversation, they dispersed to find their accommodations for the night. Shen Luo casually selected a room to rest, closing the door and falling asleep. Meanwhile, the stout cultivator had just returned to his own residence when he was intercepted by none other than his brother, Chen Shi. Upon seeing his sibling, Chen, the stout cultivator remarked irritably, "Brother, why are you here instead of diligently cultivating at Lingxi Peak?" His brother, only in his 20s and at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had relied on his older brother's position within the sect and neglected his training, resulting in stagnation at this stage. "Brother, I am getting married," Chen Shi replied earnestly. "What? You are getting married? Is this true?" The stout cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course it is true. However, the stout cultivator noticed his brother's hesitance and pressed, "However, what?" "She mentioned that in order for us to marry, I must bring my brother to our sect. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance," Chen Shi explained. "What? Are you joking, brother? The recruitment period has already ended. If you had approached me earlier, it might have been manageable, but I am currently preparing to submit the final batch of disciples," Chen lamented, shaking his head. "But brother, this is a matter of my lifetime. You cannot ignore it," Chen Shi implored. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he suggested, "Why not replace one of the newcomers with me?" Chen An's expression turned conflicted at this suggestion. Seeing his brother's urgency, Chen Shi proposed, "Just identify the disciple with the weakest aptitude and replace him." "You mean to swap him out deceitfully?" Chen Asked. "Exactly. Just find someone with poor qualifications and offer them some benefits." Chen Shi nodded, swayed by his brother's words and considering the matter carefully. Chen ultimately agreed to assist him. "Very well, let me see what I can do." He took his brother to his residence, where he retrieved the tokens submitted by the new disciples and examined their information. Before long, he identified a candidate with exceedingly poor spiritual root quality and low cultivation, an 18-year-old named Shen Luo, at the 5th level of Qi refinement. It seemed perfect to use him as a replacement. The brothers discussed their plan and decided to persuade Shen Luo to stay behind the following day. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Shen Luo, still sound asleep in his room, his eligibility for joining the sect was already covertly compromised. Early the next morning, a man at the 8th level of Qi refinement arrived at the courtyard, escorting the newcomers to the grand hall they had visited the previous day. They waited outside, anticipating the arrival of higher-ups within the sect, all abuzz with excitement as they exchanged information gathered the day before. "I gathered some intel yesterday. Lingyun sect has a total of 4 mountain peaks. Lingxi Peak and Lingxiu Peak are where Qi refinement and Foundation establishment disciples reside, respectively. Lingxi Peak is home to Golden Core stage elders, while the final peak, Lingyun Peak, is where the sect's nascent soul patriarch resides." A diminutive and frail-looking man relayed to the group. His words piqued the interest of those nearby, who eagerly inquired about the internal affairs of Lingyun sect. Shen Luo stood aside, attentively listening to their discussions and absorbing a wealth of information. Before long, the doors of the grand hall swung open, revealing the same stout cultivator who had greeted them the previous day. As he stepped forward, the previously lively atmosphere fell silent. He casually scanned the crowd before stating, "Is Shen Luo present among you? If so, please step forward." Upon hearing his name, Shen Luo hesitated momentarily before emerging from the crowd and approaching the stout cultivator. The others watched in astonishment, curious about who this individual was to be singled out by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Speculations abounded in their minds. wondering if he had caught the attention of some elder within the sect. Shen Luo approached the stout cultivator respectfully, bowing, while his heart swirled with confusion. The stout monk surveyed the man before him, noting that aside from his fair complexion and somewhat refined appearance, he possessed no remarkable traits. His cultivation level was indeed at the 5th layer of qi refinement, which gave the monk a greater sense of assurance regarding his purpose for this encounter. He merely cast a glance at Shen Luo, refraining from conversation, and instead pointed to his younger brother, instructing the others to follow him, as he would guide them to their intended destination. Once everyone had departed, only Shen Luo and the stout monk remained in the vicinity. The monk regarded Shen Luo with a pleasant expression and suddenly chuckled, saying, "Ah, young friend. Your ability to pass our sect's trial indicates that your fortune and strength are commendable." Upon hearing this, Shen Luo felt somewhat bewildered and humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely luck." The stout monk nodded in agreement and continued, "You are well aware of your own capabilities. Thus, I shall be direct with your spiritual root attributes. Even joining a sect may not guarantee your success in foundation establishment. One must understand that having 5 spiritual roots, due to their chaotic nature, presents a cultivation challenge several times more daunting than that of others, rendering the prospect of foundation establishment nearly hopeless." Shen Luo's countenance changed dramatically upon hearing these words, becoming quite grim. Noticing this shift, the stout monk felt more confident and proposed, "How about we engage in a transaction?" "What kind of transaction? And what would you require from me?" Shen Luo inquired straightforwardly. Seizing the opportunity presented by Shen Luo's forthrightness, the stout monk replied, "The price is simple. All I need is for you to relinquish your spot in the sect, and in return, I can offer you some mid to high-tier spiritual talismans or several fine magical artifacts along with spirit stones and elixirs as compensation." "So he has his sights set on my spot," Shen Luo mused. Instead of answering directly, he countered, "May I inquire if you seek this spot on behalf of someone else?" The stout monk hesitated for a moment before responding, "Since you have asked, there is no need for me to conceal the truth. Indeed, I am requesting this spot for my younger brother." Shen Luo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly upon hearing this. So it was for his brother that the monk sought him out, demonstrating a deep concern for his sibling. If he declined, there was no telling what methods the monk might resort to, considering he was a foundation establishment practitioner. At least, the monk's current demeanor suggested a fair negotiation. Weighing the pros and cons, Shen Luo ultimately decided to proceed with the transaction, as it might afford him some spirit stones, elixirs, or magical artifacts in return. Having resolved the implications of their arrangement, he feigned reluctance and said, "Elder, you understand my predicament. With my chaotic spiritual roots, should I leave the sect, I would lose access to its resources for cultivation. In such a case, I fear I would be destined to remain far from the path of enlightenment." The monk, upon hearing Shen Luo's words, recognized the validity of his concerns and offered further reassurances. Shen Luo felt a surge of joy. He had been anxious about the lack of cultivation resources upon leaving the sect. Now, the monk informed him of a place in another region of Zhao, where there was a market for cultivators, and nearby, a gathering place for beasts where one could hunt for spirit stones and elixirs. Without further worries, Shen Luo feigned a resigned demeanor and said to the stout monk, "Since you have put it this way, if I were to continue to be obstinate, it would indeed reflect poorly on me. Should you genuinely uphold your promise of compensation, then I shall relinquish this spot to your brother." The stout monk, Chenin, was overjoyed upon hearing this. "You may rest assured, young friend, my words are as solid as stone. However, it would be prudent for us to keep our transaction confidential." Shen Luo nodded in understanding, replying, "You need not worry. I am well aware and will not engage in any ungrateful actions." Pleased with this response, the stout monk's face lit up with a broad smile. After finalizing their transaction, he led Shen Luo outside the mountain gate using a magical artifact. After casting a glance back at Lingyun's sect, he departed without looking back. Qingzhou, located in the eastern part of Zhao, ranks second in size among the various regions of the country. It is named after the Grand Taiping Mountain, the largest mountain in Zhao, which lies within its borders. At the foot of Taiping Mountain lies an expansive primeval forest spanning thousands of miles, home to a variety of wild beasts and birds of prey, and rumored to be inhabited by legendary immortals and monsters, adding an air of mystery to the area. What most people do not realize is that this enigmatic mountain has been occupied for thousands of years by the Taiping Sect, one of the 4 great sects of Zhao. 800 miles from the Taiping Sect, there exists a town inhabited by cultivators, similar to the previous Tai by Immortal City, but considerably larger in scale. At Minghua Market, nestled at the foot of Taiping Mountain, Shen Luo stood outside, surveying the scene. It had been over 2 months since he left Lingyun Sect. When he first arrived, he was awestruck by the grandeur of Taiping Mountain, and it took him some time to locate this place. Unlike Tai by Immortal City, Mingyue Market was established by the Taiping Sect and serves as one of its enterprises. The market is populated not only by cultivators, but also by mortals. The primary distinction between Mingyue Market and Tai by Immortal City is that cultivators can purchase properties owned by mortals without needing to expend spirit stones for rent. After observing the surroundings, Shen Luo paid a spirit stone and entered the market. Upon entering, he noticed a man approaching from the side. The man quickly made his way over, smiled, and bowed, saying, "I am Zhang Hongyi, at your service, esteemed immortal. I wonder if this is your first visit here? I have lived here for many years and know the ins and outs of the town. Whether you seek lodging or wish to buy or sell spiritual materials, I can guide you. Whatever you wish to know, I will share without reservation." Shen Luo considered the offer. Having a guide would enhance his understanding of the market. He asked, "What would your fee be?" Zhang Hongyi's face lit up with joy at the prospect of being hired. "It is merely 1 spirit stone for a day's service. Please feel free to give me any instructions you may have." "Not at the moment. Please show me around so I can familiarize myself with the situation." Shen Luo replied nonchalantly. "Of course." Zhang Hongyi nodded eagerly and proceeded to lead the way. As they walked, Zhang Hongyi enthusiastically shared the history of the market and introduced various shops, detailing which ones offered the best prices for spiritual materials, which had the most effective elixirs, and which were unscrupulous in their dealings, truly living up to his claim of being well-informed. Which store would be best for purchasing magical artifacts? Shen Luo inquired. "Are you looking to buy magical artifacts, esteemed immortal?" Zhang Hongyi exclaimed with delight, then continued, "If you seek quality, the artifacts sold at the shops run by the esteemed Taiping Sect are undoubtedly superior and diverse. However, the corresponding price is considerably high. Nevertheless, if the immortal master trusts me, I would be delighted to introduce you to a shop that is both excellent and affordable. Is that agreeable? Very well, let us proceed." Shen Luo nodded in affirmation. Observing the other party's agreeable demeanor, Zhang Hongyi chuckled awkwardly and said, "To be honest, this shop has a certain connection to me. The owner is my cousin, who is a master craftsman." After speaking, he glanced at Shen Luo, concerned that the latter might overthink it, and immediately assured him, "Regarding the quality of the magical artifacts, you need not worry. My cousin's creations are no inferior to those of the disciples from the Taiping Sect. With our connection, we can also secure a discount, which will save you quite a bit of spirit stones." Upon hearing about the possibility of a discount, Shen Luo's interest piqued, and he followed Zhang Hongyi to the shop. His intention to purchase magical artifacts was to prepare for the upcoming hunt of demonic beasts. During his time at Lingyun Sect, the rotund cultivator in the foundation establishment stage had merely compensated him with 100 spirit stones, along with a few high-tier talismans and some pills to enhance his spiritual power. As for magical artifacts, he had only received a pair of speed-enhancing Lingyun boots. Despite this, the only offensive magical artifact he possessed was a single flying sword, which was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, with the impending task of hunting demonic beasts, it was prudent to have more artifacts at his disposal to counter the unknown threats. Thus, Zhang Hongyi guided him through the bustling market until they arrived at a relatively obscure shop. Shen Luo followed him inside, where he was greeted by a spacious and brightly lit hall, with long counters set up at each corner. The counters were adorned with numerous items, all seemingly suitable for cultivators, ranging from basic materials to commonly used talismans and magical artifacts. Seeing that there was no one else in the hall, Zhang Hongyi cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Brother, come out quickly. We have a guest." Shortly after, a man emerged from behind a curtain in the back room. Upon seeing Shen Luo with his brother, he hurried over, bowed, and respectfully said, "I am Zhang Yuhao, honored to meet the immortal master." "There is no need for such formalities," Shen Luo replied with a glance. "Thank you, immortal master," Zhang Yuhao responded respectfully. Before he could continue speaking, Zhang Hongyi interjected, "Brother, this immortal master wishes to purchase magical artifacts. Quickly bring out the fine artifacts crafted by our cousin for him to examine." After pausing at his brother's words, Zhang Yuhao turned to Shen Luo and inquired, "May I ask what type of magical artifacts the immortal master seeks?" With a stoic expression, Shen Luo replied, "Do you have any offensive magical artifacts? If so, please bring them forth for my inspection." "Yes, indeed. Please wait a moment, immortal master. I shall retrieve them," Zhang Yuhao said, turning to head into the back room. After a brief interlude, Zhang Yuhao emerged, cradling several wooden boxes in his arms, which he placed one by one before Shen Luo. "These are all offensive magical artifacts. Please take a look, immortal master." The first was a set of golden blade edges, forged from fine iron and gold over 3 days and nights. With sufficient spiritual awareness, one could manipulate these blades to attack simultaneously, making them nearly impossible to evade. After listening to the introduction, Shen Luo remained silent and picked up one of the blades for a closer examination before setting it down. Observing Shen Luo's lack of reaction, Zhang Yuhao opened another box, revealing a row of fine silver needles meticulously arranged on fabric. These are high-quality flying needles, totaling 5 in number. They can be used simultaneously or individually, exhibiting a concealed form, making them excellent for ambushes. Compared to the golden blade edges, these require less spiritual awareness to control. Flying needles, an ambush tool, you say? Shen Luo mused, curiosity piqued. May I test one? Of course, Immortal Master. Feel free to use it, Zhang Yuhao replied respectfully. Receiving the affirmation, Shen Luo carefully took one of the silver needles, noticing its resemblance to the acupuncture needles in his storage pouch. As he infused it with spiritual power, the needle, already fine as a hair, vanished from sight. Though it was invisible to the naked eye, he could still feel its presence in his hand. After a brief trial, he returned it to its original position, signaling for the man to continue. Zhang Yuhao, observing this, produced a dark red fan and said, "This is the fire-leaving fan. A high-quality magical artifact made from the feathers of the crimson flame bird, capable of conjuring intense flames." After speaking, he handed it to Shen Luo for inspection. Shen Luo held the fan, gently caressing the feathers before returning it. Noting Shen Luo's action, Zhang Yuhao continued, "If the previous item was a fire-type artifact, then this one is a water-type." With that, he opened another box, revealing a long sword, the Frostlight Sword. Measuring 3 feet 2 inches in length and 1 inch in width, forged from cold iron extracted from the northernmost regions. The sword emitted a snowy gleam, capable of unleashing icy blades, making it an exceptional offensive artifact. After his explanation, Zhang Yuhao fell silent, observing Shen Luo's reaction. Meanwhile, Shen Luo gazed thoughtfully at the array of artifacts before him. Given his current wealth of spirit stones, totaling barely over 200, he was acutely aware of the financial implications. The prices of the artifacts had yet to be disclosed, prompting him to inquire about the cost of the fire-leaving fan and the Frostlight Sword. In response, Immortal Master, the fire-leaving fan is priced at 320 spirit stones, while the Frostlight Sword is slightly more expensive at 360 spirit stones. Taken aback by the exorbitant prices, Shen Luo fell silent, realizing he could scarcely afford either of the two artifacts. Zhang Yuhao and Zhang Hongyi exchanged glances, eagerly awaiting his decision. What of the remaining flying needle artifact? How many spirit stones does that require? He asked, directing his gaze toward the silver needles in their box. In answer, Immortal Master, this item is priced at 300 spirit stones. Zhang Yuhao replied once more. Oh, Shen Luo nodded, then inquired, does your esteemed shop accept trade-ins? Certainly. What item do you wish to trade? He responded with a smile. Without further ado, Shen Luo produced a gourd from his storage pouch and handed it to the other man. Zhang Yuhao felt the gourd's weight, sensing something inside. Upon uncorking it, he peered inside and discovered a viscous liquid, unable to identify its nature. Just as he was about to inquire, another man entered. Zhang Yuhao's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Cousin, come and see what this Immortal Master has in the gourd. I cannot discern what it is." A gourd? The man responded curiously as he approached Zhang Yuhao. Examining the gourd, he too was unable to recognize the liquid within, turning to Shen Luo with a perplexed expression. "May I ask what this contains?" Confronted with the inquiry, Shen Luo couldn't simply say it was water, so he chuckled lightly and replied, "If you wish to know, why not take a sip? Is that so? Very well, I shall give it a try." He procured a container, poured the liquid from the gourd, and drank heartily, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of poison. However, even if poison were to be administered, what difference would it make? As long as he perishes, the formation within the shop will activate instantaneously, leading to his demise. Upon the liquid entering his abdomen, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy surging from his dantian. The reason that man experienced such a significant change after consuming a mere sip was that Shen Luo had infused the liquid with not just ordinary water, but water imbued with spiritual energy. After the miraculous enhancement from the gourd, the potency of this liquid far exceeded that of the chi-gathering powder he had previously consumed. Upon sensing this transformation in potency, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he turned to Shen Luo, expressing a desire to befriend him. "We would like to acquire the spiritual liquid from your gourd, and in exchange, you may select any one of the magical artifacts we possess." Upon hearing these words, Shen Luo was taken aback, He had not anticipated the contents of the gourd to hold such immense value, allowing him the liberty to choose any artifact. Since you have offered so generously, I shall select this artifact, Shen Luo declared, pointing to the frostlight sword. You truly possess discerning taste. This item is among the finest I have crafted, the man praised, handing Shen Luo the box containing the frostlight sword. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Luo also purchased the flying needle artifact, which was originally priced at 300 spirit stones, for merely 200. The reason for such a bargain was that the handsome man had mentioned that if he ever had more of this item, he could sell it to him. Without hesitation, Shen Luo agreed, for he could produce as much of it as he desired, provided he had the gourd in his possession. Thus, after completing his acquisition of magical artifacts, Shen Luo had Zhang Hongyi guide him through the marketplace, where he spent some spirit stones on healing elixirs, detoxification pills, fasting pills, and potions for restoring his spiritual energy. By the end of his shopping spree, he found himself with only a handful of spirit stones left, instantly becoming financially strained. After purchasing the potions, Zhang Hongyi helped him find a satisfactory place to stay. Chapter 67. An invitation before entering. Shen Luo handed 2 spirit stones to Zhang Hongyi as a token for his guidance. Zhang Hongyi expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed cultivator, for your generosity." After seeing off the man, Shen Luo stepped into his small courtyard and, after a brief inspection, filled the gourd with some water infused with spiritual energy. He then lay down on his bed, preparing to sleep, for the continuous journey over the past days had left him utterly exhausted. Unbeknownst to him, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Shen Luo was deep in meditation. Throughout these 2 months, he had dedicated himself entirely to cultivation, rarely stepping outside. Thanks to the spiritual liquid from the gourd, his cultivation had progressed to the 6th level of qi refinement. It was time to venture out. He stood up and leisurely walked outside, gazing at the bustling crowd on the street, moving about aimlessly. The Celestial Pavilion was the largest tavern in the Mingwen market, a melting pot teeming with cultivators. It was a gathering place for wandering cultivators, often drawn there by the allure of hunting ferocious beasts in the nearby dense forests for spirit stones to aid their cultivation. As the threat of these ferocious creatures loomed, they typically sought to form teams for safety, making this tavern a natural rendezvous point for recruiting companions. Shen Luo did not arrive at this tavern with the intent of hunting beasts, but rather to indulge his culinary cravings. For the previous 2 months, he had relied primarily on fasting pills, and now that he had emerged from his retreat, it was time to enjoy a good meal. He ordered a selection of dishes at the tavern and settled into a secluded corner, opting for common fare rather than the exorbitantly priced spiritual cuisine, as he could scarcely afford the latter. Before long, the dishes he ordered arrived, and he began to eat heartily. Just as he was savoring his meal, a soft voice called out, "Is that not Shen Daoyu?" Hearing someone call his name, Shen Luo turned in the direction of the voice and was greeted by a young man clad in elegant white robes, holding a white jade folding fan. It was his neighbor, Gao Zijuan, a 7th-level qi refinement cultivator, whom he had met upon moving into the courtyard. "Fancy meeting you here, Gao Daoyu," Shen Luo remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Indeed, Shen Daoyu, I did not expect to see a diligent cultivator such as yourself out and about," Gao Zijuan replied as he took a seat across from Shen Luo, teasingly adding, "I thought you were too absorbed in your training to venture out." "Well, one does grow weary of endless cultivation," Shen Luo replied, while continuing to eat. "I had presumed you were here to recruit companions for hunting beasts," Gao Zijuan mused. "Most certainly not. I am merely here to satisfy my hunger." "But you, Gao Daoyu, are you perhaps seeking companions for a hunt?" Shen Luo inquired. "Indeed," Gao Zijuan responded, and a thought struck him as he observed Shen Luo enjoying his meal. "Since we have fortuitously encountered each other, why not form a team to hunt some beasts? What do you think?" Taken aback by the invitation to hunt, Shen Luo paused, contemplating the very reason he had come to the tavern, to hunt beasts and earn spirit stones. With someone inviting him, it seemed a fortuitous opportunity. "Hunting beasts, you say? That is certainly feasible, but with just the 2 of us, it may be a bit perilous." "You make a valid point. Wait here for a moment. I shall see if I can gather a few more individuals to join us," Gao Zijuan replied earnestly. Before long, Gao Zijuan returned with 2 other men, and as they took their seats, it became apparent that Shen Luo was the youngest and the least powerful among them. "Shen Daoyu, these 2 are Sun Qian, of the 9th level of qi refinement, and Su Tian, who is at the 8th level," Gao Zijuan introduced. "Greetings, I am Shen Luo," he said, clasping his hands in greeting. "There's no need for such formality. Just call me Old Sun," the robust man named Sun Qian gruffly replied. "I am Su Tian, currently at the 8th level of qi refinement. It is a pleasure to meet you," the other man said, his voice faint and weak. After introductions were exchanged, they engaged in light conversation before departing. Once they left the tavern, they ventured out of the market, heading westward. After about half an hour's walk, they finally arrived at the gathering place of the ferocious beasts, the Luoyun forest. This forest was predominantly inhabited by first-level beasts, and cultivators had categorized them into 10 levels for ease of distinction. First-level beasts were further divided into low, middle, and high grades. A high-grade first-level beast corresponds to a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, while second-level beasts align with the early stage of foundation establishment, third level with the mid-stage, fourth level with the late stage, and fifth level with the peak of foundation establishment. Upon reaching the sixth level of the golden core stage, beasts would gain intelligence, while those below the fifth level primarily relied on instinct for their attacks. Therefore, beasts below the sixth level were generally weaker than cultivators of the same rank. However, once they reached the seventh level, their intelligence developed to a certain extent, making them stronger than their equally ranked cultivators, as prior to gaining intelligence. Beasts relied solely on brute force, lacking the capacity for strategy. The 10th level demon beasts correspond to the realm of human cultivators in the nascent soul stage. As for the higher realm of the god transformation stage, only a handful of such practitioners exist in the human world. Meanwhile, Shen Luo and his companions, having arrived at the outskirts of the Luoyun forest, gazed upon the dense thicket before them, where towering trees numbered in the countless thousands, and the air was saturated with a damp scent. After a brief moment of observation, they strode forward into the forest, where they beheld ancient trees entwined by robust vines, resembling menacing ancient pythons lurking to ambush passing cultivators. As they wandered through the thicket, the group moved aimlessly, encountering not a single demon beast, which struck them as peculiar. "How strange it is that we have yet to encounter any demon beasts today," remarked the man surnamed Sun, puzzled by the absence. "Indeed, it is quite odd, Su," a fellow cultivator echoed in surprise. Chapter 68. The soul capturing incense. Upon hearing their words, Shen Luo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Could it be that something has transpired within the forest, causing the demon beasts to hide? Are you suggesting a disturbance, Shen Daoist?" "That seems unlikely," Gao Zijuan replied, shaking his head as he shared his perspective. "Who knows? Perhaps we should continue searching," Sun suggested, glancing around. Thus, several hours passed. Yet Shen Luo and his companions still found no trace of demon beasts. "This is truly bizarre. Could it be that the demon beasts are genuinely hiding?" Su lamented, voicing his frustration over the lack of sightings. "It shouldn't be the case. This forest is known to harbor first-level demon beasts, unless a second-level demon beast is present." Causing the others to flee in fear, Sun expressed his astonishment. "That seems improbable," Gao Zijuan insisted, maintaining his earlier stance. "I have visited this place numerous times and have never heard of a second-level demon beast appearing here." Gao Daoist, "If there truly were a second-level demon beast, we would be utterly powerless against it. I believe it would be prudent to leave now and return another time," Shen Luo suggested, contemplating departure. Hearing someone in the group, especially a fellow cultivator, expressed the desire to leave, Gao became anxious. "No, we cannot do that. Are you truly willing to return empty-handed, Shen Daoist?" However, despite his reluctance, Shen countered, "But what choice do we have? We have been here for quite some time now and have yet to encounter even a single demon beast." Understanding that Shen's concerns stemmed from their lack of encounters, Gao looked at him seriously and said, "It's just a demon beast, Shen Daoist. You worry too much. I have a special incense called the soul-capturing incense that attracts demon beasts. The soul-capturing incense, crafted from the powdered and dried soul-capturing grass, possesses a unique quality that emits a faint, alluring fragrance. Although its efficacy in luring demon beasts is minimal, it was discovered that when processed into incense form, the scent becomes significantly more potent, possessing a much stronger allure. However, this remarkable herb is only effective in attracting demon beasts and has no effect on humans. Despite this, its price remains steep, with a single stick costing 10 spirit stones." As Gao produced the incense from his storage bag, the others looked on in surprise, aware that such valuable incense was within their means. However, they deemed it unnecessary, as they believed the forest was teeming with demon beasts and did not require such allurements. Who could have foreseen that today they would encounter not a single demon beast? "I did not expect Gao Daoist to be so affluent. This incense surely costs around 10 spirit stones," Sun remarked, eyeing the incense with envy. "Ah, my friend, you overestimate my wealth. This item was a gift from a companion during a previous hunt for demon beasts," Gao replied with a smile. Afterward, he lit the soul-capturing incense and placed it upon a rock, watching as the curling smoke wafted away on the breeze. Unbeknownst to them, the instant they lit the incense, a sudden commotion erupted several miles away. Everyone, be cautious. This beast is now like a cornered animal, soon to be exhausted. If we work together to control the formation, we can slay it. A man clad in a purple robe shouted, holding a small red flag as he watched the demon beast trapped within a purple barrier. Wang Daoist, you worry too much. This creature is already ensnared by our formation, and its demise is merely a matter of time. Let us instead discuss how to divide the carcass of this second-level demon beast, replied another individual nearby, carelessly waving a green flag. Indeed, this is a second-level demon beast, far beyond the first level. If it were not for Chun Daoist's unexpected discovery of its presence in this forest, we would not be here, said a tall and beautiful woman, also holding a small flag, her demeanor calm and unfazed. For us, skilled practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement, to come together and vanquish this beast would be an accomplishment worthy of pride, declared the man with the white flag, watching the demon beast being relentlessly assaulted by their formation. The remaining man, holding a red flag, remained silent, smiling as he gazed at the demon beast ensnared within the formation. As they observed the creature, it gradually began to appear fatigued, as if on the brink of collapse. Just as they believed the demon beast was nearing its end and prepared to deliver the final blow, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. What is that scent? It smells delightful, the woman exclaimed, intrigued. Yes, it resembles the fragrance of soul-capturing incense, another of the 5 remarked. Soul-capturing incense? The man in the purple robe muttered upon hearing the name. Suddenly, he realized the implications, and his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "This is bad. It's the soul-capturing incense. Quickly, we must activate the formation to eliminate it." Wang Daoist, remain calm. It is merely an incense meant to attract demon beasts. There is no need for alarm. The man with the white flag responded dismissively to the visibly anxious purple-robed man. Seeing that his warning was dismissed, the purple-robed man felt his face flush in frustration and retorted, "What do you know? This demon beast is not ordinary. If it catches a whiff of the incense, it may go into a frenzied state." "What?" The man reprimanded by the purple-robed figure exclaimed in shock. "What are you waiting for? Activate the formation quickly. We must slay it before it enters a state of frenzy." The purple-robed man urged his companions. Before the 5 could activate the formation to deliver the finishing blow to the demon beast, its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its fur began to grow wildly. The demon beast let out a deafening roar, and what should have been a fatigued creature was suddenly reinvigorated, its golden spiritual light flaring as it struck out with such force that it cracked the purple barrier. "This is not good. The demon beast has entered a frenzy. Everyone, be careful," exclaimed the purple-robed man in alarm. Chapter 69. The indestructible body. The frenzied beast, in a state of rampage, swung its fists wildly against the violet barrier, which began to crack under the relentless assault. Observing this, the 5 individuals present desperately channeled their spiritual energy into the small flags, preparing to activate the formation to vanquish the creature. As the 5 differently colored flags absorbed their energy, they ascended into the air, radiating a brilliant luminescence. It appeared as if the flags were summoned by some unseen force, suddenly shooting forth beams of light that converged in the center, forming a pulsating purple orb. Upon the orb's emergence, it unleashed a blinding ray towards the rampaging beast below, striking with lightning speed upon the creature's back. The beast emitted a pained howl, swaying violently before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the once rampant creature now subdued, the onlookers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Look, Daoist Wang, does this beast's madness matter? It has been slain by us," remarked one individual, smiling lightly in response to the reprimand from the man in purple robes. "Indeed, a beast remains merely a beast until it awakens intelligence. It is nothing more," another chimed in. The man in purple robes remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the scene. "Enough, enough. The beast is dead. Let us divide its carcass," spoke the female cultivator, casting a glance at the 2 men before addressing the fallen creature with a soft voice. Upon hearing the suggestion to partition the second-tier beast's remains, the group ceased their chatter and executed hand seals to retract the small flags. The moment the flags vanished, the violet barrier dissipated instantly, thanks to Daoist Wang's elemental formation. "We would have otherwise taken considerable time to subdue this beast," noted the previously silent man, Chun. "Indeed, our ability to slay this creature is due in large part to Daoist Wang's formation. As for the distribution of the beast's remains, let us leave that to Daoist Wang's discretion," the female cultivator suggested, fixing her gaze earnestly on the man in purple robes. "Fairy, You are perhaps being too partial to Taoist Wang. It should be noted that it was Taoist Chun who discovered this beast. Without his discovery, what would Taoist Wang's formation achieve? Let Taoist Chun handle the allocation, one dissenting voice asserted. At this, everyone's attention shifted to Taoist Chun, who, feeling the sudden spotlight upon him, raised his hands in resignation. I have no preference. You may decide amongst yourselves. With Taoist Chen's acquiescence, the earlier speaker fell silent, turning instead to the man in purple robes. The purple-robed cultivator, recognizing that the power to decide the beast's fate rested with him, rubbed his temples and declared, I only require the demon core. The rest is yours to manage. Very well, then I shall take its hide, one declared, and I shall claim its 2 forelimbs. Another chimed in. As they deliberated, they had unknowingly approached the side of the fallen beast. Gazing at the lifeless creature, the purple-robed man added, Then I shall retrieve the demon core first. He drew forth a gleaming, sharp sword from his storage bag, preparing to strike the beast's body. Yet, before the blade could descend, the seemingly dead beast suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Startled, the wolf demon instinctively retaliated, striking out with a powerful punch that sent the sword flying from the man's grasp. The female cultivator, who had been observing the purple-robed man, paled in shock. Is it resurrecting? Realizing his sword had been disarmed, the purple-robed man quickly leapt back, landing several feet away, his heart racing. Thank goodness for my quick reflexes, otherwise, I would have been struck dead by that beast. He could hardly comprehend that this ordinary second-tier beast possessed an indestructible body. This so-called indestructible body refers to certain beasts' innate abilities, allowing them to regenerate even after their bodies are shattered, though this power is not without limits. And how often it can be utilized remains uncertain. The purple-robed cultivator observed as his companions, taken by surprise at the beast's sudden revival, were knocked back by its retaliatory strike. After incapacitating them, the beast made no further attacks, instead fleeing towards a certain direction in the forest. The purple-robed man watched helplessly as the beast departed, knowing he could not pursue it alone. After all, it was a rampaging second-tier beast. Moreover, his companions needed attention after the beast's assault, leaving him with no choice but to allow the creature to escape. Following its exit, the beast raced towards the source of the soul-tempering incense, unbeknownst to Shen Luo and his companions, who were unaware of the impending danger approaching them. Meanwhile, Shen Luo and the others, having ignited the soul-tempering incense, were quietly hidden, awaiting the beast's arrival. Watching the incense diminish from a long stick to a small stub, they grew anxious as no sign of the beast appeared. Surely, there are no beasts in this vicinity, Su remarked, disappointment evident in his tone. Gao Zijuan, staring at the dwindling incense, shared his uncertainty, pondering whether the incense was ineffective or if there were truly no beasts nearby. Here it comes, suddenly whispered the burly man. Sunday. Upon hearing his voice, they hastily concealed themselves behind the rocks, extending their senses to observe. Before them, several hundred meters away, a wolf demon with azure fur treads silently on the ground, its soft paws barely making a sound. It was keenly alert, sniffing the air for the enticing scent of the incense, which stirred a heated desire within it. After a moment of observation, the wolf demon began to approach the direction of the soul-tempering incense. From their hiding place, Shen Luo, too, discreetly extended his senses, realizing that the wolf demon was alarmingly close to the second-tier classification, equivalent to a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refinement. Gao Zijuan, Sun, and Su exchanged excited glances. This was indeed a substantial catch. As they shared knowing looks, the moment the wolf demon drew near the incense, Gao Zijuan suddenly shouted, Now? At his command, they all simultaneously summoned their magical implements or unleashed their techniques towards the wolf demon. Chapter 70. Foundation Stage Beast Among the Four. Only Shen Luo refrained from summoning his magical implement, opting instead to cast a few fireballs. His reluctance to utilize his superior artifact stemmed from a fear that others might covet it, especially given that he was the weakest among them. If they were to discover that a mid-level cultivator at the 6th stage of qi refinement possessed a superior artifact, how would they react? He understood the principle of not flaunting wealth, especially since these individuals were merely his nominal companions. Startled by the sudden appearance of several human cultivators, the wolf demon reacted instinctively, its mouth opening wide as a deep blue water orb formed within. Upon solidifying, the wolf demon propelled the orb forward, its icy brilliance colliding with the attacks unleashed by Shen Luo and the others. 3 individuals unleashed their magical artifacts in an attempt to attack, only to be instantly repelled by the divine power emitted by the wolf demon. Su, upon witnessing his artifact being sent flying, swiftly adjusted his stance and reclaimed it with deftness. Meanwhile, the burly man surnamed Sun, with a decisive motion, summoned his superior-grade artifact, the Fire Serpent Blade, from his storage pouch. With the Fire Serpent Blade in hand, he charged from the side, the blade radiating a searing light, and delivered a swift strike upon the wolf demon's fur. Taken by surprise, the wolf demon let out a wretched howl as the blade struck, and in its fury and pain, it lunged at the burly man, disregarding its injuries. Seeing the wolf demon's ferocious advance, the burly man wielded the Fire Serpent Blade, slashing with great force to emit a brilliant crimson arc of light. The airborne wolf demon was struck by this fiery blade and was sent crashing violently to the ground. Su recognized this as an opportune moment. He quickly formed a hand seal and conjured a water arrow, launching it at the fallen wolf demon. The water arrow struck with a resounding impact, causing the creature to stagger. Enraged by the renewed assault, the wolf demon turned its ire towards the one who had dared to attack it. Vine binding technique. Observing the wolf demon's impending retaliation, Gao Zijuan immediately cast a wood-based spell, and a flash of azure light morphed into a vine that ensnared the demon's legs with lightning speed. The wolf demon, realizing its feet were bound and immobile, panicked and began to gnaw at the vines in a desperate attempt to break free. Just as it struggled, a spike erupted from the ground, an earth spike conjured by Shen Luo, which struck the wolf demon in its lower abdomen. The wolf demon howled in agony once more under the assault of the earth spike. The burly man, seizing the moment while the wolf demon was temporarily restrained, summoned the fierce light of the Fire Serpent Blade and delivered a decisive blow. The blade struck the wolf demon with formidable force, eliciting a final, reluctant howl before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground, staring at the lifeless form of the wolf demon. The exhilarated Gao Zijuan remarked that the carcass of this high-level creature could fetch around 100 spirit stones in the market. Indeed, had you not held it at bay, I would not have been able to dispatch it with such ease, replied the burly man as he sheathed the Fire Serpent Blade. This wolf demon was on the verge of advancing to a second-tier beast. It might even possess a demon core, Su contemplated thoughtfully. A demon core, you say? It is likely, Gao Zijuan nodded in agreement. Fortunately, this was merely a first-tier beast. If a second-tier beast appeared, we would be in dire straits, Shen Luo interjected. As the group conversed around the fallen wolf demon, Gao Zijuan suddenly sensed something amiss. His peripheral vision caught sight of something approaching swiftly from a distance. Look over there. What is happening? Gao Zijuan exclaimed, pointing in that direction. The burly man glanced at the indicated spot and then down at the nearly extinguished incense. Could it be that another beast has been drawn here by the soul capturing incense? That would be quite fortuitous. We could earn even more spirit stones. Gao Zijuan replied with a grin. Shen Luo peered into the distance alongside the others, but due to the considerable range, the details were obscured from the naked eye, and his spiritual sense could not penetrate the distance. Moments later, the approaching beast finally came into view. It was a creature with blood-red eyes, seemingly frenzied, charging recklessly towards them. Upon seeing the red glow emanating from its eyes, Shen Luo's brow furrowed, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. He glanced at his companions and discreetly retreated behind them. When the beast entered the spiritual range of the burly man, he swept his spirit sense across it and discovered, to his horror, that it was a second-tier beast. His expression darkened as he shouted, "Run! It's a second-tier beast." What? Gao Zijuan stood frozen, having expected yet another first-tier beast, only to be confronted with a second-tier foundational beast. Standing behind the others, Shen Luo was equally alarmed. Without hesitation, he activated his wind-walking technique, utilizing his spirit cloud boots to maximize his speed. With just a slight shift, he was already several meters away. What are you dawdling for? Run. This is a second-tier beast. The burly man barked at Gao Zijuan, who was still rooted in place. Without looking back, he fled. Hearing the urgency in the man's voice, Gao Zijuan instinctively followed, but then remembered the wolf demon's carcass had yet to be collected. He glanced back at the fallen beast, which was only a short distance away. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to retrieve it. Rushing back to gather the wolf demon's body into his storage pouch, just as he prepared to flee, he had covered only a few meters when the beast, having followed him closely, leapt forward and seized Gao Zijuan, tearing him in half with a brutal swipe. Gao! The burly man cried out in horror as he witnessed the gruesome murder of his companion. Chapter 71. Self-destruction. Upon seeing Gao Zijuan's demise, Su could not help but gasp in shock. He had never anticipated the terrifying power of this second-tier beast, which had effortlessly dispatched a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator. The frenzied beast, now with bloodlust, caught sight of the burly man and Su in the distance. With a deafening roar, it charged at them. Realizing the imminent danger, Su and the burly man turned and fled. Yet, the beast was relentless, raising its arm as a surge of spiritual light enveloped it, and it struck the ground with immense force. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, fissures erupted in the earth, snaking toward the two men. In an instant, the ground beneath Su exploded, hurling him away violently, rendering him breathless and lifeless. The burly man, however, reacted more swiftly. Upon noticing the ground's upheaval, he conjured a defensive artifact to shield himself. But even with his best effort, the attack from the second-tier beast was overwhelming. Despite managing to block it, he was severely injured, his artifact damaged beyond use. Wiping the blood from his lips, he looked at the second-tier beast with eyes filled with dread and terror. After all, it was a second-tier beast. How could he not be afraid? He himself was merely at the chi refining stage. And battling a second-tier Foundation establishment beast was akin to an ant shaking a tree or a mantis attempting to block a chariot. He cast a glance at the corpses of Gao Zijuan and Su, yet he saw no trace of Shen Luo. He assumed Shen Luo had perished alongside the others. Little did he know, Shen Luo had long since fled the moment they realized the beast was of the second tier. At this moment, Shen Luo was stealthily observing from a distance of over 100 feet from the burly man surnamed Sunday. He chose to remain, intrigued by this so-called second-tier beast. He harbored no fears of being discovered, confident that with his spirit cloud boots enhancing his speed, he could escape if necessary. To his surprise, he found himself the sole survivor of the four-man team. The burly man surnamed Sun shook his head with a bitter smile. Looking at the beast, fear and trepidation had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a resolve to fight to the death. Since there's no escape, I shall fight, he roared, rallying his spirits. Watching from the shadows, Shen Luo felt a surge of emotion, tempted to rush in to assist the man. However, he quickly suppressed the thought, acknowledging that as merely a sixth-layer chi refining cultivator, any attempt to intervene would be tantamount to courting death. If he were a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would certainly lend his aid. But for now, it was best to remain hidden. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living foe, which aptly described the situation. Realizing he had no way out, the burly man seemed to lose his sanity, throwing all his talismans at once. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated, and the earth trembled as debris was sent flying in all directions. After exhausting all his talismans, he drew his high-grade weapon, the Fire Serpent Blade, and, taking advantage of the residual chaos, unleashed a flurry of crimson blade lights toward the beast. He was convinced that such an onslaught would either slay the beast or leave it severely crippled. Alas, contrary to his expectations, as the smoke from the explosions dissipated, the beast stood unscathed, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. How is this possible? The man stared in disbelief, realizing that his attacks had merely tickled the creature. This was not surprising, as the beast's formidable physique was its hallmark, especially being a second-tier creature. In a frenzied state, its strength was nearly on par with that of a fourth-tier late Foundation establishment cultivator, rendering the man's assault ineffective. The beast, having endured the man's relentless attack, regarded him with disdain, as if to mock the futility of his efforts. It then let out a fearsome roar, leaving the man in shock, unable to comprehend how his strikes had failed to even graze the creature. A wave of despair washed over him, but soon, a realization seemed to dawn upon him. The fear in his expression melted away, replaced by a sense of relief and acceptance, as if he had come to terms with his fate. Life should be lived as a hero, and in death, I shall be a valiant spirit. As cultivators, we fear not death. So be it. With this declaration, he smiled at the beast. If you wish for my demise, then let us perish together. He set aside his storage bag for any fortunate soul who might come after him, then mockingly mused at the beast, how old have I become? Without a care for his own life, he charged toward the beast with reckless abandon. From his concealed vantage point, Shen Luo murmured, he cannot be before he could finish. A deafening explosion erupted. In that instant, it was as if the very fabric of the universe had been stirred, producing a resounding roar. Shen Luo was taken aback by the sudden choice of the burly man to self-destruct. Self-detonation is a desperate attack employed by cultivators, sacrificing their life force and cultivation to achieve mutual destruction. Generally, cultivators would not resort to such measures unless cornered. This act was not merely a death sentence. It meant the obliteration of one's soul, with no chance for reincarnation. Unless faced with utter despair, no one would willingly choose self-detonation, as death at the hands of another could still allow for rebirth. Seeing the man's self-destruction, Shen Luo sighed, recognizing him as a man of unwavering resolve. one who preferred to die standing rather than live on his knees. The instant the burly man detonated alongside the beast, the soul-capturing incense had just burned out. With its absence, the beast regained its composure, only to be met with the man's fatal attack. Chapter 72. The struggle for supremacy. The force of the explosion created a deep crater in the ground, severely wounding the beast, which collapsed, rendered immobile. As it attempted to recover, several high-tier talismans flew toward it. Instinctively, it tried to evade, but its injuries rendered it unable to move. Bang! More explosions erupted, and the already critically injured beast was obliterated by the talisman's power. The wielder of these talismans was none other than Shen Luo, who had been lurking in the shadows. Observing that the beast had not been killed by the self-detonation but had instead fallen incapacitated, he seized the opportunity to strike. Understanding the principle of taking advantage of a foe in a weakened state, he swiftly unleashed several high-powered talismans, resulting in the demise of the beast. Watching it lie motionless, Shen Luo did not immediately rush to claim the spoils, but chose to wait a moment longer. After all, as a second-tier beast, it would not perish easily. It might still possess life-preserving abilities. Little did he know, the beast had been on the brink of death prior to its rampage. Having only survived due to the awakening of its innate ability, the undying body, triggered by the soul-capturing incense. After a brief wait, observing no further movement from the beast, Shen Luo finally emerged from his hiding place. The scene before him was chaotic, and he shook his head as he approached the spot where the burly man had fallen. Just as he prepared to collect the storage bag, he sensed something amiss. With a flick of his sleeve, a palm-sized talisman fell out, instantly radiating light and enveloping him in a protective barrier. With a clang, something struck the shield he had conjured, prompting him to turn around, his gaze icy. To his surprise, he found Su standing there, looking equally astonished. "You're alive," Shen Luo exclaimed. "Quite surprising, isn't it? If it weren't for my special technique, the turtle breathing method, I would have surely perished earlier," Su replied calmly. "Is that so?" Shen Luo nodded, then glared at him. "If so, why did you ambush me from behind?" "Of course. It is to kill you, and then seize this storage bag," Su Daoyu stated expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo's expression darkened as he furrowed his brows at him. Who would have thought that the companion they had previously teamed up with would now resort to violence over a mere storage bag? "Is that so? I truly apologize. But this storage bag is now mine," he declared, flicking his sleeve to retrieve the bag that had fallen to the ground. Su Daoyu, witnessing the audacity of his opponent, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "How audacious! You are but a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. Attempting to lay claim to this storage bag is tantamount to seeking your own demise." Before he could act, several blazing red orbs surged towards him, and Su Daoyu was taken aback, realizing his opponent was quicker than he had anticipated. Instinctively, he channeled his internal energy to conjure a shield of spiritual power, which successfully blocked the fireballs. From behind the shield, Su Daoyu scoffed, "What does it matter if you strike swiftly? Ultimately, you are still too weak. You cannot even breach my magical shield." Ignoring the taunts, Shen Luo clutched the storage bag and summoned his superior-grade magic weapon, the Cold Light Sword, which he had yet to use since purchasing it. Su Daoyu's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Is that a superior-grade magic weapon? How is that possible? You are merely a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner possessing such a treasure." Upon summoning the Cold Light Sword, Shen Luo infused it with his energy and without hesitation swung it towards Su Daoyu, unleashing a formidable wave of icy sword light. Alarmed, Su Daoyu promptly attempted to reinforce his shield with his internal energy, hoping to withstand Shen Luo's assault. In a mere moment, the sword light struck the magical shield Su Daoyu had conjured, effortlessly shattering it, and sending him flying several meters away. Astonished by the sword's power, Shen Luo could hardly believe how formidable the superior-grade weapon was. No wonder the previous owner had claimed it was his finest work. After all, with just a single swing, he had sent a level 8 chi refinement practitioner reeling. However, this power had left Shen Luo's internal energy nearly depleted. He realized he must end this swiftly. Struggling to rise, Su Daoyu was gripped by fear as he saw his opponent prepare to unleash another sword strike. The brash confidence he had earlier was now replaced by a desperate desire to escape this perilous situation. Unfortunately, he found himself utterly unable to withstand the might of Shen Luo's weapon. It was clear that retreat was his best option. As Su Daoyu turned to flee, Shen Luo could not allow him to escape. The phrase "wildfire cannot be extinguished, spring breeze brings rebirth" echoed in his mind, and he would not show mercy to one who sought to take his life. Given his current energy levels, summoning the Cold Light Sword again proved too taxing. So he extracted a flying needle magic tool from his storage bag. With his fingers splayed, He gripped the flying needle magic tool and hurled it towards the direction of Su Daoyu's retreat. A swift whoosh filled the air as 5 white streaks of light, akin to lightning, struck Su Daoyu. Hearing the whistling sound, Su Daoyu realized the danger too late and hastily erected his spiritual shield once more. However, the flying needle pierced through the shield as if it were mere parchment, striking him unawares. In that instant, a chilling sensation enveloped Su Daoyu, and his vision faded to black as he collapsed, lifeless. Concerned that he might be feigning death, Shen Luo prudently cast a fireball spell upon him. Su Daoyu, lying on the ground, did not evade and allowed the fireball to engulf him. Watching as the flames consumed his form, Shen Luo finally believed he was truly dead. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved the flying needle from the fiery chaos and placed it back in his storage bag, awaiting the flames to die down. After a moment, the fire extinguished, leaving only white ash behind. Shen Luo squatted down in an ungainly manner, sifting through the ash with a relieved smile. Thankful that the flames had not entirely destroyed the storage bag, otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. In addition to Su Daoyu's storage bag, he had also taken the bag from Gao Zijuan and even the corpse of a second-level demon beast. A cursory inspection revealed that the combined spiritual stones from the 3 bags amounted to nearly 300, not to mention various medicinal pills and magical artifacts. He had not anticipated that this hunt would make him the greatest beneficiary, as nearly the entire party had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shen Luo prepared to return home, intending to head to the market to sell the demon beast's corpse for spiritual stones. As he wandered through the bustling market, he was surrounded by a throng of cultivators. The air was filled with the sounds of bargaining and haggling over various goods. "No way, I don't want this item. Offer something else. This is a fragment of a magical treasure. This material is more than sufficient to exchange for your item. What use do I have for a fragment of a magical treasure? Do you think I can find a golden core cultivator to refine it?" A heated argument erupted from a nearby stall. A fragment of a magical treasure? This revelation caused a stir among the surrounding cultivators, who quickly flocked to the stall, eager to catch a glimpse. Magical treasures were the stuff of dreams for low-level cultivators, yet one had appeared in the market, even if it was merely a fragment. "Where is it? Let me see it. Is this truly a magical treasure? TSK, just this piece of scrap metal?" Positioned close to the stall, Shen Luo, being swifter than the average cultivator, managed to secure a prime spot to observe the unfolding scene. At the front of the stall stood a man in his late 20s or early 30s, with an unremarkable appearance, broad build, and dark skin, who could easily be mistaken for a farmer who had wandered into the market. However, anyone who had used spiritual sight to observe his internal energy would gasp in astonishment. For this seemingly rustic individual was, in fact, a consummate practitioner at the pinnacle of late-stage chi refinement. Challenging him is akin to courting death, some cultivators thought. Shifting their gaze to the stall owner, the vendor, an unremarkable woman with a face marred by acne, appeared to possess only the cultivation of the 8th layer of chi refinement. Yet, strikingly, she exhibited not a trace of fear. Upon noticing her attire, the onlookers suddenly comprehended the reason for her audacity. She was dressed in the garments of a disciple from the esteemed Gu family, one of the 8 great families of Qingzhou. On the stall between the 2 men lay a peculiar plaque inscribed with strange symbols, crafted from an unknown material, alongside a rusted iron block. This seemingly discarded piece of scrap metal, resembling worthless refuse, was nonetheless captivating due to the occasional flickers of purple light emanating from it. Could this be a fragment of a magical artifact? Upon seeing the item, many in the crowd felt a profound disappointment, as it starkly contrasted with the image they had conjured in their minds. This fragment was no ordinary remnant. It contained the potential of 5 elemental attributes, making it exceptionally suitable for forging a 5 elements magical artifact. A man with a serious demeanor stepped forward to explain to the vendor. "What? It actually harbors 5 elemental energies. How remarkable!" exclaimed another. "Indeed, it is a pity that as a practitioner of the 4 spiritual roots, I have no use for it." The crowd buzzed with discussions. What good is possessing 5 energies if I, a mere chi refinement practitioner, cannot utilize such an item? You might as well trade for a spirit stone or an equivalent item for this ascension token instead. What ascension token? The plaque was, in fact, the legendary ascension token. Yet, how could such a token appear here? The vendor's words ignited another uproar among the gathered practitioners. The ascension token was forged by the 4 great sects of the Zhao Kingdom, a reward for those who have rendered significant contributions to their respective sections. Anyone bearing this token would be granted a foundation establishment pill and the qualification to join a sect. This token had always circulated only within the families of practitioners, and could be transferred and traded among them. Thus, it recognized the token rather than the individual. Whoever possessed it could ascend to the heavens and join a sect. A truly miraculous opportunity for low-tier practitioners. The man appeared exceedingly vexed, clenching his fists and taking a step forward. What do you intend to do? Are you trying to force a purchase? This is the Mingyue market, where violence is prohibited. If you dare provoke me, the Gu family will not let this slide. The woman retorted, glaring at him without hesitation. What is so impressive about that? Though the man's words were harsh, he relaxed his fists. Clearly intimidated by the mention of the Gu family. Resentful of being pressured by her family, he cursed her ancestry inwardly. After all, he was a perfected practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, someone who should be revered, yet now he felt utterly humiliated. In the past, he would have walked away proudly, but now he hesitated, unwilling to let go of the ascension token. Having reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, he found it challenging to break through to foundation establishment on his own. So he sought to use the ascension token to join a sect and obtain a foundation establishment pill. Were he in possession of any other treasures, he would certainly exchange them, but at present, apart from this fragment, everything else he had was of great significance, and he had exhausted his spirit stones days ago, leaving him in a quandary. Friend, how much for that ascension token? I offer 100 spirit stones. A figure in a blue robe emerged from the crowd, approaching the vendor earnestly. Are you jesting with me? This token guarantees a foundation establishment pill upon joining a sect. I believe you understand its market value is 500 spirit stones. Yet you propose a mere 100? Is this not the height of folly? The woman glared at him, her voice tinged with ire. Embarrassed, the blue-robed man stammered. Well then, how much do you believe it is worth? Certainly 600 spirit stones. The woman replied nonchalantly. The blue-robed man was taken aback by her price, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a moment, he shook his head, exclaiming, "That is far too expensive. It exceeds the price of a foundation establishment pill. Is this truly exorbitant? This is the best opportunity to join a sect and secure a foundation establishment pill," she explained methodically. The blue-robed man, realizing the price exceeded his means, expressed regret and retreated to the crowd. Many of the onlookers were intrigued by the ascension token, including the man who had previously clashed with the vendor. However, upon hearing the price, he felt powerless. Spending so many spirit stones on this seemed excessive when he could simply purchase a foundation establishment pill for 500. After all, even a high-quality magical artifact typically cost only around 300 spirit stones. In the face of such a steep price, silence enveloped the crowd, until a voice suddenly emerged from the throng, declaring, "I am very interested in that item and wish to purchase it." A youthful man with a fair complexion stepped forward from the crowd to the stall. This man, known as Shen Luo, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the mention of the ascension token. The prospect of obtaining a foundation establishment pill intensified his desire to acquire the token. "Are you interested in purchasing my ascension token?" the vendor asked, her gaze hopeful as she regarded the approaching young man. "I do not possess that many spirit stones," Shen Luo replied, his expression impassive. "I would like to inquire how many spirit stones a second-tier demon beast carcass and a first-tier high-level demon beast carcass would be worth." Upon hearing this, gasps erupted from the crowd. "What? A second-tier demon beast? Am I hearing correctly?" One bystander exclaimed incredulously. "A second-tier demon beast is equivalent to a foundation establishment novice. How can a mere mid-stage qi refinement practitioner claim to possess the carcass of such a creature? Surely, you jest." Others joined in derision. "Ah, so he is merely a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. It appears he is just boasting." Ignoring their mockery, Shen Luo calmly retrieved a storage bag from his waist, producing an object and tossing it onto the ground for all to see clearly. "That is a second-tier demon beast." Someone recognized immediately, exclaiming in astonishment, "By the heavens, it's truly a second-tier demon beast. Am I dreaming?" The other practitioners were equally taken aback. After all, second-tier demon beast carcasses were exceedingly rare within the market, especially in the hands of a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner. All eyes turned to him with curiosity, for it was deemed impossible for someone at the qi refinement stage to slay a demon beast of the foundation establishment tier, given the vast difference in their realms. To achieve such a feat, one would require an extraordinary artifact capable of defeating a foundation establishment being. Such artifacts were typically possessed only by those from prestigious families or the disciples of immensely powerful practitioners. They observed that Shen Luo's attire did not resemble that of a family of cultivators, but instead leaned towards the latter, resembling a disciple of significant prowess. As for the ascension token, they speculated it might have been procured on behalf of another. upon the discovery of the second-level demon beast's carcass. Both the woman and the man were visibly moved. It was evident that one capable of slaying such a creature could not be an ordinary individual, and the other party likely possessed a noteworthy background. To their astonishment, the companion produced the carcass of a second-level demon beast, which the woman promptly accepted, adding that she would also take the first-level advanced demon beast carcass mentioned earlier. Thus, she stated that he need only provide 280 spirit stones. Shen Luo nodded in agreement, storing the second-level demon beast's carcass in his storage bag before handing over the requisite sum of low-grade spirit stones. After receiving the ascension token from the woman, Shen Luo turned to the man beside her and inquired about the fragment of the magical artifact. He asked how many spirit stones would be required for it. The man was momentarily taken aback by Shen Luo's request. After a brief pause, he responded that if Shen Luo desired the fragment, he would only need to pay 100 spirit stones. Initially, he had intended to ask for a higher price, but due to his apprehension regarding Shen Luo's identity, someone capable of producing the carcass of a second-level demon beast, he opted for a more modest request. Very well, Shen Luo replied. But before proceeding, I must first ascertain whether this fragment indeed contains the essence of the 5 elemental spiritual energies. If it does, I shall exchange for it immediately. However, should it prove otherwise, I will not incur a loss in acquiring it. Unfazed, the man assured him, rest assured, my words are true. You may test it as you please. Without hesitation, Shen Luo took the fragment in hand, scrutinizing it meticulously before employing a technique to infuse it with his spiritual power for examination. As the man had claimed, it indeed contained the essence of the 5 elemental energies. He sought this fragment precisely because it aligned with his spiritual root attributes, intending to keep it for future use. Indeed, Shen Luo confirmed, your assertions hold true. I shall take this fragment, and here are the spirit stones in exchange. He then stored the artifact fragment and produced 100 spirit stones. Excellent. You are truly forthright, the man exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the stones. Shen Luo smiled faintly at this exchange, then turned and melded back into the crowd. Instead of returning immediately to his residence, he wandered the streets, concerned that having acquired these treasures might draw unwanted attention. However, he underestimated the situation. No one dared to follow him, for the mere fact that he could present the carcass of a second-level demon beast rendered him a figure of caution. When those present witnessed him produce the carcass, they were left awestruck, acknowledging his formidable status and refraining from provoking him. Chapter 75. Taijing Sect. Shen Luo sauntered through the market, refraining from lingering at any stalls, and only departed quietly as dusk fell. Upon returning to his courtyard, he secured the door tightly, choosing to remain indoors in the ensuing days. His rationale was to guard against anyone coveting his ascension token, a treasure capable of procuring a foundation establishment pill from the sect, thus necessitating utmost vigilance. Once inside, Shen Luo commenced his cultivation, resolving not to venture out until some time had passed since acquiring the ascension token. Unbeknownst to him, 6 months elapsed during this period. Through diligent practice, he ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement, successfully entering the later stage of his cultivation. Apart from his training, he also took the opportunity to master the water element spell, water arrow technique, and the wood element spell, vine technique. Now, he had only the metal element spell left to learn. With a creak, the courtyard that had been sealed for half a year finally opened. Shen Luo stepped outside, surveying the street before striding toward the market. He intended to report to the sect with his ascension token, which he had learned was issued by the Taijing Sect. The main headquarters of the Taijing Sect was nestled within Taijing Mountain, which, from above, appeared no different from any other mountain range, characterized by steep ridges and lush trees. Yet, beneath this faade lay countless pavilions and buildings intricately constructed. At present, the Taijing Sect was overseen by a man named Feng Yan, who, despite being just over 100 years old, had already reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm. Due to his composed demeanor and organizational skills, he commanded high esteem within the sect and was entrusted with the role of sect leader, responsible for its management. However, this normally unflappable and collected Master Feng was presently seated in the main hall, astonished as he regarded the individual before him. Did you say that someone possesses the ascension token issued by our sect a century ago? Indeed, Master, the other replied, still somewhat taken aback. When I saw what he presented, I was genuinely surprised. After all, it has been 100 years since we last reclaimed an ascension token. Master Feng nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, how old is he? Has his spiritual root been assessed? Which family does he hail from? The man, not daring to conceal any details, responded candidly. He appears quite young, around 18 or 19 years old, and has reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. As for his spiritual root, it is a pseudo 5-element root. He introduced himself as Shen Luo. Shen Luo, from the Shen family? I must admit, I have not heard of them, Master Feng remarked, shaking his head. However, it is evident that he has encountered fortuitous circumstances or ingested potent elixirs to cultivate to the later stage of Qi refinement at such a young age. Nevertheless, given the chaotic nature of his spiritual root, he may find it difficult to reach full Qi refinement. Should we still accept him? Of course, we must accept him. If we were to reject him based on his spiritual roots, it would dishearten those who wish to join our sect in the future, Master Feng enlightened him. He then added, "Bring him to me. I wish to meet the bearer of this token." Upon receiving the command from his leader, the man respectfully replied, "As you wish." He then exited the Grand Hall, swiftly activating a jade artifact to soar toward the Taiqing sect's welcoming pavilion. Inside a room at the welcoming pavilion, a young man lay on a bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He was none other than Shen Luo, the bearer of the Ascension token. After departing from the market, he had made his way toward the Taiqing sect and, upon nearing it, encountered a foundation establishment cultivator from the sect. He approached the man, who initially mistook his intentions for malicious, suspecting Shen Luo of attempting to rob him. Just as the cultivator prepared to strike, he noticed Shen Luo produce the Ascension token, which left him utterly astonished. After hearing Shen Luo's brief explanation, he realized that Shen Luo sought someone to guide him into the Taiqing sect, prompting him to offer his assistance to escort him inside. The handling of the Ascension token would ultimately be determined by their sect leader. Thus, Shen Luo followed the man to the back of the Taiqing gate, where he was subsequently accommodated. After settling him in, the man assessed his spiritual roots and instructed him to await further instructions. Before departing, he clearly informed Shen Luo that, as he was not yet an official disciple of the Taiqing gate, certain restrictions had been placed within the room, preventing him from leaving. Should he attempt to exit forcefully, the enchantments would ensnare him. Heeding the man's words, Shen Luo refrained from making a futile attempt and patiently awaited further developments. As Shen Luo languidly gazed at the ceiling, boredom creeping upon him, the door was gently pushed open, and the familiar voice of the man echoed, "My young friend, are you finding your stay here to your liking?" Recognizing the individual who had entered, Shen Luo immediately leapt from his bed, bowing respectfully, "Senior Zhou, all is well." He understood that excessive courtesy was rarely met with disdain. Thus, adopting a humble demeanor could only serve to benefit him. Upon entering, the man gestured dismissively, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. He then addressed Shen Luo, stating, "The matter you entrusted to me has been resolved. Please follow me." Hearing that his concerns had been addressed, Shen Luo's spirits lifted, and he eagerly replied, "Thank you, Senior." After exiting the reception hall, Senior Zhou commanded a magical artifact, propelling them towards the grand hall where the sect leader resided. Soon, they arrived before a towering stone hall, and Shen Luo curiously observed several disciples of the Taiqing gate stationed at the entrance. Their profound mastery of spiritual energy surpassed his own, all appearing to possess at least an 8th level of Qi refinement, leaving Shen Luo both astonished and impressed. Upon their arrival, Zhou instructed Shen Luo to wait outside the hall while he entered. After a considerable time, he emerged and beckoned Shen Luo, "Come with me. The sect leader wishes to meet you." Without further ado, Zhou turned and strode back inside, with Shen Luo dutifully following. As he entered, he soon found himself in the presence of the sect leader, Feng Yan, a man in his 40s. The leader regarded the young disciple following Zhou and inquired, "You are Shen Luo, are you not?" "Indeed, I am Shen Luo, honored to meet the sect leader." Shen Luo promptly advanced to pay his respects. "There is no need for such formality. Since you have come bearing the Ascension token, I shall certainly accept you as a disciple in accordance with our sect's customs." Feng Yan replied with a slight smile, elegantly waving his sleeve. This gentle, unseen force lifted Shen Luo, preventing him from bowing any further and instilling in him a profound respect for the leader. Ordinarily, you could request a foundation establishment pill with your Ascension token. However, I observe that your current cultivation level is too low for such a request. I suggest you wait until you reach the 9th level of Qi refinement before seeking the pill, Feng Yan concluded. "Everything shall be at the sect leader's discretion." Shen Luo replied with utmost respect, as he had no intention of demanding a pill at this stage, fully aware that he did not yet meet the necessary requirements. Seeing Shen Luo's understanding, Feng Yan chose not to elaborate further and turned to Zhou. "From this moment on, Shen Luo is a disciple of our sect. Zhou, please assist him in arranging his accommodation and explain our sect's regulations. As for cultivation, let him first train with the transmission disciples." "Understood." Zhou replied with a respectful nod. Thus, Zhou guided Shen Luo out of the hall, beginning to elucidate the myriad rules and current affairs of the Taqing Gate. Shen Luo attentively absorbed the information, gaining a preliminary insight into the sect. Currently, the Taqing Gate boasted tens of thousands of members, with the majority being disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Only about 1,000 had reached the foundation establishment stage, while those at the golden core stage numbered merely 100. This disparity arose from the difficulty of advancing through each major realm. For instance, foundation establishment practitioners must endure the heavenly thunder tribulation and the heart demon tribulation to ascend to the golden core stage, with the former often proving insurmountable for many, let alone the latter. When discussing golden core practitioners, one could not overlook those at the nascent soul stage, who could live for a millennium, possessing the ability to fly and even teleport by separating their nascent soul from their physical form. Furthermore, even if their corporeal body were destroyed, they could reconstruct it as long as their nascent soul remained intact. However, such beings often remained in secluded meditation and would only emerge in times of dire need for their sect. Notably, the Taqing Gate, as a prominent sect, had only 2 practitioners at the nascent soul level. From Zhou, Shen Luo also learned that disciples in the Qi refinement stage were not solely focused on cultivation. They were responsible for various sect duties. These included serving as attendants in the marketplace established by the sect, tending to spiritual beasts, and cultivating rare herbs, among other tasks. Completing these duties would earn the disciples modest rewards in low-grade spiritual stones, a revelation that took Shen Luo by surprise, as he had not anticipated such responsibilities for Qi refinement disciples. Having exited the Grand Hall, Shen Luo followed Zhou as they navigated through the air on a flying artifact. After a while, they landed on a verdant hillside, arriving at a cluster of stone houses. The structures, built from ordinary stones, appeared rather rudimentary, with each door sealed tight. Upon reaching the stonehouse complex, Zhou led Shen Luo through a maze of buildings before stopping at a considerably larger house. Facing the closed door, Zhou called out, "Junior Lu, open the door. I have brought a new disciple to collect his belongings." As soon as he spoke, the door swung open with a whoosh. Without hesitation, Zhou strode inside, prompting Shen Luo to follow suit. Upon entering, Shen Luo was struck by the spaciousness, which seemed even greater than it appeared from the outside. The interior exuded an exceptional cleanliness, with various items arranged in meticulous order. He noticed a cabinet in the corner displaying an assortment of swords and other weaponry. Another cabinet contained everyday tools such as shovels and hammers. Pondering their purpose, Shen Luo wondered if these tools might also be considered artifacts. Just as he contemplated this, a man's voice resonated from within the room. "Senior Zhou, hasn't the new disciple already collected his items?" "Junior, you are mistaken. This is Shen Luo, who possesses the Ascension token," Zhou replied. Uncle Zhou spoke to the man. "What, the Ascension Order?" Upon hearing this, the man was taken aback, casting a curious glance at Shen Luo. Noticing he was being observed, Shen Luo also turned to look at the man, who turned out to be a middle-aged gentleman dressed in a remarkably neat and simple manner. After a brief glance at Shen Luo, the man averted his gaze and addressed Uncle Zhou. "Senior brother, please wait a moment. I will arrange the items shortly." With that, he gestured with both hands towards the counters around him, and soon several items materialized in his grasp. He placed these items on a nearby table and said to Shen Luo, "Young one, all the items are here. Please take them away." After placing the items into his storage pouch at his waist, Shen Luo bowed in gratitude before departing with Uncle Zhou. "You have received the items. Now I will take you to the transmission pavilion," Uncle Zhou stated. After saying this, he once again guided Shen Luo, using his magical artifact to fly towards the transmission pavilion. Chapter 77. The servants. The distance covered in this flight was considerable, and after a substantial duration, they finally landed at the foot of a mountain. Here stood a grand pavilion constructed against the mountainside, with the words "Transmission Pavilion" inscribed on a stone tablet at the entrance. Inside the pavilion, several young disciples were bustling about, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon arriving, Uncle Zhou stowed away his magical artifact and strode inside without further ado, with Shen Luo closely following behind. Once inside the pavilion, Shen Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover the expansive interior. As he contemplated the surroundings, he noticed Uncle Zhou glance around before heading towards a particular room. Shen Luo had no choice but to follow him inside. Upon entering, they encountered a dark-faced man in his 20s, who was enthusiastically discussing various topics with another individual in the room. The man appeared completely engrossed in his speech, oblivious to the presence of the two newcomers. Uncle Zhou chose to remain silent and observed from the side. Initially taken aback by the scene, Shen Luo soon focused intently on the man's discourse. as it pertained to matters of spells. After approximately half an hour, the speaker concluded his discussion. Uncle Zhou, seeing that the topic had shifted away from spells, spoke up. Master Ma, it has been quite some time. The dark-faced man turned at the sound of his name, quickly recognizing Uncle Zhou and Shen Luo, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master Uncle." Uncle Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and remarked to Shen Luo, "This is Master Ma Jin, who is responsible for imparting techniques to the disciples. Should you have any questions regarding your techniques, feel free to consult him. When it comes to basic techniques, no one knows them better than he does." Uncle Zhou's words conveyed a deep appreciation for this individual. "Greetings, Master Ma. I look forward to your guidance in the future," Shen Luo expressed with utmost respect, fully aware that this man would be his mentor in techniques for the foreseeable future. "Haha, Master Uncle, you flatter me. In truth, I only possess a superficial understanding of the lower-tier techniques," Master Ma replied courteously. "Master Ma, you are well aware of your expertise. There is no need for such modesty. I entrust the matters of technique to you for this disciple, Shen Luo. I merely brought him here for you two to get acquainted. I must now take him to other places to make introductions and cannot linger here any longer." With that, Uncle Zhou, accompanied by Shen Luo, departed the room as Master Ma bid them farewell. In the subsequent time, Uncle Zhou diligently guided Shen Luo to several other essential locations, introducing him to various serving disciples along the way and sharing numerous daily considerations. Eventually, they arrived at Shen Luo's residence, which was not located in the stone house cluster they had previously visited, but rather at a place known as Taishan Mountain. This location was designated for inner disciples of the sect, predominantly housing those in the late stages of qi refinement or at the pinnacle of that realm. In contrast, those in the early to mid stages of qi refinement resided in the earlier stone house cluster, which was meant for outer disciples. To reside in Taishan Mountain, one must first advance to the late stages of qi refinement. Only those at this level are qualified to stay there. The primary distinction between inner and outer disciples lies in the resources provided by the sect. Outer disciples must undertake tasks assigned by the sect to obtain resources, while inner disciples, in addition to fulfilling their sect duties, receive a monthly allocation of spirit stones and elixirs as compensation. After bringing Shen Luo here, Uncle Zhou casually selected a cave residence for him and took his leave. Before departing, he advised Shen Luo not to rush into accepting servant tasks, suggesting he wait a while before doing so. Shen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, bowed respectfully, and watched as Uncle Zhou departed. As Uncle Zhou rode away on his magical artifact, Shen Luo turned and entered the room. Upon entering, he took a moment to survey his surroundings. He found the room impeccably clean, with a jade stone placed on the table, which served as a dust-repelling stone. As long as this item was present, the room would remain free of dust, even if left unattended for years. The spiritual energy within the room was abundant, and in addition to some essential furniture, there was also a spirit spring. It seemed that the room's spiritual energy primarily emanated from this spring, making it convenient for Shen Luo to fill his gourd with water in the future. After surveying the room, Shen Luo sat cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation. The 100 Spirits Hall was a designated area within the Taiching sect where disciples selected tasks, primarily for servant assignments. At this moment, a young man was walking towards the hall. This individual was none other than Shen Luo, who had recently left Taishan Mountain. After a few days of cultivation, he emerged from seclusion to select a task. As he approached the grand hall, he entered with purpose. Inside, a youthful figure, upon noticing Shen Luo's arrival, expressed surprise. "Shen Jr. brother, why have you come to select tasks so soon? You should know that new disciples like you are exempt from tasks during the initial month." The speaker was none other than Brother Han, whom Uncle Zhou had previously introduced Shen Luo to. Shen Luo smiled slightly in response, saying, "It's no trouble. I've been cultivating for several days, and it became rather dull, so I thought I'd find something to do." "Oh, I see. In that case, please wait a moment," Han replied, placing a blank scroll before Shen Luo. "You simply need to infuse your consciousness into this." Shen Luo thanked him and, looking at the blank scroll, immersed his consciousness within to browse its contents. Before long, he identified a few tasks that seemed quite suitable. The first was to oversee the discarded pills in the alchemy room at Pill Peak. These were the failed concoctions produced during the alchemical process, ineffective for consumption. This task was relatively easy, requiring minimal effort, as it simply involved accepting the items when others were present. However, the reward was modest, amounting to just 3 spirit stones. Another task involved assisting a sect elder in overseeing herbs, which he found quite simple, given his prior experience cultivating herbs while at the Heiqiong sect. Aside from these 2 tasks, the remaining one involves guarding a cave, which is no ordinary cave. it harbors a dense concentration of demonic energy. For practitioners of demonic cultivation, this energy is as essential as spiritual energy is for those who cultivate immortality. Chapter 78, Guarding the Demonic Cave. However, the demonic energy within this cave has been sealed by a restrictive formation set by a Yuanying elder of the Taiching sect. This task, like the previous ones, is quite simple. It merely requires periodic checks to ensure the formation remains intact. Should any anomalies arise, timely reports must be made to the sect to prevent the leakage of demonic energy. Upon learning of the cave's existence, Shen Luo was somewhat surprised. If it contained demonic energy, why not use a purification formation to cleanse it instead of requiring someone to stand guard? Perplexed, he inquired with senior brother Han. But he too was unaware of the reason, only knowing that the higher-ups had instructed the disciples to keep watch. After hearing Han's words, Shen fell into deep contemplation, pondering which of the 3 tasks he should choose. While the first 2 tasks were undeniably easy, their rewards and spirit stones were rather meager. In contrast, the task of guarding the cave offered a significantly higher reward, albeit with a longer duration of nearly 3 months. It was precisely this extended time frame that justified the greater compensation. Just as Shen was deep in thought, a streak of light descended from the sky into Han's hands. Han seemed accustomed to such occurrences, swiftly retrieving the object that transformed into a series of musical notes upon contact, which then resonated in his ears. Observing this, Shen remained silent, aware that those note-like symbols were communication talismans. After Han finished listening to the message, he spoke up. Junior brother Shen, I wish to choose the task of managing herbs. Han's face displayed a hint of difficulty as he expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, junior brother Shen, but that task has just been claimed by someone else. Shen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone would use a communication talisman to select a task. With that task now reserved, and the reward for the alchemy task being insufficient, it appeared he would have to choose the cave guarding duty. Fortunately, this task only involved monitoring the seal, posing no significant danger. After a brief pause, Shen turned to Han and asked, Senior brother Han, is there still an opening for the cave guarding task? Han looked at him in surprise. You wish to choose this one? Indeed. Shen nodded affirmatively. Understanding Shen's intent, Han replied, Very well, since you wish to undertake this task, I shall help you register. As Shen handed over his identification token, he inquired once more, Senior brother Han, there shouldn't be any recent disturbances concerning this cave, right? Haha, you can rest assured, junior brother. This formation was set by the elder. What could possibly go wrong? It might get a bit dull, though, as the cave is underground and rarely sees the light of day, Han chuckled. In the far west of the Taiching mountain range lies a series of unremarkable mountains, unbeknownst to mortals. Amidst these mountains stands a desolate peak, utterly devoid of vegetation or wildlife. If an immortal cultivator were to employ the spirit eye technique, they would discover numerous tendrils of black smoke seeping from the crevices of the mountain, this smoke being the very essence of demonic energy. At this moment, a young man approached the mountain's base. This individual was none other than Shen Luo, having accepted a task from the sect. Upon glancing up at the barren mountain, which appeared desolate as if suffering from perpetual drought, he realized that it was once a lush and verdant peak, now ravaged by the encroaching demonic energy. After surveying the mountain, Shen proceeded towards the sealed demonic cave, arriving shortly at an entrance that extended downward into darkness. The cave, appearing ominously like a gateway to the underworld, prompted Shen to retrieve a dark green bracelet from his storage pouch. This bracelet, a gift from senior brother Han, served as a protective charm against demonic energy. As cultivators absorb and exhale spiritual energy, they perceive spiritual energy as pure and demonic energy as tainted. Prolonged exposure to an area saturated with demonic energy can lead to its corruption, potentially resulting in a decline in one's cultivation or even madness. The protective charm was thus an invaluable asset for resisting such corruption. After activating the bracelet, a brilliant light enveloped Shen, forming a protective barrier around him, granting him the confidence to enter the cave. Descending into the cavern, he initially encountered narrow pathways, but soon the space widened into a vast, dark abyss. As he navigated deeper, he discovered a large stone wall adorned with several caverns, marking the presence of other disciples guarding the cave. Could it be that I am not the only disciple here? He mused. After a brief search, he located his designated chamber, which was quite modest and rudimentary. Upon entering, he spotted a jade slip resting on the table, likely left behind by the previous occupant. Lifting the slip to his forehead, he found it contained records of the cave's layout and the locations of the seals. He learned that the cave was expansive, housing 18 different chambers, each containing the demonic energy. His task involved periodic inspections of the entire cave, documenting any changes to report back to the sect, thereby preventing any unforeseen events. After reviewing the slip, Shen decided to postpone his inspection for the day, opting instead to rest before resuming his duties the following morning. After all, other disciples would also be present to check on the cave, allowing him to take his time. With that thought, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Having exhausted himself from the lengthy journey to the cave, which was several miles from the Taiching Sect's main hall. Chapter 79. To drink and be merry today. Upon awakening, rejuvenated, Shen exited his chamber, prepared to inspect the demonic caves. He spent the better part of the day examining the various chambers, finding the seals intact and no cause for concern. Just as he was about to return, a sudden ripping sound echoed behind him. Alerted, Shen swiftly turned, drawing his weapon and calling out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Moments later, a dark figure emerged before him, repeatedly imploring him not to take action, declaring, "I am a disciple of the Taiching Sect." A disciple of the Taiching Sect? Shen Luo turned in the direction of the voice and spotted a plump young man clad in the attire of a Taiching Sect disciple standing not far from him. "Indeed, I am Luya, the guard of the demon cave," the young man replied. Shen Luo was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering a fellow disciple so soon upon his arrival for inspection. Seeing that the person before him was also dressed as a Taiching disciple, Luya scrutinized him briefly and remarked, "You seem unfamiliar. You must be one of the recent arrivals sent here by the sect, correct?" "Yes, I am Shen Luo. I have met Senior Brother Li. I apologize for any offense caused earlier and hope you won't hold it against me," Shen Luo expressed, a hint of remorse on his face. "Oh, so you are Junior Brother Shen. No worries, no worries. We are all one family here," Luya responded generously, waving his hand dismissively. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Luo inquired, "Are you also returning after inspecting the cave, Senior Brother?" "Hee, I suppose so," Luya replied with a sheepish smile. Why do you say that?" Shen Luo asked, puzzled. Luya hesitated before contemplating for a moment, then said, "Since you have caught me red-handed, there is no need for concealment. I shall speak plainly. I am here not only to inspect the cave, but also to gather demonic energy." "What? Demonic energy? Is it true that the technique you practice is of the demonic path?" Shen Luo exclaimed, astonished. "Certainly not. I cultivate the orthodox techniques of the Tao and not the demonic path." Luya shook his head. "If that is the case, then why do you need to collect demonic energy?" Shen Luo inquired further. "Junior Brother, what you may not know is that while we have no use for demonic energy, those practitioners of the demonic path do," Luya explained. "Are you saying?" "Exactly. I collect the demonic energy and sell it to them in exchange for spirit stones," Luya said with a slight smile. Shen Luo was momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected Luya to so cleverly exploit his position for personal gain. However, he did not feel repulsed by this behavior. After all, the pursuit of immortality often hinges on resources, and as long as Luya was merely collecting demonic energy and not sabotaging any restrictions or formations, Shen Luo maintained a detached stance, provided it did not infringe upon his interests. "Senior Brother, you must exercise caution while collecting the demonic energy. Should you inadvertently trigger the restrictions and unleash the demonic energy, we would all be in dire straits," Shen Luo cautioned kindly. "Of course, I am well aware," Luya assured, patting his chest confidently. Thus, Shen Luo and Luya engaged in further casual conversation before parting ways. Upon returning to his cave and deactivating the restrictions, Shen Luo began his cultivation. Days later, while immersed in his practice, Shen Luo suddenly received a message talisman from Luya, clearly instructing him to visit his cave for a gathering. What could be the reason for Luya summoning me? Has there been an issue with the demon cave? Shen Luo pondered, quickly exiting his cave to investigate. Upon arriving at Luya's cave, he found several individuals already present, all clad in Taiching Sect garb. "Junior Brother Shen, you finally arrived," Luya exclaimed as he approached. "Senior Brother, why are there so many people gathered? Has there been a problem with the restrictions?" Shen Luo asked, frowning. "Ah, Junior Brother Shen, you are mistaken. The restrictions are perfectly intact. I summoned you merely to join us for a friendly gathering," Luya replied with a cheerful laugh. He then turned to the others, addressing them. "Everyone, this is Junior Brother Shen, who has recently joined us." "Ah, so you are Junior Brother Shen. I have long heard of you." "I am Qinan," one of the individuals greeted him. "This is Hong Tao and Qi Li," Qinan added, introducing the others beside him. "I am Shen Luo. It is a pleasure to meet Senior Brothers Qin, Hong, and Qi," Shen Luo responded amicably. "Hee, Junior Brother Shen. You were quite late. We were just waiting for you to start our gathering," Qi Li complained. "Indeed. I could hardly wait to taste the flower wine brewed by Senior Brother Qin," Hong Tao added, looking somewhat eager. "Ha ha. Who would have thought my wine would be so charming? But what is the point of drinking without meat? Qin remarked with a slight smile, producing several jars of wine and large pieces of roasted meat from his storage bag. Upon seeing Qin's offerings, Hong Tao's eyes lit up. Senior brother Qin, I didn't realize you were so thoughtful. I shall not be polite, he exclaimed, promptly seizing a piece of roasted meat and devouring it. Qi Li, witnessing this, also joined in the feast of meat and wine. Luya gestured to Shen Luo, saying, Junior brother, what are you waiting for? Come join us. Thank you, senior brother. Shen Luo replied gratefully, taking a seat among them to partake in the merriment. This wine is truly delightful. It is no wonder it is brewed by senior brother Qin. Compared to mundane wine, it is on an entirely different level, Hong Tao declared, taking a hearty bite of meat and speaking with his mouth full. Before he could finish chewing, he gulped down some of the exquisite wine, exclaiming, delicious. Yes, every time senior brother Qin claims this is the last jar, he manages to bring out several more, Qi Li remarked, savoring the wine slowly. The previous ones were merely from the stockpile. This time, I truly have only a few jars left. Once they are gone, that will be it, Qin said with a wry smile. Let us drink and enjoy today. No need to worry about tomorrow, Hong Tao said, slightly intoxicated. Luya glanced at everyone and raised his cup, toasting to Shen Luo, Junior brother, welcome. This cup is for you. Seeing this, Shen Luo also raised his cup, thanking Luya, and then drank heartily in front of him. Cheers, Luya said, tilting his head back to gulp down his drink. Thus, the group began to indulge in food and drink, laughter and lively conversation filling the air, creating a joyous atmosphere. Over time, they grew more familiar with one another, frequently gathering to drink and feast. However, one fateful day, a grave concern arose. Something is amiss. It seems Hong Tao has gone missing. I just went to his cave and received no response. Qi Li rushed in, panic evident on his face. I had to bring senior brother Qin to forcibly break down the door, and it appeared that the cave had been devoid of life for quite some time. He explained to Luya and Shen Luo inside the cave. What? That cannot be. Shen Luo replied, taken aback. Calm down, junior brother Qi. Think carefully. Did Hong Tao leave any messages before his disappearance? Luya maintained his composure. Messages? I don't believe so, Qi Li pondered. Could it be that he had urgent matters and left in a hurry without informing us? Impossible. I know him too well. He would never leave without telling me. I fear he may have encountered an accident, which is why he did not attend our gathering, Qi Li expressed, worry etched on his face. Upon hearing this, Qin furrowed his brow and glanced at the crowd, inquiring if anyone had mentioned anything peculiar during their last gathering. The group shook their heads in unison. Is it possible that he encountered some mishap while surveying the demon cave? Qi Li contemplated aloud. At this statement, the others directed their gazes toward him, finding his reasoning somewhat plausible. After all, they had only visited his abode and had yet to explore the caves he patrolled. Moments later, the group unanimously made their way to the cave previously surveyed by Hong Tao. Upon arrival, they dispersed to search for clues. Shen Luo did not linger idly but joined the others in their search. Just as he finished inspecting one cave without any discoveries, he heard Qi Shixiang exclaim, I found him. He is here. Upon hearing this, he hurried over, and when he beheld the scene before him, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. There, a few paces from the cave entrance, sat a figure motionless in a meditative posture. It was none other than the missing Hong Shixiang, Hong Tao. Shen Luo observed Hong Shixiang's pale complexion, devoid of color, and noticed the multitude of crimson spots covering his body. These spots, indicative of corpse marks, revealed that Hong Shixiang had been deceased for some time. Look, the magic ring on Hong Daoyu's wrist has developed cracks. It's likely that during his patrol of the demon cave, the ring malfunctioned, allowing demonic energy to infiltrate his body, leading to his untimely demise. Lu Shixiang remarked as he gazed at the jade ring on Hong Tao's wrist, shaking his head. Should we report this to the sect? Qin asked, uncertain. Alas, reporting it would be futile. After all, it's merely a disciple in the qi refining stage who has perished. In fact, before Hong Shidi, there was another disciple who mysteriously vanished, and his body has yet to be discovered, Lu Shixiang sighed. Did no one search for him after his disappearance? Shen Luo inquired. Astonished. How could one find anything in such a dense atmosphere of demonic energy? The demonic aura here is far more potent than where we currently stand. Even the magic ring could not withstand it, Lu Shixiang explained. Listening to Lu Shixiang recount the preceding events, the group felt a sense of loss for Hong Tao. As a close friend of Hong Shixiang during his life, Qi Shixiang expressed sorrow. We cannot leave him here. I must take his remains back for a proper burial. With this grim news, the group's spirits were dampened, and they gradually dispersed. Back in his abode, Shen Luo sat on his bed, contemplating the magic ring in his hand. Perplexed. Ever since returning, Lu Shixiang's words echoed in his mind, and he found the situation exceedingly suspicious. It was indeed incredible for an intact magical artifact to develop cracks. One could attribute it to the overwhelming demonic energy. But they had merely observed from outside the cave and hadn't ventured deeply inside. Logically, there should have been no issues. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Meanwhile, after properly burying Hong Shixiang's body, Qi Li departed, while Lu Shixiang stealthily slipped away. Upon exiting the cave, he proceeded in a particular direction, and after a while, he stopped, scanning his surroundings. With a sudden whoosh, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Lu Shixiang's face lit up with joy at the sight of this figure and approached, saying, "Daoist Tao, I have completed the task you assigned. May I now receive the promised reward?" Upon hearing Lu Shixiang's words, the figure tossed a bag towards him. Lu Shixiang eagerly opened the bag, but his expression darkened immediately. "Daoist Tao, what is the meaning of this? I risked much to assist you, and this is all the compensation you offer? Is it not sufficient? Are you dissatisfied?" The figure retorted. "Dissatisfied hardly captures it. It's an understatement. I eliminated that person for you, avenging a deep-seated grievance. And this is how you repay me?" Lu Shixiang's face flushed with anger as he spoke sternly. "Huh. If it weren't for my identity preventing me from acting directly, do you think I would require your services, you worthless fool?" The figure sneered. "You," Lu Shixiang exclaimed, infuriated. "You have gone too far. It seems I must teach you a lesson to make you aware of my prowess." With that, Lu Shixiang swiftly executed a spell, unleashing a burst of his power. "Foolish and arrogant." The figure scoffed, flicking his sleeve to counter Lu Shixiang's attack. A flicker of electricity danced at his fingertip, launching a slender bolt that shattered Lu Shixiang's spell and struck him directly. Lu Shixiang was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, and he coughed up blood. Reeling from the severe blow, Lu Shixiang gazed at the figure in terror, pleading, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please, do not be angry. I was merely jesting." "Oh, a jest, you say?" The figure replied, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Seeing the figure's amused demeanor, Lu Shixiang seized the opportunity to plead, "Of course. Please, do not take offense. It was merely a joke." Chapter 81. Silencing Witnesses. "Ha! A misunderstanding, is it?" The figure chuckled coldly. Noticing that the figure had no intention of continuing the assault, Lu Shixiang struggled to rise. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Departing is not impossible, provided you assist me with one more task, and I shall let you go. What say you? What else do you require, Daoist Tao?" Lu Shixiang's heart sank. "Nothing too complicated, merely what?" Lu Shixiang gasped, his face contorting with dismay. "That is not appropriate. If the sect discovers this, I'm finished." "Humph. Do you believe you have the luxury of choice? It's either they perish, or you do. The decision lies with you," the figure stated, his voice laced with impatience. Lu Shixiang trembled at this ultimatum, realizing that after years of cultivation, he had no desire to meet his end. After all, no one who has embraced the path of cultivation wishes to die. As the saying goes, it is better to live poorly than to die well. He had yet to fully live. How could he willingly embrace death? After weighing his options, he chose the former. "Shen Shitty, Qin Shitty, and Qi Shitty, I'm sorry." A glimmer of ruthlessness crossed his face as he addressed the figure. "If you spare me, I am willing to assist you in eliminating them." "Now that is more like it." The figure expressed satisfaction with Lu Shixiang's response. He paused, then added, "But who has to say you want to betray me to save your own skin?" "What do you mean?" Lu Shixiang protested. "I, Lu, have always been a man of my word." "Is that so? Since you are so sincere, why not surrender one soul and one spirit?" The figure stated flatly. Lu Shixiang was taken aback, his heart sinking. Surrendering his soul and spirit would leave his life at the mercy of the figure. "Are you unwilling?" The figure scrutinized Lu Shixiang, who stood frozen in place. "Or perhaps your earlier words were merely a ruse." The implication was clear. If Lu Shixiang surrendered his soul and spirit, he could live. Otherwise, death was the only fate awaiting him. As the party involved, Lu Shixiang naturally understood the implications of these words. However, in order to preserve his own life, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Gritting his teeth, he forced out his very essence and soul, which fell into the hands of the other man, who appeared quite pleased with this acquisition. "Go, and do not forget the instructions I have given you." "Why, Lu Shixiang, what sudden urge prompts you to summon both myself and Qin Shixiang to patrol the cave today?" Qi Li inquired, gazing at Lu Shixiang. He, it is in light of the incident involving Hong Shitty. I believe a few of us patrolling together would be better for mutual support," Lu Shixiang replied with a cheerful laugh. Where is Shen Shitty?" Qinan observed, noticing Shen Luo's absence with a hint of confusion. I do not know. I sent him a message earlier. Perhaps he is engrossed in a critical moment of cultivation. Lu Shixiang contemplated. Very well then. If that is the case, let us proceed with the three of us, Qinan declared. Thus, Lu Shixiang, Qi Li, and Qin made their way towards the cave entrance, with Lu Shixiang trailing behind the two. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, he revealed a sinister expression and, with a sudden flick of his sleeve, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that struck the two men in the back. Unprepared, both were caught off guard and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Gazing at their lifeless bodies, a flicker of guilt crossed Lu Shixiang's face. He had been forced into this predicament. After composing himself, he swiftly collected their storage bags and incinerated their corpses before departing. Once I deal with him, my task will be complete, Lu Shixiang murmured, turning towards Shen Luo's dwelling. Before long, his figure appeared at the periphery of Shen Luo's abode, observing the floating messaging talisman. A peculiar smile crept across his face as he waved his hand, retrieving the talisman. Knock, knock. Standing before the entrance, Lu Shixiang rapped twice on the door, and receiving no response, pressed his hand against it. The spiritual energy radiating from his palm caused the door's protective barrier to gradually disintegrate. Inside the cave, Shen Luo, deep in meditation, was startled from his trance by the knocking. As he wondered who might be visiting, he sensed the barrier of his dwelling being slowly dismantled. One must understand that the protective barriers established by the Taiqing sect for the disciples guarding the demon caves were generally quite robust, yet not easily breached. The fact that this intruder was dismantling it with such ease indicated malice. Flipping his hand, he produced a jade plate. Peering through it to see Lu Shixiang standing at his door. Puzzled, he thought, why is Lu Shixiang here? Could it be that he intends to eliminate me? He had assured Lu Shixiang that he would keep his research on demonic energy confidential. Glimpsing the unstable barrier at the entrance, which seemed on the verge of collapse, he pondered whether he might be mistaken. Yet, the audacity to intrude upon his sanctum suggested murderous intent. Realizing this, he quickly regained his composure. Shen Luo was not one to show mercy. He would eliminate anyone who sought to harm him. He retrieved the superior-grade fire serpent blade from his storage bag. Now in the late stage of Qi refinement, he found wielding a superior-grade artifact far less taxing than before. However, even so, his current spiritual energy would not sustain him for long. To ensure his preparedness, he also consumed several spirit recovery pills, ready to replenish his energy at a moment's notice. After a brief interval, the door to the cave creaked open, the barrier's glow flickering before extinguishing, as Lu Shixiang pushed the door open. At that instant, he began to form a hand seal, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the meditating Shen Luo. Before he could execute his spell, a fiery arc of blade light surged towards him. A scream echoed from within the cave as Lu Shixiang, in a state of disarray, was propelled out. The blade of the fire serpent had struck him in the chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining his garments crimson and rendering his complexion as pale as parchment. Gripping his wound with one hand, he recited a blood-stanching incantation to halt the flow. After stemming the bleeding, he locked eyes with Shen Luo, whose expression was devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling aura. Once more, the fire serpent blade cleaved towards Lu Shixiang. In a panic, Lu Shixiang hastily conjured a shield of spiritual light, which managed to deflect the deadly strike just in time. Witnessing this, Shen Luo surged his spiritual energy into the fire serpent blade, causing its power to swell, cleaving through Lu Shixiang's protective artifact with ease. With his defense shattered, Lu Shixiang disregarded his injuries and scrambled to evade, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge, yet still sustaining a long, narrow wound. Another pained cry escaped him, his face etched with terror as he shouted, "Shen Shidi, please cease. It is all a misunderstanding." Shen Luo remained unfazed, fully aware that any hesitation could grant Lu Shixiang an opportunity to retaliate. Should the adversary unleash formidable spells or artifacts, the situation would become dire. Thus, he resolved to act decisively and overwhelm Lu Shixiang before he could recover. From the moment he appeared, Lu Shixiang had been on the defensive, unable to even draw his weapon, merely watching helplessly. Swish, swish. Shen Luo relentlessly swung the fire serpent blade, inflicting wounds upon Lu Shixiang's limbs, rendering him incapable of movement. As he gazed upon Shen Luo, weapon in hand, he saw no hint of compassion on the latter's face. Just as the blade was about to descend for the final blow, Lu Shixiang desperately pleaded, "Shen Shidi, spare me. I merely entered out of concern. Having not seen you for so long, I had no intention of intruding. For the sake of our brotherhood, grant me my life." Shen Luo regarded Lu Shixiang's pitiful state with an impassive expression, unmoved by his words, and coldly replied, "If it is a misunderstanding, then why did you attack the moment you entered my abode?" Caught off guard, Lu Shixiang faltered, momentarily speechless. "Wait." Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Lu Shixiang hastily called out, "Do not act rashly. I will explain. I was compelled into this. Here's what happened. Are you then claiming that besides Hong Shixiao, you are also responsible for the disappearance of that other disciple?" Shen Luo interjected coldly. Indeed, he deserved to die. Had it not been for him, I would not have been dispatched here. He should have perished long ago. Lu Shixiang's eyes glinted with venomous hatred. Regarding the identity of the individual who threatened you and the reason behind their desire for your involvement in eliminating us all, Shen Luo's gaze flickered as he spoke calmly. "Junior brother Shen, if you wish to know, I can share that information, but you must swear to grant me my life once I finish speaking." Lu Shixiang attempted to negotiate. "Lu Shixiang, it seems you lack the standing to bargain with me. Your life is currently in my hands. Should you choose silence, I would not advise delaying your demise," Shen Luo asserted, and with that, the fiery blade in his hand descended, severing Lu Shixiang's arm. The excruciating pain drove Lu Shixiang to scream in agony, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of his junior brother. Fear consumed him. "Junior brother Shen, I will speak. Please, do not use that knife again." He trembled, his voice quaking with dread. Having imparted a harsh lesson, Shen Luo fixed a cold, penetrating gaze upon Lu Shixiang. Seeing that his adversary refrained from further aggression, Lu Shixiang exhaled in relief and cautiously revealed, "That person is a practitioner of the demonic path. He seeks to use the demonic energy within this cave to establish his foundation, and your existence obstructs him. Thus, he commanded me to eliminate you all. Only by eradicating you can he securely cultivate. And how are you certain that after we are all slain, those above will not uncover the truth?" Shen Luo countered. Unfazed by Shen Luo's inquiry, Lu Shixiang replied with confidence, "It is quite simple. I shall claim that a demonic practitioner invaded and killed you all. Then, I will assert that it was only through my desperate resistance that I managed to vanquish him. With me as the sole survivor, how can the sect investigate? They will have no choice but to believe me." "Indeed, Lu Shixiang, it is commendable that you have considered even this aspect. You have spared me the trouble of explaining to our superiors," Shen Luo praised. "What do you mean by that, junior brother Shen?" Lu Shixiang's anxiety escalated. But before he could utter another word, Shen Luo struck down with his blade, and Lu Shixiang's life extinguished in an instant. He never anticipated that his junior brother would act with such decisiveness. Shen Luo had never contemplated sparing him. The moment Lu Shixiang breached his sanctum with the intent to harm, it became clear that only one of them could survive. Shen Luo would show no mercy to one who sought to endanger him. As his gaze swept over Lu Shixiang's lifeless body, he noted the storage pouch and summoned it forth. Afterward, he ignited Lu Shixiang's remains with a fireball, incinerating them. Just as he prepared to seal the cave's entrance, a slender thread of lightning crackled towards him with alarming speed. Startled and enraged, Shen Luo quickly summoned a defensive artifact along with a spiritual shield to repel the incoming arc bang. The lightning struck Shen Luo's defensive artifact, obliterating it in an instant. The residual force then collided with his spiritual shield, shattering it like a soap bubble. Quite the swift reaction. A voice emerged from outside the cave. "It seems you are indeed no ordinary individual, capable of slaying Luya." At that moment, Shen Luo, still reeling from shock, beheld the source of the voice. He had not anticipated such formidable prowess, as the adversary effortlessly dismantled his mid-grade defensive artifact. Could this be the power of someone at the Foundation establishment stage? He mused uneasily, knowing that while Foundation establishment and chi refinement were merely one realm apart, the disparity was monumental. A practitioner at the Foundation establishment level wielded greater power, spells, and artifacts, making them capable of eliminating a chi refinement practitioner as easily as one would slay a chicken. Chapter 83. All means exhausted wait. Lu Shixiang had mentioned that the individual sought to harness the demonic energy here for their foundation. This implies that he is yet to reach that stage. If that is the case, armed with my current artifacts and talismans, I might still stand a chance, Shen Luo thought, his heart sinking. He promptly retrieved several defensive talismans, placing them upon himself. These had been acquired from Su Daoyu and his companions in the Luoyan forest. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the cave, enveloped in layers of protective barriers. "Do you only hide in the shadows, unwilling to reveal yourself?" Shen Luo's eyes blazed as he called out. As his words echoed, a shadow darted before him. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, stepped forward. "I did not expect your reflexes to be this sharp. Had you hesitated a moment longer, You might have perished at my thunder of shadows." Upon seeing the adversary, Shen Luo's heart sank. He had just utilized his spiritual eye technique and discovered that the man was at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, a formidable opponent 3 minor realms above him. The recent demonstration of the opponent's strange powers, capable of obliterating his mid-grade artifact with a single strike, filled him with apprehension. Given the opponent's intentions, it was clear he sought to eliminate Shen Luo swiftly. With no other options available, Shen Luo resolved to fight. Fortunately, during the activation of the defensive talismans, he had also triggered a distressed talisman seeking aid from within the sect. He was confident that if he could hold out for a moment longer, reinforcements would arrive. With this thought, Shen Luo wasted no time. He initiated the offensive, summoning his superior grade artifact, the Fire Serpent Blade, to strike at the man, followed by an attack with his Flying Sword artifact. Yet he did not cease there, with his free hand. He clenched his fist, and then opened it to reveal several fireballs, each the size of marbles. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he hurled the fireballs towards his opponent, filling the air with a scorching heat as they rained down. The young man, taken aback by the onslaught, had not anticipated such an aggressive approach from Shen Luo, who had emerged from the cave without uttering a single word, launching a barrage of attacks. In desperation, he could not afford to unleash another assault. Instead, he revealed a large azure flag, embroidered with the image of a fearsome azure dragon. He swung the flag with authority. "Windwall," he proclaimed, and as the words left his lips, the flag radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a swirling azure cyclone. The wind wall materialized before him, dispersing the fiery blades arc effortlessly. With a loud thud, the golden flying sword was engulfed by the cyclone, tossed about helplessly before being ejected. The fireballs that followed fared no better, swirling outside the tempest, unable to penetrate its ferocity. Seeing this, Shen Luo's expression shifted. He quickly gestured towards the fireballs, redirecting them in an attempt to circle around the wind wall for a surprise attack. You think you can sneak around and ambush me? How naive." The individual discerned Shen Luo's intentions and let out a cold chuckle. With a few waves of a cerulean banner, he thrust it towards the center of the wind wall. Instantly, the tempest split into two, rapidly dispersing to either side, effectively intercepting the fireball. Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions echoed as the fireball, unable to evade once more, collided directly with the tempest, vanishing without a trace within its swirling winds. Shen Luo felt a surge of dread within him. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of his opponent's artifact. After neutralizing the fireball, the man skillfully maneuvered the banner to reassemble the wind wall, restoring it to its previous state. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt them here. "Today you are doomed," he proclaimed with a maniacal laugh. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together and resumed waving the cerulean banner. Shen Luo felt a twinge of anxiety. The tenacity of his adversary was far beyond his expectations, effortlessly countering such a relentless barrage. As Shen Luo pondered his predicament, the man finally amassed enough spiritual energy upon the cerulean banner, causing the wind wall to dissipate. Replaced by a torrential onslaught of attacks, he ceased waving the banner and pointed its tip sharply at Shen Luo. In an instant, several crescent-shaped blades of azure wind surged forth from the banner, racing toward Shen Luo with alarming speed. The velocity of these wind blades was astonishing. They crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. Truly, the swiftness of wind-based spells eclipsed that of other elemental attacks. Faced with such a multitude of wind blades, Shen Luo had no time for astonishment. He hastily unleashed all the attack talismans in his possession in a desperate attempt to fend off the oncoming onslaught. A resounding boom echoed through the air as brilliant flashes of spiritual light erupted, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. In the end, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Though all his talismans were expended, the man, taken aback, had not anticipated Shen Luo's possession of such an abundance of talismans. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Shen Luo had sacrificed every single one to achieve this meager defense. His adversary's artifact was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Shen Luo pondering whether he would have to resort to that desperate measure. Yet, upon witnessing the man prepare to wave the small banner for another assault, Shen Luo felt a pang of panic. Without further hesitation, he gritted his teeth and threw all the artifacts he had scavenged from his storage bag towards his opponent. As these artifacts floated in midair, Shen Luo swiftly formed a hand seal while reciting incantations. The various artifacts emitted flickers of light from the spiritual imprints he had previously inscribed upon them. Understanding that he lacked the ability to control so many artifacts simultaneously, he opted instead to activate the imprints and detonate them. In an instant, the artifacts erupted in a dazzling display of light, expanding before bursting with thunderous roars. Gazing at the relentless explosions before him, Shen Luo felt a pang of regret. He had no choice but to rely on the self-destruction of his artifacts for an offensive. Meanwhile, as the man prepared to counter the incoming onslaught, he was taken by surprise as a horde of low to mid-tier artifacts launched towards him. Just as he intended to destroy them, they detonated before him, startling him into hastily conjuring a wind wall with the banner. Chapter 84. Masterly amidst the cacophony of explosions and the dazzling lights of the artifacts, Shen Luo recognized this as his singular opportunity. He swallowed the elixir he had been holding in his mouth. After activating so many imprints simultaneously, his internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He retrieved his prized artifact, the Frostlight Sword, from his storage bag, his most relied-upon weapon. It was this very sword that had previously allowed him to easily injure a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. And now its effectiveness against his current foe would determine his fate. Channeling all his energy into the sword, it radiated a brilliant cold light and emitted a low, resonant hum as his formidable spiritual power coursed through it. Suddenly, a vast, grayish aura manifested along the blade, taking the form of a colossal sword, shimmering with resplendent light. This is... Shen Luo gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary transformation upon fully empowering the sword. So that is why it is called the Frostlight Sword, he mused, glancing at the sword's magnificent change before directing his attention to the continuously exploding artifacts. He seized the opportunity and swung the enlarged Frostlight Sword with all his might towards the top of his opponent's head. The sword descended like a meteor from the heavens, carving a deep trench into the ground before vanishing in a burst of light. As the flames from the explosions dissipated, the individual caught in the vortex of destruction lay motionless, cleaved in two. Seeing his adversary lifeless, Shen Luo exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained from the exertion of channeling that final strike. He recognized the perilous nature of his victory. Had it not been for the desperate measure of self-destructing artifacts, he might well have perished at the hands of his foe. Despite the myriad of tactics employed, he had barely managed to preserve his life. Nevertheless, he was grateful to have emerged alive. After resting for a moment, he lifted his gaze to see the banner still clutched in the lifeless hand of his opponent. His eyes gleamed. This was an artifact of the wind element, one whose power he had witnessed firsthand. Although he had lost several low to mid-tier artifacts, acquiring a supreme wind artifact was a worthwhile trade-off. One must consider that the value of such an artifact approached that of a Foundation establishment pill, while his Frostlight Sword was only worth 360 spirit stones. Despite the seemingly modest sum, ordinary cultivators would require years of toil to accumulate enough spirit stones to procure such artifacts. Cultivators expend significant spirit stones merely for training or for purchasing pills and talismans. Even inner disciples of the Tai Ching sect would need to save for some time to afford a high-quality artifact, let alone a supreme one, which was a rarity among Qi refinement cultivators. After all, who would frivolously spend their resources on an artifact nearing the price of a Foundation establishment pill? Unable to suppress his elation at the sight of the supreme artifact, he stood up, brushed himself off, and strode eagerly towards it. Shen Luo claimed the artifact from the man's grasp, examining it with delight before contentedly stowing it away. Next, he approached the corpse, grimacing slightly at the gruesome sight before he began to search for further spoils of war. Upon discovering the storage bag on the deceased, he wasted no time in dumping its contents onto the ground. After a thorough examination, he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a Foundation establishment pill within the bag, but alas, none was found. It seemed that the man had intended to rely solely on his own power to reach the Foundation establishment stage, negating the need for such a pill. However, while he may not require it, Shen Luo does. His spiritual roots are exceedingly poor, and relying on sheer magical power to establish a foundation is virtually impossible. He must depend on foundation-building pills to advance. Although he possesses a celestial ascension token, having one is hardly sufficient. As a bearer of a pseudo-spiritual root of the 5 elements, he needs at least 1 or 2 foundation-building pills to proceed. Lemorin, one of the esteemed ancestors of the Tai Ching sect currently in the Golden Core stage, had just concluded a 5-year seclusion and was preparing to venture out of the sect. The moment he stepped out of his cave dwelling, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted toward the mountain gate. Just as he was about to exit the gate, he noticed a red streak of light hurtling toward him at an alarming speed. Recognizing it as a distress talisman specifically issued by the sect for disciples to call for help, he waved his sleeve, and the talisman landed in his hand. The instant it touched his palm, it transformed into a cascade of notes that flooded into his ears. What demonic cultivator? Lemorin was taken aback after grasping the content of the talisman. Casting a glance in Shen Luo's direction, he hurriedly sped toward him. Meanwhile, Shen Luo had finished inspecting the items in the deceased's storage bag and was preparing to dispose of the body when he suddenly heard a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to see a streak of azure light appearing unexpectedly behind him. As the light touched the ground, it vanished, revealing a middle-aged man in his 40s before him. Surprised by the sudden appearance, Shen Luo quickly composed himself and respectfully bowed. Disciple Shen Luo of the Taiching sect, paying respects to the ancestor, although he did not recognize the middle-aged man. It was evident from his attire and the manner of his arrival that he was likely a golden core ancestor of the sect. Li Ancestor glanced at the young disciple who was bowing before him and waved his hand. You must be the disciple who activated the distress talisman, am I correct? Indeed. Ancestor, Shen Luo replied with a nod. Where is the demonic cultivator you mentioned in the talisman? Li Ancestor inquired promptly. Reporting to the ancestor, the demonic cultivator has been slain under the disciple's desperate resistance, and his remains lie here. Shen Luo indicated toward the severed corpse. Well done, Li Ancestor praised, glancing in the direction Shen Luo pointed. Then he continued, I recall that this demonic cave is typically guarded by several disciples. Why are you alone here? Where are the others? Upon hearing the ancestor's inquiry about the whereabouts of the other disciples, Shen Luo hesitated for a moment, then displayed a pained expression, his voice quavering as he spoke. Ancestor, they were all ruthlessly slain by that demon. As he spoke, he feigned the appearance of being on the verge of tears. Chapter 85. The Shen Turtle Shield. Noticing Shen Luo's tearful demeanor, Li Ancestor hastily offered consolation. As the saying goes, life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. One can only say their fate was unfortunate. Life and death are ultimately separate. Do not be too sorrowful. One must look forward. The sun always shines after the storm. Upon hearing Li Ancestor's words, Shen Luo nodded sadly. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor. Observing his profound sorrow, Li Ancestor couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for the bond among disciples, reminiscing about the past. Among the peers who had joined the sect with him, he was now the only one left, while his friends had long since passed away, lost to the passage of time. Little did Li Ancestor know that Shen Luo's display was merely an act. If it were revealed that he had killed his fellow disciples, the consequences would be dire. One of the rules of the Taiching sect strictly forbids harm among fellow disciples, so he had to conceal the truth. By the way, how did you manage to slay this individual? Li Ancestor asked curiously. In response to Li Ancestor's questioning, Shen Luo had already prepared his answer. Reporting to the ancestor, this individual was stronger than I. To defeat him, I had no choice but to self-destruct my magical artifact, which allowed me to barely achieve the kill. Self-destructing your artifact? So, does that mean you no longer possess any magical artifacts? Li Ancestor remarked with a hint of regret. Returning to the ancestor, whether I have a magical artifact is of little consequence. What matters is that I have defended this location for the sect, preventing it from falling into the hands of the demonic cultivator, Shen Luo asserted resolutely. Very well, very well. Li Ancestor expressed his satisfaction with Shen Luo's statement. His hearty voice filled with approval. Although this battle cost you a magical artifact, I am a reasonable person and will not allow you to suffer in vain. With that, Li Ancestor produced a dark green, turtle shell-like object and handed it to Shen Luo. This item is a magical artifact I used in my early years, the Shen Turtle Shield. I no longer have any use for it. Today, I bestow it upon you. This is too much, Ancestor. This magical artifact is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please, take it back, Shen Luo declined. Just take it. It's merely a magical artifact. I can afford to give it, Li Ancestor said impatiently. He was straightforward by nature and preferred decisive actions, disliking any hint of hesitation. Upon sensing Li Ancestor's impatience, Shen Luo was momentarily taken aback. Initially intending to decline again before reluctantly accepting, he was caught off guard by the ancestor's swift annoyance. Thus, he promptly accepted the artifact from Li Ancestor's hand. Bowing in gratitude, thank you for your generosity, Ancestor. Li Ancestor waved his hand, signaling that no further thanks were necessary. He added, now that this matter is settled, follow me to meet the sect leader and report your findings. Yes, Ancestor, Shen Luo replied respectfully. In the main hall of the Taiching sect, sect leader Feng regarded Li Ancestor with a serious demeanor. I never anticipated that the demonic sect, which had been dormant for a century, would once again become active. Indeed, the last battle between Dao and Demon was centuries ago. With the resurgence of the demonic path, it appears we may soon face another great conflict. Li Ancestor expressed his deep concerns. Having witnessed the brutality of the last Dao Demon War, He recalled how the Taiching sect had lost a significant portion of its lower-tier disciples, and numerous golden core cultivators had also fallen. Sect leader Feng nodded, pausing as if contemplating something before he spoke again. I heard that recently. At the Ascension Conference of Lingyun's sect, a demonic cultivator attempted to disrupt the event but was ultimately slain by the sect's enforcers. What? Besides our sect? Lingyun's sect has also encountered this? Li Ancestor exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Indeed, sect leader Feng confirmed. By the way, did the disciple who slew the demonic cultivator and guarded the cave, the one you mentioned, arrive here? Of course, Li Ancestor replied. Before long, a young man who appeared to be around 19 years old entered the great hall. Approaching Feng and Li Ancestor, he respectfully bowed. Disciple Shen Luo pays respects to the sect leader and ancestor. Ah, it's you. Sect leader Feng exclaimed in surprise. Has the junior brother met him before? Li Ancestor asked, puzzled by Feng's reaction. Of course. I saw him not long ago, sect leader Feng replied with a smile. Oh, so that's the case. Sect leader Feng remarked, casting a glance at Shen Luo before addressing Li Ancestor. Brother, you may not be aware, but he possesses the Taiching token and joined us from a family of cultivators. Li Shizu was momentarily taken aback, then calmly remarked. After the sect leader of the wind spoke to Li Shizu, he turned to his disciple Shen Luo and said, I am already aware of the events that transpired in the demon cave. It is somewhat impractical for you to continue guarding it, especially after such incidents. Therefore, I have decided to assign disciples at the Foundation establishment stage to take over the watch. As for you, you may go to the 100 Spirits Hall and select a new task. Yes, sect leader, Shen Luo replied. He felt fortunate that he had tidied up the battlefield before Li Shizu's arrival. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss, as that was an exquisite wind-attributed magical artifact. Besides the wind-attributed artifact, he had also acquired a high-grade artifact, the Xiangui Shield, gifted by Li Shizu. To have destroyed a mid-grade artifact and obtained a high-grade one was not too shabby. After leaving the Taiching Hall, Shen Luo headed towards the 100 Spirits Hall with the communication talisman given by the sect leader. Brother Han, is there any available task related to planting this time? Shen Luo inquired when he saw Brother Han after relaying the sect leader's message. Of course, junior brother, please wait a moment, Brother Han replied. Shortly thereafter, he selected several planting-related tasks from a blank scroll and presented them to Shen Luo. Shen Luo expressed his gratitude and began to examine the information before him. The tasks related to planting were diverse, yet many did not catch Shen Luo's eye. When he reached the middle of the list, a task that greatly pleased him appeared. Guard the medicinal herb garden and submit a specified quantity of spiritual herbs each year. Upon reading the task description, Shen Luo's heart soared with joy. It was as if this task had been tailor-made for him, as he was quite adept at managing herb gardens. He pointed to the task and looked up at Brother Han, asking, I am quite fond of this task. Could you provide more details about it? Are you sure you want to choose this task, junior brother? I suggest you reconsider. It may not be suitable for you. Brother Han shook his head. Why is that? Brother? Is there something difficult about this task? Shen Luo asked, puzzled. Seeing Shen Luo's confusion, Brother Han patiently explained. This task has been posted for over 2 months, and many disciples have attempted it, but failed miserably. They not only received no rewards, but also lost a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Shen Luo chuckled at this, muttering, Isn't it just managing a herb garden? How could they lose spiritual stones? He was reluctant to abandon the task, as he had experience in managing herb gardens. He turned to Brother Han and asked, Could you enlighten me on the challenges of this task? After all, it's merely tending to a herb garden. Why have so many disciples returned empty-handed? If you manage it poorly, you will face reprimands. In severe cases, your spiritual stone rewards may be deducted. Because of this, many disciples prefer to lose their stones rather than take on the risk, Brother Han sighed. After contemplating Brother Han's words for a moment, Shen Luo decisively stated, Thank you for the warning, brother, but I still wish to choose this task and give it a try. Brother Han was taken aback, despite his clear warnings. Shen Luo insisted on selecting the task. Very well, if you are determined to pursue this task, I shall not say more. Thank you, brother, Shen Luo smiled. After Brother Han completed the registration for Shen Luo, he also awarded him the reward for guarding the demon cave, a total of 30 low-grade spiritual stones. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Luo strode towards the herb garden. Between the 2 small peaks of the Taiching sect, there lay a lowland transformed into a field, where many rare herbs were cultivated. Due to the rarity of the herbs, this area was protected by a barrier. As Shen Luo walked along the path to the herb garden, he soon encountered the nearby barrier, which manifested as a luminous screen blocking his way. Understanding this was the garden's barrier, He unhurriedly retrieved the token that Brother Han had given him from his storage bag and illuminated it towards the screen. Instantly, a beam of light shot from the token, creating a passable gap in the luminous barrier, and he stepped through it. As soon as he entered, a dry voice echoed. Are you the disciple here to tend to the herb garden? Come here quickly. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Not daring to delay, Shen Luo hurried over. Following the path, he halted before a small farmhouse marked with a stone tablet reading 100 Herbs Garden. The courtyard was expansive, spanning several acres. And even before entering, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from within, providing an indescribable sense of freshness. What are you dawdling about outside? Hurry up and come in. A voice called from inside, prompting Shen Luo to enter without hesitation. Once inside, Shen Luo finally observed the situation within the garden. Several huts made of hay and bamboo stood at the center, while the surrounding land was neatly divided into square plots, each containing oddly shaped plants, exuding abundant spiritual energy. Come into the house. After a quick survey of the courtyard, Shen Luo stepped into one of the thatched huts, where an elderly man with graying hair stood. You are the disciple sent by the 100 Spirits Hall to tend my herb garden? You do seem clean and presentable. But I wonder if you can truly manage the garden, the elder remarked, scrutinizing Shen Luo. Disciple Shen Luo, greetings, Master Uncle. Shen Luo stepped forward to pay his respects. Enough with the formalities. Do you know the consequences of failing to complete this task? Given your decent appearance, I will offer you one last chance. You may leave now and avoid the trouble. The elder rolled his eyes and spoke curtly. Respectfully, Master Uncle, I have experience cultivating and managing herbs in the mortal realm. I kindly ask for the opportunity to tend this herb garden, Shen Luo replied earnestly. The elder raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. It was rare to hear a disciple assert their expertise in managing herbs. He studied Shen Luo for a moment before clearing his throat and said, Since you claim to have experience, let me test your knowledge. If you can answer my questions, I may consider your request. If not, you should leave at once. I welcome your inquiries, Master Uncle, Shen Luo replied confidently, a slight smile gracing his lips. The elder indeed began to pose several questions, but Shen Luo answered without hesitation, astonishing the elder with his knowledge. He had not expected this young man to possess genuine skill. Not bad. Follow me, the elder said, leading Shen Luo into the herb garden. This garden is now entrusted to you. If you perform well, I might even grant you a few extra spiritual stones. Thank you for your kindness, Master Uncle. Shen Luo expressed his gratitude and then inquired, Is it merely necessary to maintain the garden's scale and submit a specified quantity of herbs each month? Precisely. This garden is entrusted to your care. Do not disappoint my expectations. Additionally, here is the token for the garden's barrier. Keep it safe. The elder finished speaking and produced a specially crafted token, handing it to Shen Luo. By the way, within this room, you will find my insights and experiences regarding herbal cultivation from previous years. You should take a good look, as there are many herbs you are still unfamiliar with. The elder stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that understood, disciple? Shen Luo responded respectfully. Yes, master. Do not think that by leaving you here, the matter is concluded. I shall be frank with you. This herbal garden is my private domain. If you prove yourself capable, I will ensure you are well rewarded. However, let me be clear. Should you fail, I expect you to leave without uttering a word. Do you understand? The elder spoke with a mixture of sternness and authority. Hearing this, Shen Luo quickly assured him of his commitment to the task. The elder nodded, casting a keen glance at him. For now, I shall leave this in your care. I will be away for some time, and I hope that upon my return, this place remains as it is now. After uttering these words, he departed the herbal garden, soaring towards the horizon. Shen Luo watched his master vanish into the distance before casually selecting a thatched cottage to reside in. After the exhausting encounters in the demonic cave and the subsequent journey, he felt fatigued, and after massaging his temples, he laid down to sleep soundly. The next morning, he commenced the management of the herbal garden. After tending to it throughout the day, he devoted his evenings to practicing and reviewing the notes left by the elder regarding cultivation. Once he had thoroughly absorbed the elder's teachings, he frequently visited Senior Brother Ma at the transmission pavilion, where he learned numerous basic spells. Time flew by, and before he realized it, Shen Luo had been part of the Tattered sect for over a year. During this time, many events transpired both within and outside the sect. As he dedicated himself to his cultivation, the presence of demonic practitioners increased, prompting the Tattered sect to open its gates early to recruit disciples in preparation for the impending battle against the demonic forces. Among the new disciples was a girl with a singular spiritual root, specifically a mutated ice spiritual root. Her arrival captured the attention of the higher-ups, even drawing out a reclusive nascent soul elder from his seclusion. The elder took her under his wing, astonishing all witnesses. For a nascent soul practitioner's abilities and treasures far surpassed those of golden core practitioners. Even items deemed unnecessary for them were treasures to those beneath the golden core stage. For this girl to be accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul practitioner was akin to ascending to the heavens, securing her path to immortality. In addition to her, several other new disciples exhibited exceptional spiritual roots. For instance, a young man from the Song family, affiliated with the Tattered sect, had reached the pinnacle of chi refinement at merely 16 years of age, a remarkable achievement. Apart from these two, there were several others with commendable qualifications, significantly surpassing those recruited 2 years prior. The influx of talented disciples brought joy to the sect leader Feng, who believed that with their addition, the Tattered sect could navigate the demonic tribulation as they had a century ago. With the new disciples, the Tattered sect became lively and bustling, while Shen Luo, having been forgotten by the higher-ups, continued to immerse himself in the herbal garden. Very few within the sect were acquainted with him. Aside from Senior Brother Ma and Senior Brother Han from the 100 Spirit Hall, only the elder who collected herbs monthly had any awareness of his presence. This elder held Shen Luo in high regard, as he was a disciple proficient in managing the herbal garden and consistently submitted herbs on time, an invaluable asset. Over the course of more than a year, with the aid of the spiritual liquid from the gourd, Shen Luo finally advanced to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Now, he prepared to craft a foundation establishment pill, but he had only one pill at hand, which was insufficient. Purchasing a foundation establishment pill on the market would cost at least 500 spirit stones, an exorbitant price. Thus he resolved to concoct one himself. Having previously brewed pills during his time at the Black, he was determined to create a suitable foundation establishment pill. The Tao was the repository of spells, medicinal formulas, and crafting recipes within the Tattered sect. It was, without a doubt, the most significant location in the sect. This place was safeguarded by numerous restrictions, and deep within the hall sat a nascent soul ancestor, overseeing its sanctity. Standing before the Tao, Shen Luo surveyed the architectural style of the hall before proceeding inside. Halt! Who are you, and what brings you here? A burly man suddenly appeared, blocking his path. I am Shen Luo. Here too. I care not who you are. Do you possess a token? If so, present it. If not, be gone. The man interrupted Shen Luo's explanation, unperturbed by the man's brusqueness. Shen Luo calmly retrieved a jade token from his storage pouch and displayed it before him. The man, upon seeing the token, expressed surprise. Ah, so you are a disciple of Master Yu. Indeed, I am sent by Master Yu, Shen Luo replied honestly. Ah, I see. What task has Master Yu assigned you? The man inquired with curiosity. I am here to seek a formula for a pill on Master Yu's behalf. Originally, when considering where to find a formula, he thought of the elder, reasoning that with so many herbs cultivated, the elder must have some knowledge of alchemy. However, to his astonishment, the elder vehemently refused to share any formulas, stating that the pills he possessed were modified and not easily given away. Furthermore, the elder explicitly advised him to seek the formula at the Tao. With no choice, he had to come here. Access to the Tao was restricted to foundation establishment disciples. Those below this stage required a special jade token to enter. This regulation was implemented by the higher-ups of the Tattered sect, mandating that only those who reached the foundation establishment stage could engage in alchemy, artifact crafting, or advanced spell cultivation. Ah, a pill formula? Follow me, the man instructed, leading Shen Luo into the grand hall. Moments later, the man brought him to a circular teleportation array in the center of the hall. Using this teleportation array requires the payment of 1 spirit stone. The man smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo gazed at the array beneath his feet, marveling. So this is the legendary teleportation array. He had not anticipated that using it within the sect would require a spirit stone. He took one from his storage pouch and handed it to the man, then positioned himself on the teleportation array. After receiving the spirit stone, the man began to form hand seals, casting a stream of spiritual light onto the array beneath Shen Luo's feet. The runes engraved on the array began to glow brilliantly. As the brilliance flickered, a brilliant white light emerged before Shen Luo, followed by a disorienting whirl, causing the surroundings to blur. Moments later, a flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself in an unfamiliar hall, with the same formation beneath his feet as before. Chapter 88. The beauty-retaining pill. He surveyed the spacious hall, noting its peculiarities. The walls were adorned with pale white crystals, casting a delicate sheen upon the ground, which was covered in a fine layer of white sand. Observers gazing upwards would discover numerous inverted white pillars on the ceiling, densely packed, suggesting that this hall was likely constructed deep within a mountain. In one corner of the hall, a long corridor awaited. Noticing the emptiness within the hall, Shen Luo cast a few glances before venturing down the corridor. The passage was relatively short. After a few steps and a turn, he arrived at a slightly larger room at the end of the corridor. Inside, a long table was present, alongside a diminutive, frail elder standing beside it, beaming at him. Before Shen Luo could utter a word, the elder, with a cheerful demeanor, spoke first. "Young friend, your countenance is quite remarkable. I presume this is your first visit here." Upon encountering the elder, Shen Luo utilized his spiritual eye technique to scrutinize him and was astonished to discover that the elder was also a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Faced with such a presence, Shen Luo dared not act carelessly. He promptly bowed and replied, "Junior greets you, esteemed uncle. Indeed, this is my first visit." "Oh, is that so? May I inquire about your purpose for coming?" The elder inquired. "Respected uncle, I wish to peruse some formula books related to alchemy to delve into the art of pill refining." Shen Luo explained his intentions. A mere chi refining stage lad aspiring to concoct pills seems a tad premature," the elder remarked, surprised. He then gestured toward the staircase behind him. "The alchemical formulas you seek are up there. Just ascend this staircase." Shen Luo's heart soared with joy. After expressing his gratitude, he hurried toward the staircase. Just as he was about to ascend, the elder suddenly interjected, "If you wish to browse the collection on the second floor, it will cost you 5 low-grade spirit stones per hour, and you are only permitted to read, not to remove any original texts. Should you wish to copy any content, an additional fee of 10 spirit stones per copy applies." The elder's words caused Shen Luo to pause momentarily. Such fees were exorbitant. Not to mention the 10 spirit stones for copying. Even the 5 spirit stones for browsing would deter many disciples of modest means. It is known that a low-tier disciple could earn only 100 spirit stones or so in a year through various labor. And after accounting for the expenses of daily cultivation, the actual savings would amount to a mere handful. Reluctantly, he handed over 5 spirit stones and quickly ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, Shen Luo cast a brief glance at his surroundings before beginning his search among the shelves. After hastily perusing the books on one shelf, his expression darkened. To his dismay, none of the books were related to alchemy. Instead, they contained healing secrets, remedies for rare ailments, or mundane martial arts manuals, which were of no use to him as a cultivator. As he prepared to examine another shelf, the elder downstairs suddenly called out, "Nephew, an hour has passed. If you wish to continue, you must pay more spirit stones." Without sparing a word, Shen Luo produced a few more spirit stones and tossed them down the staircase. The elder eagerly caught the stones and cheerfully declared, "All right, nephew, you may continue your reading. I shall not disturb you further." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Luo turned and headed straight for the second shelf, resuming his search. After a thorough examination, he indeed discovered some information regarding alchemy. Notably, he found details about the beauty-retaining pill, a concoction suitable for novice alchemists, renowned for its ability to preserve youthful appearances indefinitely. A pill suitable for beginners? Shen Luo mused aloud, contemplating the information. He had previously only crafted the chi pill, but the beauty-retaining pill appeared promising. After all, no one desired to become a visage of decay, with white hair and a haggard appearance in their twilight years. Moreover, such a pill was particularly sought after among women in the cultivation world, often in short supply. If he could successfully refine this pill, he might exchange it for spirit stones in the market. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to practice with this pill first. Once his alchemical skills matured, he would then attempt to refine the foundation establishment pill. With the jade slip in hand, he descended the staircase. Upon seeing Shen Luo return, the elder's smile widened as he inquired, "Nephew, have you found what you were looking for?" "Yes, I wish to copy the contents of this jade slip," Shen Luo replied. Placing the slip on the elder's table, "Copying the jade slip will cost 10 spirit stones," the elder stated, glancing at the slip. Without hesitation, Shen Luo produced 10 spirit stones and placed them on the table. The elder, upon seeing the stones, smiled knowingly, retrieved a blank jade slip, and executed a few incantations to transfer the information. Once completed, the elder handed the copied slip back to him. "Here you go." "Thank you, esteemed uncle," Shen Luo said, accepting the slip and storing it in his pouch before politely departing the Daozong Hall. Having exited the hall, he returned to his residence to study the formula. The Tianhua Hall was a dedicated facility within the Taiching sect for alchemy and artifact forging, featuring subterranean fire suitable for these endeavors. Before cultivators utilized subterranean fire for alchemy, they relied on innate true fire, a type of Taoist fire only accessible to foundation establishment stage practitioners. Consequently, Those engaged in alchemy and artifact forging prior to the advent of subterranean fire were predominantly Foundation establishment cultivators. It wasn't until later that it was discovered that the earth fire from the subterranean could also be employed for alchemy, producing pills of far greater purity than those created with true fire. The emergence of subterranean fire enabled even cultivators who had not yet reached the Foundation establishment stage and lacked innate true fire to engage in alchemy and artifact forging. Shen Luo entered the Tianhua Hall and followed the corridor leading downwards. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he encountered two paths before him, each marked with the characters for pill and artifact respectively. It was evident that one path led to alchemy, while the other was for artifact forging. Chapter 89. Refining the beauty retaining pill without a moment's hesitation, Shen Luo chose the path inscribed with the character for pill, and shortly thereafter, he found himself confronted by a massive stone door blocking his way. The stone door shimmered with a continuous flow of light, clearly indicating the presence of a restrictive formation. Beside the stone door, a robust man was dozing on a nearby table. Shen Luo approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Startled by this unexpected gesture, the man sprang up, exclaiming, "Who goes there?" Amused by the man's reaction, Shen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Upon noticing Shen Luo before him, the sturdy man, unable to ascertain his cultivation level, hastily apologized, claiming he had not intended to be lazy. Shen Luo chose to overlook this misunderstanding, as it seemed the man had mistakenly taken him for a foundational stage cultivator. With a slight smile and no rebuttal, he expressed, "I require a fire chamber with stable and gentle geothermal heat." Prior to arriving, Shen Luo had gathered information about the geothermal heat from the elder, understanding that the facilities were organized by rooms for use. It's quite simple to arrange a geothermal chamber, but a fee of 10 spiritual stones is required for the procedure. The man replied respectfully, "That is acceptable. Regulations must be adhered to," Shen Luo stated, producing 10 low-grade spiritual stones. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you, esteemed master," the man said, collecting the stones and promptly leading Shen Luo to the imposing stone door. Upon reaching the sealed stone door, the man formed a hand seal and chanted incantations. He then directed a stream of spiritual light toward the door. "Open," he commanded, and to Shen Luo's astonishment, the door opened of its own accord, revealing a crimson passageway behind it. "Master, beyond this passage lies the geothermal chamber," the man informed, leading the way. They traversed the passage and entered a spacious hall, where numerous evenly distributed silver doors of similar size adorned the perimeter. After surveying the hall, Shen Luo observed the man produce a white jade token and affix it to one of the doors. The white stone door opened automatically, and the man ushered Shen Luo into the stone chamber. The room was modest in size, approximately 7 to 8 zhong, with walls made of an aesthetically pleasing stone material. At the center stood a large cauldron, with a small opening beneath it, presumably the source of the geothermal heat. Additionally, a spiritual spring occupied one corner of the room. "Esteemed master, this is the geothermal vent. The geothermal heat needed for alchemy emanates from here. The methods for regulating the flame size and height are inscribed on that wall," the man explained, gesturing to the small opening beneath the cauldron and the wall. After his explanation, he presented Shen Luo with a jade token, saying, "Please keep this token safe. Once the door is closed, all communication with the outside world will cease. Therefore, you may conduct your alchemy without worry of interruption." Delighted by the prospect of such a secluded environment, Shen Luo accepted the token. The man then handed him a communication talisman before discreetly taking his leave. Watching the man exit, Shen Luo promptly activated the jade token to seal the stone door. He approached the wall inscribed with instructions for controlling the geothermal heat, carefully committing the methods to memory. Once he had fully absorbed the information, he positioned himself beside the cauldron and began forming hand seals, directing streams of spiritual light into the geothermal vent beneath the cauldron. As he completed the final hand seal, a slender purple flame erupted from the vent, instantly raising the temperature of the room. Astonished, Shen Luo marveled, "So this is geothermal heat." He then began to familiarize himself with the methods of controlling the flame, adjusting both its size and height. Once he had mastered the techniques, he extinguished the geothermal heat. Taking out a restorative elixir and a fasting pill, he consumed them, aware that alchemy is a time-consuming endeavor requiring prolonged periods without food or drink. As he was not yet at the foundational stage and unable to fast, he relied solely on the fasting pill. After a brief period of meditation to adjust his state, Shen Luo opened his eyes, feeling ready to commence alchemy. With a flourish of his sleeve, he laid out the materials for the beauty-enhancing elixir, all procured from the herbalist, Elder Yu. He contemplated the potential profits from selling a successful batch at the market. Pouring a bucket of cool, spiritually infused water into the cauldron, he opted for water-based alchemy rather than fire-based, recognizing that water alchemy demands less precise control over heat. Understanding the advantages of water alchemy, he dismissed his previous choice and proceeded with this method. After pouring the spiritual water into the cauldron, he initiated the geothermal heat. As the water began to boil, he gradually introduced portions of the materials required for the beauty-enhancing elixir. Covering the cauldron, he continued to apply heat, maintaining a steady and uninterrupted process. Standing beside the cauldron, he occasionally utilized his spiritual sense to monitor its contents. After several hours, and adding the final ingredient, he began to manipulate the liquid within the cauldron, guiding it in a singular direction. Elder Yu had advised him that this process must be slow and steady, the rotation of the liquid requiring consistency. The control of water is as critical to water-based alchemy as controlling fire is to fire-based methods. Timing and pacing are essential. As the liquid within the cauldron continued to circulate, it gradually transformed into a milky white color. Noticing it was nearly time for the next step, Shen Luo accelerated the rotation of the liquid under his control, compressing it into a dense mass of spiritual liquid. Just as the mass was about to solidify, he swiftly cast a hand seal over the geothermal vent. Suddenly, flames surged forth, engulfing the entire cauldron. Chapter 90. Forming the elixir after a moment of intense heat. Shen Luo checked the cauldron with his spiritual sense, believing it was time to begin the solidification process. He utilized his spiritual energy to compress the liquid within the cauldron. But just as it was about to take shape, the liquid dispersed unexpectedly, resulting in a failed elixir and a burnt aroma wafting through the air. Unfazed by this setback, Shen Luo acknowledged that it was his first attempt at alchemy as a cultivator. Failure was anticipated, and he had not expected success on his initial try. Therefore, he first extinguished the geothermal heat and, once the cauldron had cooled, proceeded to clean out its contents. A quarter of an hour later, Shen Luo once again placed a batch of youth elixir ingredients into the alchemical furnace. To his dismay, the outcome was once more akin to the previous attempt. As a burnt odor wafted through the air, and the liquid transformed into a viscous mush reminiscent of overcooked rice porridge. Subsequent attempts at alchemy yielded similar results, prompting Shen Luo to massage his temples. Prolonged exertion of spiritual energy to control the water had left him utterly fatigued. He had attempted the process no fewer than 10 times, perpetually stalling at the stage of solidifying the elixir. He had not anticipated that water refinement would prove as challenging as fire refinement. Initially, he had intended to forego the water method, opting instead to employ the fire technique he had previously utilized at the Black Jade Sect. However, with no turning back once he had commenced, reverting to fire refinement would necessitate starting from scratch, a luxury he could not afford given his limited resources. Reflecting on his previous failures, Shen Luo took a moment to contemplate his experiences before reigniting the furnace. Soon, he reached the critical stage of solidification once more, his focus unwavering as the flames surged. With fluid motions, he executed the incantations, causing the milky white liquid to shrink progressively. At last, when it condensed to a size akin to a small bead, it suddenly coalesced towards the center, and a perfect elixir emerged. Shen Luo's face illuminated with joy, yet he dared not relax. His consciousness penetrated the furnace, observing the newly formed youth elixir spinning under his spiritual manipulation. This process persisted for approximately an hour, enveloped in mist, the elixir gently rising and falling within the vapor. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Shen Luo recognized that he was on the cusp of the most pivotal phase, the opening of the elixir. This step would determine the quantity and size of the final product. Water refinement inherently required more materials than fire refinement, and with the addition of the configured spiritual water, as well as the final absorption phase, a successful opening could yield multiple elixirs from a single batch of materials. With a flick of his sleeve, he lifted the lid of the furnace. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, as if drawn by an unseen force, continuously flooding into the furnace. Observing this, Shen Luo began to inject his own spiritual energy as well. The elixir expanded further with the influx of spiritual qi. Suddenly, the rotating elixir seemed to have absorbed sufficient spiritual energy, abruptly halting its motion. Moments later, it commenced a frenzied spin, creating a multitude of phantoms. Shen Luo, transfixed, beheld with astonishment 3 youth elixirs materializing. Uncertain of the quality of these elixirs, he grasped them, and all 3 landed in his palm. Upon inspection, he discerned that these elixirs were barely satisfactory, categorized as low-grade. The quality of elixirs is primarily determined by the impurities contained within. The fewer impurities, the higher the quality. Although these 3 youth elixirs were low-grade and still harbored some impurities, they remained consumable. Regardless of whether they were low-grade or mid-grade, all elixirs contained some impurities. Consuming such substances would not be fatal, yet they could accumulate within the body, impeding the practitioner's physiological functions and potentially leading to venous blockages over time. As the saying goes, 3 parts of medicine are poison. Thus, few practitioners would habitually consume elixirs unless they were devoid of impurities. Such pure elixirs, termed exquisite elixirs, are crafted under stringent requirements. Ordinary alchemists cannot produce them. Only masters in the alchemical arts can achieve such refinement. Therefore, capable practitioners typically opt to purchase higher quality elixirs. As the higher the quality, the fewer the impurities. After all, the purpose of consuming elixirs is to enhance one's cultivation. If the elixirs instead hindered progress, it would be a grave miscalculation. Generally, only elixirs with over 30% efficacy are deemed true spiritual elixirs, classified as low-grade. The efficacy of elixirs is segmented into 3, 7, 9, and 10, corresponding to low, mid, high, and exquisite grades, respectively. Presently, exquisite elixirs represent the highest known tier within the mortal realm, with celestial-grade elixirs existing beyond them. Such celestial-grade elixirs typically manifest in the spiritual or celestial realms, exhibiting patterns during their formation. The greater the number of patterns, the more potent the elixir. Elixirs below the celestial grade merely ensure the absence of impurities, yielding standard efficacy. The potency of elixirs crafted by mortal alchemists rarely surpasses 30%, a mere glimpse into the craft. Alchemists achieving 70% efficacy are deemed the backbone of the alchemical community. Those attaining 90% mastery are rare, often revered by various sects and clans. Shen Luo regarded the elixirs in his hand, deeming this low-grade elixir of little use. The efficacy was insufficient. It should at least be mid-grade. He hesitated to consume this low-grade elixir immediately, opting instead to scrutinize it for some time before placing it into his mysterious gourd. With no other suitable containers at his disposal, he utilized the gourd for storage. After properly securing the elixirs, he resumed his efforts to produce more youth elixirs. He had but a few remaining ingredients for the task, and whether he could succeed in creating mid-grade elixirs remained uncertain, left to fate. Soon, time passed, and Shen Luo found himself seated on a mat, utterly exhausted. He had not anticipated such ill fortune, since successfully creating 3 low-grade youth elixirs. All subsequent attempts had ended in failure. They say practice makes perfect. With enough attempts, one would find the technique. However, after numerous attempts, he had succeeded only once, and that yielded low-grade elixirs. Was he destined to consume only these low-grade elixirs? Frustration welled within him as he reluctantly retrieved the gourd, preparing to ingest the low-grade elixir. Though small, it was still sustenance, and its low tier did not render it inedible. Upon uncorking the gourd, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, filling the room with an intoxicating scent that invigorated the senses. Shen Luo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the gourd in his hand. Could it be? Realization struck him, and he eagerly poured the elixirs into his palm. Gazing down, he gasped in astonishment. My heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? This is a flawless spiritual elixir, an exquisite elixir. Shen Luo was left utterly speechless. He had never anticipated that this gourd possessed the capability to refine elixirs and eliminate impurities. He had always believed it merely enhanced the spiritual energy of ordinary water and concentrated the spiritual essence within. It was only today that he learned of the gourd's ability to elevate the quality of elixirs. It was an exquisite elixir, devoid of impurities, and could be consumed in any quantity without harm to a practitioner's body. The emergence of the miraculous efficacy of the gourd signifies that, from this moment forth, he can consume elixirs as one would candy, free from the concerns of potential adverse effects from excessive intake. Upon this realization, he swiftly comprehended why that individual had previously permitted him to casually select a high-quality magical artifact. It transpired that when that person experimented with the spiritual liquid contained within the gourd, he discovered it was devoid of any impurities, prompting him to engage in a transaction with Shen Luo at a loss. Shen Luo, fixated on the 3 beauty-enhancing pills in his hand, understood that even a single one of these could yield a substantial profit. Despite this, he had no intention of showcasing them. It was not due to a reluctance to part with the pills, but rather an understanding that wealth should remain discreet, especially when it pertains to a premium elixir. Such exceptional elixirs are a rarity in the markets. Should he display this pill, it would likely attract unwanted attention. If anyone were to uncover the secret of the gourd, it would spell disaster, for the gourd was his greatest asset. Contemplating the 3 beauty-enhancing pills, he pondered the gourd's extraordinary effect and whether it could also affect inferior pills. However, he dismissed these thoughts, deciding it would be best to consume one first. Shen Luo shook his head and murmured to himself. He picked up one of the beauty-enhancing pills and swallowed it. The pill melted upon contact, and its potency was instantaneously released. In mere moments, he felt a warm current flowing across his face. This warmth dissipated after a few breaths, and as it faded, Shen Luo instinctively touched his face, realizing that his appearance had likely been fixed at this very moment. With his beauty secured, he felt no need to linger any longer. Shen Luo placed the remaining 2 beauty-enhancing pills, along with the gourd, into his storage bag, then retrieved the white jade token given to him by the robust man earlier. Activating the token, he opened the stone door and exited. Upon reaching the previously shimmering stone door, he produced a transmission talisman, which he sent forth. Shortly after, the stone door swung open. The robust man, seeing Shen Luo emerge, immediately bowed and greeted him. "Greetings, Master Uncle." Shen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as it appeared the man had yet to discern his true cultivation level. In reality, Shen Luo had misjudged him. Within the entire Taiching sect, the majority of alchemists and artifact crafters were practitioners of the foundation establishment stage. It was quite uncommon for qi refinement disciples to come here to craft items. Hence the robust man's error was entirely understandable. As Shen Luo stepped out of the Hall of Heavenly Fire, he noticed that dawn had just begun to break, bathed in the gentle light of the rising sun. He returned to the herbal garden where Uncle Yu resided. Upon entering the garden, he spotted Uncle Yu diligently wielding a hoe to tend to the fields. Preparing to greet him, Shen Luo heard Uncle Yu's voice call out, "So, how did it go, young one? How many pills did you manage to refine?" Uncle Yu was able to identify Shen Luo without even looking, as apart from himself, Shen Luo was the only one who frequented the medicinal garden. In response to Uncle Yu's inquiry, Shen Luo feigned a gloomy expression, lamenting, "It was quite dismal. I couldn't refine a single beauty-enhancing pill. Haha. I have long warned you that you lack the talent for alchemy, yet you refused to heed my advice. Now you see the consequences of your obstinacy," Uncle Yu teased. After a brief pause, he continued, "But perhaps this is for the best. From now on, you shall stay here and assist me with the herbal garden. I assure you, I will not be stingy with spirit stones." Though Shen Luo maintained a calm exterior, inwardly he scoffed, realizing that Uncle Yu had every intention of keeping him here to manage the garden. Little did Uncle Yu know that Shen Luo had not only succeeded in refining the beauty-enhancing pills, but had also elevated their quality to that of a premium elixir using the gourd's mysterious properties. With a concealed smirk, he turned to Uncle Yu and expressed, "Thank you, Master Uncle." Thus, Shen Luo continued to remain in the 100 Herbs Garden, assisting Uncle Yu with the herbal tasks. During this period, he also took the opportunity to visit the room of discarded pills. Retrieving several inferior pills to place within the gourd, he wished to test whether the gourd could impart efficacy to these inferior pills. If successful, he would promptly resign from the garden duties to take on the task of overseeing the room of discarded pills, which was a source of endless inferior pills. Should the gourd prove effective, he could amass wealth from these discarded pills. However, after eagerly placing the inferior pills into the gourd and waiting for some time, he discovered that the gourd had no effect on them whatsoever. The reason for this lack of efficacy remained a mystery to him. This revelation struck Shen Luo, who had been so hopeful about prospering from the discarded pills, with a heavy blow. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. Indeed, life is unpredictable. It is a constant twist of fate. The occurrence of this incident left him in a prolonged state of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, during this time of discontent, the higher-ups of the Taiching sect were deliberating a matter of great significance concerning the sect's future. The Hall of Void was where the upper echelons of the Taiching sect convened to discuss important affairs. At this moment, the sect leader Feng stood within a grand hall. Addressing an elderly man with white hair and youthful features with a serious demeanor, "Master Uncle, this is not appropriate. They are still children, the future of our Taiching sect. Feng Yan, they are merely low-ranking disciples. Do not become overly attached," the elderly man replied calmly, exhibiting no concern for the disciples' fates. As Feng was about to counter this, a woman's voice interjected, "Feng Yan, Master Uncle is correct. The ones who have perished are merely low-ranking disciples. We can always recruit more."